The devil does not need to be defeated. Chapter 180 to Chapter 269. Here, Xian asked Rosie as he held the books from the divine realm in his hands. Is it really impossible for Nian to be the supreme god? Xian really wanted to know the answer to this question. If Nian is the supreme god, then all the conditions for my summoning are no longer a mystery, right? That was what Xian thought. Indeed. If there are other ways to activate the ritual other than the three mentioned on the surface, then it can only be done by the supreme god herself. Rosie naturally understood what Xian meant. If an over-god wanted to activate the hero's summoning ritual by himself, it would be a piece of cake. After all, the ritual itself was created by the supreme god and sealed at the end of the divine realm by the supreme god. Not to mention that only the supreme god himself could enter the barrier. The supreme god would probably be able to satisfy the mana required for the ritual alone. Since the summoning ritual was activated with the magic of the world itself, as the creator of the world, how could the supreme god not fulfill the requirements for the ritual? Therefore, if there was really a fourth way to summon the hero, it must be done by the supreme god herself. If the supreme god herself did the summoning, the ritual did not need the magic of the world itself, so it wouldn't cause such a huge commotion. Based on this, as long as Nian was the supreme god, everything about Xian's summoning was true. However, let's not talk about the discrepancy between Nian and the supreme god in the legends. Let's talk about the summoning itself. What is the motive? Rosie asked the most fundamental question. Like I said before, the supreme god Omni's natural enemy is the Demon King, and she only cares about the Demon King. Apart from the Demon King, nothing can threaten this omnipotent goddess. Even if the world was destroyed, Omnis could restore it with a snap of her fingers. Even if life was lost, Omnis could resurrect everyone in an instant. At the very least, she could create new lives and new races. As long as it wasn't something that had disappeared due to the power of the Demon King, the supreme god Omnis could control it at will. This was the so-called omnipotence. To put it bluntly, there was nothing in this world that she couldn't do. Even the reason why Omnis could not interfere with the other worlds mentioned before was because those worlds were independent concepts. They were not accepted or acknowledged by the mystery, not because they could resist the mystery, but because the mystery did not exist in the first place and was excluded by the mystery. Like a withered leaf that fell from a tree, it would no longer absorb nutrients, and naturally, no matter how much water it was watered, it would not grow into what it wanted. As such, the overgod Omnis was truly omnipotent. It was just that she had a natural enemy. And the Demon King was that natural enemy. And now, the Demon King was dead, defeated by the hero's holy sword. The supreme god Omnis also used her power to suppress the Demon King's resurrection. From the perspective of fate, she cut off the possibility of the Demon King's resurrection and eliminated her natural enemy. No matter how one thought about it, there was no need for the omnipotent goddess to secretly summon the hero. Since there was no need, why would they think that the goddess summoned Xian? It's because you're too omnipotent that we can't imagine what happened. You need the supreme god to secretly activate the hero summoning ritual to summon you. Rosie expressed her opinion. There's no motive, no reason, no imagination, and no judgment. That's why I believe that the possibility of Nian being the overgod Omnis is very, very low to anyone. This was probably what Rosie and Vivian thought. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have been able to firmly rule out the possibility of the overgod's involvement in the summoning. Now, Rosie wasn't so sure. If even the three goddesses knew nothing about this matter, then the only possibility was that only existences at the level of the overgods would know about this matter. The question was, if it really was an overgod who had acted, what was the reason? What was the reason? What exactly had happened? If these questions weren't answered, they would never be sure that the Nian who performed the hero summoning was the supreme god Omnis. Could there be some other threat? Xian thought for a moment and said, even if we don't have the Demon King as our natural enemy, aren't there still the hero? Xian's meaning was simple. Is it possible that a hero or something like that poses a threat to the overgod Omnis? Xian didn't believe that all the heroes were good people. According to the usual development, there might be a hero who walked the path of evil, or a hero who killed the Demon King but was corrupted by the Demon King's power and turned into a big boss. Wasn't that also possible? such a hero posed a threat to the supreme god Omnis, so Omnis needed to reactivate the hero summoning to deal with the hero who posed a threat. Was it possible? You're really daring. Rosie seemed to be shocked by Sharon's imagination. She quickly said, but I have to tell you that your imagination is meaningless. Why? Sharon immediately asked. Because even the hero can't threaten the supreme god, Rosie said straightforwardly. Although the hero's holy sword can defeat the demon king and the demons and cause damage to them with divine power, making them unable to resurrect, it doesn't have the same effect on the Protoss. Under such circumstances, even if the hero is strong enough to kill the supreme god can resurrect in a breath's time. It can't be defeated at all. The hero, the demon king, and the goddess are actually in a relationship that restrains each other. The hero's holy sword can defeat the demon king. The demon king can nullify the goddess's power. The goddess can ignore the hero's threat. Therefore, the hero is the demon king's natural enemy, the demon king is the goddess's natural enemy, and the goddess is the hero's natural enemy. This is the relationship between the three. Of course, what you said about the hero being corrupted by the demon king's power is also impossible because the holy sword will immediately eliminate this corruption. The hero who falls into the path of evil may even be resisted by the holy power of the holy sword, causing the holy sword to shatter and disappear. After all, the holy sword is a power born from the concept of Braveheart. If one falls into the path of evil, then the Braveheart will no longer be a Braveheart. Without the concept of Braveheart, the holy sword will naturally disappear. How can such a Braveheart threaten the supreme gods? Rosie said a lot of words in one breath and comforted Sharon. Don't think so much. Instead of thinking about the impossible, it's better to really consider the possibility of the demon king's resurrection. Didn't the goddess called Neon say so? That the purpose of summoning you is to defeat the demon king? Even if it's really impossible for the demon king to resurrect, now that we've confirmed that your matter involves the secrets of the supreme god, we have to consider any possibility. Rosie's words made Sharon fall into silence again. Sigh. In the end, Sharon could only sigh, look at the scenery outside the window, and murmur to himself. I really wish I could have a cheat in my life. After that, Sharon and Rosie stopped talking about the hero, the goddess, and the demon king. There were still too many mysteries, and there would be no results if they continued to talk. Since that was the case, what they were going to do next would not change. I will continue to help you find information in the realm of gods. If there is any news, I will definitely inform you immediately. Rosie was ready to act. And Sharon was even simpler. No matter what, continuing to improve my strength is the right thing to do. Again, no matter what happens in the future, without strength, even if the mystery was solved, he would not have the power to solve the problem. Therefore, in order to better protect himself and the people he wanted to protect in the something that might happen in the future, Sharon had to improve his strength. The prerequisite for doing whatever he wanted was to be strong enough. And Sharon wanted to do whatever he wanted. Therefore, becoming stronger was a very necessary thing to do. Fortunately, Sharon may not have cheats in life, but he had several cheats in growth. Therefore, for Sharon, it was not a difficult thing to become stronger. After making this decision, Sharon did not talk about it anymore. He just accepted the book that Rosie brought back, then changed the topic and began to talk about some unimportant things. Rosie seemed to have noticed Sharon's thoughts and knew that he was not in the mood to continue thinking about it. She immediately emptied her mind, relaxed herself, and talked about everything under the sun with Sharon. Of course, although they were talking about everything under the sun, in fact, it was Sharon talking and Rosie listening. The reason was because of Rosie's words. What is the other world like? Just like that, Her Royal Highness showed her abundant curiosity. So, Sharon talked nonstop. What? There are princesses in the other world? And the princesses in the other world like to bathe in rivers or lakes? That's why people would come and pick up their clothes. That person is a good match for the princess? Why? Huh? There's a princess called Snow White who eats and sleeps all day. She only eats apples every day. She sleeps after eating? And she doesn't want to get up without a man to kiss her? How can this princess be so shameless? You. You said that the princess finally married the 7 dwarfs instead of the prince who stepped on the 7-colored magic cloud? What kind of magic tool is the colorful clouds? And how could the princess marry 7 people? I've never heard of it. In the end, the prince was so sad that he jumped into the river to commit suicide. But the goddess pitied him and didn't want to see him die like that, so she turned the prince into a frog and let him live a free life in the water? Don't you think this prince is a bit pitiful? Rosie was dumbfounded as she listened to the stories of the so-called alien world that Xian told her one after another. Those stories were enough to shatter Rosie's worldview, causing her to be at a loss. It was not that Rosie did not suspect that Xian was lying to her. After all, as mentioned before, there were no mysteries in the other world. It was not accepted by mysteries, nor was it contained by mysteries. It was independent of all mysteries. Logically speaking, there could not be any magic tool with colorful clouds or a goddess who could turn a prince into a frog. However, Xian's face was unusually serious, as if these things really happened. Rosie was so confused that she could not tell if they were real or not. In the end, Rosie could only listen to Xian's nonsense. As she listened, she actually began to listen with great interest. She could not help it. Although it was strange, the stories that Xian told were indeed things that Rosie had never heard of before. In the words of the majority of netizens, these stories were the kind that if you don't use your brain to read them, they are actually quite interesting. It was definitely not a problem if you wanted to have fun, but if you wanted to have a reasonable story, you would probably live a very unhappy life. Because of this, Rosie abandoned logic and purely listened to Xian's story as an interesting story. Naturally, she listened to it with great interest. Xian did not stand on ceremony either. Actually, other than being the inheritor of Zuan, I am also a master of deception. Xian indicated that he was a person of status. In this way, if he did not deceive this royal highness into becoming a cripple, wouldn't he be letting down the title of Little White Dragon? In summary, Xian and Rosie were willing to fight, and in the end, everyone was happy and satisfied. As a result, Xian had yet to come out of Rosie's room even though the sun was about to set. This made the group of noble young masters who had been waiting outside to see what would happen. They almost burst into tears. Why? Why is it taking so long? Why did that adventurer stay in Her Royal Highness Rosie's room for so long? For such a long period of time, What are the 2 of them doing inside? I don't know. No one has ever been able to stay in Her Royal Highness's room for so long, not even Lily from the Lazahad family. Damn it. Hurry up and come out. It was unknown what these noble young masters were thinking, but they were almost on the verge of a collective breakdown. At this moment, even a fool would know that the commission and the mission were fake. Did those things need to be talked about for so long? After such a long time, they should be able to give birth to a child, right? This made many noble young masters unable to bear it any longer. 1 or 2 of them wanted to go in and knock on the door, but they were stopped by the female knights guarding the door. Her Royal Highness said that she will not receive anyone other than Mr. Xian today. Everyone, you should go back. Don't disturb Her Royal Highness. The righteous and outspoken words of the female knights finally became the straw that broke the camel's back. You're Xian, right? I'll remember you. Let's wait and see. The group of noble young masters left while cursing and swearing. It was not until the sun had set and the sky was dyed red by the setting sun that Rosie sent Xian out of the room reluctantly. Next time, you're not allowed to visit me after such a long time, do you hear me? Before leaving, Rosie warned Xian. Alright, next time I'll tell you the story of an uncle called the Big Bad Wolf who wanted to eat a cute little girl called Little Red Riding Hood. In the end, he found out that Little Red Riding Hood was actually her grandmother in disguise, and the Big Bad Wolf was eaten by Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother instead. This time, Xian agreed readily, as if he had found some joy in life. The 2 reluctantly bid farewell. Those who did not know would think that their relationship was very close. Then, Xian left the palace and headed for the Western Noble District. The sun is about to set, I wonder if AIE is still waiting here. Xian took a look at the sky, and finally remembered that there was a really cute little girl waiting for him. He carried the books from the divine realm that he had received from Rosie, and sped up his pace towards Lilith's dessert shop. However, when Shuren arrived, the scene that appeared in front of him stunned him. Along with the sounds of suffering, on the street in front of Lilith Dessert Shop, a number of figures lay on the ground, almost covering the entire street. Some of these people were dressed luxuriously and were obviously nobles. Some were well equipped and were obviously guards. There were also knights from the knighthood lying among them. They were rolling on the ground as if they had been beaten to the ground and seemed to be in great pain. Ai stood in the middle of this tragic scene, holding a pillow in one hand and a dessert in the other. She was still nibbling on the dessert as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Or rather, this degree of tragedy did not matter to her at all. She seemed so at ease. What's going on? Shuren was dumbfounded. How did things become like this after he left for a while? Ai seemed to have sensed Shuren's return. She turned her head and looked at him, who was standing there in a daze. Then, she leisurely walked over. Are you done? Ai stepped over the people on the ground and came in front of Shuren. She asked nonchalantly. She looked as if nothing had happened. I'm back. Shuren responded slowly and then asked in surprise, what's going on with these people? What do you mean, what's going on? Ai did not understand what Shuren meant. She tilted her head and said, didn't you ask me to send them flying? Me? Shuren pointed at his nose and immediately remembered. Before leaving, he did tell Ai not to go too far and not to be deceived by others. If anyone came up to her and asked her to play with them, she was to send them flying with a punch. In other words, these guys became like this because they tried to hit on you? Shuren's eyes widened. Yes. Ai nodded unhurriedly and said, at first, it was just a few guys who wore disgusting clothes, smiled disgusting, and even spoke in a disgusting tone. They asked me to go with them, saying that they had something fun to teach me, so I sent them flying. Then, their guards wanted to surround me, so I sent them flying too. Coincidentally, the knighthood patrolled this area and saw me sending these annoying guys flying. They wanted to take me away, so I sent them flying too. So, it became like this. Hearing Ai's words, Shuren was instantly speechless. What's wrong? After seeing Shuren's stunned expression, Ai frowned and said, didn't you ask me to do this? Is there a problem? It seemed that this little brat did this because of Shuren. To this, Shan only wanted to say, of course there's no problem. Although things were somewhat out of Shuren's expectations, she still obediently carried out Shuren's instructions. For such an honest and obedient little loli, Shuren only wanted to say, nice. However, it was also a fact that the matter was a little too big. Not to mention that there were nobles who were beaten up, even the knighthood's knights were knocked to the ground. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely attract the guardians of order from the royal capital to punish them, or some nobles would come looking for revenge. So, wait for me, I'll help you clean up the aftermath. Shuren handed the few Divine Realm books to Ai and then walked towards the people lying on the ground. Ai took the books indifferently. After seeing the cover of the books, she paused for a moment and looked at Shuren. And Shuren had already begun to clean up the aftermath. How to clean up the aftermath? It was very simple. First, he would slap the nobles awake, then the leader of the knighthood. Before they could pursue the matter, he would directly place the royal token in front of them. After that, they became very sensible. Not only did they apologize in fear and trepidation, they didn't even dare to let out a fart before running away. They didn't dare to pursue the matter at all. After doing all this, Shuren held the pendant and muttered, actually, this thing is quite useful. This was the truth. However, the more time Shuren used it, the faster the matter of him receiving the royal token from Rosie would be exposed. When that time came, there would be trouble. Well, when that time comes, everything will be the same as before. I'll just directly hit the balls with a rock and give them a wave of pleasure. Shuren put away the pendant and returned to Ai's side. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shuren smiled at Ai, looking very much like a nanny taking care of a child. Ai shook her head and returned the books in her hand to Shuren. She said nonchalantly, are you investigating the brave? You can tell? Shuren was startled, then shrugged and said, I'm just looking around. You can't get these books just by looking around. Ai looked at Sharon and smiled. These books may not be very precious in the heavenly realm, but they are quite precious in the human realm. Many of the things recorded in them are secrets that have not been spread in the human realm. I think many people in power would do anything to get their hands on them. Is that so? Sharon was really surprised. These books are that precious? At least, in this world. Ai nodded and said, of course, in the heavenly realm and the demon realm, this level of secret is no longer a secret between the celestial race and the demon race. I see. Sharon sighed and said, what do you think of the brave? Sharon was just asking casually. However, Ai started to think about it seriously. In the past, I treated them as enemies that I absolutely could not let go. Ai said, they are the natural enemies of the demons. The holy sword born from their bodies is the most lethal weapon to the demons. Once hit by the holy sword, no matter how strong the demons are, they will be severely injured. If killed by the holy sword, they will not be able to revive, not even the demon king. Because of this, in the past, Ai could be said to be one of the people most wary of the brave. Her hostility towards the brave was even stronger than that of the demon king. This caused her to attack them without caring about anything, and in the end, she managed to kill 2 brave. So, the demons are very sensitive to the existence of the brave. If the brave appeared, it would definitely stimulate the nerves of some people, causing the demon's policy to change, right? Ai seemed to be hinting at something and said, there seems to be a little girl in the capital who is known as the modern brave. She stimulated the nerves of many people. 10 years ago, the old demons appeared here, to a large extent, because they wanted to kill her. Is that so? Sharon was silent for a while, then said to Ai, then what do you think of the brave now? That was what Sean had asked for now. Ai stared at Sharon for a while, then smiled. I don't know either. Ai gave such an answer. You don't know? Sean was a little surprised by Ai's words. However, Ai's expression was calm and indifferent, which told Sharon that what she said just now was from the bottom of her heart. There was a period of time when I hated the brave. Ai's voice slowly entered Sharon's ears. Because of the brave, the most important person to me passed away. Back then, I even wanted to destroy the whole world. Or rather, if it wasn't for my sisters around me who stopped me, I would have done so. Ai's words were very frightening, causing Sharon to have the urge to gulp. But soon enough, Ai's tone took a turn. Then, when I fell into the abyss of hatred and couldn't get out, I saw it. I saw that everyone in the devil race was laughing because the war had ended. I saw everyone around me dancing in joy because they didn't have to go to the battlefield anymore. It was then that I realized the demons were the same as the other races. Even though they worshipped strength, they didn't like to fight and stain their hands with blood. The brave's actions brought peace among the 3 races and the end of the war that lasted for a long time. So, I woke up and gave up. I no longer ate hatred as food and protected the peace of the demon world with my sisters. Ai didn't seem to hate the brave anymore and let go of the sorrow and pain of the past. So, you asked me what I think of the brave now. I don't know either. Ai said seriously, in the past, I only saw the strength of the heroes, the threat they posed, and the hateful slaughter they committed. Now, I suddenly want to see what the heroes from another world are fighting for, and what they are fighting for, unlike us gods, humans, and demons who have been fighting since ancient times. What kind of people are the true brave? I want to know more about it. Ai revealed her thoughts. Sharon couldn't hold it in anymore. I say, Miss Ai. Sharon said weakly, could it be that you actually know that I? At this point, how could Sharon not realize that Ai was probably coming for him? Besides, this little girl seemed to know that he was the brave. This made Sharon become a yes man and he confirmed with Ai. In the end, Ai glared at him. Your holy sword has been sealed with the exclusive seal ring of the brave, right? Ai glanced at the holy sword hanging on Sharon's waist and said calmly, that's good. Remember not to untie it casually. That way, your identity won't be exposed too easily. In other words, regardless of the others, Sean had already been exposed in front of Ai. Sharon wanted to curse. Why did he expose himself again? How? At this moment, Shuren really wanted to ask those main characters who liked to pretend to be weak. How did they continue to pretend to be weak? In the past, when he read novels, he wanted to see those main characters who pretended to be weak to quickly expose their identities so that they could shock everyone and have a good time. In the end, he didn't know how long he had waited. Now that he thought about it, Shuren really didn't understand how they could pretend to be weak for so long. Were there no smart people in those novels? Or was he too stupid to keep up with the footsteps of the seniors? Or was it simply a requirement of the plot, damn it? Shuren, who was a little depressed, said in bewilderment. Then where are you from? My Miss Aie? Shuren really started to doubt Aie's identity. He had originally thought that Aie was an incredible big shot, but now it seemed that this little girl's background seemed to be even higher. Don't call me Mississippi, Aie suddenly said with some dissatisfaction, and then said, you can guess it yourself. Leaving such words behind, Aie walked forward. Wait. Shuren hurriedly followed, and after hesitating for a while, he still said weakly, my dear sister Aie, where are you going? Hearing this, Aie didn't answer Shuren's question. Instead, she had some reaction because of Shuren's way of addressing her. Sister. Aie was both surprised and curious, and said, this is a good title. In the past, only I called others sister. Now, finally, someone calls me sister. You can call me that from now on. Aie was very satisfied with this title. Obviously, Aie didn't want to be treated as a child, and she didn't want others to be too polite. Shuren calling her sister just happened to hit Aie's liking. However, of course, Shuren wouldn't do that. Sister your head, I'll call you Sister Aie from now on. Shuren rolled his eyes and continued to ask, you haven't told me where you plan to go. Woo. Aie frowned cutely, and while muttering, call me sister, she said, I'll go back with you. Go back? Shuren's mouth twitched, and he said cautiously, could it be, you want to? Yes, I'll live with you. Aie said calmly, I've said before, I want to understand you heroes. Since that's the case, isn't this more convenient? Is this really convenient? Shuren rubbed his temples, and said, Aie should be someone with a powerful background, right? How can a person like you walk around alone outside? Even if he used his knees to think, Shuren could imagine hundreds of scenarios where people around Aie would go crazy looking for her. After all, the disappearance of a big shot was always the most troublesome. Moreover, won't anyone discover your identity? Sister Aie? Shuren was worried. On the contrary, Aie didn't seem to care. Don't worry, not to mention in the demon realm, in the human realm, there are only a few people who have seen me, no one will recognize me. Aie said, if it's Sister Sala, it won't work. She has always been the representative of the demon realm, the human realm, and the divine realm. Her appearance should have long been known in the human realm, and everyone knows her. Unlike me, I usually don't interfere in the affairs of the human realm and the divine realm, and even the affairs of the demon realm are handed over to my subordinates. I often nap in the city, even if I walk around outside, it's unlikely that I'll be recognized. Otherwise, Aie wouldn't have stayed in the imperial city for so long without anyone looking for her. As for Aie's subordinates, they might think that I'm sleeping, and when they realize that I'm missing, who knows how much time has passed. Aie said disapprovingly, besides, when they really find me, I'll send them away. After that, Aie walked forward, minding her own business. Sigh, Shuren could only sigh and follow Aie. Let's just treat it as if I really kidnapped a lowly home. When the sky was almost completely dark, Shuren finally returned to the Lazahad residence with Aie. At this moment, in the courtyard of the Lazahad residence, Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika were all present. They were sitting together and sipping on black tea. Why are you all here? Shuren stepped forward in surprise. Although they had been living under the same roof for the past few days in the royal capital, apart from eating, they rarely gathered together. Vivian seemed to have gone to greet her acquaintances in the royal capital and reported to the Adventurers Guild so that they could send a letter to Lemijin and keep in touch with Lily. She was also in charge of the handover with Balin and discussing the matters regarding the meeting. Ter would be wandering outside all day, luring the nobles who were hostile to her to find trouble with her and using this as a way to train herself. Lumia and Marika, on the other hand, hung out together all day, occasionally going out to see the local customs and the various popular goods in the royal capital. Hence, it was probably the first time in the past few days that they were all gathered together outside of mealtime. Welcome back. Vivian turned her head and smiled warmly at Shirin, who was walking up to her. Welcome. Welcome back. Marika was chatting happily at first, but when she saw Shirin, she immediately became a little reserved. She blushed and shyly greeted Shirin. Lumia was still as shy as ever, not daring to speak. Ter merely glanced at Shirin and did not say anything. It was impossible to tell that she had already met Shirin a few times. The four young ladies were still as distinctive as ever, forming a beautiful scene. But soon, the four of them noticed Aie, who was following beside Shirin. Wow, so cute, seeing Aie hugging a pillow and obediently following beside Shirin, Lumia and Marika's eyes lit up, and their faces lit up with fondness. Even Ter could not help but look over, evidently attracted by Aie's cuteness. This child is. Vivian also looked at Aie with fondness, and asked Shirin in surprise. However, before Shirin could speak, Aie spoke first. I seem to know you. Aie seemed to have been staring at Vivian from the start, and only now did she suddenly see the light. You're the famous guardian of the kingdom, right? The moment she said this, Vivian's expression froze. Beside her, Ter's eyes also narrowed, and the way she looked at Aie changed. Guardian. Guardian of the kingdom. Lucia and Marika, on the other hand, were stunned, their faces filled with confusion. Guardian? Even Sean was a little dumbfounded by the sudden use of the term. Because of Aie's words, there was a moment of silence and heaviness in the atmosphere. After a while, Vivian regained her composure and looked at Aie. King Wei, and Guardian. Vivian stood up, no longer looking at Aie as if she was a child. Instead, she looked at Aie with a solemn expression. Aie seemed to be very satisfied with her attitude. Call me Aie. Aie's gaze swept across Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika. Her gaze paused on Lumia for a moment before she spoke. Except for one person, all of you seem to be special. Since that's the case, I don't mind giving you the right to call me by my name. Aie replied like this. Vivian could not help but look at Shirin. Well. Shirin scratched his cheek, spread out his hands, and said, since that's what I said, then let's do it. We'll probably get along for a while, so there's no need to look into it too much. Hearing this, Vivian was silent for a while, and then she relaxed and nodded. I understand. Vivian smiled gently at Aie again, and said, then I'll call you Miss Aie from now on. Why do you have to call me Miss? Aie said unhappily. Can't you just call me by my name? From the looks of it, this lass was dissatisfied with any form of address that had the word little in it. However, Vivian shook her head. That won't do. Vivian said, we still have to follow basic etiquette. Is that so? Aie was silent for a while, and then said expressionlessly, if that's the case, do as you please. Thank you very much. Vivian did as she said and saluted. At this moment, Ter also spoke. What do you mean by, we'll probably get along for a while? Ter asked bluntly. Will this child also live here from now on? Then I'll welcome her. Lumia and Marika also reacted. Although they did not know what was going on, they expressed their love for Aie just like they did at the beginning. Vivian looked at Shirin again, her eyes full of questions. Shirin hesitated for a while, and then looked at Aie. Aie happened to look over, and her eyes met Shirin's, allowing Shirin to see the urging in her eyes. At this moment, Shirin sighed. I'm sorry, Vivian, I might have caused you some trouble. Shirin then asked Vivian, can you please tell Uncle Mejis to let Aie stay here for the time being? Everyone's eyes immediately gathered on Vivian. Are you sure? Vivian did not agree immediately, but she did not refuse either. She just said, Miss Aie should have a powerful background. Is it okay for her to live here? Obviously, even if she did not know Aie's identity, Vivian and Shirin could tell from her words and actions that she was not an ordinary person. No problem. Shirin replied straightforwardly, but his expression was not as straightforward as his words. Instead, he said with uncertainty, I guess? What do you mean by probably? Vivian smiled bitterly. Don't worry. AIE spoke again and said indifferently, it will be fine. I don't want to cause any trouble here. I won't do anything other than stay by this man's side. AIE made her position clear. But, why do you want to stay by Mr. Shuren's side? Yes. Yes. Lumia and Marika blinked their eyes, not understanding what was going on. Ter was silent, but her eyes were constantly scrutinizing AIE. Vivian was silent as well. Shuren, on the other hand, felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Don't tell me I'm going to be treated as a lolicon? Shuren was entangled in this matter. Fortunately, apart from Lumia and Marika, Vivian and Ter all had some doubts about AIE's identity, so they did not think that Shuren had done anything to AIE to make this cute little girl decide to stay here. In the end, Vivian also sighed and immediately said with a smile, I understand. Then I'll go and tell Uncle Megis. I should be able to get permission. Just like that, AIE moved into the Lazahad house very smoothly. What kind of impact would this have, no one knew. At dinner, under Vivian's introduction, Midgees met AIE. However, AIE did not seem to have any interest in me. JIS. Even when JIS tried to talk to her, she basically did not respond. It was as if she felt that she would not have any interaction with this person, or rather, did not want to have any interaction. Her expression was indifferent and could even be said to be cold, leaving JIS helpless. However, JIS did not pursue the matter. As the chief of the Adventurers Guild and one of the royal family's right-hand men, JIS had good eyesight and could naturally see that AIE was not ordinary. It should be said that AIE's mature tone and style, which clearly did not match her appearance, made it not difficult to see that she was not an ordinary little girl. In Shuren's words, that was, our little AIE is very pretentious. At least, that was the case in front of outsiders. In view of this, not only did JIS not pursue AIE's attitude, but he also did not treat AIE as a child like Vivian. Not only did he show sufficient courtesy, but he also took the initiative to let AIE stay. This series of actions made AIE have a good impression of JIS. Her expression softened a lot, and she would reply to JIS from time to time. Obviously, she had begun to approve of JIS. After dinner, an incident that was neither too big nor too small happened. Let's go to the big bath together, AIE. Yes, yes. Just like that, Lumia and Marika invited AIE. Bath? AIE frowned as if she was disgusted, and said straightforwardly, no need, I don't bathe with others, and I don't like bathing. AIE actually refused very straightforwardly without the slightest bit of hesitation. Eh? Lumia did not seem to expect to be rejected so straightforwardly, and was at a loss for a moment. Why? Yes. Marika was also surprised, and quickly said, everyone is very happy to bathe together, AIE. These two girls seemed to have been completely captivated by AIE's cuteness, and did not even want to leave her behind in the bath. Of course, Shuren, who was at the side, wanted to say something. Since everyone is so happy to bathe together, why don't I get a share? Such differential treatment was really hateful. Unfortunately, such words could only be said in his heart, and he did not dare to say it out loud in front of the girls. There was no other reason than he was afraid of being beaten. It's okay, I still have Ter. Sean looked at Ter beside him and felt a sense of comfort in his heart. Ter just sat there, drinking her tea calmly. She had no intention of joining the group of girls. The girls didn't invite Ter either, because Ter didn't agree every time. Her reason was naturally that she wanted to do such a good thing with a certain wolf. Fortunately, Ter was a man of few words, and did not bother to explain when he rejected Lucia and Marika's invitations. Otherwise, Sean felt that he might have been beaten up. Lee, and Luli, not, did in. I said, I to bathing. Do I do? Not to mention Sean, even Vivian was curious since he was so resistant. Missy? Vivian asked tentatively. Is it because we offended you? Miss AIE? Vivian asked tentatively, is it because we offended you? Vivian seemed to think that he did not want to bathe with people who were so much lower in status than her. No, it's not that. He frowned. It was obvious that she did not want to be seen as someone who was arrogant because of her status, so she could only say, it's just that every time I bathe with my sisters, they will stare at me, and their reactions are very big. I don't like that. Everyone was confused. Why would they stare at E when they were bathing? Was it because she was too cute? Everyone, including Sharon, thought so. Seeing this, AIE seemed like she didn't want to explain too much. She silently sighed and said, forget it, just this once. As she spoke, AIE jumped down from her seat. Where is the bathing area? Hearing this, Lucia and Marika were overjoyed. Here. Let's go together. E. Immediately, Lucia and Marika came to E's side, and happily brought E to the bathing area. Sharon, Vivian, and Ter watched as the three left. Without thinking too much, they immediately chatted at the dining table. As for Megis, he had already claimed that he had work to do, so he went back to his study. Only Sharon, Vivian, and Ter were left in the dining hall, chatting. At this moment, the dining hall's door was pushed open. Woo, so scary. He saw that Lumia and Marika had already returned, steam rising from their bodies, as if they had already taken a bath. However, their expressions were very dejected, and even their eyes were moist, as if they had lost an important step in their lives. Tears welled up in their eyes, and they were on the verge of bursting into tears. What's wrong with you two? You took a quick bath this time, you two. Vivian and Ter were surprised to see Lumia and Marika like this. Sharon did not expect Lucia and Marika to return so quickly. Girls took a lot of time to take a bath, and it was the same for Lucia and Marika. They had never taken a bath so quickly before. What was going on? Who would have thought that just as Sharon was thinking about this, Lucia and Marika had already thrown themselves at Vivian and Ter with tears in their eyes. We can't win. That level. I lost to a child who looks like she's only 12 or 13 years old, and I lost so ridiculously. I can't accept it. Lucia and Marika said these strange words with tears in their eyes, making everyone confused. Then, an extremely dissatisfied sigh was heard. That's why I said I don't like to bathe with others. E also walked in, still holding a pillow in her arms, her face full of displeasure. Woo. Woo. Lucia and Marika looked at E and couldn't help but look at her. Seeing her hugging the pillow, or rather, her body covered by the pillow, they really cried this time. This time, Vivian and Ter seemed to have understood something. They exchanged glances with each other and approached AIE. Sharon's view of E just happened to be blocked by Vivian and Ter. Therefore, Sharon could not see E at all. In this situation, Sharon saw Vivian and Ter say something to E. Then, they seemed to pull away the pillow that he had been hugging, and he saw E's whole body. The next second, Vivian and Ter seemed to suck in a breath of cold air. Then, the two of them laughed bitterly. So that's how it is. She's really gifted. No wonder she needs a pillow. If she doesn't cover herself, all the men will definitely stare at her. Vivian and Ter seemed to understand a cruel truth, or rather, an extremely enviable situation. They returned the pillow to E and laughed bitterly. On the side, Sharon was bursting with curiosity. What's going on? It seemed like Sharon was the only one who didn't know what was going on. All Sharon knew was that after this, all the girls, including Vivian, didn't dare to bathe with E anymore. And Ter, who entered the bath with Sharon, only gave him one sentence. Bathing with E hurts a woman's self-esteem too much. Other than that, Ter was unwilling to say anything else. This mystery was only solved a long time later. And after it was solved, Sharon felt that the heavens had given him a great treasure. In the few days that Sharon had met AIE and welcomed her into the Lazahad family, in one of the noble mansions in the capital, a meeting that was going to be closely related to Sharon was also taking place. This noble mansion was the Stringham family's villa in the capital. The Stringham family was a duke family in the Mitrak kingdom, and they were recognized as one of the more powerful nobles in the duke family. Their territory was in the north of the kingdom, located at the border, bordering the neighboring Ragnar Empire. As a border nobleman, they had always guarded the kingdom's territory. In the past, they had defeated the Ragnar Empire several times, so they were quite powerful. In addition, the Stringham family was a duke family, and they were collateral relatives of the royal family. Although their bloodline was very faint, there was no doubt that the ancestors of the Stringham family were once members of the royal family. Therefore, even the current king had to call the patriarch of the Stringham family elder brother. Needless to say, the power of this family was not inferior to even the Lazahad family and the Elba family. Under such circumstances, the current patriarch of the Stringham family, Barry, had a very outstanding son. His name was Limcho Stringham, and he was 25 years old this year. However, he came to the capital 2 years ago with the recommendation of the Stringham family, joined the Imperial Knights, and became an Imperial Knight who protected the royal family and the kingdom. Those who could join the Imperial Knights either had to be directly invited by the royal family, or they had to be above level 70, and they had to be strongly recommended by the nobles. In other words, as early as 2 years ago, when he was only 23 years old, Limcho had successfully advanced to level 70. Now, 2 years later, there were rumors that Limcho's level had exceeded 75, and he had learned the magic sword skill, becoming one of the best among the Imperial Knights. With such talent, Limcho was even called the second Ali Dia by some busybodies. In other words, in the eyes of some people, Limcho's future achievements were very likely to catch up with Ali Dia and become the strongest legendary knight in the kingdom. This villa was actually owned by Limcho, but it was usually not used much. After all, the headquarters of the Imperial Knights were in the north, and even Limcho usually lived in the Imperial Knights camp in the north. Naturally, this villa was rarely used. But today, Limcho, who was fully armed, appeared here. This was because someone told him that his father had come to the capital from the distant border territory, and was ready to meet him. At this time, Limcho appeared in the villa and walked in the direction of the study room. He was a tall and strong man who was more than 190 centimeters tall. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a handsome face. He looked like a prince. With his looks and achievements, Limcho was very popular among the Imperial Knights. He was also very popular in the Imperial City and the Principality of Stringham. Excluding Rosie, Limcho's popularity was definitely among the top 5 in the entire kingdom. Because of this, he was even called upon to be the next commander of the Imperial Knight Regiment. It could be said that he was a hot talent in the capital. Now, Limcho came to the study of the villa and met his father. "Long time no see, father." Limcho bowed to his father, who was standing by the window with his back facing them. "You're here?" The man turned around and exposed his full face to Limcho. He was dressed in a neat military uniform without a single wrinkle. His back was straight, and his posture was incomparably tall. He looked to be in his 40s, and although he had a beard, it was also very neatly trimmed. This was the current head of the Stringham family, Barry Stringham. "Do you know why I asked you to come?" Barry didn't beat around the bush, nor did he have the slightest intention of asking about his well-being. Even though it was his own son in front of him, and he hadn't seen his son for a long time, he acted like it was business and went straight to the point. Limcho looked at his father, who didn't change at all, and there was only a trace of indifference in his eyes. His father was like this. He had never had any romantic relationships. Even his marriage partner was the daughter of another great noble who was chosen by the family and had no emotional foundation. After the two of them got married, they gave birth to Limcho as if it was a routine thing, and then they lived in different places. So, there was basically no emotional relationship between Limcho and Barry. They just called each other father and son, and the way they got along was no different from a normal superior and subordinate. It was the same now. The father didn't talk about any personal feelings with his son, and went straight to the point. The son didn't look at his father like he looked at his biological father, and simply treated the person in front of him as a superior. So, Limcho was very clear about the purpose of this father who never talked about any emotions. "Is it because of Her Royal Highness Rosie?" Limcho mentioned it. "That's right." Barley said expressionlessly, "Do you still remember why I sent you to the royal city and let you join the royal guards?" "Of course." Limcho said without hesitation, "The purpose is to get close to Her Royal Highness Rosie and eventually marry Her Royal Highness." "Yes." The reason why Limcho was here was only for this purpose. Her Royal Highness is the only one who has been recognized by the Holy Sword in the past 1,000 years, and also received the blessing of the Goddess of Destiny of the three goddesses. Her talent and potential are no less than that of the founding ancestors. Barry said coldly, her talent has even made her known as the kingdom's treasure, the modern brave. If she can become Her Royal Highness's husband, the Sterling family's brave bloodline that is gradually fading away will definitely be found again, and we will return to the center of the kingdom. The so-called dukes, at first glance, seemed to be the highest level of nobility in the kingdom, but strictly speaking, they were actually a group of losers. Because they were defeated in the war for the throne, they could only become collateral relatives of the royal family, and were kicked out of the royal family to become the so-called dukes. It was the same for the Sterling family. Their ancestors lost to the king at that time more than 700 years ago, so they were given a new surname, established a duke family, and their territory was also at the border. So, it seemed that the Sterling family was very noble, but in fact, they had been kicked out of the central authority of the capital for many years. Because of this, the Sterling family had an obsession. That was, sooner or later, they would once again return to the center of the kingdom, return to the capital, and establish a foothold here. Because of this, from the moment he was sent to the capital 2 years ago, which was also when Her Royal Highness came of age, Xianxia had a mission given to him by the family. Marry the princess, combine the bloodlines of the two families, and once again enrich the Sterling family's brave bloodline that had gradually become faint after hundreds of years of dilution, and fight for the throne. This was completely feasible. With Her Royal Highness Rosie's status, as long as you perform well enough, even if the position of the next king doesn't fall on your head, it will still fall on Her Royal Highness Rosie's head. At that time, the children of the two of you will be the legitimate direct descendants of the royal family, and the Sterling family can be considered to have returned to the capital, reclaiming the power and status that we have lost in the past. Barry was still expressionless as he declared. As for you, in the end, no matter how bad you are, you can strive to become the commander of the Imperial Knights, and end the Albee family's 1,000-year rule over the Imperial Knights. At that time, whether it is the kingdom or the Imperial Knights, they will all belong to the Sterling family. This was Barry's wishful thinking. Unfortunately, 2 years had passed, and Xianxia had gained nothing. That was fine. Although he had gained nothing from the princess, in the past 2 years, Xianxia had at least established a foothold in the Imperial Knights, and Barry did not have much opinion of him. But recently, it was no longer possible. I heard that a hindrance has appeared. Barley mentioned a name that all the nobles in the royal capital hated to the point of gnashing their teeth. It seems to be called Shuren, right? Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes flashed. Shuren. In the past few days, this name was indeed like a man of the moment. His reputation had risen, and many people were talking about him. Although it hadn't spread among the commoners, it had already spread among the nobles and the knighthood. The reason why it could spread like this in just a few days was that this person had contact with the kingdom's most precious treasure. Don't doubt that this was the influence of Her Royal Highness Rosie. With a beauty that even the goddesses were ashamed of being inferior to, and she was the only one in the kingdom in the past 1,000 years who had been recognized by the Holy Sword and received the blessing of the Goddess of Destiny, one of the three goddesses, this princess' popularity in the kingdom could be said to be a kind of power. The people's longing, worship, and fanaticism for her had reached a very terrifying level. To put it bluntly, as long as Her Royal Highness was willing, she could at any time gain the support of all the people in the kingdom, push the current king down from the throne, and sit on the throne herself, becoming the 4th queen in the history of the Mitra kingdom. And the terrifying thing was that such popularity was not only effective among the civilians, but also among the nobles and knights. There were definitely many nobles who fell for Her Royal Highness' beauty, and it could even be said to be the majority. There were also countless knights who were subdued by Her Royal Highness' strength. Coupled with her perfect cultivation and various legendary deeds, Her Royal Highness had long become a goddess in the hearts of all the people in the kingdom, a precious treasure that they yearned for but could not get. The kingdom's most precious treasure, this title was definitely not just for show. Yet, she suddenly had intimate contact with a man that was different from other people. It was already a result of trying her best to control the public's opinion that this did not spread among the commoners. It was impossible to hide it from the nobles and the knights. Of course, this man was not an ordinary adventurer, which was also one of the important reasons. People just casually investigated, and the result was that they found out many of this person's deeds. Single-handedly subdued the mastermind of the Old Demon's faction. On the way to the capital, he annihilated all the troops of the Old Demon's faction. Training with Her Royal Highness Rosie in the palace arena, and almost completely destroyed the arena. These deeds told others that this young adventurer was very extraordinary. It was said that his level was not high, but he had a unique skill that could adjust his own level and skills to a certain extent. His strength was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. A while ago, when he came to the palace to visit Her Royal Highness Rosie, all the nobles who intended to find trouble with him could not even get close to him and were all knocked to the ground. There were even rumors that said that this man seemed to have shown a royal token to the outside, proving that he had gained the trust of someone in the royal family and had a very close relationship with this person. The various deeds made the name of Xian spread very fiercely among the nobles and knights recently, and made many people feel strong hostility towards him. If not for the fact that the other party possessed extraordinary strength and the token of the royal family, which prevented him from making a move, the people who were looking for trouble with him would have already trampled through the doorstep of his residence. Unfortunately, this person was still living with the Lazahad family and was under the protection of the Lazahad family. He couldn't even use some small tricks. In just a few days, who knew how many young masters of aristocratic families were so depressed that they vomited blood because they couldn't touch him? Unfortunately, Limjo was one of them. Of course, Limjo did not touch Shuren, nor was he depressed to the point of vomiting blood, but it was impossible to say that he had no feelings for Shuren. This was not only because the mission given to him by his family was likely to be obstructed by this man, or even lead to failure. It was also because Limjo had also long fallen in love with Her Royal Highness. In the beginning, Limjo did not have any feelings for Her Royal Highness. His character was influenced by his cold-blooded father and iron-blooded family style. He was also a little ruthless and indifferent. At first, he also came to the capital with the intention of completing his family's mission and achieving his family's unspeakable goal. He had no special feelings for Her Royal Highness. However, when he came to the capital and saw Her Royal Highness in front of the palace at noon with the sea of people, at that moment, Limjo fell for her. That awe-inspiring figure, perfect behavior, beautiful face, and powerful magic that could shake one's heart instantly subdued this cold and indifferent family weapon. Since then, Limjo did not show it on the surface, but his heart had long been dedicated to the princess, and he swore that he must get Her Royal Highness. Only this person was worthy of possessing her sincerity and making her give up everything. Limjo was also very patient. He did not expose his thoughts, but worked hard to establish a foothold in the royal guards. He knew that it would not work to pursue Her Royal Highness Rosie in the ordinary way. Those young masters of noble families who were rejected in the princess bedroom every day were living examples. Therefore, Limjo had been enduring, working hard to train himself, develop himself, and strive to be able to stand out in the royal guards. That was because the royal guards were a force that belonged directly to the royal family, and every night and it was actually their duty to protect the people of the royal family. And the people of the royal family would usually choose 1 or 2 royal guards from the royal guards as their personal guards to protect their own safety. The current King Ansefalg's knight was the kingdom's strongest legendary knight, Alidia Albion. The king's eldest daughter, the first princess, Riyad Ella, also had a knight by her side, and he was also a member of the royal guards. His family was another knight family in the capital, second only to the Albion family. According to this rule, Her Royal Highness Rosie should also have a knight by her side. However, Her Royal Highness Rosie had not chosen anyone as her knight. She only established a female knight order for the convenience of official business, the Holy Sword Knights. This knight order served as Her Royal Highness Rosie's personal guards, helping Her Royal Highness Rosie complete all official business. However, unlike the royal guards, who could stay in the same room with Her Royal Highness Rosie and protect her closely, their relationship was undoubtedly more distant. Limjo's goal was to become Her Royal Highness Rosie's knight, so that he could be close to her. For this, Limjo had worked hard for 2 years and had been developing quietly. It wasn't until Xian's sudden appearance in the past few days that Limjo's steady and sure actions had some hindrances. That was why Barry was here. Looking at the current situation, it is no longer the time for you to slowly start your own plan. Barry said coldly, in a few days, you will follow me to the palace to see Her Majesty. See? Limjo looked at his father and said in a deep voice, what does father plan to do? It's very simple, directly propose to Her Majesty. Barry said lightly, of course, if it is too direct, the possibility of being rejected is very high, but I will make some arrangements and use the adventurer named Shuren. Use? Limjo was puzzled. You don't have to think too much. Barry ignored Limjo's puzzlement, turned around, and said, when the time comes, you just have to cooperate with me. Yes. Limjo lowered his eyes and responded in a low voice. In his mind, the beautiful face of Her Royal Highness Rosie flashed again, causing Limjo's hand to clench into a fist. In his heart, a stream of heat like magma surged in Limjo's body. After that, it was another uneventful few days. In the past few days, Shuren and the others, who were staying at Lazahad's house, lived their lives as usual. The same was true for Shuren. Every day, he would either follow Ter around and help her deal with some troubles, or he would be summoned by a few letters from a princess and become the princess's companion. At night, there would be beautiful girls following him to bathe. Life was simply too comfortable. However, Shuren's side was not the same. At least, in the past few days, there was an extra person following Shuren around. That person was naturally Aie. Where are you going? What are you going to do? I'm going with you. These were probably the few words that Aie had said the most in the past few days. This little girl really intended to observe Shuren, or rather, to monitor him. She had been following Shuren around, going back and forth. Except for sleeping, bathing, and entering the palace, she almost stuck to Shuren's side the rest of the time. Even when Shuren secretly followed behind Ter to protect her, this little girl followed him. After seeing what Shuren was doing, she seemed to be interested in it. She actually learned from him and helped him secretly. To be specific, she used stones to injure those who might threaten Ter, so that they could not attack her. However, unlike Shuren, Aie did not learn the throwing skill. Throwing stones at people was almost a disaster in the hands of this little girl. After all, without the throwing skill, Aie naturally did not have any throwing skills. She completely relied on her strength to throw the stones. Regardless of whether the throw was accurate or not, its power was as terrifying as a rocket. After it was thrown, there was a shock wave, and the air was heated due to the friction. The ground that was hit directly exploded, and the people in the surrounding area were blown away. It was simply frightening. Of course, if it was not for the fact that the throw was inaccurate, it would not be as simple as just frightening people. Therefore, after that, Shuren strictly forbade this little girl from throwing stones, which made her quite dissatisfied. Little did he know that while this little girl was dissatisfied, Shuren was also silently sweating. I originally thought that I was already very powerful, but after coming to the capital, it seems that I've met even more powerful people. First, it was Rosie, and now, it was Aie. These two girls were very powerful, and Shuren did not feel that he could completely defeat them. Especially Aie. Although Shan did not think that he could win easily against Rosie, he did not think that he would lose easily either. It could be considered as a match. But Aie was different. This girl was too unfathomable. Until now, Shuren had not felt her magic power, which made Shuren feel that he had really met someone stronger than him. He did not have the slightest feeling that he could win against her. This was also the first person that Shuren had truly met who he had no chance of winning against. Even the legendary knight Alidia that he had met previously did not give Shuren such a feeling. But Aie did it. Shuren did not dare to underestimate this feeling. Because of the existence of the war god skill, Shuren's battle instincts were extremely high. Since he felt that he could not win against Aie, then he reckoned that he really could not win. Therefore, Shuren was sure that Aie was stronger than him, and by a lot. Even if the seal of the Holy Sword was completely unlocked, it was very difficult to say whether he could win or not. This made Shuren once again certain that Aie was definitely a hidden big boss, and the kind that was boundlessly powerful. Looks like I have to work hard. Shuren was stimulated and began to think about how he could learn new skills or magic to further improve his strength. But just as Shuren was about to work hard, something came and interrupted his ambitions. Get ready, we are going to the palace to meet the king. On this day, Vivian brought back such news. Yes. After almost a week, Vivian and the others finally completed the handover with the palace, and could enter the palace to meet the king. The list of people who participated in the meeting was Balin, Vivian, Arliss, Leon, and Shuren. Balin was the knight's representative from Remigen. Vivian, Arliss, and Leon each represented their own adventurer teams. As for Shuren, as the number one hero and the center of this mission, he had to participate in this meeting. The others were not on the list and could not participate in the meeting, and could only wait outside for news. And so, Shuren followed Vivian to the palace. Palace, reception room. Here, the people who were preparing for the meeting gathered together. Long time no see, you too. Arliss was the first to see Shuren and Vivian. He first laughed and greeted them without feeling like they were strangers, and then looked at Shuren, his face full of confusion. Long time no see. Leon also stood up and greeted, but his eyes could not help but turn to look at Shuren, his eyes full of confusion. Balin merely nodded, but his gaze was also cast on Sean. There seemed to be complicated emotions in his eyes. This scene made Shuren dumbfounded. Why are you looking at me like that? Shuren looked confused. Balin and Leon were silent. Arliss, on the other hand, came in front of Shuren, clucked his tongue in wonder, and laughed strangely. I didn't expect that you would make such a big name for yourself after coming to the capital for such a short period of time. You really scared me to death. Hearing this, Shuren more or less understood what had happened. As expected, how on earth did you get involved with the peerless princess? Arliss's face was full of gossip, but he asked with extreme jealousy, Teach me, Shuren. You don't know, when I saw Her Highness in front of the palace, I was stunned until the crowd dispersed. These days, I have been dreaming of Her Highness every day, but you, kid, can become intimate with Her Highness. You don't know how envious I am. Arliss said these words very calmly, and Vivian couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Balin and Leon also seemed to remember the time when they saw Her Highness, and their eyes could not help but show infatuation. Especially Leon, his eyes were full of infatuation and infatuation. It could be seen that he was really infatuated with Her Highness. Because of this, the way Leon looked at Sean was not the same as before. In addition to envy and jealousy, there was also a faint trace of hostility. Seeing this, Shuren was speechless. Good news does not go out, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. But, was this a bad thing? Yes, it must be. It had to be said that Sean's name had been ringing in the ears of Balin and the rest during this period of time, without stopping for even a moment. Although the news about Shuren was only spread among the nobles and knights, in order to gather information about Shuren, those fellows would either entrust someone to investigate or personally inquire about Shuren. In the end, they would naturally look for Balin, Arliss, Leon, and the others, hoping to get some information about Shuren from them. This was especially so for Balin. Due to his status as a noble, many nobles with a higher status than him had personally invited him as a guest. They were either beating around the bush or asking directly, hoping to pry information about Shuren from Balin's mouth. Under such circumstances, most of the information about Shuren was known to the nobles. Otherwise, how could they even know about the unique skill that Shuren had fabricated? They had only heard about it from Balin and the others. Balin and the others had encountered such things many times, so of course they would have their suspicions. In the end, they communicated with them. Well, the things that Shuren had done in the royal capital these days were all exposed. Even Vivian already knew about the personal relationship between Shuren and Rosie. After the incident, she had asked him more than once in surprise about how things had turned out this way. From this, it could be seen that the matter between Shuren and Rosie had indeed attracted a lot of attention. If this went on, perhaps one day, even the commoners would know about this matter. This gave Shuren a headache, but it also made Balin, Leon, and Arliss very envious and jealous. They were really shocked after seeing Rosie. Like many others, they were instantly subdued by the princess. Even Shuren could not help but be stunned for a long time when he first saw Rosie. Since then, even people like Lucia and Marika admired and longed for Rosie, let alone these sons of bitches who had been single for so long. No, that's not right. Among the three of them, only Alice was single in his mother's womb. He did not even have a lover, let alone a marriage. Balin was already 28 years old and had a wife and a concubine. He was definitely a winner in life. Not to mention Leon, he was living off women like a skyscraper. However, even so, they were completely dumbfounded when they first met Rosie. They were stunned and then fell for her. How could they not be envious and jealous of Shurin? Arliss was fine, at least she wouldn't daydream, but Belen and Lion were different. Between the two of them, one was a local nobleman who was hoping to climb up the social ladder, while the other was a pretty boy who relied on women to get rich. With Rosie's unparalleled looks, strength, and status, it was impossible for her not to seduce these two toads. No, it was impossible for them to seduce the hearts of two grown men. Therefore, at this moment, even Balin looked at Shurin with a complicated gaze, not to mention Leon, who almost regarded Shurin as an enemy. Balin did not expect that this new adventurer, whom she thought was only lucky enough to get to know Xianxia and suppress Killian, would become an influential figure in the royal city in less than half a month. Leon did not expect that this demon would be appreciated by Her Royal Highness. With his identity as an adventurer, he could climb up the social ladder. I can do it too. It was not that Leon did not have such an idea. However, at the thought of Shurin's amazing strength, Leon was discouraged. Even if he wanted to climb up the social ladder of the princess, he would need to be qualified. Back in the Lameshan world, Leon's methods could still fool those who had not seen much of the world, or those who only lusted after his good looks. But here in the royal capital, Leon had used Eudelus's connections to visit many families. In the end, his methods, which had always worked well, were met with nothing but a rebuff. The reason was simple. This place was not like Lamejin, which was located in a remote area. There were a lot of influential families here, and they were naturally inclined to marry each other. How could they not protect the little white flowers in their families? Moreover, the royal city was known as the center of the world. All the outstanding people from all over the world would appear here. Among them, there was no lack of people who were good-looking, powerful, and even had impeccable family backgrounds. How could Leon, who only relied on his face to make a living, compete with them? In Lamejin, those who were powerful did not necessarily have good looks, and those who had good family backgrounds did not necessarily have good looks. Handsome men, regardless of whether they were powerful or not, did not necessarily know how to coax women. That was why Leon, a pretty boy with good looks and tricks, was able to do well in the royal city. But in the royal capital, all the outstanding talents were gathered here, and there were a lot of them. Those who were better than Leon were also gathered in piles, so it was not his turn to make trouble. Because of this, Leon did not gain anything in the past few days. Even Eudelus had distanced herself from him after seeing so many outstanding talents in the royal city. If he still wanted to flirt with the peerless princess, he would not even be able to enter the royal palace. He might even be thrown into the lake to feed the fishes. After learning this cruel fact, Leon only had one kind of feeling. In the words of his previous life, it would be, "The city is full of tricks. I want to go back to the village." That was it. So, Leon decided to go back to Lamejin and changed his target. As long as he could become the son-in-law of a minor noble in Lamejin, he would be satisfied. Of course, when he compared his treatment to that of Shurin, Leon could not help but feel jealous. Even so, he did not dare to offend Shurin. After all, he was said to have a token of the royal family. He was equivalent to an agent of the royal family. Offend him, he would not be able to live off a woman for the rest of his life. He would have to live off a man. Yes, depending on a woman was equivalent to living off a woman, but depending on a man was equivalent to living off a man. Shurin did not know that they were thinking so much. He just said humbly, "There is no such thing as that. There's no such thing. Don't listen to other people's nonsense. That's Her Royal Highness we're talking about." Shurin tried his best to disassociate himself from this. Hearing this, Balin, Leon, and Alice's expressions became a little better. At this moment, a female knight came in from outside the reception room. "May I know if Mr. Shurin is here? Her Royal Highness Roselle invites you over. She brought such news." Everyone looked at each other in silence. Then, Balin, Leon, and Alice all looked at Shurin. It was as if he was looking at a dog. Bang! When a loud knock sounded in the princess's bedroom, a cry of pain echoed in the room. It hurts. Rosie covered her head and squatted on the ground with tears in her eyes. It was obvious that she had been hit hard. The culprit who knocked the princess's head was Xian, who had just entered the door and knocked the princess on the head without saying anything when she ran to greet him joyfully. What are you doing? Rosie immediately complained in a tearful voice. Xian snorted coldly. I should be the one asking you this question, right? Xian did not admit his mistake, but said, what are you doing? Why did you ask someone to find me? Can't I ask you to come here? Rosie shouted with great grievance, I asked someone to wait outside when I heard that you would come to see me today, and called you here when you appeared. You have no conscience. I have no conscience? You are stupid. Xian ignored Rosie's grievances and directly scolded, you clearly knew that if you called me over in front of others, they would definitely hate me to the core. You still did this. You're absolutely stupid, aren't you? Why? Rosie's grievance turned into dissatisfaction. Instead of answering, she asked, are you afraid? Afraid? Xian was so angry that he laughed and said, I'm afraid that you won't know when I get hit with a stick. With that, Xian raised his hand and was about to hit Rosie again. Rosie was startled and quickly jumped away with her agile movements. In an instant, she was more than 5 meters away from Xian. I'm warning you, don't hit me again. Attacking the princess is a serious crime. Rosie looked serious. Is that so? Xian also looked serious and said, then what is the crime of molesting the princess? As he said this, Xian stretched out his hands toward Rosie, as if he was ready to pounce on her, but also as if he wanted to rub something. His palms moved in a very irregular and embarrassing way. What are you doing? I'm warning you, don't do anything stupid. Rosie opened her eyes wide and could not help but step back. She gritted her teeth and said, put your hands down. That action is too obscene. Haha. Xian threw out 2 very sarcastic words, and then slowly approached Rosie. Rosie immediately retreated with them, grimacing in a threatening manner. Her lips trembled as if she was afraid, like a victim who was about to be killed in an indescribable way. At this time, a knock sounded on the door. Your Highness, someone from the palace has come to inform you. The voice of a female knight could be heard. At this moment, the appearance of the 2 people in the room changed. What did they say? Rosie's pitiful and helpless bunny-like appearance disappeared in an instant. She became awe-inspiring and calm, and her pleasant voice carried a sense of majesty as it spread out. Rosie, this tea is good. Xian, on the other hand, sat down unknowingly. He picked up the teacup without any tea and drank a mouthful of air. He was like an experienced tea drinker as he appraised the tea calmly. Xian sat down, picked up the empty teacup, took a sip of air, and evaluated the tea like an old customer. They said that after the meeting, Your Highness, please bring Mr. Xian to the King's Hall directly. They said that after the meeting, Your Highness, please bring Mr. Xian directly to the Royal Hall. Okay, I got it. You can leave. Rosie's tone was still very calm. Yes. Only then did the female knight leave. Hearing that there was no more movement outside the door, the calmness on Xian and Rosie's faces finally collapsed. Fortunately, they did not come in directly. Otherwise, if they saw the scene just now, my reputation would be ruined. Xian patted his chest, still feeling a lingering fear. Your reputation is ruined? My chastity was almost ruined. Rosie said angrily, besides, the female knights under my command would not come in without my permission. Your worry is unnecessary. Then why are you still acting so enthusiastically like me? Xian rolled his eyes and said, as expected of someone who has been playing the role of a flawless princess for many years. You're a drama queen, aren't you? What's a drama queen? Please don't say words from another world that I don't understand from time to time, okay? Rosie said helplessly, also, don't do that kind of thing in the future even if you are acting. I thought you would really pounce on me. Xian's hand movements paused. He raised his eyes and looked at Rosie, not concealing some of the emotions in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Rosie was startled at first, then the corner of her eyes twitched. She suddenly thought of a possibility. Don't tell me you were really going to pounce on me just now? Rosie asked with uncertainty and trepidation. What do you think? Sharon showed a bright smile to Rosie and gave her another look, letting her experience it for herself. Rosie experienced it for herself. Just now, Sharon definitely wanted to pounce on her. At that time, with his perverted character, Rosie could not help but feel uncomfortable just thinking about what would happen to her body when his hands made obscene gestures. Don't tell me, being alone with you is actually very dangerous? Rosie realized this. Hee. Once again, Sharon threw the extremely sarcastic and malicious word at Rosie. Rosie was silent. After a while, not only did Rosie not leave Sharon, but she also walked over and sat in front of Sharon. The distance between them was much closer than any other time in the past. Instantly, Sharon was dumbfounded. Rosie, on the other hand, laughed proudly. Do you think that by using this method to scare me, I will not dare to be alone with you in the future, and I will not dare to let you into my room again? Rosie said disdainfully, is this your goal? I will not let you succeed. Sharon was speechless, then smacked his lips. The plan failed. Seeing Sharon's reaction, Rosie knew that she had guessed correctly, and suddenly felt weak all over. This guy was still as annoying as ever. Had he forgotten that she was so busy every day that she almost had no time to rest? In order to spare some time to chat with him, did he know how much effort she had put in? She had worked so hard, but this guy still looked very reluctant to be with her. It really made her want to bite him to death. But why every time after that, when she was bored with her work, she could not help but want to find him to accompany her? She really did not understand. Not knowing that Rosie's feelings were so complicated, Sharon said unwillingly. What if I really want to take advantage of you? Are you not afraid of what if? Sharon seemed to be making a final struggle, which made Rosie angry. Like I said, if you can do it, then you have the ability. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want. Rosie's tone was very aggressive. Did he really think that this princess was easy to bully? Fight, this princess has never lost before. After a while, Sharon and Rosie finally calmed down. At this time, Rosie finally revealed the reason why she called Sharon over. The meeting later will be very complicated, you have to be careful. Rosie suddenly blurted out these words without any rhyme or reason. What's wrong? Sharon was stunned, not understanding what was going on. Rosie immediately explained to Sharon. This time, not only will my father, my sister, and members of the royal family be present, but almost all of the nobles in the capital will be present as well. Even the nobles who are not from the capital will be present. In addition, all of the knights of the Imperial Guard will be present. The lineup will be as large as the annual Qing Kingdom ceremony. Rosie's words shocked Sharon. Why is the lineup so big? Sharon was very surprised. Rosie was not surprised and continued to explain to Sharon. That's because the large-scale assassination 10 years ago had such a huge impact. Rosie said solemnly, you were not involved, so you don't know. That day, it was a nightmare for the entire capital. Hundreds and thousands of old demons sneaked into the capital, each with a mission to assassinate a specific target. Overnight, the capital fell into chaos. There were casualties in every noble family, and the first to die must be an important person in the family. The first to die was the head of the family, followed by the next strong contender for the position of the head of the family. Under such circumstances, some nobles' entire families were killed without a single survivor. Some also suffered heavy casualties. Even if they were lucky enough to escape and discover the attack, in order to defend against the old demons, the knights and personal guards of the families also had to pay a heavy price. In the end, even the nobles who had the ability to protect themselves in such chaos couldn't be relieved. Because after the attackers sent by the old demon race confirmed that they couldn't complete their mission, they rushed to the streets and cast powerful magic, dragging a large number of civilians into it. At this point, Rosie's tone became very cold and angry. Sharon also frowned and stopped joking. Sharon had always known that the large-scale assassination 10 years ago was a big event, but even if he knew, he did not feel it was real and did not know how big it was. Now, Sharon more or less understood. At least from Rosie's oral description, he could imagine how chaotic, panicked and dark the capital was at that time. But Rosie was not finished. Not only the local nobles in the capital, but the nobles from other territories in the capital were also killed. The knights were also targeted, and the palace was also invaded. Rosie let out a breath and said, after that, although we went through a night of fighting and killed more than 90% of the old demon faction, the three masterminds at that time still managed to escape. Even the important items that were sealed in the palace were stolen. As she said, Rosie glanced at Shuren. Shuren knew that Rosie was referring to Xianxia. However, before Rosie mentioned Xianxia, Shuren spoke first. Are you all right? Shuren could not help but ask. 10 years ago, not only was Rosie still young, but Vivian, Ter, Lily, and the others were also living in King City. And with their status and importance to the future of the kingdom, it was impossible that the old demons did not target them. Thinking of this, although Shuren knew that Rosie and the others were definitely fine, or else they would not be fine now, he could not help but ask. The few of us are fine. Rosie seemed to understand what Shuren meant. She muttered to herself, at least you have a conscience, you still care about me. Then, she said, although I was not as powerful as I am now, I had the holy sword and unique skills. Even if I was attacked, I could more or less deal with it. Ter would also be fine with the Elbasan family. After all, there are powerful knights in that family. The Lazahad family was also fine because of Vivian's protection. There was a lot of information in these words. Firstly, it told Shuren that Rosie, who was only 7 years old at that time, was already able to deal with the attack of the old demons alone. She was much stronger. Secondly, it also told Shuren that Vivian, who was also 7 years old at that time, could also protect the Lazahad family and keep them safe. Aren't these two girls breaking the rules too much? Rosie had the holy sword in hand. Even if she was only level 20 at that time, with the blessing of the holy sword, she could reach level 70. Coupled with her unique skills, it was not impossible for her to block the attack of the old demons. But Vivian could also do this, and even had the strength to protect others. This was really unexpected to Shuren. Could this be related to the so-called guardian of the kingdom that Aie mentioned before? Shuren pondered. At the same time, Shuren also guessed why this visit was so grand. It seems that you understand. Rosie nodded and said, the incident 10 years ago is closely related to more than half of the nobles in the Mitra kingdom. Now, 2 of the masterminds have been suppressed by you, and the other one has contact with you. The rest of the old demons have been annihilated by you. They have no choice but to attend such a big event. Moreover, they must confirm the death of their enemy. Otherwise, this will be a knot in the hearts of all the nobles, and a stain on more than half of the nobles in the Mitra kingdom. In addition, one of the masterminds was once under the command of the demons, a subordinate of a cadre under the command of the demon dragon. The demons also attach great importance to this matter, so the cadre of the demon dragon will attend this visit. In this way, the lineup could only be bigger, and it couldn't be any smaller. This made Shuren finally understand why a visit needed more than a week of preparation before it could be carried out. It seemed that this was all to inform all parties involved and wait for them to attend. Moreover, there were so many people, and each of them had their own standpoint and thoughts. When the time came, it was easy to imagine how complicated the situation would be. Some people have been looking for the murderer because their loved ones were killed, hoping to get revenge, but there has been no progress for a whole 10 years. In the end, it was solved by an unknown new adventurer like you. They may doubt or even not believe it. Some people want to use this occasion to put pressure on the demons and make them take responsibility. At that time, you, the central figure who solved the matter, will also be involved. Some people may think that you are a helper of the demons, and in order to eliminate the impact of this incident on the demons, you directed and acted on your own. At first glance, it seems that the culprits have been suppressed, but in fact, it is very likely to be fake news. Some people will constantly observe the situation, trying to find something beneficial for themselves from this incident, and strive for enough benefits. With all these ideas intertwined, do you think it won't be complicated? And as the central figure of this incident, how can you not be involved? I just want to give you this reminder. After listening to Rosie's explanation, the corner of Shuren's mouth twitched, and his face was full of displeasure. Previously, he had acted rashly because he was unhappy with the behavior of Balin and the others. In the end, when he came to the capital this time, he actually had to be involved in the intrigue of these nobles, these people really had nothing better to do after eating their fill. Are you angry? Seeing Sharon's extremely unhappy expression, Rosie seemed to find it funny and said so. Nonsense. Sharon still looked unhappy and said, although I'm not doing this for any merit, whether it was subduing Killian or defeating the old demons including B though, those are undoubtedly meritorious deeds, right? Is this how you treat meritorious people? Whether it was B though, Killian or the old demons, they were clearly wanted criminals who stirred up the kingdom into hell 10 years ago. Many of the nobles in the kingdom also suffered greatly and hated them. But now, Sharon, the great hero who got rid of the main culprit, not only did he not receive any reward or gratitude, but he was also passively involved in this boring power dispute and suspicion. These guys really deserved to be slaughtered by the old demons. But this was the nobles. As the saying goes, every man for himself, heaven and earth will destroy him. The more involved a matter was, the more thoughts and considerations would intertwine, and in the end, it would lead to a result that was not satisfactory at all. Again, the reality was often crueler than imagined. All the disputes and conflicts of interests could not be like what was written in novels, where there was no back and forth, but full of all kinds of accidents and variables. Even the omnipotent supreme God had a natural enemy like the demon king, didn't he? This proved that even God couldn't have everything go according to his wishes. In this regard, Rosie comforted him. Of course, the kingdom will not mistreat meritorious people, otherwise, no one would serve the kingdom. Rosie smiled and said, don't be too angry. Although some people do have bad intentions, there are also many who are on your side. Is that so? Sharon was slightly startled. Of course. Rosie said with certainty, for example, me, father, and sister. We all want to affirm your merit and recognize your potential. If that's the case, your merit will definitely not escape. If it goes well, you may even be conferred a title and become a noble. Hearing this, Sharon curled his lips and looked disapproving. Become a noble? Was the kingdom planning to make him work for it and tie him to this country? Although this would not mistreat Sharon, there was also the consideration of the royal family. Not only would Sharon not feel happy, but he would also feel annoyed. As for the Lazahad family, Lord Mejus should also be on your side. In this way, the Lazahad family's vassals and those who are close to you will be on your side. Rosie didn't know if she saw Sharon's annoyance, but she laughed and said. Other than that, there are also the families that are loyal to the royal family. Now that the royal family has expressed their support for you, they will only choose to stand on your side. Then there are the other nobles. They are truly grateful to you for avenging them and annihilating the old demon's faction. Otherwise, they have a good impression of you and are looking forward to your future. They want to rope you in or invest in you. There are quite a few of them. Rosie tried to boost Sean's confidence. Are you sure that after interacting with you, there will still be nobles who will have a good impression of me? Are you sure that the nobles will have a good impression of me after interacting with you? His words made Rosie speechless. Would there still be nobles who would have a good impression of Sharon? Would any noble have a good impression of Sean? In addition, there were nobles who thought that the princess should marry a foreign prince or an important person from another race to consolidate or even strengthen the kingdom's position. Knowing that Rosie was too close to an ordinary adventurer like Sharon, how could they have a good impression of Sharon? In addition, there were nobles who thought that the princess should marry a prince of a foreign country or an important figure of another race to consolidate or even strengthen the status of the kingdom. How could they have a good impression of Sean, an ordinary adventurer, when they knew that Rosie and Sean were too close? Moreover, it was unknown whether those families that were loyal to the royal family would really pretend to be one way on the surface and another way on the inside. Furthermore, there were nobles who thought that the princess should marry a foreign prince or an important figure from another race to consolidate or even strengthen the kingdom's position. Knowing that Rosie was too close to an adventurer like Sharon, how could they have a good impression of Sharon? Perhaps during the meeting later, Sharon would be stabbed in the back by these people who he thought were on his side. That feeling. It would definitely be sour. At the thought of this, Rosie's expression became uneasy and her eyes revealed a timid look. To describe it in one sentence, she was pitiful, weak, and helpless. Rosie said weakly. Why don't you try to expose your identity as a hero? If he was a true hero, this identity would undoubtedly be the most suitable for Rosie. If it was in the past, the identity of a hero alone could make countless countries offer their princesses to him and beg him to accept them. But now, I don't mind. Shuren said straightforwardly, anyway, I'm from another world. Even if the gods, humans, and demons really start a war and kill each other, it has nothing to do with me. I've already done my best. Wasn't that right? Shuren did not want to expose his identity as a hero for two reasons. Firstly, he did not want to get into trouble. Secondly, he did not want to get into trouble because of him and cause the peace between the gods, humans, and demons that had been maintained for thousands of years to collapse. If he was a local, why would Shuren care about peaches? Pretend that I didn't say anything. Rosie instantly shut herself up. Sigh. Shuren could only sigh and mumble to himself, forget it. If something unpleasant really happens, I have my own way of dealing with it. His words made the autistic Rosie shudder in an instant. What? What do you want? Rosie was a little frightened. She had no choice. Although she had only known Shuren for a short time, Rosie had more or less understood this man's nature. This was a guy who did not play by the rules and had an extremely strange imagination. When he was honest, he would be very honest. When he was dishonest, he would definitely do something that would make everyone collapse. However, this guy was a genuine hero. His strength was not inferior to hers, and even the holy sword he held seemed to be much stronger than the one her ancestor had. What would happen if he really went crazy? Calm down first. Don't be impulsive. We can discuss things slowly, right? Right? Rosie could not help but blurt out. She even clasped one of his hands as if to prevent Sean from acting recklessly. She was just short of pressing her body against him. Don't worry. I won't do anything. Don't you know me? I'm an honest man. Shuren naturally showed an obedient expression to Rosie. But Rosie wanted to scold him. You're honest, if you're honest, the old demons can become good people who maintain world peace and order. Rosie suddenly felt that the worst thing about this meeting was not the nobles, but the man in front of her. Rosie's original intention was to remind Shuren that Shuren should not be tricked by some of the nobles' words and be targeted during the audience. Other than that, Rosie was not worried about the audience. Although this visit was indeed complicated, it was only complicated. It was impossible for there to be any danger. Not to mention, since the king and princess of the royal family had decided to stand on Shuren's side, coupled with the help of the Lazahad and Elbian families, who would dare to do anything, the royal family was still the royal family. Even if they were not a dictatorship, they still had the right to speak above any of the nobles. Unless there was strong opposition from the majority, the royal family's decisions would basically be implemented. Therefore, the meeting this time was very complicated, but as long as Sean did not fall into the trap of being caught, and behaved himself, it would be a matter between the royal family and the nobles, no matter how complicated it was. It was unlikely that anything would happen to Sean. What belonged to him would eventually belong to him. But now, Rosie felt that she should really worry about the audience. However, was it too late to worry about it now? It was too late. At least, when Rosie was still trying to persuade Shuren, but Shuren turned a deaf ear to her, a voice came from outside the door again. Your Highness, the audience is about to begin. Please bring Mr. Shuren to the King's Hall. Hearing this, Rosie was in despair. On the contrary, Shuren acted as if nothing had happened. All the displeasure from before had disappeared. He stood up slowly and said, Let's go. After saying that, Shuren took the lead and walked out. Goddess of fate, please protect the Mitra kingdom from being destroyed by that guy. Rosie could only resign herself to her fate and stand up. She sighed as she followed them. King's Hall. This was a hall located in the center of the palace, and at the highest point. The hall was extremely vast, solemn. It emanated a solemn atmosphere, and it caused the atmosphere here to seem even more tense than other places. At this moment, there were already many people in the reception hall. First, there was a group of knights lined up neatly on the left side of the hall like an army. This group of knights were all wearing expensive equipment. Their armor was pure white and glowed, and there were magical waves. This told others that these equipment were all magical tools. Even the swords hanging on their waists were all magical weapons. It fully showed what it meant to be rich and powerful, and what it meant to be a group of knights of the highest level. These knights were the royal guards that the kingdom was proud of. At this moment, these imperial guards were all standing there with solemn expressions on their faces. The aura that they emitted was also very powerful. Clearly, they were all experts. Apart from these imperial knights, there were also nobles who were dressed extravagantly. They gathered on the right side of the hall, facing the royal knights. Unlike the knights who exuded a powerful aura, the royal knights seemed more capable, intelligent. However, there were also some who looked ordinary, useless, and even useless. It was a stark contrast to the royal knights who were strict and disciplined. Vivian, Balin, Leon, and Arliss were on the right side, standing obediently. Other than Vivian, who was as gentle and calm as ever, and Arliss, who was as carefree as ever, Balin and Leon looked a little nervous. Especially Leon, his face was covered in sweat. It was obvious that he had never seen such a big scene before. Now, the meeting was about to begin. Apart from the royal knights, the nobles and the civil officials seemed to be whispering to each other, communicating about something. Not long after, this scene was interrupted. When Sean and Rosie walked into the king's hall together, everyone in the king's hall seemed to have made an agreement with each other. They all stopped talking and cast their gazes over at the same time. Sean only felt that a series of gazes were focused on him in an instant, making his body sink as if there was an invisible weight pressing down on him. Rosie, on the other hand, stood beside Sean. Her posture was elegant and her expression was calm. She had completely entered princess mode. Even so, she did not stray too far from Shuren. Instead, she followed him closely. This made Shuren feel that the gazes on him had become heavier and sharper. Obviously, many people disliked Shuren for being together with the kingdom's most precious treasure. Shuren could feel many judgmental gazes on him. Some were even extremely unkind, and some were extremely annoyed. Unfortunately, Shuren had already prepared himself for this. Therefore, Shuren raised his head and smiled in his heart. Then, Shuren made a move that he had already decided beforehand. Duh. Shuren stepped out with one of his feet. The sound of his footsteps could be heard clearly. At this moment, the magical power in his body boiled and turned into a shocking aura that suddenly burst out from Shuren's body. This was one of Shuren's max-level skills, oppression. Just like that, the terrifying aura turned into a tangible pressure that covered the entire grand hall with a loud rumble. At this moment, everyone in the royal hall had a change of expression. Including Vivian. Including Balem, Lion, and Arliss. Of course, it also included Rosie, who was following closely beside Shuren. Everyone could clearly feel a very terrifying pressure pressing down on them. The expressions of the royal knights changed abruptly. The nobles and officials were even more shocked. Shuren had given everyone a show of strength. And this was not the end. With the clear sound of footsteps, Shuren slowly walked into the royal hall and headed towards the throne. This scene was like a king who was about to ascend to his throne. It shocked everyone so much that they could not breathe. Moreover, with every step Shuren took and the distance between him and the people present, the aura that emanated from his body became even more majestic and terrifying. Everyone felt the pressure on them getting heavier and heavier, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Finally, Pa. One of the officials could not take it anymore and knelt on the spot. Pa. 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 All of a sudden, it seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. One by one, the nobles and officials could not help but knelt on the ground. Their faces were filled with fear, and not a single trace of blood could be seen on their faces. Ugh. Ah. Even the royal knights seemed to have become short of breath. Some could not help but take a step back, while others clenched their teeth and persevered. They looked at Shuren with eyes full of fear. In the end, even Vivian could not help but reveal a grave expression. Balem and Arliss also knelt on one knee. Needless to say, Lion had already collapsed on the ground, his face full of fear. Among the people present, only a few people could completely withstand this aura. One was Rosie, who was silent for a while and finally sighed. She quietly followed beside Shuren. One was Alidia, who stood at the forefront of the royal knights and stared at Shuren expressionlessly. There were also a few people on the thrones. Logically speaking, there should only be one king on the throne. Even if there was more than one king, the rest of the people could only accompany him. Only the king could truly sit on the throne. But in this world, it was different. Because in this world, divine power was above royal power. Therefore, no matter which country it was, there might be a position other than the throne that appeared on the throne. Right now, there were 3 people seated on the thrones. First was the king sitting on the throne in the center, Ansaforger. The king looked at Shuren, who slowly walked over step by step, exuding an amazing aura. The look in his eyes kept changing. Then, there was an old man with gray hair sitting on the left of the throne in the center, dressed like a clergyman. He was the person in charge of the temple, the representative of the Protoss in the human world, and also the manager of all the temples and clergymen in the human world. Compared to the king of a country, his status was not inferior to the Pope, Yule. Yule was also looking at Shuren. Feeling the aura exuding from Shuren, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Finally, there was a young-looking young demon sitting on the right of the throne in the center. He was one of the cadres directly under the dragon demon, the superior demons of the superior demons. In terms of status, he was only below the 6 demons. The magical wave he exuded was even more powerful. In the entire royal hall, he was second only to Shuren and Rosie, Xianxia. This major cadre of the demons was also looking at Shuren at this time. His eyes were filled with interest. Ansi, Yule, and Xianxia. These 3 were sitting on the throne. Just like Rosie and Alidia, they were not oppressed by Shuren's aura at all. This proved their strength. Of course, there were also some people who were oppressed, but they did not lose their composure like the others. For example, there were some people in the Knight Squad who were surging with magical power to resist the oppressive aura. For example, there were also some nobles who were strong enough to resist the oppressive aura acting on them. For example, there was a noble woman who looked somewhat similar to Rosie, who was standing closest to the throne, right next to Alidia. Although she was not as beautiful as Rosie, she was still as beautiful as a flower. She was curiously observing Shuren. Shuren's display of power caused chaos in the entire royal hall, causing all kinds of expressions to appear on everyone's faces. It was not until Shuren came before the throne that the aura that covered the entire royal hall was suddenly withdrawn. Your Majesty. Only then did Shan act as if nothing had happened. He gave a knight's salute to Anchi, as if nothing had happened. This was what Rosie had taught Shan on the way here. Originally, Rosie had taught Shuren the courtesy of a subject, which required him to kneel on one knee. However, Shuren had refused without hesitation. In the end, it was changed to a knight's salute. However, Shuren was not a knight. Only the Knight Squad could salute in front of the throne. The rest of the knights still had to salute in front of the king. Therefore, an adventurer like Shuren might be seen as disrespectful if he saluted in front of the throne. If it wasn't for the shock from the previous trip. Now, after the shock just now, the people around were still looking at Shuren in fear. Not to mention reprimanding him, they could not even react. Their faces were dull. Good. Seeing this, Ansi did not feel dissatisfied. Instead, he said with relief, "It seems that another outstanding talent has appeared in our human race." Ansi praised Shuren. Yule and Xianxia did not say anything either. They just stared at Shuren and observed him silently. Under such circumstances, Rosie left Shan silently and went to Iridia's side. She stood with the noble lady who bore a resemblance to Rosie. The people around them only came to their senses at this moment. One by one, they hurriedly got up and tidied themselves up. Because they had made a fool of themselves, their faces were pale. They looked at Shan with anger and annoyance in their eyes, but there was also fear that was not there before. This was the effect Shuren wanted. Knowing that there would be many problems in today's meeting, he used the most straightforward method to tell everyone that if they wanted to provoke him, they had to think it through first. Rosie saw through Shuren's intention, so she did not stop him. After all, this way, many nobles would have to think carefully about whether or not to offend Shuren. It would save them a lot of trouble. That was probably why Anchi praised him, right? So, Ansi looked around and spoke. I suppose everyone already knows that this adventurer is the main character of today's meeting. Ansi's voice was loud and clear. He single-handedly subdued one of the masterminds of the large-scale assassination 10 years ago, Xianxia. He also fought against the Old Demons faction while escorting Xianxia and successfully annihilated them, including another mastermind of the assassination 10 years ago, Beidou. He is a rising star of the human race and has made great contributions to our kingdom. Now, I would like to invite all of you to listen to the details of what happened. With these words, Xianxia summoned several people. Marquis Murao's 3rd Night Regiment's leader, Balin Murao. Marquis Murao's Lamijan City's adventurer, Vivian. Fellow Lamijan City's adventurer, Alex. And Lion. Ansi called out the names of the 4 people. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Vivian, Balin, Alex, and Lion immediately knelt on one knee, as if they were paying their respects to the king. You are the people involved. Ansi looked at the group and said slowly, I hope to know the whole story from your mouths. Is that okay? How could the 4 dare to say no? Balin spoke first. Then let me, Balin Murao, explain it to your Majesty. With that, Balin began to narrate the whole story in a high-pitched voice. The cause was the arrival of Xianxia, who had been hiding from the Old Demons faction. The Old Demons faction came to Lamijan and infiltrated the town. After that, Xianxia came into contact with Shuren in order to find Xianxia. However, he was subdued by Shuren, which led to the escort mission. What followed was a storm along the way, the attack of the Old Demons faction, and Shuren's confrontation. Balin recounted the cause and effect of the entire incident in a very clear manner. She even mentioned the matter of Shan's magical instrument without concealing anything. This made Shuren look at Balin in a different light. He had thought that Balin would exaggerate his role and reduce Shuren's presence in order to gain credit. Who would have thought that he would tell the whole story without a trace of selfishness? He did not exaggerate or deviate in the slightest. He was very fair. Upon hearing Balin's narration, the nobles present exchanged looks with one another and remained silent. Obviously, they were thinking about something. That's what happened. After an unknown period of time, Balin finally finished his story. As you all know, the most wanted criminals, Beidou and Xianxia, have been defeated by Lord Shuren. The Old Demons have also been wiped out. While the losses on our side are not heavy, we cannot let the victim's sacrifice be in vain. I implore your Majesty to make a decision on this. In the end, Balin spoke up for Remijan. However, this could be considered pardonable and within the scope of what could be allowed. He believed that no one would object to this. Thank you, Lord Balin. Ansi nodded. Don't worry, we will not ignore those who have contributed. Ramage has done well this time. Although he did not successfully escort the mastermind of the Old Demons, Xianxia, to the capital, he was not spared. In addition, he has defeated Beidou and the other inhumane Old Demons. This is a great contribution. I will arrange for someone to reward him accordingly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Balin breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly satisfied with this result. Leon and Arliss were also happy. It seemed that this result was within their acceptable range. Only Vivian, with a gentle smile on her face, did not seem to care about the so-called merits and rewards. This attracted the attention of many nobles. She did not fight for merits, nor was she greedy. She just quietly did what she was supposed to do. This Vivian was indeed very charming. So, everyone should understand the specifics of the incident, right? And she looked around at the crowd again and said, it's obvious that the adventurer Shan has made great contributions in this matter. What do you think is the best reward for him? These words made many people perk up. This was because the highlight of the show was about to begin. Your Holiness Yule, Your Excellency Jacinta, what do you think? Ansi, however, did not look at the nobles immediately. Instead, he looked at the 2 important figures beside him who were on equal footing with him. The 2 of them were still looking at Shan, and they only retracted their gazes when she asked. Then, Yule spoke first. Without a doubt, this is a great contribution. Yule responded to Anchi's question with a benevolent and amiable smile. The Old Demon faction led by Beidou has not only slaughtered countless innocent lives in the capital over the past 10 years, they have also caused great losses and sacrifices to the temple. To be able to suppress such heresy, I feel joy from the bottom of my heart. Indeed. Jacinta also spoke, but his voice was not as kind as Yule's. Instead, it was a little frivolous. I have always felt deeply regretful and pained that such traitors have appeared among the demons. Of course, I also abhorred them, especially my former subordinates. It was all because I was blind that your highness' reputation was tarnished. For the human genius Shuren to clear such a stain for us, I must represent your highness to express my sincerest gratitude. Therefore, I believe that the reward must be great. Of course, Jacinta agreed. Yule echoed, this is a rare genius of our human race. His future is promising. I believe that even God will pay special attention to Lord Shuren. Such a genius cannot be neglected, Your Majesty. That's right. The corners of Jacinta's mouth curled up, and then he continued to look at Shuren, still looking interested. The representatives of the temple and the demons were all full of praise for Shuren. Obviously, these two were on Shuren's side. In addition, there were also people who spoke up for Shuren. As your highness and your excellency have said, I think we must reward him greatly, Your Majesty. The one who said this was Megis. The patriarch of the Lazahad family had been present all the time. Looking at Shuren standing in front of the throne, his eyes were full of surprise and appreciation. After all, Shuren was an adventurer and also someone related to his family. He was even a newcomer. It was reasonable for Megis to take care of him. Not to mention that Shuren had given Megis such a big surprise, allowing Megis to see a corner of Shuren's strength. Naturally, he admired Shuren very much. I also think that Lord Shuren is a very powerful talent. Father, you can't let him take risks and make meritorious deeds for nothing. The noble woman who somewhat resembled Rosie also spoke up. Even her gaze at Shuren was still so curious. And since she had addressed Xianxia's royal father, it was obvious who she was. It was the first princess of the Mitra kingdom, Rosie's elder sister, Liada Ella Mitra. Rosie, Alidia, what do you think? Anchi had a smile on his face, but he did not immediately decide. Instead, he turned to Rosie and Alidia. I have no opinion. Alidia said expressionlessly. Naturally, I have no opinion either. Rosie even smiled faintly. Her smile was so beautiful that it made everyone's heart warm up. But when they remembered who she was smiling for, they felt a little stifled. As for Shuren, he did not speak from the beginning to the end. He just watched the whole process as if it had nothing to do with him. Then, a voice of objection finally appeared. Your Majesty, I think it's too early to talk about rewards. When such a voice appeared, the atmosphere of the scene suddenly changed. Everyone turned their eyes to the source of the voice. Shuren also looked over. In the next second, everyone saw a middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back. He was dressed in a military uniform, and his posture was ramrod straight. He looked extraordinary. Brother Barry? Anchi narrowed his eyes. Barry? Shuren was a little confused. He naturally did not know this person. However, a small voice beside him introduced him to Shuren. He is Duke Barry Stringham. He is related to the royal family by blood. Although he is a distant relative, he is also a descendant of the hero. He is not good at fighting, but he is very good at fighting on the battlefield. He is a very resourceful politician and tactician. Vivian had unknowingly moved closer to Sean and whispered to him. Duke Barry is famous for being iron-blooded and ruthless. He is very powerful and has a very high status in the kingdom. Now that he has raised an objection, there should be many nobles following him. Things are going to get a little troublesome. Just like Vivian said, Barry's action made many nobles subconsciously move closer to him as if they had found their backbone. Under such circumstances, Ansi also frowned. Brother, do you think we should not reward such a meritorious person? Anchi asked in a deep voice. Barry shook his head. You misunderstand me, Your Majesty. Meritorious people should naturally be rewarded. There is no doubt about this. Barry said calmly, however, I think there are too many strange things in this matter. It is too reckless to judge the adventurer Shuren to be meritorious now. Oh? Jacinta's interest was piqued. What does His Excellency the Duke think? I think, according to Belen Moreau's description, there are several suspicious points in this matter. Barry said calmly, for example, why did the adventurer Shuren come into contact with the former mastermind of the old demons, Xianxia, which led to Killian's appearance? Why did this adventurer plan to lure the main forces of the old demons to attack? In addition, Killian, who was escorted, seemed to have some problems because of him. In the end, he betrayed Beidou and was killed. There are too many suspicious points that cannot be ignored. His words caused everyone to ponder for a while. As a matter of fact, Barry wasn't wrong. In this matter, there were indeed a lot of suspicious points. Balin Muraking mentioned that the old demons contacted the adventurer Shuren because he had a powerful magic tool that caught her attention. She wanted to mass-produce this magic tool. However, the so-called magic tool has been proven to be non-existent. The adventurer Shuren's statement has become contradictory. Also, the old demons infiltrated Lemidgen to look for that one. But why would Killian look for this adventurer? Is it purely a coincidence? And in a situation where there are no so-called magic tools, why would this adventurer plan to lure out the old demons? Was it really to lure out the old demons and was confident that he could deal with them? But in the end, there were many sacrifices, right? Moreover, it's hard for me to imagine a high-level old demons like Killian to betray Beidou so easily. There might be a deeper reason behind this. All these are suspicious points. Barry's statement received the approval of many nobles. This is indeed very suspicious. There's no reason. It feels like this adventurer is planning something. Your Majesty, it's better not to be too impulsive about the reward. The nobles all made such statements. Ansi, Rosie, Riyadh, Ella, Yule, and the others fell silent. Megis, Balin, Arliss, and Leon looked like they wanted to say something but stopped. Jacinta also raised his brows and looked at Shuren and Barry with a profound gaze. Shuren ignored the waves of opposition around him and looked at Barry deeply. However, he didn't receive any of Barry's gazes. Barry didn't even look at Shuren as he raised his objection. That attitude and that posture indeed fit the description, iron-blooded and ruthless. But, please forgive my rudeness, Duke Barry. Vivian stood up and spoke to Barry. Are you trying to say that there's something wrong with my companion? At this moment, Vivian was no longer as low-key and silent as before. Instead, she was showing off her abilities. This was Vivian's personality. She wouldn't fight for benefits, but as someone who was responsible for protecting, she wouldn't sit idly by when others bullied her companions. Guardian? Barry did not ignore Vivian. He turned to look at her and said coldly, "You've misunderstood. I never said that. I only raised some doubts. I think it's a little too hasty to reward you without clarifying these doubts." Barry's statement was completely correct. But his attitude and words were extremely targeted, letting others know that he was here for Shuren. Before the logic is reasonable, I do not agree to reward this adventurer. Barry raised his head and looked at the three people on the thrones. He said calmly, "Of course, if your Majesty, Her Majesty, and Your Excellency think that my words are unreasonable, then you can pretend I didn't say anything." Hearing this, Ansi and the others looked at each other. "Minister Shuren," Ansi said to Shuren, "can you help us solve our doubts?" He was implying that he hoped that Shuren could explain what was going on. "But, sorry, I can't help it," Shuren answered without hesitation. Ansi was stunned. It wasn't just Anshi. Everyone else present, including Barry, were all dumbfounded. After all, Barry had already prepared an excuse to counterattack after Shuren explained. Who would have thought that Shuren would give up on explaining so easily? Was he not going to fight back? While everyone was still in a daze, Shuren spread his hands. "Don't look at me like that. I'm telling the truth." Shuren didn't even blush as he spouted nonsense. "Why did that Xianxia come into contact with me? Why are you asking me? You should ask her. Why did Killian come to me? Why are you asking me? You should ask him. Also, although I suggested the idea of luring out the old demons, that was agreed to by Lady Balin and President Lily. Are you sure you can blame all the victims' lives on me? Don't worry about my reasons. If you think these things are suspicious, then feel free to doubt them. But if you want to say that I'm suspicious, please show me. As long as you can show me, I'll admit to it. Otherwise, if you want to accuse me of some random crime, forgive me, I can't agree." Not only did Sharon shirk all responsibility, but he also acted like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Everyone was dumbfounded. But in fact, the one who should be dumbfounded was Sharon. Did these fellows really think that he had to explain everything clearly in order to pass the stage? It was already 9,102 years. Didn't they know that everything had to be based on evidence? No, 9,102 years had already passed. In short, Sean was very straightforward. No matter how they talked until their lips were worn out, they couldn't do anything to him without evidence. Wasn't that right? As for suspicion, to put it bluntly, if suspicion was useful, then why bother solving the case? They could just arrest the person and be done with it. Barley, who didn't know what Sharon was thinking, glanced at him and said coldly, "If you can't explain clearly, then I won't give you this reward." "Yes." Sharon blinked and suddenly smiled. He said to Barley, "Then don't give it to me. I don't need it." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Even Barley was the same. Only Rosie couldn't help but cover her face. These guys didn't know that Sharon didn't care about rewards at all. Even if they gave him a title or let him become a noble, he wouldn't want it. The royal family had originally planned to use the title to trap Sharon. It was too late for Sharon to refuse, but now they gave him an excuse. Wasn't this making him happy? In that guy's words, they were a bunch of idiots. Even Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He really thought highly of Sharon. He had to be optimistic about him. After all, he was someone about the same age as Rosie and could fight her to a draw. Even if Rosie didn't use her unique skills and didn't unseal the sacred sword, those who could fight her to a draw were absolute geniuses. Their future achievements might not be any worse than Lydia's. He still hoped that this kind of talent could serve the kingdom. If he couldn't be given a title and went to another country, wouldn't he cry to death? That definitely couldn't happen at this moment. However, I can tell you why Killian betrayed us. As if thinking of something, Sharon smiled brightly at everyone. Because I beat him up for 3 hours, and I hit all the places that he couldn't hit. You young masters of noble families should have a deep understanding of this, right? Sharon's words made everyone shudder. They remembered something important. That was, a while ago, Sharon beat all the noble children in the princess' bedroom to the ground. What's more, it was a very pleasurable part. This made many nobles around Barley couldn't help but clamp their legs together. Barley also felt a chill in his heart. He clearly saw Sharon glancing at his lower body. That look clearly showed that he was going to take revenge. Not to mention Barry, the rest of the nobles and knights looked at Sharon with fear. Originally, Sharon's domineering appearance had already shocked many of the nobles who had ulterior motives. They could only take the opportunity to add insult to injury when Barry stood up for them. Apart from that, many of them were already apprehensive and didn't dare to do anything brazenly. Now, after Sharon's reminder, the fear and apprehension in everyone's hearts grew even stronger. This was a person who didn't care about decency at all. With such extraordinary strength, if he continued to use unscrupulous means, he would undoubtedly be a disaster. Was it really good to offend such a person? The nobles were shocked and afraid. On the contrary, Riadella couldn't help but laugh and turned to look at her younger sister. As expected of the man you fancy. He's really interesting. He's much more fun than those boring noble young masters. Riadella giggled and seemed to be very happy. He's not the man I fancy, Sister Riadella. Rosie wanted to roll her eyes, but for the sake of her image, she held back and said helplessly, Sister Wang, do you think he's interesting? You won't think so in the future. That guy isn't interesting at all. He's infuriating. My naive and playful sister, you'd better not be interested in him. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Rosie cursed silently in her mind. Rosie didn't see this. Riadella also smiled disapprovingly and muttered in her heart. If he's not interesting, how can he be so close to my sister, who's not even willing to become a resident of the celestial realm, and who doesn't fancy nobles, foreign princes, and important figures of other races? At least, Riadella had never seen her younger sister treat a man so specially. Not only did she invite him to her dormitory from time to time, but they would also stay together for half a day. She even gave him a token of the royal family. Even when she appeared with him, the distance between them was so close that she had never seen him before. Even her father and she couldn't compare to that distance. Therefore, Ella had always been very curious about Xian. She hoped to see what kind of man was like, a man who could make her proud sister treat him so specially. But, now, let's see how he gets through this. Riadella began to observe the situation again. At this moment, there was a new change in the situation. It was all because of what she said. In any case, meritorious deeds must be rewarded. Even if there are still many doubtful points, there is no way to prove that it is Xian's fault. If there is indeed a misunderstanding, and the person who has made great contributions is ignored because of groundless suspicion, wouldn't it be disappointing? And she threw out such words. Just as Minister Xian said, if you think there is a problem with Minister Xian, then show us the evidence. Otherwise, there is no proof. My kingdom can't deny the contribution of a meritorious minister just because of this. And Xi's words caused the nobles present to look at each other in dismay. Barry didn't say anything. He seemed to have realized that there was no point in continuing to object. After all, they really had no evidence to prove that there was something wrong with Shuren. And without evidence, and she was determined to rope in Shuren, no one could object, right? However, this was naturally not all Barry had up his sleeve. In fact, Barry's plan was just about to begin. Then, may I make a suggestion? Barry seemed to have thought of something. As he spoke. Brother Barry, what do you want to say? And she gave Barry some face. Only then did Barry take a step forward and speak out in front of everyone. I think it's better to postpone the reward and give the adventurer Shuren a chance to prove himself. Barry said such words. Actually, I've come to the capital this time because I have something important to tell everyone. Barry looked around at everyone present and said, in my territory, there seem to be signs of the old demon faction being active recently. As soon as he said that, the crowd went into an uproar. On the throne, Xi's gaze froze. Next to him, Jacinta was also startled, and then the frivolous expression on his face disappeared. Yule also frowned. As for Shuren, he originally wanted to see what this Barry guy was up to, but was surprised by this news. No way? Wasn't the old demons wiped out? Shuren's face was full of surprise. Seeing Shuren's surprised expression, Vivian hurriedly explained. Do you think that the old demons led by Betho and Killian are all the old demons? Vivian whispered, it's not like that, there are many who don't want to see the demons succumb to the Protoss and humans, going against the will of the Demon King and coexisting peacefully with the Protoss and humans. Betho's faction is at most one of them. The old demons couldn't actually be considered an organization or a faction, but something more akin to a religion. They didn't agree to rebel against the world together, but with their own thoughts and plans, they recruited, roped in, and developed their own factions of demons. Some of them didn't even care about the will of the so-called Demon King, only wanting to destroy the current peace out of selfishness, so they used the name of the Demon King to deceive others into joining them and working for them. Therefore, the old demons were also divided into many factions, and Betho was just one of them. 10 years ago, Betho's branch was the most dangerous one among the many forces of the old demon clan. Not only did they have a lot of talents, but they also had a lot of influence. Moreover, every one of them was proficient in assassination and surprise attacks. In terms of the degree of danger, they were the most dangerous among all the forces of the old demon clan. However, in the large-scale assassination incident 10 years ago, Betho's branch was also heavily injured by us and became a relatively weak branch of the old demon clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mobilized so many people just to save one person, because their members have become much fewer than before. Vivian's explanation made Shuren understand. That is to say, there are other factions of the old demons existing, right? Shuren had a rough idea of what Barry was trying to do. The result was not beyond Shuren's expectations. Since the adventurer Shuren claims that he has no problem, then why not let us see if he really has the ability to fight against the old demons? That was Barry's declaration. My suggestion is to let the adventurer Shuren lead a team to string him and launch another crusade against the old demons. If he can succeed, it proves that he has real talent. When the time comes, combine the merits of the two operations and give him a reward. If he can't, then even if it doesn't prove that he has a problem, the issue of the reward will have to be carefully considered, Your Majesty. What do you think, Your Majesty? Barry's words caused everyone to look at each other in dismay and nod one after another. Even Yule and Jacinta seemed to be persuaded, their eyes flashing. Anchi was silent for a while before looking at Shuren. Shuren, what do you think? Anchi asked for Shuren's opinion. Shuren immediately sighed. I can't seem to refuse. Shuren's words made everyone think that the matter was settled. But at that moment, but I still have to refuse. But I still have to refuse. When Shuren said that without hesitation, everyone was dumbfounded. What did you say? Anchi was astonished. Refuse? Yule, Jacinta, and the others were also astonished. Even Barry didn't expect Shuren to refuse in such a dignified manner under such circumstances. His ruthless and cold face revealed a rare look of astonishment. Shuren really wanted to say, that's right, I want to see that kind of expression on your face. Of course, on the surface, Shuren wouldn't say it out loud. Shuren just said it out loud. It sounds like it's my duty. But Your Majesty, I think you guys are mistaken about two things. Shuren said solemnly. What is it? This time, even Anchi was curious about what Shuren would say. Shuren said calmly. First, I don't need to prove myself because I didn't do it for the credit. It's just that I don't like the old demons faction. No, I don't think I can let the old demons faction do whatever they want. That's why I decided to do it. I didn't do it for the credit but for the stability of the kingdom and to stop the innocent from being persecuted by those bastards. Shuren's righteous words silenced a lot of people. Barry didn't expect Shuren to say that. His face turned gloomy. Because it didn't fit his plan. Originally, Barry thought that in order to prove himself and to be conferred a title and become a noble, Shuren would accept the request. But the starting point of his consideration was completely wrong. Not everyone wanted to be profitable, and not everyone wanted to become a noble. Thinking from the perspective of profit, one would passively look at the problem from the perspective of profit. That was why there were people who were too smart for their own good. And again, not only did Shuren not want to get any credit, but he was also eager to reject the conferment. Therefore, Barry was thinking too much when he asked Shuren to prove himself to get the credit he deserved. As long as Sean did not care about the so-called credit and was still unafraid of boiling water, then all his inducements would be in vain. So, Shuren could refuse without hesitation. Perhaps he finally realized this point, Barry said in a deep voice. Since it's for the stability of the kingdom and the innocent people, shouldn't you contribute to the kingdom and fight the scourge of the old demons faction again? Barry actually started to use moral coercion. But he was still one step behind. In this aspect, Shuren had already thought of an excuse. Moreover, he had thought of it a long time ago. Sean knew that once he displayed his strength, he would definitely be valued by many people because of his strength. Among these concerns, there were good ones and bad ones. And Shuren didn't want to encounter the latter and be used and forced by others. Because of this, Shuren fabricated the ability of his unique skill. This is the second thing I want to say. Sean had a helpless look on his face as he sighed and said. Everyone knows that my level is actually very low. The reason why I have the strength to fight the old demons faction is because of my unique skill, which can adjust my level and skills under certain conditions. Listen carefully, this is a unique skill that can only be activated when the conditions are met. In other words, if I can't meet the conditions, then I'm a weak new adventurer who can't play any role. Well, it's hard for me to explain the details to everyone. This is also to prevent people from deliberately targeting me. I hope everyone can understand. I'll tell you the conclusion directly. In this situation, I probably can't use my unique skill and can't fight the old demons faction. At this point, Shuren even said with a smile. Of course, if you think it doesn't matter to me to die, then pretend I didn't say anything. For the stability of the kingdom and the innocent people, sacrificing a small adventurer like me is nothing. Even if I make a great contribution, if the kingdom wants me to go west, I won't dare to go east. When it's time to die, I'll still die, right? As soon as such words came out, everyone was shocked. Especially Barry, who almost cursed it out loud. After hearing what Shuren said, if he still risked his life to fight the old demons faction, wouldn't it be the same as sending him to his death? A hero who made a great contribution not only didn't get the reward he deserved, but was also sent to his death by the kingdom. this was definitely going to incite the people to rebel, even and she didn't know what to say. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he wore a distressed expression. According to this, Shuren really couldn't go. If he couldn't prove himself, then he wouldn't get the reward. He couldn't be given a noble title to rope him in. How could he do that? Please don't say that, noble Shuren. Anchi hurriedly expressed his stance. I've already said that the kingdom won't mistreat anyone who makes a great contribution. You're being wronged. Not just me, even the people can't accept it. Good Lord, they're also bringing up the people. But when it came to Bullshaster's tea, who could beat Shuren, Shuren became righteous. Your Majesty, you're too kind. It's everyone's responsibility to fight for the kingdom and eradicate evil. I'm just fulfilling my duty as an ordinary citizen of the kingdom. How could I feel wronged? When it came to sanctimonious appearance, who could compare to the politicians and sociopaths in his previous life? Wasn't it just a routine speech? Come, let's have a good discussion. Sean's awe-inspiring righteousness moved everyone present. It was impossible not to be moved. At this point, even if they had to put up a show, they should at least pretend to be moved, shouldn't they? The group of nobles put on a smile while cursing in their hearts. In the end, the king and the others couldn't back down and could only continue to persuade him. This won't do. We can't let you be wronged. This was Anchi's way of saying. Noble Shuren, you're so devoted to the kingdom and the people. As clergymen, we can't just sit by and watch a great man like you get hurt. Yul was also a little moved. Well said, for the kingdom and the people. Jacinta smiled bitterly. As for Rosie and Leah, the two princesses, one was speechless and the other couldn't help but laugh because of the change in the situation. On the other hand, Barry's face was frighteningly dark. Especially when Shuren said such a thing. If you think that I've worked hard even if I don't have any merit, then just give me a little benefit. Shuren was very humble, but he revealed his true purpose. I'm quite interested in all kinds of magic systems. I wonder if your Majesty can make it convenient for me and let me read the magic books of all kinds? Shuren finally bared his fangs. That's right, this was what Shuren really wanted. What nobles, he didn't want it. What he wanted the most was to improve his strength, so, although he said he didn't want this reward, in fact, he just didn't want the so-called title of nobility that didn't have any use at all. If it was a magic book, then he had to take it. It had to be said that at this point, the audience had changed. No, it should be said that it had changed again. Originally, this was a reward ceremony for meritorious subjects. Later on, due to the selfishness of the nobles, this reward ceremony became a battlefield for political power and interests. But now, because of Shuren, this battlefield had become a reward ceremony, and it was a ceremony where everyone came to persuade Shuren to accept the reward. Yes. In the end, all the nobles and Anchi had started to persuade Shuren to accept the reward. They had no choice. If they didn't let Shuren accept the reward, they would collapse. From the beginning to the end, Sean looked like he would not accept a reward if he did not deserve it. What came out of his mouth were all kinds of righteous remarks, making him almost a saint. He was just short of ascending to heaven and becoming the savior of the world. Under the baptism of Shuren's righteous words, the nobles felt as if they were being brainwashed. They actually had the ambition to sacrifice their lives for the country. This shocked many of the nobles. They desperately shook their heads, unwilling to accept these super brainwashing words of justice. But Shuren's words came out of his mouth one after another, without any repetition at all. It was enough to shake the determination in everyone's hearts. Under such circumstances, some nobles even felt ashamed. They felt that they didn't contribute to the country, that they were parasites that were useless, and that their lives were a complete waste of resources. This made the nobles even more terrified. Therefore, they no longer cared about benefits. What was more important now was to protect their minds from being brainwashed into 1,000 holes. Thus, everyone started to persuade Shuren, but Shuren rejected them relentlessly. Every time he spoke of a selfless sacrifice, even Pope Yul's faith was almost shaken. In the end, Anchi even wanted to force the title of nobility onto Shuren's head. But at this time, Shuren still had something to say. No, there are too many doubtful points in this incident. We can't rule out that I'm a problematic person. This is what the Duke said. Everyone just agreed with him. How can we change our minds? Now? What if I'm actually a spy of the old demons? What if I'm the one who directed and acted that scene? What if the old demons want to plant their eyes and ears in the kingdom and cause destruction? What? You said that a spy can't kill a person of the old demons? You're overthinking it. Beidou is just a branch of the old demons, and it's already declining. If sacrificing a fellow demons can achieve the goal of intervening in the kingdom's political power, then the other old demons will definitely be happy to do it. So, don't let a suspicious person like me become a noble. Just give me some random magic books as a reward and send me away. Everyone was dumbfounded by Sean's words, and Barry's face was as dark as water. His expression was rather ugly. That was because Shuren's words directed everyone's dissatisfaction to Barry. It's all Duke Stringham's fault. Why did he have to find trouble? That's right. So what if that demon gets the reward? What's the big deal? Even if he's conferred a title, he's just a low-ranking baron. What threat can he pose to us? To Her Royal Highness Rosie, a baron-level noble is basically no different from an ordinary adventurer. It's impossible for him to become a noble just because he obtained the title of a baron, right? If I knew this would happen, I would have just let him take the reward. He's asking for it. Some of these nobles started to blame Barry, while others started to regret their actions. Compared to their initial attitudes, it was like heaven and earth. In the end, under the situation where Barry was constantly ridiculed, Xianxia was completely speechless by Shuren. There was no way he could confer the title of baron to Shuren. Since Barry had already been criticized to this extent, he couldn't really force the title of baron to him, could he? What kind of losers would the nobles of the kingdom become? Hence, in the end, Xianxia was almost brainwashed by Shuren. He had a terrible headache and hurriedly ended the meeting. That's right. In the end, the meeting ended in such a hurried manner under such a farce. The result of the meeting was also very simple. Balin and the others were rewarded according to their contributions. Some were rewarded with precious magic weapons, magic tools, or magic potions, and some were rewarded with wealth, which was money. It could be said that this trip was complete. It was the same for Sean. With the approval of the king, he had obtained the qualification to enter the underground magic library of the palace. He could browse through the books collected from the kingdom and even from all over the world. Among them, there were some rare magic books of the magic system. Except for the forbidden library that was sealed with forbidden books, Sean could study as he pleased. However, he was not allowed to plagiarize or take the books out of the library. The time limit was 1 month. In addition, the Temple of Light and the demons also gave Shuren a reward in the form of gratitude. The Temple of Light promised Shuren that he could enter the inner temple once. The demons gave him a rare magic wand, which was said to be expensive. On behalf of the Temple of Light, I welcome Shuren at any time. You'll said to Shuren in a kind and amiable manner. Shuren, right? I'll remember this name. On the other hand, Jacinta smiled at Sean and left after leaving those words. Other than that, the first princess, Leodella, also found Shuren after the meeting. You're really an interesting man. If you're free, come to my bedroom for a visit. The princess smiled sweetly at Sean, and then left with a cold and elegant female knight. The rest of the nobles could not wait to leave Shuren and go back to read books on the manners of the nobles. They wanted to turn back their brain circuits that were almost brainwashed into saints, so they ran away as if they were escaping. Barry had also disappeared at some point. Sean, on the other hand, was naturally elated. He left the hall with Vivian and the others, who did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, before leaving, Shuren felt a strong hostile gaze on him. Shuren stopped in his tracks and looked up, but he could only see the knights of the Knights Regiment still in formation. The gaze and hostility from before had all disappeared. Shuren squinted his eyes and suddenly smiled. Well, don't come looking for trouble with me again. Today's occasion was too formal, so I couldn't fight. That's why I accompanied you guys for so long. If it was on another occasion, don't blame me. Shuren muttered such words, and then turned to leave. Until then, among the Knights Regiment, a young knight who was in the front position turned his eyes again, looked in the direction where Shuren left, and then looked at Rosie who was chatting with Leodella, and one of his hands was trembling. Looking closely, that hand was clenched so tightly that it was bleeding. Dark red blood dripped down, shining on the handsome knight's face. That face was extremely cold. After walking out of the audience hall, Shuren and the rest began to discuss their future plans. I will lead the knights back to Limijan. What do you plan to do? Balin turned around and asked the crowd. He was the highest authority in Limijan. Now that he had completed his mission and received the kingdom's reward, he naturally had to return immediately. I want to go back too. Leon hurriedly said. There was no way he would stay here, not in this lifetime. The royal capital was a sad place for him. He definitely did not want to stay here any longer. He just wanted to return to Limijan and continue his successful career as a gigolo. I'll stay here. Arliss raised his hand to express his agreement. Recently, my companions and I have been staying at the Adventurers Guild in the Royal City. We got to know quite a few seniors and saw more challenging commissions, so we decided to continue our adventuring activities with the Royal City as our base of operations. This was the origin of adventurers. They had seen so many powerhouses here, as well as so many high-leveled adventures. Naturally, Alice and the others were deeply attracted to this place. Although they weren't a top-notch adventurer team here, and there were many adventurer teams that were more powerful than them, if they continued to develop here, and if they could establish a foothold here, Alice and the others' strength would definitely rise even faster and become even stronger, right? In other words, Arliss was not going back. Alright, I'll help you tell President Lily. Balin nodded, then looked at Vivian and said, What are your plans? Vivian did not answer immediately. Instead, she looked at Shuren, who seemed to have nothing to do. What do you think? Shuren? Vivian asked Shuren's opinion. Me? Shuren raised an eyebrow, but did not hesitate. I don't really want to stay. There are too many annoying people here and too many troublesome matters to deal with. If there's nothing else, I really want to return to Limijan immediately. Unfortunately, there's something else to deal with now, right? Vivian smiled. So, you want to stay? Before Sean could reply to Vivian's words, the reactions of the people next to him were exchanged. That's right, you do want to stay. Balin understood and envied him. Well, with such a good opportunity, how could I leave? Arliss also understood and envied him. If I could encounter such a good opportunity, I wouldn't want to leave either. Leon understood as well, and felt a wave of envy and jealousy. Sean, on the other hand, stood there in a daze, countless question marks appearing on his head. It's not my problem, it's your problem. What are you trying to understand? What are you envious about? Vivian smiled and answered Shuren's question. After all, Her Highness is in the capital. We all understand that you want to stay. Wait. Sean immediately interrupted everyone's understanding and corrected them without hesitation. Do you think I stayed for that guy? You think I'm staying for that 1 month of access to the underground library? I'm doing it for that 1 month's access to the underground library. Shuren wanted to stay in the capital because he wanted to visit the underground library. Sean only wanted to stay in the royal city because he wanted to visit the underground spellbook library. The library contained all the books the kingdom had collected over the past 1,000 years, as well as books from all over the world. It was much larger than Limijan's guild library. To Sean, it was a treasure trove. No matter what, he had to stay for the next month and try his best to read all the books in the library. No matter what, he had to stay for the next month and try his best to flip through all the magic books there and learn them all. That's the reason why I'm staying, not because of that princess. But all he got in return was looks of distrust. However, what he got in return was gazes of distrust from the crowd. Leon was the first to express his opinion. I don't believe it. Leon was the first to express his opinion and said, being able to establish such an intimate relationship with Her Royal Highness, I do not believe that you would be willing to leave her behind. I don't believe it either. That's Her Royal Highness Rosie, the most precious treasure of the kingdom. If it were me, given such an opportunity, I wouldn't leave even if my companions in the team pulled me away. Arliss was the second to express his opinion. That's right. Balin nodded solemnly. Countless people want such an opportunity but don't have it. You just happen to be the luckiest person in the world. We don't believe you want to leave. Hearing this, Shuren had the urge to slap these guys to death. Don't you know that you're acting like a loser? No wonder all of you are only envious, jealous, and hateful. Serves you right. While Shuren was thinking this, Vivian, who was beside him, had the same opinion. I've been in the capital for so many years, and I'm familiar with Her Highness, but I've never seen Her Highness being so close to anyone. Not even Her Highness Princess Ella, not even Lily. Only you. When Her Highness is with you, even the atmosphere is different. The sense of distance is so small that anyone can clearly feel it. That's proof that Her Highness trusts you from the bottom of her heart and opens her heart to you. You're really lucky. You should cherish this fate. Vivian patted Shuren's shoulder and encouraged Shuren. There was no doubt that Shuren's heart was blocked at this moment. What is trust from the bottom of her heart? What is proof that she opens her heart? That's because she's exposed her true nature in front of me, so she's not so guarded against me. I really didn't stay because of her. Shuren could only defend himself with a red face. Of course, no one believed him. Really? Believe me? Shuren was on the verge of breaking down. Even if I jump down from here into the lake and drown, I will never stay behind for that princess. Shuren couldn't help but swear. However, Sean felt a chill run down his spine, and the expressions of Vivian and the others who were standing in front of him froze, and they couldn't move at all. Then. So you hate me that much? A faint voice came from behind Shuren. Shuren's mouth twitched. He slowly turned his head and looked behind him. Rosie had appeared out of nowhere. She looked at Shuren quietly, displaying the calmness and elegance of a princess to the fullest. However, Sean could see from Rosie's eyes the anger and resentment that were so intense that they were about to spit out fire. Your Highness. Vivian, Belen, Arlies, and Leon were all trembling. Rosie then looked at the crowd. I'm sorry, I have something to do. I'll borrow this person first. Is that okay? When she said this, Rosie's body emitted a more terrifying aura than when Shuren met her. Of course, no problem. Vivian and the others immediately nodded their heads. Wait. Shuren quickly shouted, I'll go with you guys. What he got in return was a calm voice. You want to go with me? Rosie then grabbed the back of Shuren's collar and dragged him away, ignoring his struggles. Vivian and the others could only watch the scene and looked at each other. Vivian, do you think Her Highness really has that kind of intention? Balin couldn't help but ask. Vivian smiled at this. Because, I wasn't sure before, but now, perhaps, those two could really make it. Thinking of this, Vivian couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, this was the combination of a hero from another world and a modern hero. Stringham's house, villa. When Limcho returned here and entered the study, he saw Barry with a sullen face and a rather unpleasant expression. Looking at Barry like this, Limcho couldn't help but think in his heart. So you also have this kind of time? Seeing his father in such a bad mood, not only did Limcho not feel the same, but he also felt a sense of relief. His father had been scheming against others all his life, seeking benefits from others, and had almost never suffered a loss. Although he didn't suffer a loss today, he suffered a loss in the hands of a small adventurer. He must be very unhappy, right? Father. Limcho didn't reveal the thoughts in his heart, but still respectfully saluted his father. Barry glanced at Limcho, and just like last time, he went straight to the point without asking about his well-being. I didn't expect an adventurer to have no intention of becoming a noble. I was careless this time. He was indeed careless. If he knew this in advance, Barry would definitely not use this method to scheme against Shuren. So, this time it could only be said that Barry wasn't prepared. Limcho wanted to ask. Father, why did you do that today? Limcho asked his own question. Previously, Limcho had already wanted to know what his father planned to do to help him marry the princess, but Barry didn't explain and just asked him to cooperate. Now, the plan seemed to have failed. What exactly was Barry plotting? It was very thought-provoking. In fact, Barry's idea was also very simple. I just wanted you to make a great contribution, and then use it to propose marriage to His Majesty. This time, Barry spoke his mind. Make a great contribution? Lim Cho showed a surprised expression. Barry took a deep breath and slowly said. Originally, I planned to lure that adventurer to our territory and let him destroy the old demons. Because Shuren destroyed Betho's old demons, Barry thought that as long as Shuren appeared in his territory, the old demons in his territory would definitely receive the news and take action against him. That adventurer had contact with Xianxia, the mastermind of the assassination 10 years ago, and also destroyed the old demons led by Betho and Killian. Knowing this news, the restless old demons in our territory will definitely come out. Barry planned to use Shuren as bait to lure out the scourge of the old demons. But, my ultimate goal is not to let him really make a contribution, prove himself, and get a greater reward. I plan to let you go in the name of assisting in the crusade. Barry declared coldly. And when he lured out the old demons, he would be useless. Hearing this, Lim Cho, who knew his father's ruthlessness, understood almost at once. Father, do you want to take the opportunity to eliminate that adventurer? Lim Cho asked in a deep voice. That adventurer seems to be quite favored by His Highness. In that case, we can't let him stay by His Highness' side. Barry did not answer directly, but said so in a cold voice. Of course, we have to make good use of the things he left behind and their functions. For this, Barry actually made a lot of arrangements. What arrangements? Arrangements to frame Shuren. If the plan goes well, after the old demons show up, we can get rid of him and the old demons together, once and for all. Barry said mercilessly, at that time, according to the arrangements I left in the territory, all the evidence will point to him attacking us from behind while we were dealing with the old demons. In this way, Barry could frame Shuren and make him bear a groundless charge. Coupled with the many suspicious points of Betho's incident, the fact that there was something wrong with Shuren would be directly determined. At that time, you will become the hero who disrupted the conspiracy of this problematic adventurer, saved the kingdom, and eliminated many old demons. The credit that fell on that adventurer, in the end, not only will all be yours, but also a lot more. Barry revealed his plan in full. In this case, it is equivalent to you personally eliminating a threatening rival in love, and you can also take this opportunity to cross paths with His Highness. The first person of the opposite sex that she was so close to in her life was actually such a villain. Even Her Highness would be greatly shocked, right? And as the hero who uncovered the true face of this villain, it would be much easier for Lim Cho to cross paths with Rosie. As long as you can do something and take the opportunity to get close to His Highness, it will not be difficult for you to replace that adventurer's position. Barry knocked on the table and said, if that happens, I will then propose to His Majesty. I believe that for you, who has made great contributions, is extremely outstanding, and has an impeccable background, the chances of His Majesty agreeing will be very high. This was Barry's wishful thinking. Of course, there were still many details that needed to be dealt with in order to get the results that Barry wanted, but Barry had already carefully thought about it and formulated countermeasures. It could not be said that it was foolproof, but at least it could be said that he had done everything he could. Who would have thought that Shuren would directly refuse, making all of Barry's arrangements and the effort he had spent on it become useless? How could Barry's face not turn black? Lim Cho finally understood his father's thoughts, and could not help but feel a sense of pity. Thinking of the figure that exuded an endless aura during the meeting, and then thinking of the distance between the other party and Her Highness, Lim Cho could not help but move one of his palms. That palm was bandaged, and the bandage was bleeding. Feeling the stinging pain from this bloody palm, Lim Cho almost could not resist clenching it again, letting his nails dig into his flesh again. So now that the plan has failed, what should we do? Lim Cho could not help but ask like this. Now? Barry seemed to be thinking about this as well. After pondering for a while, he said, since we have already learned our lesson this time, we have to think of a way to find out about that adventurer first. What does he care about? What does he care about? What does he want? What does he not want to pursue? We have to know first before we can formulate the next plan. Moreover, he reminded me himself this time. His strength comes from his unique skill, and that unique skill has a condition to be used. If we can find out that condition and know his fatal weakness, that will be the most beneficial thing for us. Barry's words were telling Lim Cho what he should do next. Father wants me to get close to him? Lim Cho was sure. You should also care about how he gets along with Her Highness, right? Barry did not deny it, and said faintly, also, by getting close to him, you can also take the opportunity to get close to Her Highness, killing two birds with one stone. Limcho did not need anyone to teach him what to do. Understood. Limjo was silent for a while, then nodded expressionlessly. The undercurrent against Shuren was still surging. In the evening, Shuren was finally able to leave the palace and return to the western district of the noble district. That girl is really ruthless. Thinking of how he was treated before, Shuren had the urge to grimace. She actually bit me. Is she that angry? Shuren touched his arm, feeling speechless. If I didn't have a resistance skill that didn't break through my defense, there would be bite marks on my hand. But this also showed how angry Her Royal Highness was that she actually went to such an extent. I was just saying it casually, is there a need to be so angry? Shuren muttered, but he also walked in the direction of Lilith Dessert Shop. After all, in order to appease Her Royal Highness, Shuren made a promise to send her delicious desserts in the next few days as an apology. Otherwise, with the ferocious look of that flustered and exasperated female cat at that time, it was still unknown whether she would forgive Sean and let him go. However, this is a cruel injury to my wallet. Touching the few gold coins left, Shuren began to sigh. The desserts in Lilith Dessert Shop were already extremely expensive, and if he had to send them to Her Royal Highness every day, it would be strange if he didn't become poor. Should I sell this? Shuren raised one of his hands and placed an item in front of him. That was the wand that Jacinta gave to Shuren. With the effect of the skill, Identify, Shuren could easily see through the power of this wand. This wand was not only made of several extremely rare magic materials, but the magic crystal embedded in it was also of the highest grade, allowing a burst of extremely spectacular magic to flow in it. At a glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Of course, no matter how extraordinary it was, this wand could not be compared to a holy sword. Shuren's holy sword was the strongest kind, and logically speaking, there was no need for a wand. Selling it for money would definitely make Shuren a lot of money. But the effect of this wand makes me a little tempted, and I can't bear to sell it. It was a magic wand, not a magic staff. In this world, there was a big difference between a wand and a magic staff. Although they were both magical weapons, they were completely different in nature. Simply put, a wand was a portable weapon with magic effects, while a magic staff was a weapon used to enhance a mage's own magic and magic power. The former carried one or more spells and magic effects. Even commoners who didn't know how to use magic could use it. The wand's mana would also be supplied by the magic crystals in the wand. However, only the spells and magic effects carried by the wand could be used. The latter's greatest effect was amplification. Therefore, in the hands of those who did not know how to use magic, it was useless as a wooden stick. However, in the hands of a mage, it could be used to amplify the power and effect of their magic, reduce the consumption of magic power, and even add other attributes to their magic. For example, it could make the flames released by fire magic more difficult to extinguish easily. Marika used a magic staff, so she could use the power of the magic staff to increase the power of her fire magic and ice magic. What Jacinta gave Shuren was a wand, which could be used to cast 3 kinds of magic. A detection magic. A warning magic. A magic to break magic. These 3 kinds of magic were very powerful. The first kind, as the name suggested, could be used to detect everything in the surrounding area, including living and non-living things. As long as it was within the range of effect, whether it was a grain of sand or a leaf, its position would be detected and feedback to the user. Unfortunately, the range of effect was not very wide, or else it would be very useful. The second kind, as the name suggested, could give a warning when danger was detected. Although the effect was halved for Shuren, who had enemy sense and mana sense, it was not completely useless, because enemy sense and mana sense were aimed at specific targets. One was only effective against hostility, and the other was only effective against magic power. The warning of the wand was different. It was effective against all kinds of danger. Even if there was a poisonous item or a trap, it would give a warning and inform the user. The third kind was more useful. It could be used to break magic that had already taken effect, and was especially effective against enchantments. As soon as an ordinary enchantment was touched, it would immediately shatter into pieces. It was just that it consumed a lot of magic power. These 3 magic effects are extremely useful. Presumably, even in the demon realm, they are the highest grade of the highest grade. Only then can they carry these 3 magic effects, right? This also prevented the wand from rotting in Shuren's hands and becoming useless. The 3 magic effects of this wand were quite useful to Shuren. As expected of the cadre of the demons, the superior demons of the superior demons, and the second most powerful existence among the demons other than the 6 demons. How generous. Let's not sell it. Shuren was very satisfied. He kept the wand and muttered to himself. The demons are so generous, then the temple shouldn't be too bad, right? Different from Jacinta's behavior of directly giving the wand, Yul asked Shuren to go to the temple and visit the inner temple. But what was the inner temple? Shuren had no idea. Shuren only knew that at that time, after Yul made such a promise, not only the nobles, but even many of the knights showed envious expressions. In that case, there should be something good waiting for Shuren in this so-called inner temple, right? Coupled with the 1-month access to the underground magic library promised by the kingdom, the more Shuren thought about it, the happier he felt. It seems that this credit isn't completely useless. Shuren began to hum a little tune as he walked in the direction of Lilith Dessert Shop. However, when Shuren arrived at Lilith Dessert Shop, he actually met an acquaintance. Aie? Looking at the little girl standing in front of the window of the dessert shop, Shuren fell silent. Then, without hesitation, Shuren turned around and prepared to leave. Unfortunately, Shuren was still 1 step too late. Coo. Shuren only felt that the back of his collar was grabbed again, and this time, the strength of the grab was so strong that Shuren almost choked to death. He couldn't help but let out a strange cry. Why are you running? Then, an extremely dissatisfied voice came into Shuren's ears. Who else could it be other than Aie, who appeared behind Shuren with one hand holding a pillow and the other grabbing the back of Shuren's collar with a face full of dissatisfaction and unhappiness? Why are you running? This girl seemed to be brooding over it and continued to question Shuren. Shuren really wanted to say, don't you know what you're doing, not running? If I don't run, won't I have to buy a bunch of desserts for this little princess again? I'm out of money. I'm out of money. Shuren let out a pauper's voice. But all he got in return was Aie's death stare. So, Shuren was fine. Tui. Softened. Tui. Softened. What a sin. Well, it's still as delicious as ever. In front of Lilith's dessert shop, Aie got the dessert she wanted as she wished. She nibbled on it while nodding her head in satisfaction. Shuren stood next to Aie, looking at the money bag that had become a lot more shriveled. He counted the few gold coins left in it and felt that this second life was very difficult. Aie naturally saw Sean's fading appearance, and spoke in a bad mood. Isn't it just a few desserts? Others can't wait to give me something, only you would be so reluctant. Saying that, Aie continued to take a bite of the dessert, looking quite righteous. Shuren was furious. You're obviously a big boss, don't you think it's too low to scam me for this little thing? Shuren scolded her fiercely. But Aie had a disapproving look on her face. Delicious things are delicious, it has nothing to do with grade or anything. Aie seemed to be saying some wise words, but then she asked doubtfully, also, what is a big boss? Hearing this, Shuren's mouth moved, but he was discouraged on the spot and did not want to say anything more. If it was Rosie, Shuren would definitely argue with the other party and let her know what brainwashing was. However, if it was this little girl who was like a young lady who was ignorant of the world but had a great background, Shuren really could not bear to do it, lest the other party learn bad things. Cultivate a big boss that was too down-to-earth for this world, the demon realm would probably want to kill him, right? Shuren could only give up and sigh. By the way, aren't you at home? Why did you come out by yourself? Shuren turned the page and asked Aie. Who knew that this would cause Aie to be dissatisfied? If I don't come out, do you want me to stay at home alone? Aie was extremely dissatisfied and said, although I'm quite sleepy, I'm still very afraid of boredom when I'm not sleeping, okay? Indeed, the pillow in this little girl's arms was not a pretty one, but she was really sleepy. At least, in the past few days at the Lazahat's place, Ai would sleep until noon every day, and when she woke up, she would always look very sleepy. The sight of her rubbing her eyes sleepily made Lucia and Marika's eyes pop out of love countless times. Even Vivian and Ter couldn't help but stare at the little girl like her sometimes. According to her, she had slept for hundreds of years several times in the past. Sometimes, she would get sleepy while walking, and then she would fall asleep. This was the reason why Ai always brought a pillow with her wherever she went. This was what she said. Of course, Vivian and the others had said that Ai brought a pillow not only for sleeping, but also for protection. However, none of them were willing to tell Sean what they were trying to block. This made Sharon very curious, and he wanted to snatch Ai's pillow several times. However, this little girl valued her pillow very much, and any attack on her pillow would be instantly resolved. But this undoubtedly made Sharon more and more curious, and he even asked Ai to take a look at it. "I just want to take a look." At that time, Sharon said so. "How could I let you see it?" However, not only did Ai refuse without hesitation, she even glared at Sharon. Why? Sharon did not give up, and Ai could not do anything about it. In the end, Ai could only give Sharon an explanation. "If I let you see it, you'll become like those annoying males and keep staring at me. I don't like that kind of gaze, and even more so, I don't like that kind of gaze and look." So, Sharon was not able to successfully solve this mystery. Back to the main point, because of her drowsiness, this little girl would sometimes not wake up no matter how hard he called her. There were a few times when she woke up, there was no one she knew at home. It must be the same this time, right? So, Ai ran out on her own. "I wanted to look for you, but you seemed to be in the palace, so I didn't go there and wandered here." Ai explained the reason why she was here. "Okay," Sharon shrugged, but soon asked doubtfully, "How did you know I was in the palace?" This question was casually raised by Sharon. Who would have thought that because of this, Sharon would know something incredible? "I've left a trace of magic on your body," Ai said calmly. "This way, no matter where you are, I will be able to sense it." "I see." Sharon nodded habitually, and then realized that something was wrong. He said in shock, "You actually did something to my body?" What an unpleasant thing to say. Ai frowned and said, "It's just a magical power used to locate and sense. Other than that, it has no other function. Otherwise, even if it was me, it would be very difficult to do anything to your body." Obviously, even if Ai wanted to do something to Sharon, who had maxed out his physical resistance, magic resistance, and abnormal status resistance skills, it would not be easy. Fortunately, Sharon's holy sword was covered with 3 layers of seals, and its power was greatly reduced. Otherwise, even if Sharon did not take the initiative to use the holy sword, with the restraint of the holy sword on the demons, it would be absolutely impossible for Ai to leave her magical power on Sharon's body. However, even without the holy sword, the only one who could do something to Sharon's body with all kinds of resistance skills was probably at Ai's level, right? However, Sharon did not feel honored at all. "Doesn't this mean that no matter where I am in the future, I won't be able to hide from this little girl? This little girl's degree of clinginess seems to be more serious than I thought. By the way." Sharon suddenly remembered something and said to Ai, "Today, I went to the palace to pay a visit and saw the big shot of you demons." "Really?" Ai did not care and continued to nibble on the dessert. She asked absent-mindedly, "Who is it?" "His name is Xianxia. I heard that he is a cadre under the command of Demon Dragon, one of the 6 great demons. He is the second most powerful existence in the demon realm." Sharon asked tentatively, "Do you know him?" Hearing this, Ai stopped nibbling. "It's him?" Ai said without thinking, "What is that idiot doing in the human realm?" "Idiot, idiot?" Sharon was shocked by this title. The reason why he revealed the arrival of Xianxia was to test Ai's reaction. He wanted to see what kind of attitude she had towards the second most powerful existence in the demon realm, so as to speculate Ai's position in the demon realm. Now, looking at Ai's attitude of calling the other person an idiot without thinking, could it be that Ai's background is greater than Xianxia, more powerful than the second most powerful existence in the demon realm? Hiss, this little girl, what is her background? At that moment, Shuren weakly told AIE what happened today. AIE did not care much at first, until Shuren mentioned the appearance of the old demon's faction in Stringham. This little girl's face sank and her eyes were filled with coldness. Humph, AIE snorted coldly. This sound actually caused the surrounding atmosphere to tremble wildly. Shuren was silent. Damn, scary. The big boss was angry. The consequences seemed to be a little serious. While Shuren was in a daze, AIE looked at him and said, "So, you really don't want to fight against the old demons?" AIE was actually sure about this. Shuren didn't even think about it. "I'm not going." Shuren's answer was very decisive. "Why? Didn't you say that you hated the people from the old demon faction?" AIE asked. "I do hate them. Who doesn't hate villains? But firstly, I have important things to do in the capital, so I don't have the time. Secondly, I don't have to purposely go and attack a group of people I've never seen before just because I hate them. Thirdly, I don't want to be cheated." Sean replied decisively. That was it. For the next month, Sean would definitely be cooped up in the underground magic library of the palace. Needless to say, that was the case. Even if he didn't mention this, to have Shuren purposely go to someone else's territory to wipe out a group of villains, was he thinking that learning magic wasn't good enough? Or was it not good to have a comfortable bath with Terre every day? Although it was a little uncomfortable to only be able to watch and not eat, but Shuren wouldn't have nothing better to do and would really go to the kingdom to eradicate the scourge of the world, right? Not to mention, Stringham was Duke Barry's territory. That guy obviously didn't like him. He didn't know if it was because of Rosie or some other reason, but he was going against him. Sean didn't know what he thought of him, but since he obviously didn't get along with him, he would be a moron if he still went to the other party's territory to deliver himself. That guy was obviously an old coin. What iron blood, what heartless. In the world of novels, he was just a standard side character who was used to slap the face of the main character. Even if he wasn't afraid, there was no need to play along with him, right, Crusade? Shuren couldn't wait for the annoying old demons to work harder and overturn that old coin's territory. Only then would he feel happy. Take the initiative to help? No way. Because of this, Shuren just wanted to tell him to go play by himself. But AIE obviously had a different idea. What if I want to crusade against them? AIE stared at Sean. How could he say such a thing? You? Shuren was stunned and said subconsciously, what? Do you have a grudge against them? What do you think? AIE said expressionlessly, those malignant tumors of the demon realm, not only did they use that person's name to act recklessly, they also attempted to destroy the balance between the god, human, and demon races. Not only did they kill their own kind, they also incessantly created chaos and disasters in the past 1,000 years, causing the other innocent people of the demon race to be guarded against and feared by the human race, and even hated. If it weren't for them, the demons would definitely be able to better integrate into this world and move towards true peace with the gods and humans. My sisters wouldn't have to work so hard. They have been pursued by the gods and humans because of these cancerous things. I don't know how much effort it took to recover and compensate them. In addition, the important figures in the old demons are generally people who came from under the command of the 6 demons. They are equivalent to traitors who betrayed us. Do you think I wouldn't want to crusade against them? As AIE said, the people who hated the old demons more than anyone else were not the Protoss and humans, but the demons themselves. If it weren't for these cancerous things, the world would not still have a grudge against the demons because they were persecuted by the demons. The 3 races would not just maintain the balance, but could achieve true peace. It was because of these guys' wanton acts that the Protoss and humans still thought that the demons were scourges and could not be trusted. Therefore, it was understandable that AIE would want to eradicate these cancerous tumors. Perhaps, the reason why AIE appeared in the human world, came to the royal city, and noticed his existence was also because of Xianxia, Betho, and Killian. But, did this girl suddenly reveal a scary secret just now? While Sean was pondering over the matter seriously, AIE spoke up again. Now that I know where those cancerous things have appeared, of course, I can't let them go. AIE stared at Shuren. You don't want me to go, do you? The corner of Shuren's eye twitched. Bingo. Aie said faintly, you annihilated the old demons of Betho's lineage. So, if it's you, as soon as you appear in their sight, there is a high chance that they will show up. At that time, before she finished her sentence, Sharon quickly interrupted her. But I said, I don't want to go. I have something to do, and I don't want to be tricked. Sharon almost raised his hand to vote. You really don't want to go? Aie frowned and said, even if I go with you, you won't go? You go with me? Sharon was startled and fell into deep thought. If he really had Aie accompanying him, it wouldn't be impossible. This little girl's combat power was definitely off the charts. He did not know if she could explode stars with one punch like Monkey Sun, but she was definitely not the kind of level that the human race could afford to provoke. With this little girl around, any conspiracy and tricks would probably be useless, right? Moreover, this little girl not only had strength off the charts, but her identity was also frighteningly high. A mere duke of the kingdom would probably be destroyed in minutes if he provoked her. If he went with this little girl, not only would he not be in trouble, but he could also trick the old coin and make him fail miserably. Besides, he did not need to follow the old coin's train of thought to act at all. He could totally take the little girl and sneak over to shoot. Thinking of this, Sharon could not help but feel a little tempted. Thinking of the old coin who planned to go against him, Sharon really wanted to take revenge. However, the premise was that he did not get in the way of his business. So, okay, I will go with you. Sharon said to Aie, but I have two conditions. Hearing this, Aie was very dissatisfied. You are the only one who can negotiate with me. Aie sighed and said, tell me, what are your conditions? First, we'll leave in a month. We won't go now. Sharon first confirmed this point. This was the business, and it could not be delayed. What if they run away? Aie frowned. I will think of a way then. Sharon promised, is this okay? Okay. Aie pondered for a while, then nodded and said, what about the second condition? The second one. Sharon glanced at the pillow in Aie's hands and smiled like a thief who finally found an opportunity. He said, you have to remove the pillow and let me take a look. Just one look. Huh? Aie was instantly stunned. Then Aie finally understood. This guy was actually waiting for her here, bastard. You. Aie looked at Sharon with a murderous look in her eyes. Sharon was frightened. I just wanted to take a look. I'm just curious. Can't I do that? Sharon widened his eyes and looked aggrieved. Aie was speechless. Needless to say, this bastard was acting. Aie could see it. However, although this grievance was an act, Sharon's curiosity was real. Aie could also see it. Perhaps everyone hid it too deliberately and her reaction was too big, so this bastard's curiosity became stronger and stronger. He seized this opportunity to make a request. This left Aie at her wit's end. If it had been someone else who dared to offend her like this and pestered her relentlessly, Aie would have definitely spat out a breath of air and vaporized the other party on the spot. There was no doubt that her breath could even evaporate the ocean. Evaporating a person couldn't be any easier. However, facing Sharon, Aie was really angry and annoyed, but she could only feel helpless. She probably couldn't find a second person who could make her act like this even if she searched the entire three realms of gods, humans, and demons. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Sharon didn't have any ulterior motives in associating with her, right? He already knew that her background wasn't simple, but he was still able to associate with her without any ill intent. This was the first time Aie met someone like this apart from her 5 sisters. Therefore, although she only wanted to observe and monitor this mysterious hero at first, as she got along with Sharon, Aie gradually began to feel that this wasn't too bad. At least, it was much better than staying alone in the castle and sleeping day and night, right? At this thought, Aie let out a deep sigh. It's true. Apart from you, there's no one else who can do this. Aie emphasized this matter once again, intending to let Sharon know how honored she was. Unfortunately, Sharon's eyes only lit up. So, you agree? Sharon asked impatiently, as if he was only concerned about this matter and nothing else mattered. This made Aie understand Rosie's feelings. She wanted to bite someone. AIE could only sigh deeply again. Okay, I promise you. AIE finally nodded. However, before Sharon could be happy, AIE immediately added a sentence. However, you have to wait until you fulfill your promise and annihilate the old demons. AIE actually added such a prerequisite. AIE? Suddenly, it was Sharon's turn to be dissatisfied. How can you do this? How can this be? Don't push your luck. This is already a very big compromise. Apart from when the demon race surrendered and decided to coexist with the god race and the human race, I have never compromised like this again. AIE said mercilessly, you've also delayed this matter for a month, so why is there a problem with me delaying it as well? This time, Sharon didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Rosie Sharon couldn't say anything. If I don't suppress him a little, do you really think I'm a child that can be bullied? Chen Tian. Okay. Sharon reluctantly said, then remember to let me have a look. Don't worry. Since I have made a promise, I will never break it. AIE nodded, but also emphasized, just a look? Don't worry. Since I've made a promise, I won't go back on it. AIE nodded, but emphasized, you can only take a look. Upon hearing that, Sean rolled his eyes slightly. I know. Sean smiled and said meaningfully, I said it's 100 million eyes, so it's 100 million eyes. Rest assured. That's good. AIE revealed a satisfied expression. Before that, Sharon would continue to stay in the royal city and spend this month in the underground spellbook library of the royal palace. Thus, Sharon and AIE agreed to go to Stringham in a month and annihilate the old demons there. She believed that from there, Sharon would be able to find a lot of things he needed. By then, Sharon's strength would increase by leaps and bounds again. After discussing this matter, Sharon and AIE prepared to go back. However, why are you hugging me? Looking at her feet that suddenly left the ground and feeling the embrace from behind, AIE was silent for a long time before she spoke faintly. Sharon, who was carrying AIE, said confidently while feeling the soft loli in his arms. If you don't let me feast my eyes, then I can only do it. Such a scumbag's words were simply shameful. AIE did not want to bite him anymore. She just wanted to pinch him. Perhaps sensing this, Sharon quickly explained. You said before that I can continue to hug you. AIE didn't know how to react to that. Sigh, AIE could only sigh for the umpteenth time. Seeing that AIE was resentful but did not resist, Sharon grinned and smiled proudly. He carried the cute lowly demons and walked in the direction of the Lazahad house. Not long after, Sharon and AIE returned to the Lazahad house. At this time AIE struggled slightly and jumped out of Sharon's arms, no longer letting him touch her. Sharon felt a little regretful and reluctant because the feeling was really indescribable. However, he also knew that with AIE's personality, she would never let him hug her in front of outsiders. Hence, Sharon did not insist and walked into the Lazahad house with AIE. In the end, just like last time, Vivian and the others were gathered here, but they seemed to be talking about something serious, unlike last time, where they were chatting aimlessly. You're back? Vivian saw Sharon and immediately waved at him. Just in time, come over. What's wrong? Sharon was a little curious. He stepped forward and asked, are you discussing something? Yes. Vivian nodded and said, we are discussing the next arrangements. Sharon understood. Like Balin, Lion, Arliss, and the others, the meeting had ended, and the escort incident caused by the old demons had completely come to an end. Vivian's team also had to make plans for the next step. Mr. Balin and Mr. Lion are ready to leave and will go back to Lamajijan together tomorrow. Arliss is prepared to stay with his teammates in the royal capital as agreed. We are the only ones who have not made a decision yet, Vivian said. I am now asking for everyone's opinion and see what everyone thinks. As soon as Vivian's voice trailed off, the silent Tear looked at Sharon. Vivian said you will stay for the time being, right? Tear asked Sharon. Yes. Sharon did not hide anything and said honestly, I have access to the underground library for a month. Even if I want to leave this place, it will probably be a month later. As soon as he said that, two hands immediately raised up weakly. Is that really the only reason? Lumia asked in a trembling voice. Could it be that Mr. Shuren did not decide to stay because of Her Royal Highness? Marika was also hesitating, but in the end, she stammered with a complicated expression. Shuren was speechless. Why are you all like this too? Are you done? Please, let this pass, I beg of you. No matter what, Shuren's decision to stay had already been set in stone. He did not want to explain. The more he explained, the messier it would get. The others would not believe him at all. If he continued to explain, he might get agitated and say the wrong thing. Then, a certain fierce female cat might jump out and bite him again. Therefore, Shuren could only speak weakly. Anyway, I will stay in the royal capital for a month. You can go back first. Anyway, in the royal capital, Shuren had more or less become familiar with the people. It should not be a problem for him to stay alone. Of course, he had to discuss it with Mijis first. Since they were staying here, it would not be right for him to not greet them properly. However, after Shuren said that he would stay, the group of girls said the same thing. Since you want to stay, I will stay too. Ter made up her mind without any hesitation, which surprised the group of girls. Especially Lumia and Marika. Vivian was fine. At least she knew Ter's situation and could guess why she wanted to stay. But Lumia and Marika could not. Ter seems to be on good terms with Mr. Shuren recently. Lumia's face was full of surprise. Is this still the cold and indifferent Ter? Marika puffed up her cheeks. It was unknown why she was unhappy. But Ter did not explain at all, as if she could not be bothered to explain. After making her decision, she did not say anything else and quietly drank her tea. Shuren, on the other hand, was happy. After all, if Ter did not leave, she would continue to be his bath partner, right? This was a good relationship. What do you two plan to do? Vivian laughed and shook her head. She turned to Lumia and Marika for confirmation. In the end, both of them looked a little hesitant. Marika stole a glance at Shuren, and then said in a mosquito-like voice, I will stay too. Is that so? Vivian looked at Marika with a faint smile and said, why? No. No, why? Marika continued to say with a guilty conscience, since Mr. Shuren and Ter both want to stay, then I will stay too. That weak voice did not sound convincing no matter how one listened to it. What about Lumia? Vivian could only shake her head and confirm with the last member of the group. Lumia's expression was still full of hesitation and even a little dilemma. Since Ter and Marika both want to stay, I also want to stay. Lumia was worried. But my sisters are still in Lamijin. If there's no one to take care of them for too long, in other words, Lumia was very worried about her sister's condition. Lumia was very worried about her sister's condition. Don't worry. There's still Lily in the Lamijin. If she knows you won't be returning to the Lamijin for the time being, she'll definitely help you take care of your sisters. Vivian smiled. And it's only a month. We've been away from Lamijin for almost a month. Another month shouldn't be a problem, right? Lucia seemed to have understood what Vivian was trying to say. Does Sister Vivian want me to stay? Vivian. You can say that. Vivian did not hide it. Ter wants to stay, Marika wants to stay, and Shuren is here. Since you want to stay as well, I might as well stay. If even Vivian wanted to stay, she could not let Lumia go back alone, could she? Because of this, Vivian tried to comfort and persuade him. Will it be all right? Lumia was still a little worried. Don't worry, I will write to Lily and ask her to take care of your sisters. Vivian patted Lumia's shoulder, giving her courage. Then. All right, only then did Lucia reluctantly agree to it. And so, everyone in Vivian's group decided to stay in the royal capital. The time limit was temporarily set at a month. At this time, Shuren had already slipped to Ter's side. You really want to stay? Shuren asked in a low voice. Are you not welcome? Ter glanced at Shuren and asked instead of answering. Of course not. Shuren denied without hesitation. Among the group, the one that Shuren wanted to stay the most was Ter. As for the reason, everyone knew it even if he did not say it. But, you don't like the royal capital, right? Shuren confirmed. If you stay in the royal capital, you will continue to be in trouble. Is that okay? Shirin had to have this concern. No matter what, after deciding to spend the next month in the underground library, Shirin would not have the time to continue protecting Ter in secret. If that happened, Ter might encounter unimaginable trouble. She knew this very well. But Shirin's words did not change Ter's mind. Although I don't like this place, that doesn't mean I'm afraid. I can already protect myself. Ter said calmly. Besides, you know my situation. So wherever you are, I will be there. These words almost moved Xian to the point of becoming a mess. When he first met Ter, he thought she was the coldest and most uncommunicative girl in the team. But now, she actually said such words to Shirin. It really made Shirin want to marry her. Bah! He wanted to marry this little girl, but no matter how moved he was, he couldn't turn a blind eye to Ter's troubles. If at the beginning, Shirin helped Ter because of Rosie's instructions, then now, he wanted to help this little girl from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, Shirin glanced over at Aie who seemed to be sleepy and yawning. She looked so cute that she could explode. Shirin had a plan in his mind. If all else fails, I'll let Aie be my personal guard for a month. With Aie around, Ter's safety would not be an issue. He just didn't know if this little girl was willing or not. It couldn't be helped. After all, Aie was only interested in Shirin. At first glance, this little girl seemed to get along well with Shirin. But in fact, when she was with people other than Shirin, Aie always had a lukewarm feeling. Even when Lucia and Marika were very warm to her, she always looked disinterested. Under such circumstances, it was a little uncertain whether this hidden big boss would be willing to be Ter's guard for a month. If it doesn't work, I'll have to continue. Shirin was mentally prepared to have a good chat with Aie. After that, they requested to stay for another month at dinner, and Mijis agreed without hesitation. The matter was settled just like that. It was nighttime. When Shirin ended his daily routine with Ter, he walked out of the public bathing area with his body still steaming and feeling refreshed. He was about to return to his room. However, on the way, Shirin was stopped. Are you ready to rest? Vivian walked over from the other side and seemed to be waiting for Shirin. Vivian? Shirin was slightly taken aback, but then he smiled and stepped forward, saying, What's wrong? Is there something you need from me? Sort of. Vivian didn't deny it. At the same time, she glanced in the direction of the public bathing area and said with a smile, Why didn't you come out with Ter? As soon as she said this, the smile on Shirin's face froze. Seeing this, Vivian revealed a rare playful expression and said, Don't tell me you think that I didn't notice? Hearing this, Shirin's first thought was very simple. Damn it, I'm done for. He didn't know if Vivian saw through his thoughts, but she couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I'm not here to settle scores with you, and I'm not here to make you responsible. Vivian seemed to be teasing Shirin, but she said, This is undoubtedly a good thing for Ter. Seeing her like this, not only do I not feel worried, but I also feel a lot more relaxed. Is that so? Shirin laughed dryly. Do you trust me that much? Of course. Vivian said without hesitation, After all, you are a hero. No matter how unreliable you appear, I believe that there is justice in your heart. Vivian said this without the slightest bit of embarrassment, and she didn't doubt it at all. This made Shirin not know how to respond to Vivian. Is she giving me a good guy card? This was the only thought in Shirin's mind. However, Vivian didn't seem to have this intention, and she still showed a gentle smile to Shirin. Unknowingly, it has been about a month since we met, right? Vivian suddenly said such a thing. I think so. Shirin scratched his head and shrugged. It feels like time flies, but a month's time isn't that long. Yeah. Vivian nodded and looked at Shirin. Although it hasn't been that long, I feel like we've known each other for a long time. Is that so? Shirin blinked. Of course. Just like before, Vivian answered without hesitation as she smiled. You should know that in the beginning, everyone in the team, including me, actually didn't plan to have a deep relationship with you. We just treated you as someone like the newbies we've brought in the past. Shirin fell silent. In fact, wasn't he the same, when he first saw Vivian's team, he even saw them as a source of trouble and was unwilling to get close to them. At that time, both sides had agreed to muddle through and part on good terms. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. Even Vivian, although she was rather gentle and warm towards Sharon at the beginning, that was only because of her personality. At that time, Vivian only treated Sharon as a newbie whom Lily had entrusted to her. She treated him with the hope that she could help him as much as possible during the 1-month assessment period and let him grow. After that, she would let this newbie lead the team and become independent instead of keeping him in the team. Who would have thought that Sharon's background was so extraordinary? While Vivian couldn't just ignore him, they gradually got used to each other and accepted each other. It wasn't just Vivian. Everyone in the team has also accepted you in the end, Vivian said with relief. If it was in the past, I really wouldn't believe that everyone would be so unguarded against a member of the opposite sex. Due to the uniqueness of Vivian's team, they had encountered trouble from the opposite sex several times in the past. With the exception of Vivian, who was loyal to her heart, the others had already built up a strong mental defense against the opposite sex. At the beginning, weren't Ter, Lumia, Marika, and the others extremely wary of Sharon, not even daring to talk to him? Now, this situation had completely changed. Needless to say about Ter, Marika's attitude towards you has also gradually changed. I wonder if you've noticed? Mr. Sharon? Vivian seemed to be really happy. As if she was teasing Sharon, she actually said such teasing words. Sharon immediately felt awkward. Of course, he had noticed the change in Marika's attitude. That girl now didn't reveal herself, unlike Ter who was direct and bold, but when she looked at Sharon, her eyes were becoming brighter and brighter. Compared to the past, her attitude was completely different. It was just that because she was timid and nervous, she didn't dare to take the initiative to approach Sharon. Every time Sharon paid attention to her, she would make a fuss about nothing, blushing and running away in a panic when Sharon came looking for her. It really made one feel helpless. To be honest, Sharon had no idea what was going on with this girl. No, it wasn't that Sharon couldn't see the change in Marika's attitude towards him. Marika's favorable impression of him was already very obvious. Sharon wasn't the kind of slow-witted main character in novels that made people want to punch him, so he could naturally feel it. However, Sharon didn't understand why this girl would suddenly treat him like this. He didn't have many interactions with Marika, right? At most, he had helped that last once when young Master Margaret was still around. Could it be that this so-called most beautiful, purest, kindest, and holiest elven girl in the world was already yearning for love? Nonsense, right? In any case, Sharon felt that it was quite magical. He didn't know what to do, so he could only let nature take its course. At that moment, Sharon spread his hands helplessly and said, "It's just Ter and Marika. Isn't Lumia still the same?" Indeed, in a situation where Ter and Marika's attitude towards Sharon had changed, it was the shy orc girl who still kept a respectful distance from Sharon. Lumia is just timid. Vivian naturally knew the situation in the team. Vivian was naturally aware of the situation in the team. She smiled and consoled, "If you try to interact with him, you'll find that he's quite cute." "Maybe," Sharon said disapprovingly. "I'm just afraid that when I go over, she'll run away." "How will you know if you don't try?" Vivian actually encouraged him. "Just give it a try. That's all you're missing." "What do you mean that's all you're missing?" Sharon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why does it sound like she's trying to persuade me to go after Lumia? Is this how you treat your sister? Didn't you say that the purpose of setting up the team was to protect these girls? Why are you trying to push them into a pit of fire now?" "No, why is it a pit of fire? I'm not harming them." Sharon suddenly came to a realization. "Alright, I'll stop joking with you." Seeing Sharon's conflicted expression, Vivian stopped joking. "Actually, the main reason I came to find you is to give you this." With that, Vivian handed something to Sharon. "This is..." Sean's gaze fell on Vivian's hand that was stretched out towards him, and he looked at the thing lying in her palm with a stunned expression. It was a pitch-black metal that looked like an iron badge lying quietly in Vivian's palm. There was a sword and a ball of flame engraved on the metal. It was the emblem of the Adventurers Guild, a sign that represented swords and magic. Sharon finally understood. "This is the Adventurer's medal, right?" "That's right." It was the Adventurer's Medal, the proof of identity that the Adventurers Guild used to award true adventurers. Vivian took out the medal that the Adventurers Guild awarded to the lowest level adventurers, the Black Iron First Class Medal. Only with this medal could one be considered an official adventurer. Even though it was only the lowest level of a first-class adventurer. This belongs to you, Vivian said. Vivian said, I know that your level is definitely much higher than that of a level 1 adventurer. However, you have just passed the assessment, so you can only receive the Black Iron Level 1 Beginner Medal. If you want to advance, you will have to go to the Adventurers Guild to conduct a magic test to confirm your level. Vivian took Sharon's hand and passed the medal to him. Sean subconsciously took the medal, and then realized what was going on. You mean, I passed the adventurer's assessment? Sharon looked at Vivian in surprise. Are you surprised? Vivian laughed and said, don't forget that the assessment period for new adventurers is a month, and like I said, it's been about a month since we met, right? This meant that Sharon's assessment period was over. Originally, this medal should only be given to you after we return to Lemegen. But since you intend to stay in the royal capital for a month, we can't let you wait for a month, Vivian said softly. Therefore, with my recommendation and Lily's approval, the Adventurers Guild headquarters in the capital has decided to award you the Adventurer's Medal. Vivian said softly. Vivian brought the medal back and handed it to Sharon. Is this all right? Sharon held the medal and said with some embarrassment, strictly speaking, I've only done one mission with you. Isn't it too hasty to let me pass the assessment? Although it was a little embarrassing to say it, Sean had really forgotten that he needed to be assessed. In this month, the only adventure that Sean had taken was the trip to Mount Mongol. Other than that, he hid on the 3rd floor of the guild to read books, or followed the escort team all the way to the king's city. This really made him feel that the medal in his hand was a bit of a hot potato. But Vivian shook her head. That's not right. Vivian said, don't forget, this escort mission is also an adventure for our party. It's an official mission that the president personally entrusted to us. This quest should be at least platinum rank, or even secret silver rank. And you participated in this mission during the assessment period. Not only did you follow, but you also became the main force and the biggest contributor, resolving this mission. Let me ask you, how can we not let such an adventurer pass the assessment? Vivian smiled sweetly and said slowly. Of course, adventurers don't just need strength and achievements. They also need sufficient knowledge and experience. You're seriously lacking in the latter, but it's not as hard to replace as strength and achievements. Among adventurers, there are people who don't even know how to dissect a low-level monster, but they have companions who can make up for this weakness. They don't need to do it themselves. You can be like them and form a team with knowledgeable and experienced companions in the future. Hearing Vivian's words, Sharon finally understood. I'm considered independent now, right? Sharon held the adventurer's medal in his hand and asked Vivian. Yes. Vivian nodded, and said in a gentle voice, right now, you can accept missions on your own, or join someone else's team. You can even establish your own team and recruit members. You can decide what you want to do. I see. Sharon was silent for a moment before he smiled and said, then I can officially leave the team when we return to Lemegen, right? In theory. Vivian looked at Sharon and revealed a meaningful expression. The prerequisite is that someone wants you to leave, or you want to leave. After leaving such words, Vivian turned around and left. Only Sharon was left. He stared blankly at Vivian for a while, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Does this Vivian have a hidden black-bellied side? Sharon had a feeling that Vivian was teasing him, or perhaps she knew what was going to happen next. I didn't expect you to be like this, Vivian. Sharon could only smile and look at the black iron medal in his hand. Then, he grinned. From now on, I'm also a person with status. After saying that, Sean put away the medal, and hummed a song in a more relaxed and cheerful mood than when he came out of the bathhouse, and went to his room. The next morning. Today, Sharon woke up early in the morning. Everyone in Vivian's team woke up early. Apart from AIE, who was still sleeping and could not be woken up, the rest were gathered together for breakfast. As the only male in the team, Sharon ate faster than anyone else. Everyone looked at Sharon, who was wolfing down his food, and suddenly felt full. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Eat slowly, Mr. Shuren. Marika could not help but say, be careful not to choke. What? Ter also frowned and said, do you have something urgent? Hearing this, Shuren swallowed the food in his mouth and nodded. I'm going to the underground magic library in the palace today, so I can't wait. Shuren said, what about you guys? Do you have any plans? Yes. Vivian replied to Shuren with a smile, we plan to go to the Adventurers Guild to have a look. If there is a suitable commission, we will probably resume our adventure activities in the near future. Yes. Yes. Lucia also nodded and said softly, after all, there are too many things to buy in the royal capital, and the expenses are a little high. The implication was that they had to find a way to make money. Shuren's eating movement suddenly stopped. Because he also remembered this cruel thing. I'm also almost out of money. Shuren, who did not have many gold coins left, had a sullen expression. Should he go on a mission with Vivian and the others and make some money first? It was a little difficult. In the end, Shuren did not go with Vivian and the rest. He had no choice. He only had a month, and every day was precious. He could earn money at any time, but he might not have such an opportunity again. Anyway, the Lazahad family was paying for his food and lodging, and he had some gold coins in his pocket. He should be able to survive for a month, right? He should. At the thought of the female cat in the palace who ate well, and the cute Lolita at home who also needed to be fed, Shuren did not feel good. None of them are mine. Why should I spend so much money to make them happy? If one of them was his, he would not feel that he had suffered a loss. The problem was that they were not. These two big shots, they are obviously not people who lack money, and yet they want to scam my little treasury. This is too much, too much. As Shuren cursed, he went in the direction of Lilith's dessert shop and spent another sum of money to buy some desserts. That fierce little female cat said that before he went to the underground magic library in the palace, he had to meet her on the way and give her the things that he promised to give her. Otherwise, for the next month, that female cat would turn into a little female snake and keep pestering him until he could not go to the underground magic library every day. What could Shuren do? He could only offer tributes and coax this great god first. What a sin, carrying a few dessert boxes, Shuren sighed as he walked in the palace, heading in the direction of Rosie's bedroom. At this moment, please wait a moment. A voice suddenly sounded and stopped Shuren. Shuren's footsteps suddenly stopped. He tilted his head and looked at the source of the voice with a puzzled expression. In the next second, Shuren saw a knight. Hello, Sir Shuren. He saw an extremely handsome blonde knight with excellent magic equipment and a bright silver magic sword hanging on his waist. He came in front of Shuren and bowed to him. You are. Shuren looked at the stranger's face and was confused. The other party smiled. Let me introduce myself. I'm Limcho Sterling, a Royal Guard Knight of the Royal Guard Regiment. The person who came was Limcho. Stringham? Shuren raised his eyebrows. Although he did not know the knight in front of him, Shuren would not forget his surname. What's your relationship with that duke from yesterday? Shuren asked with a faint smile. Limcho's expression did not change. He still smiled faintly, and even his voice sounded indifferent. He is my father. Limcho admitted this very straightforwardly. There was no need to hide it, and he could not hide it. Therefore, Limcho decided not to hide it and directly revealed it. So it's the young master of the duke's family. Shuren also guessed this was the case, and the faint smile on his face became even wider. People say that only when you beat the young will the old come out. Could it be that I beat the old this time and stimulated the young? However, he did not expect that the duke had a son who was serving as a knight, and his strength seemed to be quite good. At least, Shuren's identify skill could easily see through the other party's details. Level 75, and the composition of the skills were all close combat, and the level was not low. Among them, there was the level 7, two-handed sword, skill and the level 5, magic sword, skill. At a glance, one could tell that even if he was not as good as Rosie, he was still much stronger than the average person of the same age. It seemed that he was a little genius. Sean collected so much information in the blink of an eye without batting an eyelid and opened his mouth. I wonder why the young master of the Duke's family stopped me here. Shuren wanted to see what this young master was going to do. However, in the face of Shuren's impolite words and playful attitude, Limcho did not say anything, nor did he do anything. He just stared at him for a while, and then immediately reacted. Sorry. Limcho suddenly bowed and apologized. Yesterday, my father seemed to have offended you. I hope you can forgive him. The apologetic voice and the sudden bowing action made the playful expression on Shuren's face turn into surprise. Are you here to apologize? Shuren's face was full of surprise. Yes. Limcho was still full of apology, and said, for a hero who has made great contributions, my father's attitude and behavior are really too much, so I came to apologize to you, and hope to obtain your forgiveness. Hearing this, Shuren frowned. He really did not expect that the other party actually came to do this kind of thing. You are not here to cause trouble? Shuren asked bluntly. Of course not, please don't misunderstand this matter, the Stringham family is in the wrong. Limcho hurriedly shook his head to deny, as if he really did not want Shuren to misunderstand. Shuren also did not feel any hostility from the other party. Therefore, this young master of the Duke's family should really not blame Shuren for this matter, right? The other party really came to apologize. Did the Duke ask you to come here? Shuren was silent for a while, and then asked again. This sentence, instead, made the other party laugh. How is that possible? Limcho said with some disgust, that person will not think that what he does is wrong, as long as it is reasonable, necessary, even if it is against reason, he will do it. Why would he think that it is wrong to obstruct others? Limcho's words made Shuren raise his eyebrows again. Looking at the disgust in this person's eyes, this should be the other party's sincere words. In other words, this person seemed to have a conflict with his father? Shuren felt that it was quite strange. Your father did not come to apologize, but your son came to apologize, isn't that quite strange? That was what Shuren thought. But the other party did not think so. How can that be? Limcho looked straight at Shuren, and said with a faint smile, my father only has me, and he also invested all the family's resources in me to raise me to this level. It can be said that I will definitely inherit the Stringham family in the future, there is no other possibility. And I do not want the Stringham family to offend people like Sir Shuren. Limcho said frankly with assurance, father is not a knight, he does not understand how scary Sir Shuren who can release such an aura is, but I cannot do that, I cannot let the future Stringham family become enemies with a strong person like you. So, I came to apologize to you for the family. I hope you can accept it. At this moment, Shuren was silent. Seeing that Limju bowed deeply to him and lowered his head, his attitude was sincere, and his words did not seem insincere. Sean narrowed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Shuren was silent. Limjo also maintained his bowing posture, as if Shuren did not speak, he would never raise his head. The indescribable silence began to spread. This situation lasted for a long time. It was not until a long time later that Sean relaxed his expression. Tell me one thing first. Sean said, why did your father, who seems to be so great, target me? This matter, Shuren really wanted to know. Although the nobles in the capital had many reasons to target Shuren, but because there were many reasons, Shuren did not know which one Barry was targeting him for. Is it because of Ter? Or because of Rosie? Shuren's calm words made Limjo finally raise his head. However, before he raised his head, Limjo's eyes trembled for a moment, and a sharp light flashed. At that time, Shuren said the nickname Rosie. However, that was only for a short moment. But because of this short moment, before Limjo raised his head, Shuren's expression also changed, and then returned to normal. In this situation, Limjo raised his head and told Shuren the details. It's because of Her Royal Highness. Limjo did not hide anything, and said bluntly, my father has always hoped that I could become Her Royal Highness's husband and marry into the royal family to increase the Stringham family's status and power in the kingdom. So, the relationship between you and Her Royal Highness has somewhat stimulated my father. Hearing this, Shuren showed a sarcastic expression. I see, I understand the reason. Shuren nodded and said with a faint smile, then what does Master Limjo think? Me? Limjo raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you mean, Qing?" "Of course, Her Royal Highness." Shuren spread his hands and said, "Your father wants you to marry Her Royal Highness." "What about you? Do you want to be with Her Royal Highness?" This question seemed to have stumped Limjo. At least, Limjo did not expect Shuren to ask this question. He was speechless and became silent. But, after a while, Limjo's expression relaxed again, and he looked straight at Shuren. "Of course I do." Limjo said word by word, "I am not afraid to tell you, Her Royal Highness has countless admirers, and I am naturally one of them." "Naturally?" Shuren's tone seemed a little strange. "Yes, naturally." Limjo did not mind and said calmly, "After all, Her Royal Highness is so beautiful and so outstanding. Whether it is appearance, family background, talent or character, no one can compare to her. I even think that a person like Her Royal Highness deserves to be called a goddess. As for the people of the Protoss, other than the three goddesses, I am afraid that the others are not even qualified to be compared to Her Royal Highness." What Limjo said was a little rebellious. He actually said that the creator of the human race and the god that they believed in were not even qualified to be compared to a mortal. If this was spread, this young master would probably feel bad, right? Of course, he would not understand this logic. But, he still said it like this. Because, this was what he really meant. To be able to be born in the same era as such a lady who has never been seen before and will probably never be seen again is definitely a blessing that will make all men go wild with joy. Limjo said this with a smile. In fact, because of the big age gap with Her Royal Highness, there are many people who do not have the right to pursue her, including some big nobles. Because of this, as a normal man, if Limjo said that he did not have any thoughts about Her Royal Highness, that would definitely be a lie. In reality, with my identity and background, the possibility of being together with Her Royal Highness is quite high. Limjo did not know if he was joking or serious. If I was just an ordinary mortal, then of course I would not dare to have too many thoughts. But since we are so close, it is not impossible. How can I dare to say that I do not have any thoughts in this regard? Perhaps it was because of this that Limjo chose to tell the truth, to show his sincerity. However, this doesn't mean that I will be hostile towards you like my father. Limjo finally said what he wanted to say. Father felt that, for the family, for the future, there is no need to hesitate or show mercy to offend someone like Qing who has no background. This is the biggest difference between me and father. In my opinion, although Qing is just an adventurer, she will definitely not be willing to be ordinary. I believe many people can guess what her future achievements will be. Therefore, I will not offend Qing for this matter. Qing does not need to worry. Limjo's honesty made Shuren look at him in a new light. However, Shuren would still ask the questions that needed to be asked. Then young Master Limjo is prepared to give up on Her Royal Highness? Shuren said this as if he was testing the waters. Of course not. Limjo immediately answered, still so sure and so honest, I will pursue Her Royal Highness openly, I will not play tricks like father. Will that offend Qing? What he meant was that if he pursued Her Royal Highness openly, and Shuren thought that it was an offense, then there was nothing he could do. You're quite a smooth talker. Shuren instantly laughed. It is just the truth. Limjo was abnormally calm. Okay, then I understand. Shuren glanced at Limjo and said slowly, I will temporarily accept your apology. Temporarily? Limjo caught the key point in Shuren's words. Yes, temporarily. Shuren didn't hide it and said directly, I can let it go this time. After all, I did not lose anything, but if there is a next time, then I will not say anything else. Limjo continued Shuren's words and said without hesitation, I have already done my best for the family. If father still doesn't know his limits and continues to offend Qing, then no matter what Qing does, I will not complain. Okay. Shuren said straightforwardly, remember what you said today. I know. Limjo smiled and then said enthusiastically, Qing, are you planning to go to the underground magic library? How about I lead the way? There is no need. Shuren shook his head and said, Her Royal Highness already said that she will help me lead the way and introduce me to the library. There is no need to trouble young Master Limjo. Is that so? Limjo paused and said, then I will not disturb Qing anymore. I hope Qing will be able to gain something. I hope so. Shuren replied and then turned to leave. Looking at Shuren's gradually disappearing figure, the smile on Limzhou's face slowly disappeared, and his eyes became cold. Then, Limzhou snorted and also turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, Shuren also had an expression on his face. That expression was quite playful. After that, Shuren completely forgot about Limzhou, as if he had never seen this person before. He brought along some comforting gifts and visited Her Royal Highness' bedroom. As always, there were still a lot of noble young masters waiting in Her Royal Highness' bedroom, as if they were waiting for Her Royal Highness to show her hand. They had nothing to do there all day. Shuren really wanted to ask these young masters why they were wasting their time here all day. Was it because they felt that it was not nice to have a lover outside? Or did they really think that their sincerity would move Her Royal Highness sooner or later? Instead of wasting time here, it was better to go back and think about how to play tricks, such as being a hero to save the beauty. That would be more useful than waiting here, right? He already knew that Her Royal Highness would not see anyone here, but he still mingled here, trying to be noticed by Her Royal Highness in the crowd, then go home and bring a peach over, guaranteed to attract the attention of Her Royal Highness at any time. Shuren complained like this, but he also walked into the hall of the bedroom with a blank expression, attracting the attention of all the noble young masters. They all looked at Shuren, gritting their teeth in their eyes, as if they could not wait to drive Shuren out of here. Unfortunately, after yesterday's visit, everything that Shuren had done in the palace seemed to have spread among the noble circle. Even the commoners already knew that an adventurer named Shuren had crusaded against the old demons faction, which caused chaos in the capital 10 years ago and caused heavy losses. Recently, they had been talking about it enthusiastically. In such a situation, coupled with what Shuren had done to them before, throwing stones, how would these weak young masters dare to come up and cause trouble? Therefore, the noble young masters could only look at Shuren with hatred, but there was fear in their eyes. They did not dare to come forward and cause trouble for Shuren. Under the resentful and envious eyes of these noble young masters, Shuren walked with a majestic gait, and under the respectful salute of the female knights of the Holy Sword Squad who guarded the bedroom, he entered the depths of the bedroom unimpeded and came to the front of the princess room. But at this time, Shuren suddenly stopped. Because, from the room in front of him, Shuren felt the magic power other than Rosie. There's someone else? Shuren was quite surprised. This was the first time Shuren came to see Rosie, but there was someone else there. Moreover, this magic power, Shuren always felt familiar to him. He should have seen it recently, or even chatted with it. You can't blame me for not coming, right? It's you who has a guest. Sean's eyes turned slightly, and he was not shocked but delighted. Shuren rolled his eyes slightly, but he was not surprised. So, if he just left like this, they wouldn't be able to find trouble with him afterwards, right? Thinking of this, Shuren immediately put down the dessert box in his hand and prepared to sneak away. Thinking of this, Sean immediately and quietly put down the dessert box in his hand, and then prepared to sneak away. At the same time, Rosie's door was opened. Thanks to this, Shuren who was about to sneak away met the person inside the door. Thanks to this, Sean, who was about to slip away, met the people inside the door. What are you planning to do, Minister Shuren? A voice that could not help but laugh came into Shuren's ears. The person who opened the door stood in front of Shuren, revealing a beautiful face and a pair of bright eyes to Shuren. The person who opened the door stood in front of Sean, exposing her pretty face and a pair of bright eyes to Sean as she tried to hold back her laughter. Isn't this the princess? Sean smiled awkwardly. The person who appeared in the door was Rosie's sister, Ried Ella. He did not expect that Her Royal Highness would actually come to Rosie's room. No wonder he felt that the magic inside the door was a little familiar. He did not expect Her Royal Highness to come to Rosie's place. No wonder he felt that the magic inside the door was familiar. I'm sorry, I didn't know you would come. Riadella said teasingly, I didn't disturb you, did I? Why would I? Shuren replied without hesitation, I am the one who disturbed your Royal Highness. I will leave now. I wish you two a pleasant chat. With that, Shuren wanted to slip away. But just as Shuren turned around, his shoulder was grabbed by a slender but surprisingly strong hand. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. Riadella grabbed Shuren's shoulder and said with a beautiful smile, since you are here, why don't you accompany us for a chat? Shuren's expression suddenly became reluctant. His intuition told him that Her Royal Highness was definitely trying to cause trouble. Or rather, she was already stirring up trouble. She seemed to want to tease the two of them with the matter between Xian and Rosie, and to amuse herself. Although they met for the first time yesterday, the curious and playful look in Riadella's eyes told Shuren that Her Royal Highness was definitely such a person. Unfortunately, Shuren was not afraid of anything except 3 types of people. 1. A little girl who acted cute without saying anything. Because he would not be able to stand it. 2. A woman who gave it to him without saying anything. Because he would not be able to stand it. 3. A woman who became interested or curious about him without saying anything and was probably ready to rush up to him for free. Because that was too old-fashioned. Shuren could easily guess what would happen next, and then he would guess it again. When that time came, he would still not be able to stand it. Unfortunately, Riadella belonged to the 3rd category. So, Shuren really wanted to escape. That's not good, is it? Shuren said in a very euphemistic way, hoping that Her Royal Highness would understand. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Who would have thought that not only did Her Royal Highness not understand, but she also looked happy, like an old dove that was ready to do something to Shuren. I have something to do. Shuren could only use the escape formula. No matter how big the matter is, I will help you. Riadella said such a domineering sentence, blocking all of Shuren's escape routes. Don't waste time. Hurry up and come in. In the next second, Shuren was dragged into the room by Riadella. As soon as he entered the room, Shuren immediately saw a cold and elegant female knight guarding behind an empty seat, and Rosie sitting opposite the empty seat with a helpless face. Xian and Rosie looked at each other and could see from each other's eyes what the other wanted to say the most at this moment. Why did you come in? Rosie's eyes revealed such a feeling. Do you think I want to? Shuren also expressed the same with his eyes. This is great. Big sister will definitely make fun of us. You better be mentally prepared. Rosie sent this message with her eyes again. Hee hee. Shuren did not want to say anything more. His eyes revealed only these 2 words full of contempt. Just like that, Shuren and Rosie fell into the hands of Riadella. Well then, let me introduce myself again. In Rosie's room, the princess who seemed to be enjoying the current situation smiled happily as she spoke to Shuren. I am Leah de Ella Mitra. Although it is something that will be given to Rosie sooner or later, I am now the first princess of this kingdom and the first in line to the throne. Please call me Leah. The first princess of the kingdom said cheerfully and even winked at Shuren with a mischievous look. It must be said that she was quite cute. I am Shuren. Please take care of me, Your Highness. Shuren replied in a half-resigned and half-powerless manner. You can just call me Leah. The princess, however, was not going to let it go. She chuckled and said, You're welcome. Since Rosie has already asked you to call her by her nickname, if you still treat me differently, I will be displeased, understand? Hearing that, Shuren wanted to roll his eyes, but he did not really have a casual attitude. Because the cold and elegant female knight standing behind Leah had been glaring at Shuren, as if silently warning him not to be rude to Leah, so Shuren really did not want to provoke her. Mainly because it was troublesome. On the other hand, Leah was not aware of the situation at all. She was still teasing Shuren, asking Shuren to call her name directly. Rosie could not stand it anymore and spoke up. Sister Leah, you are a princess after all. Please don't tease others like that, okay? If others really take it seriously and think that they can become intimate with you, so they pester you, then Shauna will lose control again. Rosie sighed as if she had swapped places with her sister. She lectured, also, it's unnecessary to say that you'll give it up sooner or later. Sister will be the first in line to the throne in the future queen of the kingdom. Please don't give up that kind of thing so easily. Rosie's words did not make Leah feel defeated. Instead, she puffed up her cheeks. But the nobles in the kingdom say that you are more suitable to be the queen than I am. Leah said angrily. Moreover, with your terrifying popularity, everyone will support you. No one will support me to succeed the throne. That's just what others think. Rosie said indifferently. I have already told everyone that I do not wish to go to the realm of gods and become a resident there. I also do not wish to inherit the throne and become the queen of the kingdom. But that's also what Rosie thinks, right? Liao looked at Rosie and said, everyone thinks that this is just a moment of willfulness on your part, and is looking forward to when you will come to your senses. That's too bad, because I've always been sober, Rosie said without hesitation, so, I will still disappoint everyone. She's so stubborn. Rosie used to fulfill everyone's expectations no matter what kind of occasion she was in. Why can't she listen to everyone's opinions on such a big matter? Leah sighed and turned to Shuren, as if seeking support. Shuren, you think so too, right? Has this woman always been so stubborn? Shuren laughed dryly and glanced at the indifferent Rosie, ridiculing her inwardly. That's not stubbornness. She's just scared. Even if Rosie pretended to be calm and indifferent, Shuren knew that the woman must be protesting desperately in her heart. Being a princess who complied with everyone's expectations was already tiring enough. If she really became the queen, or settled down in the realm of gods with the goddesses, wouldn't it be a disaster for the princess? Becoming the queen meant that she would have to bear even greater expectations. Perhaps she would have to bear the heavy burden of leading the kingdom to become the world's #1. That would definitely make her vomit blood. Not to mention becoming a resident of the realm of gods. She would have to maintain her image among a group of goddesses at all times, not daring to reveal her true face. Not to mention, she would not be able to eat her favorite desserts. That would definitely make her break down. That was why the princess was panicking and afraid. She probably wouldn't dare to agree to these things, right? Shuren saw through all of Rosie's thoughts, and looked at her with even more disdain. Rosie seemed to have noticed Shuren's thoughts. She glared at him without a trace, as if saying, do it if you can. Naturally, Shuren would not indulge the lass, and gave her a kick. Under the table. Rosie almost cried out, but she managed to hold it in with great difficulty. Just now, she flew into a rage out of humiliation and kicked him as well. But Shuren was prepared, and clamped Rosie's foot. This time, Rosie could not move. She could only clench her teeth as she picked up the cup of black tea, and took a big gulp as if she was trying to hide something. Her violent action startled the cold and elegant female knight who seemed to be called Xianxia, who was guarding behind Liao. Hee. Liao, on the other hand, was staring at Shuren and Rosie, who were behaving strangely. Although she did not notice the fight between the two under the table, she keenly noticed the occasional eye contact between the two. She smiled happily. He looked as if he was very amused and amused. Forget it. I can't persuade you. Anyway, Father and Alidia are here. They will definitely bother you about the throne. Leah's beautiful eyes turned slightly, as if she had calculated the timing. She suddenly said, but, I'm very interested in the relationship between the two of you. You can tell me about it, right? Leah's words not only stopped Rosie from drinking her tea, but also attracted the attention of the cold and elegant female knight named Xianxia behind her. Shan, on the other hand, continued to pretend to be mute and did not say anything to avoid being implicated. In the end, the question could only be answered by Rosie. Sister Liao, can you stop being so curious? Rosie said with a rare dissatisfied attitude in front of outsiders. My relationship with Shuren is very normal. We're just friends who get along well. I hope you won't be like those nobles who make wild guesses and try to figure things out. Take it as me begging you. It seemed that the princess still had some self-awareness. She was very clear that her special treatment of Shuren had caused many nobles to be suspicious of it, and had even done something about it. If even the nobles were like that, Liao as a member of the royal family was naturally no exception. Not to mention that the person involved was her exceedingly excellent sister. That was why Liao spoke very bluntly. Because Rosie has never been so close to anyone of the opposite sex. I believe that it's not just me and those nobles. Father is also paying attention to this matter. As Liao said so, she looked at Shan and said meaningfully, don't worry about it. Moreover, I'm also very curious. What's so special about an adventurer that my Rosie would take a liking to? Don't tell me that it's just because he defeated the old demons like Beidou and Killian. That level is far from enough to gain the approval of my exceedingly excellent sister. These words caused the atmosphere in the room to more or less change. It became tense and subtle. By now, Shirin could also see it. Her Royal Highness looks so playful, but in fact, she's not just playing around. She's testing Shirin. Using a playful attitude as a weapon to numb others, hiding her true intent and stabbing it out at the right moment. This is the character known as Lia Adela. No matter what, isn't she a royal? As a member of the royal family, and a direct descendant at that, if she didn't have a few tricks up her sleeves, how could she have gotten the first-in-line position to the throne, even if Rosie took the initiative to give up the throne? If Lia was a willful princess who only knew how to play around, then the first-in-line position to the throne would never be given to her, right? Perhaps in terms of strength and talent, Lia was not as good as Rosie, but in terms of intelligence and resourcefulness, Lia might even be above Rosie. Understanding this, Shirin subconsciously put away his indifferent attitude and looked deeply at Lia. Lia was also staring straight at Shirin, her eyes filled with an incomprehensible glint. The two just stared at each other, causing the atmosphere to become more and more subtle. Under such circumstances, how could Rosie not understand what was going on? "Sister Lia," Rosie called out. That voice was indifferent and calm, but it brought with it boundless pressure. Affected by the voice, the subtle atmosphere in the surroundings suddenly trembled as if it was about to be crushed. Xianxia, who was standing behind Lia, instantly changed her expression. She almost couldn't hold it in and put her hand on the hilt of the long sword at her waist. Lia was also slightly startled, and then smiled bitterly. "Looks like we've angered Rosie." Lia raised her hand in surrender, showing a helpless expression. Shirin also looked at Rosie in surprise. Rosie, on the other hand, was still as indifferent and calm as ever. "I know what you're worried about." Rosie opened her red lips and said indifferently, "Based on my situation, I know very well what you're thinking and worrying about when a stranger of the opposite sex suddenly comes so close to you. But, I'm not a child, and I'm not ignorant." Rosie turned her gaze to Lia and said word by word, "I chose to interact with him after understanding everything. Please put away your concerns, alright?" Lia fell silent. Shirin also fell silent, sighing softly in his heart. He could understand the situation. Because Rosie's status was too special, many people wanted to get close to her for various reasons. As a member of her family and a member of the royal family, it was understandable that Lia and even her father would be worried about her. What if Shirin approached Rosie with ulterior motives? What if Rosie ended up being hurt by Sean because she trusted him too much? As Rosie's family, and a member of the royal family, Lia and the rest had to consider these issues. Therefore, Anchi wanted to rope in Shirin and confer a noble title on Shirin, but they might also want to restrict Shirin and keep an eye on Shirin. Lia would test Shirin for the same reason. Unfortunately, they had all underestimated Rosie. Rosie was telling Lia that she could think of the same things that they could think of. Even so, she still chose to continue to interact with Sean, which proved that she still made this choice after fully recognizing, understanding, and recognizing it. If that was the case, Lia and the rest still had concerns, then they were merely doubting her judgment. That was what Rosie wanted to say. Lia understood. "So, alright, I admit that my father and I were thinking too much." Lia's expression relaxed, as if she had really surrendered this time. She smiled bitterly and said, "That's true. Since you have acknowledged him, it proves that Lord Shirin is indeed trustworthy. We should not have doubted your excellence." Saying so, Lia stood up. "I'm really sorry for what I did to you just now. I hope you can forgive me." Lia apologized to Shirin and bowed. "Your Highness." Xianxia was startled and wanted to do something in a hurry. But Lia stopped her. "I must apologize for Rosie. Don't stop me just because I'm a princess and shouldn't lower my head to an adventurer. Otherwise, I'll doubt your chivalry, Xianxia." Lia's words stopped Xianxia, the cold female knight, dead in her tracks. Clearly, this female knight did think that her master should not lower her head so easily. Even Rosie did not expect Lia to go this far. She was speechless for a moment. On the other hand, Shirin, after a moment of shock, looked at the princess who bowed and looked at her in a new light. "So, raise your head, your Highness." Shirin finally spoke. "I didn't take it to heart." Shirin, in his own style, smiled lazily and said, "Compared to those nobles who don't like me, your Highness's test is much cuter. I didn't think too much about it." "That's good." Lia smiled and said, I only hope that my matter does not affect the relationship between you two. Otherwise, Rosie will hate me for life. For life? Rosie could not help but retort, isn't that too much? Is it? Lia said with a faint smile, at least, it's the first time I've seen you so angry over someone. You can't deny that. Rosie was speechless again. Shuren could not help but glance at the princess, finding it funny. He did not think that Rosie would be so angry over his matter. The desserts that he bought these days were not for nothing. With such thoughts in mind, the matter was brushed aside by everyone. After that, Lia returned to her original self, constantly teasing the two of them. She did not change at all. Only, this time, there was a lot less deliberate, and a lot less scheming. This changed Shuren's view of her. At first, he thought that the princess was using her playful attitude as a pretense to fool people. Now, it seemed that even if there was an element of fooling people, her playful personality did not seem to be faked. Rosie said the same after the incident. Although big sis Lia does appear to be very scheming at times, her playfulness is really strong. When you think she's playing, she's actually planning something. When you think she's planning something, she's actually just playing. It's precisely because it's hard to tell whether she's playing or using it as a pretense to deceive people, that Sister Lia is actually quite respected in the eyes of others. Most of the nobles have had headaches because of this. So, even if she said so, don't really believe that no one will support Sister Lia to become the next queen of the kingdom. In fact, there are surprisingly many people who support Sister Lia to inherit the throne. That was what happened. However, that had nothing to do with Shuren. Just like that, the three of them finally got along with each other with this matter as the beginning. It was not until an hour later that Shuren announced that he was leaving and asked Rosie to follow him to the magic library in the underground of the palace. Lia watched the two of them leave, a smile appearing on her pretty face. The relationship between the two of them seems to be better than I thought. Lia did not know whether she was satisfied or amused as she picked up the teacup and tasted the black tea. Shuren, the cold female knight, Xianxia, who was standing behind Lia, looked at Shuren's back and mumbled quietly. Underground of the palace. It was a surprisingly spacious space. This was because there were many secrets of the kingdom that could not be disclosed to the public. Of course, it wasn't some dark taboo that it couldn't be announced to the public. Instead, it was purely because it was a secret, so it couldn't be announced to the public. For example, the important Magic Research Institute of the kingdom was located here. The source of the defense barrier of the kingdom and the palace was also hidden in this place. If someone suspicious were to enter this place, it would be very disadvantageous to the kingdom and the palace. Therefore, only people with special privileges designated by the royal family could enter and exit this place freely. Other than that, even nobles and knights of high status were not allowed to enter. The security was extremely tight. Every few minutes, there would be knights patrolling the same place, and every important facility was heavily guarded at all times. It was almost impossible to invade this place. Rosie, who was responsible for leading the way for Shuren, said so. Since the founding of the kingdom in the past 1,000 years, there has only been one person who could invade this place silently and take away something from here. That person appeared 10 years ago. Hearing this, Shuren immediately understood. Is it Xianxia? Shuren confirmed with Rosie. Yes. Rosie nodded and said, only that person's space magic can invade this place without anyone noticing. As for the others, even if they have the same space magic, it would be difficult for them to do so. This was because Xianxia not only learned high-level spatial magic, but her unique skills were also closely related to magic. Not only did she give up meditation and chanting, but she also increased the power and effect of her magic, which helped Xianxia in all aspects. Therefore, Xianxia could use spatial magic to sneak into this place and take away the forbidden item that was originally sealed in the deepest part of the palace. Fortunately, she only took away that thing and did not touch the other things here. Otherwise, the kingdom would be in complete chaos, Rosie said. Rosie said, although, strictly speaking, the thing she took away is the most dangerous. After that, Rosie brought Shuren to the library. That place was also heavily guarded, and there was even a barrier set up to prevent people from casually visiting that place. In theory, this is the place that is most frequently visited by outsiders. There are many people like you who have been recognized by the royal family and entered this place. Rosie smiled at Sean and said, however, only the royal family can freely use this place for an indefinite period of time. It may not be difficult for others to come in once, but it will not be so easy for them to come in a second time. You have to seize this opportunity. After saying this, Rosie nodded to the knights guarding around and let them leave. Then, she chanted something to the wave-like wall in a low voice, causing the waves to become larger and larger. Shuren could feel that the magic flowing on the wall had changed. Because the barrier had been opened. After that, I will teach you the incantation to open the barrier. In the following month, you will be able to use the royal family's token and the incantation to enter the library and read books freely. After this, I will teach you the incantation to open the barrier. For the next month, you will be able to enter the library with the token of the royal family and the incantation, and read freely. Sean smiled sheepishly. Just now, he really had the thought that even if a month had passed, he could still sneak over when he wanted to. Just now, he really thought that even if a month had passed, he could still sneak in when he wanted to. Now, the incantation was temporary, there was no way to do it. Come, let's go in. Rosie looked at Shuren with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Then, she pulled Shuren and brought him into the rippling water. Suddenly, the two of them seemed to have passed through a layer of water curtain and arrived in another space. This space was also very vast and huge. But, looking at this space, Shuren was surprised. There was no other reason. In this vast space, there was not a single bookshelf. The books here all seemed to be floating, wandering freely in the air. Isn't this too magical? Shuren could not help but feel amazed. Are you scared? Rosie, on the other hand, was very satisfied with Sean's reaction, and a triumphant smile appeared on her face. There were no outsiders here, so Rosie also exited her princess mode. Under such circumstances, Rosie spoke with fervor and assurance. This library itself is a huge magic tool. The kingdom spent a huge amount of money to invite hundreds of elven mages and thousands of magic tool masters to work together to build it. It is different from the library, you know. Rosie pointed at the endless number of books flying in the air and around them, and explained to Shuren. Here, every time you read a book, it will leave a record in this space, Celestial King said. Here, you don't have to go through the bookshelves yourself. You just have to tell me what kind of books you need or what kind of books you want to read. You want to read books about magic, right? Rosie turned to the library and suddenly said. Fire magic book. When these words came out of Rosie's mouth, the books that were flying around aimlessly in the surroundings suddenly changed. To be more specific, some books suddenly flew away, while others all flew over and gathered in front of Rosie. Shuren understood. As long as I ask, the books I need will fly over, and the books I don't need will leave? Isn't this too convenient? Try it, it will be very interesting. Rosie smiled at Sean, who was eager to try. She patted him on the shoulder and pushed him out. Ahem. Shuren was forced to step forward, but he did not complain. He cleared his throat and said. Space magic book. Shuren then stated the type of book he wanted. However, after Shuren spoke, all the books that gathered around flew away, and none of them came close. Shuren's expression froze. What is this? Discrimination? This is discrimination, right? Shuren showed an unfriendly expression, turned his head, and looked at Rosie. In the end, Shuren saw Rosie's speechless expression. You really dare to say that, you actually want to read space magic book. Rosie rolled her eyes at Shuren. What? Shuren was startled, and asked doubtfully, is there a problem? Of course there is. Rosie said impatiently, there is no space magic book here, do you think there is a problem? Huh? Shuren was surprised, and said, there is no space magic book here? Is this a joke? Didn't they say that this was the largest magic library in the kingdom, and not only the whole kingdom, but even books from all over the world would be collected and gathered here? How could there be no space magic? In fact, the reason was very simple. Spatial magic books are forbidden books. They're not here, but in the forbidden book vault, deeper inside. Rosie stated the reason. Forbidden books? The unexpected answer made Sharon completely confused. From your expression, it seems like you really don't know. Rosie was a little dumbfounded. She then sighed and explained. Basically, magic that can cause a clear inclination to commit a crime is forbidden to use and learn. For example, magic that can be used to pick locks, or magic that can be used to see through things. These types of magic are generally forbidden to use and learn in all countries, in case they are used to commit crimes. Compared to these types of magic, space magic is even more strictly controlled. I believe you can think of the reason, right? Rosie's words reminded Sharon of Xianxia. Yes. Rosie immediately nodded, as if she was sure that Sharon could think of someone, and said, space magic is very convenient, so convenient that it's scary. Spatial magic such as teleportation is easier to deal with, but just like that person, if someone proficient in spatial magic wants to do something to the barrier, it's very easy to do it. Moreover, on the battlefield, space magic has a great impact. It can distort space, causing the enemy to fall into a spatial maze, and disrupt the enemy's formation. It can change the terrain, and make the battlefield look like what you want. Regardless of whether it's used for invasion, support, or combat, space magic can be used. It can be said to be the most convenient of all magic. Therefore, no matter in which country, there is a ban on the spread of space magic without permission. Only royal mages with the permission of the country can come into contact with it. If ordinary people are lucky enough to come into contact with it, once they are discovered, they will immediately be summoned by the royal family, and may even be half-forced to be used as a royal mage. Otherwise, if a space mage wants to do something, it will be too easy, and it will have a great impact on the territory. Hearing this, Sharon couldn't help but think of what Vivian and the others said when they met Wamingwen in the past. At that time, they said that once a magician who could use spatial magic appeared, that person would immediately receive the treatment of a state guest and be invited into the palace, becoming the exclusive court magician of the royal family. Even the divine race would pay special attention to people who could use spatial magic. The number of spatial magic users among the human race was much less than that of the demon race. Even if they searched through history, they might not be able to find more than 10 users. So, the reason was not only because space magic was notoriously difficult and rare, but also because it was strictly controlled by the countries all over the world. Obviously, other types of magic can be used, but not this type of magic? Sharon was speechless. If there was magic that could cause a clear inclination to commit a crime, almost all of it would be. Because they could hurt people, and high-level magic could cause great damage. So, normally, there would not be high-level magic in the market. At most, there would be intermediate magic, Rosie said. Also, humans have to deal with monsters, and even fight with demons. It is impossible to completely ban the learning of magic. In other words, simple combat magic with a single function was allowed to be spread. As for the more ambiguous and dangerous magic, although it was not to the extent that learning it would lead to trouble, at least the country did not allow it to be spread, and there was no way to learn it in the market. The library of the Lemegin Adventurers Guild only had books on elemental magic, and those were all beginner-level magic. This was the reason. If one wanted to learn rare and advanced magic, it would be impossible without a way to do so. Also, the spread of spiritual magic is also prohibited, right? Rosie reminded. In the past, there was a case where all the citizens of a city were secretly controlled by a magician who was proficient in spiritual magic. The magician raised the flag of rebellion against the country. Therefore, this kind of magic that can silently hypnotize and brainwash people is prohibited even more than spatial magic. It is also not available here. Apart from that, there did not seem to be any holy magic or healing magic here. That was because holy magic and healing magic were created by the Protoss, and only the temple had books on this type of magic. If it was spatial magic or spiritual magic, although they were prohibited, the kingdom also had books on these types of magic, but they were sealed in the depths of the Forbidden Library. However, holy magic and healing magic were different. They were not even in the depths of the Forbidden Library, and could only be found in the temple. Only those who were recognized by the temple could learn them. Hearing this, Sharon could not help but feel a little disappointed. I thought there were all kinds of magic here, but it turns out to be like this? Sharon could not hide his disappointment. Why are you disappointed? Rosie pursed her lips and said, although there are no books on spatial magic or spiritual magic, there are some rare magic here. Can't you learn those? As she said this, Rosie summoned a pile of books that recorded rare magic. For example, the gravity magic that Xianxia used was among them. Although there are many magic books here, including some rare magic systems, I have to remind you not to learn too much. Rosie reminded him. Generally speaking, a magician can only master 2 types of magic at most, and that is the limit. This was not only because of the 2 problems of limited skill points and talent, but also because of practical reasons. A magic system, without exception, has at least hundreds of types, and some even thousands of types. It is shocking. For example, there are a total of 3,372 types of beginner, intermediate, and superior fire magic. Among them, there are 1988 beginner magic, 1114 intermediate magic, and 270 superior magic. The number of spells involved can be written into dozens of books. And even if you are proficient in the chant skill, if you want to speed up the chanting speed or shorten the length of the spell, you must first memorize the original spell. If you do not know the spell, even if you have maxed out the chant skill, you will not be able to cast the spell without chanting. Rosie said to the speechless Sharon. Your magic power is not inferior to mine, so I do not object to you learning magic. But human energy is limited. I hope you will think carefully about what kind of magic you should learn. It's best to choose some rare and versatile spells, Roland said. That should suit you very well, right? After saying this, Rosie left. Sean was the only one left. Looking at the endless books, he fell into a speechless state. Sigh. 5 minutes later, Sharon could not help but let out a faint sigh. I've never thought about this before. Not to mention the fact that he could not find any books on spatial magic here due to the prohibition. The problem of learning magic that Rosie had just mentioned was enough for Sharon to think about it. If it's about talent and skill points, it would be easier to solve. If it were someone else, this would be the biggest problem. However, with Providence, a cheat-like skill, Sharon would not face any obstacles in this aspect. If Sharon wanted to, he even had a feeling that he could learn all the magic in this world. However, even if he could learn magic skills, it was still unknown whether he could successfully learn and use the magic. Let's not talk about other things. Just the over 3,000 types of fire magic alone, the number of incantations in dozens of books, I don't have the confidence to memorize them all. Although Sean's memory, which was now at level 28, was much better than before due to the fact that his comprehensive abilities would be enhanced to the maximum when he leveled up, he was not a foodie nun who could memorize all 103,000 books of magic in an instant. No matter how he thought about it, he could not memorize all the magic spells in the world. Sharon could only access the library for a month. How many magic incantations could he memorize and how many magic systems could he learn in a month? It seems that I have to give up on my ambition to learn all the magic systems in the library. This was not realistic at all. In fact, it was not even clear whether Sharon could learn all the magic systems that he had already learned. I've learned a total of 4 magic skills. Magic fire, magic ice, magic wind, magic thunder. These 4 magic skills had all been upgraded by Sharon to the maximum level. According to what Rosie had just said, there were over 3,000 types of fire magic alone, and the number of incantations in dozens of books. If he wanted to learn all the incantations in these 4 elemental magic systems in a month, Sharon had no confidence at all. The main reason was that 1 month was limited, and Sharon wanted to learn rare high-level magic. He really did not want to waste time learning all the elemental magic systems. If that's the case, I have to make a choice. Rather than spending his precious time on the common and ordinary elemental magic, he would rather use it to learn rare high-level magic. No matter how he looked at it, gravity magic shouldn't lose to fire, ice, wind, and thunder magic, right? Moreover, these spells could at least be learned to around the intermediate level in the outside world, but if it was a rare advanced spell, it might only be found here. It's decided then. After making his decision, Sharon began to search. All kinds of rare magic books flitted past his eyes, and he picked them out one by one. In the end, Sean took a fancy to 2 types of magic. One was called celestial magic. The other was called pay magic. The former was a type of magic that could borrow the power of the celestial bodies and manipulate the power of the celestial bodies to fight or even assist. When practiced to a high level, one could even summon meteorites or use the power of the stars to purify and heal oneself. Xianxia fell in love with it at first glance. The latter was a type of magic that could be applied to an object with a specific concept, giving the object magical properties and characteristics. For example, if a wooden knife was sharp or slashing, it could cut steel, and if a wooden stick was hard or heavy, it could smash rocks, and so on. When practiced to the extreme, it could even apply poison or explosion to the air, and so on. It was also something that Xianxia fell in love with. These two types of magic were rare and widely used, but extremely difficult to learn. In terms of rarity, they were not inferior to spatial magic. Celestial magic, in particular, could be said to be the most difficult to learn among all systems. The number of people who learned this type of magic was much fewer than those who learned spatial magic. Even Protoss and demons did not seem to use it nowadays. It was an ancient lost magic that was only unearthed from a ruin 3 years ago and then collected in this library. As for pay magic, Xianxia was completely interested in its versatility, which might be even more versatile than spatial magic. However, there were also very few people who could learn it, so it was not banned. The special thing about this type of magic was that it did not stand out at all in the beginning. At most, it could give some ordinary objects magical effects, and once the magic power was exhausted, the effect would be lost. Therefore, this type of magic was not popular at all, and was seen as useless. However, if it could be practiced, in the later stages, its use would be very broad and the effect would be very great. In the past, there was a mage who was proficient in pay magic who once applied the vibration characteristic to the earth. As a result, it caused a huge earthquake, and hundreds of thousands of monsters besieging the city were slaughtered. Of course, to have this level of vibration power, the consumption of magic power was very shocking. Therefore, this type of magic was tasteless in the hands of people who did not have outstanding magic power, but in the hands of people with outstanding magic power, it could be used in any minute. This was also the reason why it was not banned. There were too few people who could use its true power. Unfortunately, this became the magic that was most suitable for Xianxia. Difficult to learn about, providence, magic power. Did Xianxia lack this thing? In summary, Xianxia decided to learn these two types of magic first. Don't let me down. After making up his mind, Xianxia picked up all the magic books on celestial magic and pay magic and began to read. Obtain skill, magic celestial magic, learn. Obtain skill, magic pay magic, learn. After returning that day, Xianxia tried out the two types of magic and immediately succeeded in obtaining the magic skills. Xianxia leveled them up to the maximum level and was satisfied with their effect. Xianxia first tried the pay magic and applied the cutting characteristic on a leaf. The leaf directly cut a piece of marble. The celestial magic was even more terrifying. Xianxia had only tried it a little, and the sky of the capital seemed to be welcoming a storm. Dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder and lightning flashed. God knows how many children were scared to tears. This magic seemed to be able to be used to control the weather, which was really surprising. However, next, Xianxia was troubled. This was because if he wanted to learn these two types of magic, the incantation would also need Xianxia to study hard. Alright, who asked me to like learning? In an instant, Xianxia turned into a learning enthusiast and began to study hard. Learning magic was a very boring thing to do. It was even more so for Xianxia. Even if he didn't need to think about how to allocate the skill points or how to train his magic, Xianxia still needed to memorize all the magic incantations. If he didn't memorize the incantations, he wouldn't be able to use magic even if he had the max level chant. Whether it was shortening the incantations or abandoning the incantations, the prerequisite was that he had to memorize the incantations of the magic he was going to use. That was the main prerequisite. Therefore, for Xianxia, who had maxed out all the skills he needed, the only thing left was to memorize the incantations. Therefore, in the following days, Xianxia kept going to the magic library under the palace, memorizing the books on celestial magic and applied magic. There were no shortcuts to this step. He could only take it one step at a time. Shuren could only become a bitter student, studying hard in the library every day. After a few days, it was really boring to the point that it was uncomfortable. Especially when it came to memorizing the incantations of applied magic, it was really a chore. Celestial magic was fine because it was a very rare ancient magic. It wasn't like fire magic and other elemental magic, which had thousands of types. Although there were still a lot of them, it was still possible for Shuren to memorize all of them. But applied magic was different. In this magic, every characteristic that could be applied to an object could be counted as a magic. The characteristic of sharpness could be counted as a magic. The characteristic of hardening could be counted as a magic. The characteristic of cutting could be counted as a magic. Then, depending on the object, the incantation of the magic would have some changes. For example, the characteristic of hardening, when applied to two different objects, such as wood or stone, it would more or less need to change the order, arrangement, and even the content of the incantation. In the system of applied magic, there were as many as thousands of characteristics that could be applied, and the possible changes of each characteristic could be as many as tens or even hundreds. Adding all of them together, the number of incantations alone was enough to make Shuren dizzy. However, if he didn't memorize all of them, not only would there be some characteristics that could not be applied, but there would also be situations where he could apply a characteristic to one object, but not another. Because of this, the number of types of applied magic and incantations could be said to be the most among all the magic systems. This made Shuren feel like he was about to fly. Originally, Xian wanted to learn celestial body magic and Fuhi magic as soon as possible, and then try to learn one or two more rare magic spells. Now, it seemed that it was already very impressive for him to learn celestial body magic and Fuhi magic in a month. What applied magic? Am I not asking for it? Shuren regretted it more than once. But in the end, seeing that applied magic could be used in many ways, as well as being suitable for himself, Shuren gritted his teeth and continued to study. Fortunately, the effects of this magic did not disappoint Shuren. Shuren found a chance to sneak out of the royal city and experiment with applied magic on a nearby mountain. He directly applied the high-level applied magic characteristic of vitality to the mountain. As a result, the mountain exploded. Yes, it exploded. It actually turned into a volcano, causing the underground magma to erupt, and almost caused a disaster. Of course, the premise of not causing a disaster was that Shuren panicked and was forced to use the full power of the magic sword to cut down the mountain. Then, he used the high-level celestial magic spell, extraterrestrial gravity, to mobilize the power of the celestial body, creating a terrifying gravitational force that sucked the mountain into outer space. Otherwise, the surroundings of the royal city would have been completely destroyed. However, when using extraterrestrial gravity, Shuren almost could not control the power, causing a few nearby mountains to almost be sucked away. This made Shuren very afraid. I'd better not use high-level spells so casually in the future. Shuren immediately made this decision. For Shuren, who could make beginner spells more powerful than high-level spells, a high-level spell that was already powerful would really become a large-scale destructive spell on the level of a natural disaster in his hands. Shuren felt that he could destroy 1 or 2 cities in a minute. If he wanted to, he could unseal the holy sword, and it would probably become a real human-shaped nuclear weapon, destroying everything in its path. However, it was undeniable that as he gradually mastered various spells, Shuren's power continued to rise. This was also the only thing that kept Shuren going. In summary, Shuren finally gritted his teeth and persevered. He kept memorizing all kinds of magic spells, stuffing them into his brain. As for Vivian and the others, they seemed to have been persisting in their adventuring activities. It was said that they had already made a name for themselves in the Adventurers Guild in the royal city. As for Aie, she was convinced by Shuren. Although she was a little unwilling, she still promised to take care of Ter and not let Ter be bullied by the nobles in the royal city. This allowed Shuren to be more at ease and focus on learning magic. Unfortunately, there was still a price. That was, Shuren's wallet was emptied in the end. With no other choice, in order to continue feeding Aie and a certain princess, Shuren could only borrow money from Vivian. Vivian borrowed it. But at that time, Vivian's comforting and gentle eyes always made Shuren feel a sense of humiliation. Because, before, when Eudelis lent money or magic tools to him, her eyes were also filled with comfort and gentleness. In the end, I still live the way I hate the most. Shuren looked up at the sky speechlessly. It was worth mentioning that these days, there was someone who always appeared around Shuren. It was the same today. Qing, you're here again. You're really eager to learn. When Shuren entered the royal palace and was ready to go to the underground magic library, he heard a voice that had become familiar. Shuren squinted his eyes and immediately turned to look at the source of the voice. There, the familiar knight of the Imperial Guard came. Good morning, Qing Shuren. Limcho greeted him warmly and heartily. Good morning, Master Limcho. Shuren responded calmly. The two of them gathered together and started chatting. It was just that, Limcho had always been more enthusiastic and proactive, while Shuren was more calm and even disinterested, making it seem like the two didn't know each other at all, but more like strangers who happened to meet on the road and were chatting casually. In fact, the one who started the conversation was always Limcho. Shuren was just responding, everyone could see this. But these days, Limcho was like this, patiently greeting Shuren and chatting with him. Are you going to see Her Highness before going to the library today? Limcho asked with a smile. Yes. Shuren naturally nodded. Then, why don't you let me go with you this time? Limcho said as if he was joking. But, sure. Shuren was still so casual, he nodded and said, you can come along. Hearing this, Limjo was stunned. He actually agreed? This time, Limjo was speechless. On the other hand, Sean's expression as he looked at Limjo became intriguing. What's wrong? Aren't we coming together? Shuren said as if he was testing something. This made Limjo even more speechless, and a sense of vigilance rose in his heart. Is this a trap? Limjo was thinking about this. There was no other way. Shuren should be very clear that many people actually hated him on the surface, but if they could meet Her Royal Highness through him, and get in touch with Her Royal Highness, they would definitely not refuse. When Vivian brought Shuren to see Rosie, didn't those noble young masters surround them like flies, hoping that Vivian could introduce them to Her Royal Highness? Now, the distance between Shuren and Rosie was much closer than Vivian. He could see Her Royal Highness almost every day, and he would stay in Her Royal Highness's room for at least an hour. With such a relationship, if Shuren was willing, it would definitely be very easy to bring someone in with him. Under such circumstances, Shuren would definitely feel that if there was a noble young master who came to make friends with him, and even wanted to say that they were going together when he met Her Royal Highness, then they definitely had other motives. In other words, in such a situation, Shuren would think that others were using him to meet Her Royal Highness, and wanted him to introduce them. This way, Shuren would definitely be wary of others. Limjo thought that this was the reason why Shuren was lukewarm to him these few days. And Limjo did have this plan, hoping to use Shuren as a bridge to get in touch with Her Royal Highness. But Limjo was very clear that this could not be rushed, otherwise it would definitely be bad. So, the proposal just now, Limjo really said it in a joking manner. Unexpectedly, Shuren actually agreed directly. Was he not afraid that he would be used by others? Was he not afraid that someone would interact with Her Royal Highness, and threaten his relationship with Her Royal Highness? If it was Limjo, he would definitely refuse all attempts of the opposite sex to get in touch with Her Royal Highness, lest others become close to Her Royal Highness, and he would be left out. Limjo believed that if it was someone else, they would definitely do the same. Including Shuren, it was the same. If that was the case, he is trying to use this to hurt my impression in Her Royal Highness' heart, right? If that woman knew that Limjo was a man who did not hesitate to befriend Sean in order to get close to her, her impression of Limjo would definitely not be good. Because, that way, his bad intentions would be too obvious. So, Limjo was silent for a while, then he immediately smiled and shook his head. No, there's no need. I was just saying it casually. Please don't take it to heart. I can't disturb you and Her Highness because of me. As a person who could not show his strength and work hard in the Imperial Knights for 2 years without taking the initiative to get close to Rosie, Limjo was very patient. Every time he thought of Shuren and Rosie chatting and laughing in a place where he could not see, he was extremely annoyed. He was also very tempted by Shuren's proposal. He couldn't wait to see Her Royal Highness and talk to Her Royal Highness. But if this ruined the big plan, it would be troublesome. Lim Jo very calmly told himself that he could not be impulsive, he had to be patient. As long as he could really develop a good relationship with Shirin, then, it would only be a matter of time before he met Her Royal Highness through him, right? The most important thing now was not to care about the small profits that might not make up for the losses, but to focus on the future development. Lim Jo did not forget that in addition to using Shirin to get close to Her Royal Highness, he had another task, which was to find out the details of Shirin, and even dig out the secret of his unique skills. This was the most important thing. Compared to this, some temptations in front of him must be ignored. Lim Jo told himself so in his heart. However, it's too late for you to say that now. Shirin seemed to feel something, shrugged, and said so. The main character is here. Hearing this, Lim Jo was stunned at first, and then his face finally changed. That was because there was a familiar mana that even he could sense. It was a refreshing and familiar mana that appeared here. Lim Jo's breathing involuntarily became rapid. He resisted the surging excitement in his heart, clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and then slowly turned around, looking behind him. In the next second, Lim Jo saw the figure that had appeared in his dreams countless times. Her snow-white hair was swaying in the wind. The cold atmosphere spread from the field. Her figure was tall and straight, like a beautiful scenery. Her wine-red eyes were even more dazzling like stars, embellishing that perfect pretty face. The unparalleled Her Royal Highness stepped forward and slowly walked over here. Your Royal Highness. Lim Jo couldn't help but let out a somewhat dry voice. Rosie suddenly came here and appeared in front of Shirin and Lim Jo. You're here? An incomparably pleasant voice also came from her mouth. I thought you hadn't come here yet. Rosie said such words. Her eyes were almost instantly fixed on Shirin, and she didn't notice the existence of Lim Jo at all. Lim Jo's excited mood suddenly seemed to be splashed with a basin of cold water, causing his hands to clench, and he almost clenched his fists. On the contrary, Shirin, while glancing at Rosie, said indifferently. I just came, but you, why did you come out? Shirin also didn't expect Rosie to suddenly appear. Of course, this was not without reason. There is something that needs to be dealt with a little. Rosie didn't explain too much, just said such a sentence, then looked at Lim Jo next to her. Seeing this, Lim Jo bowed without hesitation. Guards Knight Lim Jo Stringham, greet your Royal Highness. After 2 years, Lim Jo finally stood face to face with Rosie, and he finally told Rosie his name. That's right, this was the first time Lim Jo and Rosie met each other up close like this. However, Rosie was not so ignorant as to not know Lim Jo. I know you, you are the son of Duke Barry, the genius of the Duke's family who joined the Guards Knights 2 years ago, right? Rosie seemed to remember everything about Lim Jo, nodded and said, I have heard about you from the people around me, your performance is very good, and even considered to be an excellent talent that can be compared to teacher Alidia in the future. You really deserve to be the son of the Duke's family. Your Royal Highness flatters me. Lim Jo lowered his head, as if he didn't dare to look directly at Rosie, and said seriously, compared to your Royal Highness, my level is just an inconspicuous pebble next to the stars. You are too modest. Rosie shook her head but didn't say anything more. She glanced at Shirin, then at Lim Jo, and said, Are you two friends? Lim Jo didn't answer this question. He just looked at Shirin, wanting to see how Shirin would answer. Shirin did not let him down. Just met a few times. With a hint of a smile on his face, he responded truthfully. Really? Rosie nodded, then looked away from Lim Jo, no longer looking in his direction. This detail was discovered by Lim Jo. This caused Lim Jo's heart to sink. On the other side, Shirin and Rosie were already talking to each other. You should be fine from now on, right? Rosie asked to confirm. I still have to go to the stacks. Sean rolled his eyes at Rosie vaguely, thinking that Rosie was asking a question she already knew the answer to. It was impossible for Rosie not to know that Sean had been trying hard to memorize magic incantations in the library recently. Since she already knew, she still asked him this question. Wasn't that asking the obvious, but Rosie didn't seem to be aware of it. We can go to the stacks after we get back. Rosie smiled sweetly at Shuren and said, "For now, why don't you accompany me for a while?" "What do you want?" Shuren showed a vigilant expression and said, "I just want to chat and drink tea." "That doesn't seem to be the plan, right?" "Yes." Rosie nodded and said frankly, "Didn't I just say that I have something to deal with?" In other words, Rosie wanted Shuren to follow her to deal with this matter. Shuren really wanted to refuse. But Rosie didn't even give him a chance. "Think carefully before you answer." Rosie's words seemed to have a deeper meaning to them, which made Sean's mouth twitch. Obviously, if Shuren refused Rosie here, Rosie would definitely not let it go. Who knew what kind of tricks she would come up with to hinder Shuren's diligent study? "What are you going to do?" Shuren said unhappily. "Don't worry, it's just a trip out of the city. It won't waste too much time." Rosie said as if she was satisfied with Shuren's performance. "Out of the city?" Shuren was surprised and said, "Out of the city for what?" Rosie didn't answer directly. "You'll know later." Rosie said, "Anyway, come with me first." As she spoke, Rosie stretched out her hand and held Sean's hand. This scene made the corner of Limcho's eye twitch again. For Rosie, maybe she just naturally wanted to stall Shuren, who might run away at any time. However, in the eyes of others, the meaning was different. After all, there had never been a person who could make Rosie take the initiative to hold hands like this, excluding the same sex and family members. Now, Shuren made Rosie do this naturally. What did it mean? It was really scary to think about it. At least, Limjo found that the relationship between Shuren and Rosie might be better than everyone thought. This made Limjo feel a rare uneasiness in his heart. At this moment, Limjo couldn't help but speak. "Your Highness, are you going out?" Limjo hurriedly said, "Then we should let the Holy Sword Knights accompany you, or simply let the Imperial Knights move out to protect your Highness." Although he didn't know what Rosie was going to do, Limjo didn't dare to pursue it for no reason. He could only suggest that Shuren and Rosie must not be alone. It would be best if the knights could be dispatched. That way, he could also go with them. Limjo thought so. Unfortunately. No need. Rosie shook her head and said, "Just him and I will be enough. It's not suitable for too many people to participate in this matter." Hearing this, Limjo didn't feel relieved. Instead, he felt even more uneasy. 2 people were enough. How could that be possible? That was absolutely impossible. "It's too dangerous to let only the 2 of you go out of the city together." Limjo quickly said, "If it's not convenient for too many people to go with you, then at least let me go with you. I swear in the name of the knights, I will definitely protect the safety of your Highness with my life." Limjo didn't care about being tactful anymore and directly put forward his idea. Rosie then turned her gaze and looked at Limjo. However, under Rosie's gaze, not only did Limjo not feel happy, but his heart turned cold. Because Rosie's eyes were full of courage when she looked at him. "Are you trying to say that if there's a danger that I can't deal with, adding you will be of help?" Rosie's words made Limcho speechless. Indeed, if there was a danger that even Rosie couldn't deal with, then even if he was alone, he wouldn't be able to help at all, right? Even in terms of level, Limjo was higher than Rosie, but Rosie's strength was much stronger than Limjo. Even if she didn't use the holy sword or unique skills, Rosie's abilities in other aspects were not comparable to Limjo's. For example, Rosie's various skills were much better than Limjo's, and her level was also higher than Limjo's. In addition, Rosie's potential was undoubtedly greater than Limjo's, and her ability growth in all aspects was definitely much higher than Limjo's. In the situation where there was only a difference of 5 levels, in front of Rosie, not only did Limjo not have an advantage, but he was even surpassed. To put it bluntly, even if he didn't count the skills or the holy sword, in terms of level alone, Rosie's abilities in all aspects would not be lower than Limjo's, who had a higher level. Although Limjo hadn't fought with Rosie before, he had seen the whole process of Rosie and the deputy head of the Royal Guards regiment training in the arena. That was a Grand Knight with a level of 88. Not only did he upgrade his weapon skill to level 9, which was only 1 step away from the max level, he also trained Demon Sword to level 8. His strength was second only to Ali Dia in the Royal Guards regiment. However, even such an expert could not last more than 10 minutes in Rosie's hands before being defeated. And this was when Rosie didn't use her unique skills, nor did she unlock the seal of the holy sword. From this, it could be seen how strong Rosie was. In the kingdom, the only one who could be a match for Rosie was Alidia. And Limjo? He probably wouldn't even be able to last 3 minutes in Rosie's hands, right? I know I'm not strong enough, but if there's a need, I can still play a role in delaying time and covering the rear for your highness, right? Limjo said in a low voice. There's no need. Rosie shook her head mercilessly, and said indifferently, I only need Shuren here, you go back to the Royal Guards Regiment. After saying that, Rosie ignored Limjo, pulled Shuren, turned around, and left. Sean looked helpless, but when he saw Limjo's gloomy face, he couldn't help but be amused, and said this. Sorry, bro. Shuren left such words, and then left with Rosie. Limjo watched the two of them leave, and after a while, he suddenly pulled out the sword at his waist. Bang! With a muffled sound, Limjo slashed at a tree next to him, and the tree was cut in half. Huff. 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 The sound of rapid breathing rose and fell from Limjo's mouth. On his face, a wave of hatred emerged. How could you be with that kind of person? After leaving the palace, Rosie returned to her original appearance and said this to Shuren. Shuren raised his eyebrows. That kind of person? Shuren asked in surprise, why? Do you hate him? Rosie didn't deny it, but she didn't confirm it either. The reason was simple. I don't hate him, but he's definitely the type that makes me want to keep a distance from him. Rosie said this. Why? Shuren was really puzzled. Logically speaking, Limjo shouldn't have behaved too badly in front of Rosie, so why did he get such an evaluation? In fact, the reason was also very simple. Although I don't know what that person is thinking, but from his words, at first glance, it seems like he's thinking for me, but I don't feel the slightest bit of worry for me. I just have a strong personality of making decisions on my own. Rosie commented bluntly. This kind of person is either one thing on the surface, but another on the inside, or he doesn't care much about other people's feelings and only regards his own ideas as the truth. This is the essence of a typical noble child. Rosie must have noticed this. That was why she was so rude to Limjo at the end. Otherwise, with Rosie's identity, she wouldn't have oppressed a royal guard knight with words. You see it quite clearly. Sean could not help but laugh. That's because most of the nobles around me are the same type. They don't value me personally, but my identity, status, ability, and appearance. On the surface, they are very respectful to me, but in fact, they all want to treat me as their private property to satisfy their ambitions and desires. None of their words or actions are related to my personal feelings. Rosie seemed to have thought of something unpleasant, and her tone was sarcastic, as if she was mocking herself. Shuren also knew that Rosie had seen many of these so-called noble children, so she knew some of their essence like the back of her hand, and because of this, she could see through part of Limjo's true colors. That was why Rosie used the term, that kind of person, to describe Limjo. Shuren didn't have any opinions. After all, I really only met him a few times, and every time, he took the initiative to come to me. The first time, he said he wanted to apologize to his family and father, and after that, it was just an awkward conversation, and I was really tired of it. Shuren briefly explained what happened between him and Limjo. Apologize. Rosie said with some doubt, is that really it? I was also suspicious at the beginning. Shuren said noncommittally, later, seeing his sincere tone and attitude, I thought he was really different from his father. Unfortunately, this young master who thought he hid it very well was accidentally exposed in the end. When I mentioned you, he had a moment of hostility towards me, which was captured by my enemy sense, skill. In fact, if it wasn't for that moment when Limjo accidentally exposed his hostility, Sean might really have believed him. However, one wrong step led to many wrong steps, and because of that moment of hostility, Limjo completely exposed himself. He might still think that he was steadily establishing a relationship with Shuren, but he didn't know that he had already entered Shuren's blacklist, and even entered Rosie's blacklist. Before, in the Hall of Audience, when I left the King's Hall, he also seemed to show hostility to me. I always thought that it was someone else, and now I finally met him. Previously, in the Hall of Audience, when I left the King's Hall, he, who was hiding among the royal knights, seemed to have shown hostility towards me. I always wondered who he was, but now I finally know who he is. Sean rubbed his chin, glanced at Rosie, and said, "What do you think I should do?" "What do you mean?" Rosie asked strangely, "Why ask me?" "What do you think?" Sharon said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, "Don't tell me that you can't see that he got close to me for you?" Rosie was silent. This meant that Rosie had indeed seen through Limjo's intention. "Then do you want me to do it?" Rosie turned her head and looked at Sharon. "No need." Sharon did not look at Rosie, and said leisurely, "Let's see what this guy plans to do first." It was not the time to clean up yet. After that, he would bring little Ai to string him, and at that time, he would have a good time to deal with these guys. Rosie nodded. "If you need me to do it, just say it." Rosie said so. "Forget it." Sharon waved his hand and said in annoyance, "If you help me, those noble young masters will be more willing to find trouble with me." Men were troublesome. When they saw the woman they liked being nice to another man, not only would they not give up, but they would also hate her. Of course, women were not much different. While Sharon was sighing, Rosie was completely silent. After a while, "Do you think it's really troublesome to be with me?" Unknowingly, such a whisper reached Sharon's ears. Sharon came back to his senses and looked at Rosie. This time, Sharon saw it. In Rosie's beautiful eyes, there was a faint sense of uneasiness and helplessness. Sharon's heart suddenly tightened. Rosie did not do anything, nor did she say anything. She just stared at Sharon, her eyes were still surging with uneasiness and helplessness that was not there before. Sharon went silent. After a while, Sharon sighed. "To be honest, it's really troublesome," Sharon said from the bottom of his heart. His blunt words made Rosie swallow a mouthful of air uncontrollably. However, at the next moment, Sharon changed the topic. "But I think there are a lot of troublesome things," Sharon said. "A lot?" Rosie was slightly startled. "That's right." Sharon curled his lips and said slowly. "It's troublesome to deal with people who don't get along. It's troublesome to deal with nobles. The identity of a hero is troublesome. Even my reincarnation into this world seems to be very troublesome because of some inexplicable inside story. As a result, there are a lot of troublesome things. If I can, I really want to avoid all of them. Instead of dealing with these things, I might as well continue to memorize magic incantations." Sharon looked at Rosie. "As for your identity, status, ability, and appearance, all of these are equally troublesome for me. Do you understand?" "Can I understand?" Rosie pondered over this sentence for a while, then her eyes lit up. "In other words, the things that I think are troublesome, you think are troublesome too, right?" Sharon said in an annoyed tone, "As for you, that's up for discussion. Let's see how it goes in the future." After that, Sharon left Rosie alone and walked out of the palace. Rosie was still savoring Sharon's words. After a while, she smiled sweetly. That smile was definitely the most beautiful smile Rosie had ever seen in her life. Then, Rosie's mood turned for the better, she followed behind Sharon and went out. About half an hour later, two figures appeared outside the west gate of the imperial city and slowly walked into the distance. Looking at Rosie, who seemed to be walking aimlessly, Sharon asked, "Say, what are you planning to do?" Sharon did not guess Rosie's intention. Rosie did not look back and continued to walk as she finally began to explain. "Actually, recently, the magical creatures around the imperial city have shown some unnatural activities," Rosie suddenly said. "Magical creatures?" Sharon blinked his eyes. "Yes." Rosie nodded and said, "Originally, there have always been various high-level magical beasts living near the capital. They are also the main targets of the adventurers in the capital because some of these magical beasts even want to attack the capital. To the capital, they can be considered a kind of threat that is neither too big nor too small. Because the imperial city was protected by a barrier, the city walls and the city gates were always guarded and patrolled by the knights, and the adventurers would go out to hunt for various missions. The magical creatures wandering around the imperial city were not that dangerous. On the contrary, their body materials were in high demand for many people, so the imperial city did not think of driving them away or even suppressing them. But recently, there were some abnormalities in their activities. According to the reports from the Knights and the Adventurers Guild, some of the magical creatures near the Imperial City have recently left their fixed habitats. Some of them have become irritable and restless, as if they sensed a terrible threat and did not dare to approach the Imperial City at all. Some of them even disappeared in order to leave the Imperial City, which more or less caused some trouble to the supply of magical creature materials in the Imperial City. Rosie said softly. In addition, there have been reports of suspicious people wandering around the area recently. The palace felt that this abnormality could not be ignored, so they decided to investigate. However, the results of the investigation made the palace and even the royal family nervous. Someone claimed that the suspicious people wandering around the Imperial City seemed to be the demons led by the demons who came to visit this time. Rosie's words surprised Shuren. Are you talking about the cadre of the demons called Xianxia? Shuren remembered the young demons who had a somewhat frivolous attitude and gave him a rare and powerful magic wand as a reward. Yes, that's him. Rosie's expression became serious and said, originally, after the visit, as a cadre of the demons, he would return to the demon realm and would not stay in the Imperial City. But for some reason, he has been staying in the Imperial City all this time and is unwilling to leave. Even if someone asks him for a reason, he will eventually give them a perfunctory answer. This was a little troublesome. Because of the old demon faction, we held that meeting. We thought that it would end there, but the cadres of the demon race were unwilling to leave and stayed here for no reason. During their stay, an unnatural phenomenon appeared in the vicinity of the capital. Furthermore, the suspicious people loitering around the capital are from the other side. This problem is really big or small. Now, there are already rumors in the palace that the demon's cadre is planning to carry out some conspiracy and do something bad to the kingdom. Rosie turned her eyes and looked at Shuren. If this is not handled well, I'm afraid it will become a diplomatic problem between the humans and the demons. So, this matter must be properly investigated, properly dealt with, and then resolved. Otherwise, regardless of diplomatic problems, the unnatural phenomenon happening around the Imperial City would be enough to cause a lot of people to feel uneasy. Father has attached great importance to this matter. Recently, he has been paying attention to Sir Jacinta's movements. My sister has also tried to contact the demons, hoping to gather some information from them, or simply let them restrain Xianxia and summon him back. Rosie said so. And I am responsible for investigating the unnatural phenomenon around the Imperial City. This is the reason for me to leave the city. Hearing this, Shuren expressed that he understood. But this kind of thing, even if you want to do it, at least bring more people, right? Shuren was puzzled. This is the first time I see a princess coming to the wilderness alone to investigate something. The capital's surroundings were so vast, so where was he supposed to start his investigation? At this time, using the human wave tactic was the most suitable method, wasn't it? Rosie naturally understood what Shuren meant. We have tried a few times and sent a few knights to investigate. In the end, Sir Jacinta's men were very shrewd. Each time, they were able to detect the movement and hide in advance, causing us to be unable to find anything. Rosie said helplessly. Without a choice, we can only use a small number of people to investigate, so as not to alarm Sir Jacinta's men and secretly investigate. Therefore, this was a helpless move. But there's no need for Her Royal Highness to personally investigate, right? Sean was still a little puzzled, and said, although you're very strong, your skill combinations are all melee combat skills. You don't have any spy skills for investigation or investigation at all, right? Rosie coming to the outskirts alone to investigate wasn't something that Shuren could understand. Of course, there was also a reason for this. This time, I took the initiative. Rosie said. You also know that I have the blessing of the goddess of fate, right? Yes. Shuren nodded and asked curiously. Why? Is it related to the blessing? Sort of. Rosie smiled and said, because I have received the blessing of the goddess of fate, I can also receive some of the grace of fate. If there is a problem that I have to solve, through the guidance of fate, I will eventually come into contact with the problem itself through all kinds of coincidences and coincidences. In other words, not only am I very lucky, but I am also so lucky that I can often unknowingly put myself at the center of the problem and solve it. Rosie cast a meaningful glance at Shuren and said, "To be able to meet you and know the things behind you, perhaps it is also because of the guidance of fate." "It better be." Shuren rolled his eyes and said, "So you mean, you came here and wandered around, and in the end, you can find clues?" "That's what it is," Rosie said sternly. "Don't think that this is very unreliable. For so many years, every time I want to solve something, I will succeed in the end. I believe it will be the same this time." Shuren really wanted to say, "Your confidence is really showing off to me." It was the first time that he saw someone who could try their luck in such a refreshing way. However, since it involved the blessings of God, he couldn't complain too quickly. Otherwise, if he was slapped in the face, it would be Shuren who would feel pain, not this offline Princess Royal Highness. "But what if I want to leave?" Shuren began to sigh. "For this kind of thing to waste my precious time as a student, don't think that I will let it go easily if you don't strip naked afterwards." While Sean was cursing in his heart, Rosie seemed to really trust the blessings on her and began to wander around the area. Sometimes she went into the forest. Sometimes she climbed up a hill. Sometimes she jumped into a pit. Sometimes she went through a small path. Rosie wandered aimlessly, but her speed was not slow at all. Even Shuren felt a little tired following behind her. Just when Shuren was about to lose his patience, Rosie arrived in front of a tall mountain. In front of the mountain, Shuren and Rosie stopped at the same time. "It can't be?" Shuren muttered to himself as if he felt something. "Looks like we hit the jackpot." Rosie stared at the mountain in front of her, her eyes becoming extremely sharp. "We can really try our luck?" Shuren did not know whether to laugh or cry, but his eyes did not leave the mountain in front of him. With the feedback of the skill, mana sense, Shuren could clearly feel waves of obscure mana fluctuating in the mountain. The mana was not obvious, and if it was not for Shuren and Rosie, they might not have noticed it. However, the mana had a very evil, dark, and even ferocious feeling, which told the two that there was something extraordinary in it. This situation, no matter how they looked at it, was not normal. So, maybe it was as Rosie said, they hit the jackpot. Especially in that evil, dark, and ferocious mana, there was a large amount of unusual mana lingering. Shuren was sure that the mana was the mana of the monsters. In other words, there was something in this mountain, and there were a large number of monsters. Could it be that all the monsters around the Imperial City have actually gathered here? Shuren remembered that Rosie said that many monsters had left their fixed habitats, and no one knew where they went. Then isn't the possibility of them gathering here very high? What should we do next? Shuren looked at Rosie and asked. Rosie did not hesitate. "Let's go in and take a look," Her Royal Highness said without hesitation. "Do we have to be so reckless?" Shuren slightly protested, "Since we have already found the place, why don't we go back and mobilize a large force to directly flatten this place?" "No." Rosie shook her head and said, "If we go back and mobilize the knights, it is very likely that we will alarm some people. At that time, the problem here may be covered up, and we can't give people the time and opportunity to do so." Rosie must be referring to Xianxia, right? "I understand." Shuren muttered, "But do we really have to barge in like this, almost single-handedly? What are you afraid of?" Rosie rolled her eyes at Sean and grumpily said, "You're the hero, and I've inherited the hero's holy sword. If we join forces, we can even challenge the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons. What's there to worry about?" However, it was still the same sentence. He understood the logic, but if the two of them really went deep into the mountains to deal with this anomaly, Shuren always felt a little like déjà vu. However, it was still the same sentence. He understood the logic, but if the two of them really went deep into the mountains to deal with this anomaly, Shuren always felt a little like déjà vu. "Blind confidence is the most fatal, Your Highness." At that moment, Shuren began to persuade her. Unfortunately, Rosie did not listen to a word of it. "You are sometimes obviously very impulsive and reckless, and sometimes inexplicably cautious and timid. I almost can't understand you." Rosie glared at Shuren and said, "Don't say so much, just follow me." With that, Rosie did not give Shuren a chance to object. She directly grabbed him and dragged him in the direction of the mountains. Shuren struggled, but Her Highness' arm strength was not inferior to his at all. She dragged him deep into the mountains. So, Shuren made up his mind. Next time, I must put something in this girl's dessert and let her have a taste of ecstasy. Otherwise, she would really think that he could turn the world upside down at home. In the deep mountains, the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects seemed to have disappeared, and a depressing silence spread in the air. Shuren and Rosie walked on a mountain path, and only the sound of their footsteps could be heard. Hey, Shuren. Rosie, who was pulling Shuren's hand, became more and more serious as they entered the mountains. There was no other way. Do you feel it? Rosie asked Shuren in a low voice. Yes. Shuren nodded. The laziness on his face had long disappeared. He frowned and muttered, I originally thought that there was something wrong with this mountain, but now it seems that it is this mountain that is wrong. That's right. After entering the mountain, Shuren could feel that the mountain itself seemed to be very unusual. There were waves of magic surging in the mountain in an orderly manner, absorbing the magic in the atmosphere while letting the magic flow to somewhere else. It was very unusual. Could it be? Shuren thought of a possibility. And Rosie also thought of the same thing. I have a feeling that something has been set up in this mountain, and a very large-scale ceremony is being held. Rosie said so. This was exactly what Shuren was thinking. These days, Shuren did not waste his time in the library. While memorizing celestial magic and magic incantations, his understanding of magic was getting deeper and deeper. Therefore, Shuren also felt that the situation here was very much like a large-scale ceremony was being held. This situation, other than being man-made, I can't think of a second possibility. That was what Shuren thought. Could it be that Sir Jacinta and the others are really going to do something in the human world, in the capital city? Rosie's expression was a bit ugly. If that was the case, perhaps there would be another conflict and confrontation between the humans and the demons. What is this demon's cadre trying to do? Shuren was also deeply puzzled. He clearly knows that his actions may bring discord between the two races, but he still did such a thing. Could it be that he is also one of the old demons? Rosie did not say anything, but she obviously had some thoughts in her mind. Rosie was about to say something. However, at this moment, Shuren's expression changed. Get out of the way. Without any hesitation, Shuren suddenly shouted and retreated. Rosie's expression also froze, and without hesitation, she leaped up and jumped away from the spot. Boom! Almost at the same time, the ground where Shuren and Rosie originally stood suddenly shattered and burst, raising a cloud of dust. Among them, a behemoth came out. Gah-dash! A roar came from the behemoth's mouth. Shuren and Rosie retreated to the distance, while the other jumped on a big tree and looked at the behemoth. Their expressions changed again when they saw what it was. Because, it was something that they had never seen before. Gah! Amidst the ferocious roar, the behemoth appeared in the forest, stirring up turbulence in the atmosphere. It roared loudly, shaking the surrounding trees to the point that they were on the verge of collapsing. Leaves and dust were flying in the air. It was a shocking sight. Shuren and Rosie both looked at the behemoth with a slight change in expression. It was a monster that they could not tell whether it was a monster or a human. It had the body of a centipede and was extremely large. When it stood up, it was dozens of meters tall, looking quite ferocious and terrifying. However, its centipede body was limited to its lower body, while its upper body was a human body. It was as if the upper body of a giant and the lower body of a centipede were combined together. Under such circumstances, it also had dragon-like wings on its back. On its human upper body, there were no eyes, nose, ears, or hair on its head. There was only a big mouth full of sharp teeth, which looked extremely terrifying. What kind of monster is this? Rosie was so shocked that she could not recognize what the thing in front of her was. Shuren was also surprised. However, what surprised Sean wasn't the other party's horrifying appearance, but its level. LV-90, the half-human, half-centipede monster in front of him, with a ferocious big mouth and dragon wings, was not only level 90, but also had 4 skills: Dragon Breath, Rage, Super Monster Strength, and Semi-Corporeal. The skills were all at level 8, and Dragon Breath was even at level 9, which was incredible. How could there be such a strong monster hiding in a place like this? Shuren was really surprised. Gah! The monster had already stared at Shuren and Rosie. Looking at the two shocked people, it let out a terrifying roar and swayed its huge body, rushing over. For a moment, sand and stones were flying, and the wind was raging. The monster's huge body was only running on the ground, but it had already caused such a commotion. It was like a train rushing over at an amazing speed. And its target was none other than Shuren. Damn it! Shuren suddenly cursed. Why did it attack me first? Could it be that I looked soft and easy to bully? You're digging your own grave. Tinder, fire. At that moment, Shuren released magic at the monster that was rushing over like a high-speed train. Boom! An amazing wave of fire exploded, turning into a burning flame that exploded on the monster's body. However, gah! The monster turned a blind eye to the bursting flames on its body, and continued to charge without slowing down at all. It rushed out of the waves of fire, bringing with it bursts of heat currents, and crashed into Sean. Bang! In the next second, the monster slammed heavily into the place where Sean was, as if it had crushed him. It broke through the ground and caused the ground to explode again, stirring up waves of tremors and sand. Shuren! Not far away, Rosie, who had witnessed this scene, could not help but yell. Rosie, Rosie, and... The voice of. Sean's figure suddenly appeared behind the monster, and there was not even a speck of dust on his body. Seeing this scene, Rosie could not help but be stunned. However, Rosie had guessed wrong. It was not teleportation, but teleportation. This skill could only be used when being attacked, but it was used by Shuren here. I almost fell for your trick. Shuren looked at the monster that had crashed into the ground, narrowed his eyes, and pulled out the holy sword at his waist. Gah! The monster immediately turned around in the flying sand and stones, and when it saw Shuren, it let out a shrill scream. Then, the monster spat out a scorching breath from its ferocious mouth. That was dragon breath. Rosie's expression changed again. On the contrary, Shuren had already guessed what kind of attack the monster would launch at him after seeing it turn around, so he was already prepared. As a magnificent wave of magic surged out of Shuren's body, the sealed holy sword in Shuren's hand suddenly trembled and emitted a red light. Holding the holy sword that was blessed with the demon sword, Sean let out a low roar and slashed at the dragon breath that was attacking like a violent torrent. Poochie! Amidst the sound of tearing silk, the red magic blade cut through the oncoming dragon breath, causing the dragon breath to be split into two. It brushed past both sides of Sean's body and fell to the back. Boom! Accompanied by a loud boom, the place that was hit by the dragon breath was first burnt to a crisp, and then exploded. As for Shuren, he was unharmed by the dragon breath. Gah! Seeing this, the monster let out an angry roar. At this moment, a figure dashed towards the monster. It was Rosie. Rosie had already unsheathed her holy sword and cast the demon sword skill, causing a red magic blade to erupt from the holy sword. Slash! Rosie raised the magic blade in her hand high and slashed at the half-human, half-centipede monster. Poochie! As expected, Rosie's powerful, demon sword directly cut the monster's body in half. But, gah! The monster that had been cut in half actually swayed like a mirage. Then, it merged back together and returned to its original state. Boom! The recovered monster directly spewed dragon breath at Rosie, who was still in midair. The scorching breath evaporated the atmosphere, and with a terrifying high temperature, it swallowed Rosie. That scene would definitely make everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets in anger. Of course, Shuren did not. Because Shuren had heard Rosie mention that she had a skill. That skill allowed her to protect her life from any fatal attack. Covered by the dragon breath, Rosie's body trembled and suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Under the light, Rosie looked like she was wrapped in a bright stream of light. She turned into a meteor, darted out of the scorching dragon breath, and landed on the ground. Is that the heroic spirit guardian? Shuren muttered. Heroic spirit guardian. It was a very special skill. That was because only royalty or nobles were able to obtain this skill. The royals and nobles would never lack one thing. And that was the loyalty of others. This was especially true for the royal family. Throughout history, loyal and devoted heroes had sacrificed their lives to protect them. It could be said that there were all kinds of stories. If these heroes still had the firm will to protect their monarch at the moment of their death, their magic power would blend into the atmosphere, lingering around the monarch, and even the bloodline descendants of the monarch they wanted to protect. If the bloodline descendants that were being protected displayed outstanding qualities that were worthy of recognition, then the magic power would turn into substantial strength and protect them. That was the special skill that could protect the user from any malicious intent, heroic spirit guardian. Rosie had such a special skill. Therefore, even if the seal of the Holy Sword was not unlocked, there were still only a handful of people who could hurt Rosie. This made the half-human half-centipede monster extremely angry. Rosie had already landed beside Xian. "Let's attack together," Rosie said coldly. "Okay." Xian nodded. Both of them raised the Holy Sword in their hands at the same time. Magic power surged from their bodies. Pfft. When the cold sword light mixed with the red magic blade slashed through the forest, a hideous wound appeared on the giant body of the half-human, half-centipede monster. Pfft, pfft, pfft. Two figures that were like streams of light kept darting and flying around the monster. Every time they darted and flew, a red sword light would slash the monster's body, causing wounds to appear on the monster's giant body. Gah! The monster let out a roar that was unknown whether it was in pain or anger. Its giant centipede body swayed wildly, and it continuously spewed scorching dragon's breath from its mouth. The dragon's breath shrouded the surroundings, trying to evaporate the two figures that were constantly slashing at its body. Unfortunately, the monster's speed was far inferior to the two figures. Although its swaying body shook the ground and the scorching dragon's breath burned the forest into ashes, turning the surroundings into scorched earth, it could not touch the two figures at all. Boom! The scorching dragon's breath once again swept across angrily, burning the ground as it approached one of the figures. Me again? Xian was almost speechless as he flew at the speed of a meteor, dodging the storm-like scorching dragon's breath. He now seriously suspected that this monster had a grudge against men, or maybe it had a grudge against him, which was why it kept targeting him. From the beginning of the battle until now, Rosie's damage to the monster was no less than Xian's, but the number of times the monster attacked Xian was far more than Rosie's. It was simply insane. "I didn't learn any skills like provoke, why should I?" Xian was about to curse out loud, but he did not dare to be careless. He had already used ultimate change, and a huge amount of magic flowed around his body, strengthening himself while dodging the scorching dragon's breath. Although Xian had a few max-level resistance skills, and logically speaking, he should not have to worry about getting hurt, but just as he was thinking about it, Rosie told him. "The dragon's breath is a violent torrent that can break through all defenses. Unless it is a unique skill or the effect of a special skill, even the strongest defense will be burned like paper in front of the dragon's breath." Therefore, Xian's resistance skills were useless in front of the monster's dragon's breath. To defend against the dragon's breath, he either had to use a defensive unique skill or a special skill, or unseal the Holy Sword and rely on the protection of the Holy Sword to resist the dragon's breath. However, if the Holy Sword was unsealed, the magic of the Holy Sword would become very conspicuous. If there were demons wandering around, they would definitely be discovered. Because of this, Rosie suggested solving the problem while not understanding the Holy Sword. This made Xian almost curse out loud. The commotion here is so big that it almost tells others that something has happened here. If there were really people wandering around, let alone demons, even an ordinary person would notice, right? There's such a big commotion here. It's only a matter of not telling others that something has happened here. If there are really people wandering around, not to mention the demons, even a normal person would notice, right? Even though Xian was cursing, his hands did not stop moving. He raised the Holy Sword in his hand towards the dragon's breath, added demonic sword to it, and slashed. In an instant, the dragon's breath that could break through all defenses was cut off by the red magic blade and scattered in all directions. Clearly, it was impossible for even the dragon's breath to vaporize the Holy Sword. Therefore, Xian could use the Holy Sword with demonic sword to cut off the dragon's breath. However, the monster was still roaring. Although it could not do anything to Xian and Rosie, it did not fall. This was because its huge body that was riddled with wounds would sway like a mirage every once in a while, and then all the wounds on its body would disappear. Even this monster can't be killed? Rosie leaped into the air with the radiance of heroic spirit guard surrounding her body. She broke through the dragon's breast blockade and scuttled behind the monster. Seeing that the monster's huge body had recovered, her beautiful brows furrowed deeply. This should be the effect of the semi-solid skill, right? Xianxia scuttled in front of the monster to attract the monster's firepower. At the same time, his heart was filled with doubts. Logically speaking, even a monster without a physical body would be injured if it was slashed by the demon sword, let alone a half-physical one. Demonic sword was not only sharp and powerful. It was a trump card for close-range combat, and there was almost nothing it could not cut through. As long as its level was high enough, it could cut through barriers and magic. Monsters that were immune to physical damage could also be damaged by the demonic sword. Moreover, even if it was sealed, the holy sword's power was still somewhat effective. An evil creature like this should not be able to ignore the holy sword's damage. Could it be because it was neither a monster nor a human, and it did not know what it was? Boom! Amidst the roar, the monster's dragon's breath struck again, melting the ground it hit into fiery red magma. Xianxia and Rosie quickly scuttled to the left and right, once again dodging the terrifying dragon's breath. They were not affected by it. However, the monster's dragon's breath was truly terrifying. It had already evaporated the mountain, and it was on the verge of collapsing. "We can't go on like this." Xianxia shouted at Rosie, "Stop hesitating. Rosie! Use the holy sword." "All right." Rosie did not insist. She was not stupid. Since the fight had already reached such a state, the people who should be alerted had already been alerted. There was no need to hold back anymore. So, unseal, Hirisu. As the short liberation chant was chanted, the holy sword in Rosie's hand suddenly trembled. The steel on the surface of the sword slid and merged layer by layer, finally forming a seal ring on the hilt. At the same time, Xianxia also moved. Xianxia landed in front of the monster and stared at it with a burning gaze. "I'll use you to test my magic." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia raised his hand and gathered magic on his fingertips. Yield. Bind. Through the chant, Xianxia gave a characteristic to the world. The target was the ground under his feet. Rumble. In an instant, the ground began to tremble. The monster seemed to realize that something was wrong. Just as it was about to move, the ground under it suddenly cracked, causing it to fall into the abyss-like crack. Immediately after, when the monster was about to get up, the ground shook again and actually merged, biting the monster tightly in the crack. Yield. Harden. At this time, Xianxia gave the ground a new characteristic, causing a huge wave of magic to flow through the ground, making it extremely hard. Gah! The monster struggled desperately, but it could only cause the ground to shake, unable to break free from the restraint of the crack. Meanwhile, Rosie had already leaped high into the air and rushed over. In her hand, the holy sword's radiance was extremely dazzling. Gah! Perhaps sensing the threat of death, the half-human, half-centipede monster finally let out a panicked roar. Seeing that Rosie was wielding the dazzling holy sword like a goddess descending from the heavens, the monster made a last-ditch effort. Boom! Since its body was bound by the ground, the monster could only spit out dragon's breath, which was the most powerful dragon's breath it had seen so far. Like a scorching waterfall, it blasted towards Rosie. Rosie stared at the huge dragon's breath, but she was extremely calm. Not only did she not dodge, but she also rushed towards it. Shing, the holy sword's radiance spread to Rosie's body. The protective radiance also shone brightly. Under the protection of the heroic spirit guard, Rosie could already resist the dragon's breath to a certain extent. Now that she had the holy sword's power, the damage on her body was reduced by more than half, and the monster's dragon's breath could no longer pose any threat to Rosie. Thus, like a stream of light flowing against the waterfall, Rosie broke through the scorching dragon's breath and rushed towards the monster. Slash! In the next second, Rosie raised the holy sword and attached the demonic sword to the blade. What was worth mentioning was that after the demonic sword's radiance merged with the holy power of the holy sword, it turned into a dazzling gold. The golden, demonic sword exploded from the holy sword, and Rosie slashed it down, piercing through the monster's head and coming out from the end of its centipede-like body. Like a beam of light, it instantly slashed through the monster's entire body. The monster's roar came to an abrupt stop. Thud, amidst the clear sound of footsteps, Rosie, who was holding the dazzling holy sword, landed on the ground. With her back facing the monster, she slowly withdrew all the mana in her body. Behind her, the monster stiffened and did not move for a long time. After a long time, a thin line appeared in the middle of its body. With that thin line as the center, the monster's body split into two halves, one on the left and the other on the right. They slid in two completely opposite directions and fell to the ground. Bam! A neat roar sounded as the monster fell to the ground. The monster that was split into two just fell to the ground, stirring up dust and gravel, and no longer moved. Phew, Rosie exhaled, turned around, and looked at Shuren. Shuren held the holy sword in one hand and gave Rosie a thumbs up with the other. "You're still the coolest." Shuren made a somewhat incompetent comment. Rosie immediately rolled her eyes and ignored Sean, who was mocking her. She resealed the holy sword and approached him. "You just used a spell, right?" Rosie came to Sean and said in surprise, "So this is the magic you chose in the library?" "Why?" Sean blinked his eyes and said, "Didn't I tell you?" "No." Rosie retorted. "When I asked you what system of magic you chose, not only did you not tell me, you even pretended to tell me." "I will know in the future." "Yes." Shuren did not feel embarrassed at all. "Don't you know now?" "You." Rosie could not help but pat Shuren's chest, and then said, "But, this spell is quite suitable for you. It's very versatile, and only people with outstanding magic can really bring out its effect. It's almost like it was tailor-made for you. Come on, you're a guy who was born with enough magic to shake the realm of gods. You have no right to talk about me." Shuren did not think much of it, but then he asked curiously, "Speaking of which, your magic is so strong, why don't you learn magic?" Rosie's skills were all in the warrior system. At most, she had magic enhancement and magic recovery skills. She did not have any magic-related skills. With such strong magic, wouldn't it be a pity not to learn magic? That was what Shuren thought. But Rosie did not think so. Almost all the heroes in the past were melee warriors because their strongest weapon was the holy sword. Since it's a sword, can you still use the holy sword as a staff and become a mage? Rosie said, although there are some heroes who are proficient in magic, since they already have the holy sword, instead of using skill points to upgrade magic skills, it's better to focus on warrior skills. That way, they can upgrade as many skills as possible and become stronger as quickly as possible. A person's skill points were limited. If they cultivated magic, they would have to invest a lot of skill points into magic skills, causing the progress of their warrior skills to fall behind. Although this would also allow her to use more magical techniques and increase her strength, Rosie believed that the holy sword was her greatest weapon. She was destined to be a close combat warrior since she used the holy sword, so it was better for her to invest all her skill points into warrior skills. Moreover, learning magic is too boring, and I have to spend a lot of time researching. I'm already very busy, so I don't want to spend extra time without rest. Rosie said this very seriously, and Sean rolled his eyes in return. Alright, you make sense, you silly princess. Shuren changed the topic and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go take a look at that monster. Okay. Rosie nodded and said in a low voice, I've never seen that kind of monster. It's strange, but it's also so strong. We have to bring its body back and let the people in the magic research department analyze it. As the two talked, they came to the front of the monster that was cut in half and looked at it. But just by looking at it, Shuren and Rosie were shocked. The monster's corpse suddenly emitted smoke, as if it was burned to ashes by an invisible flame. Even its body became illusory and gradually swayed. In the end, like a real mirage, it disappeared. Shuren looked at this scene and was stunned. It's gone? Rosie was also shocked. The two of them stared at the empty ground and did not come back to their senses for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, they looked at each other and fell into a state of silence. The unusual situation made the two of them feel at a loss. This is great, the body just evaporated. Sharon murmured as if it had nothing to do with him. How could this be? Rosie also frowned deeply. Even if the monster had a semi-physical nature, it should not have disappeared after it was killed, right? Although monsters without physical bodies would also vanish after being defeated, they would usually leave behind something similar to a core after they disappeared. It would not be like this, where they would completely disappear. What was going on? Sharon and Rosie kept thinking in silence and could not speak for a long time. Just as Sharon and Rosie defeated the half-human, half-centipede monster and the monster disappeared into thin air, something happened in a corner of the demon realm. Gah! In an unknown dark space, a half-human, half-centipede monster suddenly held in pain as if it was suffering great pain. Yes. There was also a half-human, half-centipede monster here. However, this monster was much larger than the one Sharon and Rosie defeated. It was more than 100 meters tall, and its body was surging with terrifying magic that seemed to be able to cause the world to collapse. It was roaring and struggling. Unfortunately, this huge monster was tightly bound by thick chains engraved with magic incantations. It was locked in this dark space, and no matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free. Under such circumstances, the monster could only roar and howl in pain, causing the ground to tremble and the atmosphere to sway. A few figures hidden in the darkness saw this scene and began to talk. Looks like the larvae in Mitra Kingdom have been defeated. That's fast. Although the kingdom's treasure and the strongest knight are there, and it's only a matter of time before the larvae are defeated, I didn't expect it to be so fast. I thought that the larvae would at least grow to a certain extent and attack the capital before the kingdom's treasure and strongest knight would act. Now it seems like they're much more vigilant than we thought. The figures in the darkness talked like this. Not only did they completely ignore the monster that was howling in pain, but they also did not take what happened in Mitra Kingdom seriously. They were even talking like this. Wasted a larvae, but didn't collect many offerings. There aren't many offerings there. It would be great if there were more. The monsters around Mitra Kingdom's capital are all of high levels. If they were sacrificed to the larvae's completion rate would definitely increase a lot, right? What a pity. The figures in the darkness exchanged opinions. Fortunately, there are no problems with the larvae in other places. There's also a larvae in Mitra Kingdom. Let's see how those people plan to use it. It doesn't matter how they use it, as long as they can collect enough offerings. Then let's continue to observe. Yes, continue to observe. After that, the figures in the darkness slowly retreated. Only a sentence was left, echoing in the darkness. Let's hope our king can be born smoothly. This sentence was mixed with the monster's roar and spread out. No one could hear it. On the other hand, after the monster disappeared, Sean and Rosie did not just return home. Instead, they searched the entire mountain, unwilling to give up without any results. For this, Sean also took out the wand that Jacinta had given him, and used the probing effect of the wand to search the mountains, intending to find some clues. In the end, they didn't find anything at all. No, there was an anomaly that appeared, which could be considered as a gain. The anomaly was that the large number of monsters that should have gathered in the mountain had all disappeared. Even the mountain that seemed to be holding some kind of ritual seemed to have returned to normal, and there was no longer any strange flow of mana. The strange thing was that the large number of monsters that should have gathered in the mountain disappeared. Even the mountain that seemed to be holding some kind of ritual seemed to have returned to normal. There was no longer any strange flow of magic. As the monster was defeated, all the strange things here disappeared together with it. It was a chilling scene. Sean and Rosie stayed in the mountain until the evening. When they could not find any other abnormalities, they had no choice but to give up. Sharon and Rosie stayed in the mountain until evening. They couldn't find anything else, so they gave up. Sean looked at the sunset sky, sighed, and said to Rosie beside him, "If we continue to search like this, I don't think we'll find anything useful. We finally caught its tail, and now it's gone." It wasn't easy to catch the tail, and now it's gone. Rosie muttered irritably, "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have knocked that monster down. It would have been better to capture it alive." Rosie muttered irritably. The monster itself is strange. Plus, it's semi-solid and has a dragon breath that can break through all defenses. How are you going to capture it alive? However, Xian was not optimistic at all. He said, the monster itself is strange, and it's semi-corporeal. It also has a dragon breath that can break through all defenses. How are you going to capture that guy alive? Rosie said. You've been studying magic in the library all this time. You've even mastered magic. How are you going to capture it alive? Rosie said awkwardly, you've been studying magic in the library all this time. You've even mastered Fuyu magic. Is there no way? Shuren paused for a moment and said, I remember there's a special ability called imprisonment in Fuyu. It works on magic. Also, there's a special ability called 10-star rings in celestial magic. It can imitate the movement of 10 celestial bodies and seal the enemy in an independent space. Unless you can change the movement of the celestial bodies or break the independent space, you won't be able to break free and will be sealed forever. Also, there's a special ability called 10-star rings in celestial magic. It can imitate the movement of 10 celestial bodies and seal the enemy in an independent space. Unless you can change the movement of the celestial bodies or break the independent space, you won't be able to break free and will be sealed forever. If I use this special ability, I should be able to catch the monster alive, right? At least, Shuren was confident. However, Rosie was shocked by Shuren's words. You learned celestial magic? Rosie was surprised. Isn't that an ancient magic with a high difficulty? I heard that even the court magicians in the magic research department couldn't learn it. Even the Protoss and demons borrowed it for research and spent years studying it. Until now, no one has learned it. How did you learn it? This time, Rosie was really shocked. Learning celestial magic and learning celestial magic were two completely different concepts. Although celestial magic was rare and not many people learned it, it was mainly because it had a high requirement of magic. It was not that many people couldn't learn it, but they couldn't unleash its powerful effects. That was why not many people were willing to learn it. However, celestial magic was different. It was more difficult to learn than spatial magic. Even in the history of the Protoss and demons, only a few people could learn it. That was why the magic gradually declined and was eventually lost. But Shuren seemed to have learned it. Don't look at me like that. Shuren glanced at the surprised Rosie and said calmly, I have a cheat. You can't be jealous. Jealous my ass. Rosie slapped Shuren again and said with dissatisfaction, since you've learned celestial magic and have a way to catch the monster alive, why didn't you do it? Who knew it would disappear like that? Shuren retorted. In that situation, of course I would kill it. There's no room for negotiation. You. Rosie was immediately angered. The two of them quarreled until the sky turned dark. He had to admit that both of them were very childish. When night fell, Shuren and Rosie returned to the capital. Then I'll go back first. Rosie said tiredly, you should also go back quickly, don't let Vivian and the others worry. You still have the nerve to say that. Xian also looked a little tired, which made his tone sound incomparably lazy. He said, you made me waste a day. My 1 month's time is very precious. Yes, I wasted it, okay? Rosie did not have the strength to continue quarreling with Shuren. She just said, then tomorrow, don't drag me around with you tomorrow. Shuren quickly interrupted and said, I think instead of continuing to try your luck like today, it's better to directly find the demon's cadre. Find him? Rosie was slightly startled. Yes. Shuren suggested, test him a little and see what his reaction is. Indeed. Rosie nodded thoughtfully and said, if that monster is really related to Sir Jacinta, let him know that the monster has been defeated by us. He should have some reaction, right? Of course, there may be no reaction at all. Shuren shrugged and said, maybe he has some way to know about it the moment the monster is defeated. Apart from that, we can't be sure that this matter is related to Sir Jacinta. Rosie sighed and said, however, it is indeed feasible to test him. I will do as you say. Good luck. Xian said as if it had nothing to do with him, I'll call Ollie for you in the library. What he meant was that he would not accompany her to do this. Just soak yourself in the stacks until you die. Rosie was too lazy to ridicule Shuren anymore. After throwing such a sentence at him, she cheered up and went in the direction of the palace. Shuren also turned around and returned to Lazahat's house. Vivian and the others had not returned yet. It seemed that they were carrying out a more troublesome task that would take up more time. Mijis had been staying in the guild these days and rarely went home. Previously, Shuren thought it was a little strange, but now that he thought about it, perhaps it was because of the abnormalities around the capital that Mijis had to stay in the guild to deal with various affairs. And looking at the situation, it was unknown when these people would return. Shuren wanted to wait for Ter to return, but after running around for a whole day and fighting with an inexplicable monster, even he did not want to continue to wait in the room with the smell of sweat and dust. Forget it, I will quickly take a bath and come back to sleep today. I will get up earlier tomorrow and go to the stacks to make up for today's progress. Shuren sighed with some regret and immediately went in the direction of the big bathing area. However, just as Sean opened the door of the bathhouse and walked in, a strange phenomenon occurred. Buzz. As soon as Shuren stepped into the big bathing area, the space in the big bathing area suddenly distorted. Before Shuren could react, he only felt that the world before him was spinning, and then he was no longer in the big bathing area, but in a sacred and solemn temple. This is. Seeing this familiar temple, Shuren's spirit was refreshed, and the little tiredness in his mind instantly disappeared without a trace. Then, this is already the third time. You should be used to it, right? A moving, fairy-like voice sounded and entered Shuren's ears. Shuren turned around abruptly and looked at the source of the voice. There, the familiar and beautiful figure was imprinted in Shuren's eyes. Nian, yes. Shuren finally saw Nian again. During this period of time, you seem to have done a lot of things, my hero. The incomparably beautiful goddess looked at Shuren with a smile that didn't seem like a smile, making her pair of star-like eyes shine. Shuren suddenly felt that all his thoughts were seen through by the other party. No, this wasn't a feeling, but something that really existed. After all, the goddess in front of him could read his mind, and she would know what Shuren was thinking. But this still couldn't restrain Shuren's impulses. He had the urge to teach the goddess in front of him a lesson and rub her against the ground. I advise you not to. Nian easily saw through Shuren's thoughts and said casually, it's fine outside, but in this temple, you can't do anything to me. In your words, impulsiveness is the devil, so don't be impulsive. This goddess was very calm, as if she didn't realize how much trouble her actions brought to Shuren. Shuren suddenly laughed in anger. Don't you know how many brain cells I've used up because of you? And now you're telling me not to be impulsive? Shuren's tone was very aggressive. But Nian cast a smiling gaze at Shuren, as if looking at a child who was throwing a tantrum, and said with a smile, do you want to blame me? Shouldn't I blame you? Shuren retorted, who was the one who said that I was summoned here to defeat the Demon King? What happened in the end? The Demon King has been defeated for 1,000 years, and the hero has become history. The three races are now at peace, but once I, the hero, am exposed, it will bring a gap to this peace. You're clearly playing with me, aren't you? Sean vented all the resentment that he had accumulated during this period of time in one breath. Nian's smile disappeared, and she quietly listened to Shuren's complaints as if she had endured everything. She just looked at Shuren, and not only was there not the slightest emotional fluctuation on her beautiful face, but she also looked extremely gentle. That expression, which he had never seen before, made the resentful Shuren feel somewhat discouraged. Here, tell me, Shuren could only take a deep breath, stare at Nian, and ask, who exactly are you? Hearing this, Nian's eyes slightly drooped, and there was some sadness in them. I'm just a person who doesn't know whether I should exist or not. Nian's voice seemed to come from the distant horizon, sounding so ethereal and quiet. You don't have to guess. I'm not the supreme god Omnis, and I'm not any of the known goddesses in the realm of the gods. I don't know if there are people who know of my existence. Even the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons probably don't know of my existence. With that, Nian looked at Shuren. I know you're curious as to how I summoned you into this world. I can only tell you that this is my privilege and my ability. In this omnipotensen, if you want to say who has the deepest connection with the hero and who knows the most about the hero's summoning, then apart from me, there is no other candidate. Including that goddess. With that, Nian waved her hand, and the ceiling of the temple immediately rippled like the surface of water. Within the ripples, an image gradually appeared. It was a scene of a goddess lying in a cluster of flowers, sleeping peacefully. Shuren was stunned. Nian stared at the goddess with extremely cold eyes. She is Omnis. Omnis. The origin of the world, the pinnacle of the Protoss, and the supreme goddess known as the omnipotent existence. Such an existence had long since become a legend. But at this moment, Shuren saw her. He saw the supreme goddess lying in the flowers, sleeping. But this wasn't what surprised Shuren the most. What surprised Shuren the most was the appearance of this legendary goddess. Shuren glanced at the sleeping goddess, then at Nian. He was speechless. It couldn't be helped. The supreme god Omnis that Nian mentioned was exactly the same as Omnis herself. Nian looked at the goddess who looked exactly like her. Her eyes were cold, and there was even a trace of hatred. I know what you're thinking, Nian said indifferently. There's a reason why we look exactly the same. But it seemed that Nian didn't want to talk about that reason. Shuren could feel that this was a topic that couldn't be touched on. So, Shuren suppressed the doubts in his heart and asked. Then what happened to her? Looking at the supreme goddess Omni's sleeping appearance, it seemed that something had happened to her. While Shuren was thinking about this, Nian sneered. Do you think something happened to her? Nian said sarcastically. How is that possible? She is the omnipotent supreme goddess, the supreme existence. Apart from the demon King Claudius, who could cause something to happen to her? Then what's going on with her now? Shuren was silent for a while, then asked. Is she simply asleep? What he got in return was an affirmative answer. That's right, she's simply asleep, and she's been asleep for 1,000 years. Not only did the mocking expression on Nian's face not disappear, it became even more intense. In the eyes of that goddess, apart from the demon King Claudius, everything else in the world is just a rock on the street. Because everything was created by her. Everything is under her control. She can manipulate any life and phenomenon at will. She can even change the world with a snap of her fingers. So, she doesn't care about anything, and she doesn't put anything in her sights. The only thing that can make her look favorably is the demon King Claudius. As she spoke, Nian's voice began to become resentful. Ever since she was born, she had always wanted to defeat the demon king, defeat Claudius, and obliterate her only natural enemy and threat. But after achieving her goal, she wasn't interested in anything else. She has lost her only obsession. Without her only obsession, is there anything in this world that she can easily fabricate? Is there anything that is worth her attention? No, not a single thing. Nian turned to look at Shuren. In the end, that woman chose to sleep, believing that the operation of this world no longer needed her, and that there was no need for her to intervene. With this thought in mind, ever since the birth of the realm of gods, she has never woken up. She has always been lying there, existing as long as the world. Are you dumbfounded? Are you speechless? But this is the supreme God, this is the almighty Omnis, a true God who transcends worldly affairs. Whether it is her thinking or her point of view, she is different from us. It's really amazing, isn't it? At this point, Nian's tone was already very strange. Her tone seemed to be resentful of something, but also seemed to be sad for some reason. Shuren really didn't know what to say. Shuren only wanted to know one thing. Then why did you summon me here? What Shuren asked was what he wanted to know the most. Compared to the transcendence of the supreme god Omnis and the relationship between Nian and the goddess, Shuren wanted to know more about this matter. In response, Nian restrained her emotions, fixed her gaze on Shuren, and finally answered truthfully. I said that I want you to defeat the demon king, Nian said. You may think that I'm lying, but this is the truth. The truth? Shuren frowned and questioned, but the demon king has already been defeated and can't be resurrected. Unless something happens to the supreme god Omnis, she will never reappear in this world, right? Yes. Nian nodded and said, but just because the demon king can't be resurrected doesn't mean that there won't be a new one. A new one? Shuren was stunned at first, and then his expression changed. He roughly guessed what Nian meant. As expected, someone is trying to give birth to a new demon king and let the new demon king replace the old demon king who can't be resurrected. The new demon king will lead the demons and fight against the Protoss and the humans. Nian said word by word. Do you know why I called you here at this time? The reason was simple. Because you've touched on the secret in this aspect. Nian's words instantly reminded Shuren of the half-human, half-centipede monster. That monster, could it be? Don't worry, it's just a monster now. It won't become the demon king. Nian gave Shuren a heads up before saying, but according to the current progress, even if a new demon king isn't born, the three realms of gods, humans, and demons will be thrown into chaos by the mastermind. In the end, it is very likely that the war that has stopped for thousands of years will break out again, bringing a threat to this world. Because of this, Nian summoned Shuren. Then who is the mastermind behind this? Shuren immediately asked. I don't know. Nian shook her head and said, I discovered this situation, but I didn't find out who the mastermind is. I can only be sure that the other party is definitely a member of the old demons, and his status among the demons shouldn't be low. Shuren's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The reason was not only because of this sudden situation, but also because Shuren didn't know whether he should trust Nian or not. Of course, Nian must have read Shuren's mind. Therefore, she came in front of Shuren. Shuren looked at this incomparably beautiful goddess as if he wanted to see through her heart. But at this moment, Nian stretched out her hand, wrapped it around Shuren's neck, and pulled Shuren's head down. Shuren's eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. Ugh, Nian had already closed her eyes, and her seductive red lips pressed against Shuren's. An incomparably passionate and intense kiss fell on Shuren and Nian, making the two of them look like a couple in love, full of ambiguity. It wasn't until a long time later that Nian left Shuren with moist lips. Looking at the still shocked Shuren, she blushed and smiled sweetly. Whether you believe me or not, it's up to you to decide. Nian whispered softly. I only hope that you can understand that you are the existence that I have waited for 1,000 years, and also my only hope. After leaving such words, Nian waved her hand, causing the surrounding space to distort. Shuren disappeared from the temple, as if he had never appeared. In the sacred and solemn temple, silence visited this place, making all the clamor that had just happened seem as if it didn't exist. Nian gazed in the direction in which Shuren disappeared. She stroked her lips, and the blush on her face gradually disappeared. He's gone, shouldn't you come out now? After a while, Nian said quietly. In response to Nian's words was a helpless laugh. I thought you didn't notice me. Along with these words, a graceful figure emerged out of thin air and appeared in front of Nian. Looking at this figure, to be honest, Nian was quite surprised. I didn't expect someone to be able to enter this place. Nian looked at her and said, I remember that you're called Xianxia, right? So you know me? Xianxia also looked at her and said with some surprise, I thought you didn't know me. How is that possible? Nian smiled and said, although I can't leave this place, I can cross worlds to a certain extent and directly observe some areas of other worlds. Of course, I can control an existence like you. That's an honor. Xianxia said, but there wasn't the slightest trace of honor on her face. Instead, she stared at Nian and said, in that case, you should know why I crossed worlds to come here, right? If I'm not wrong, Nian said without changing her expression, you're puzzled about the summoning of the heroes, right? Yes. Xianxia said bluntly, I want to know why the heroes are suddenly summoned after 1,000 years. Is this why you've been following Shuren, hiding in the dark, and waiting for an opportunity until I called Shuren here? You used the power of space magic to jump into the summoning spell I cast on Shuren and come here? Nian couldn't help but reveal a smile and said, then you should have heard what I said to Shuren just now and know why I summoned him, right? As soon as this sentence came out of Nian's mouth, Xianxia bluntly denied it. That reason is just an excuse. Xianxia said without hesitation, you should be very clear that a new demon king can't be created, right? That's right. A new demon king can't be created. Whether it's the demon king Claudius or the supreme god Omnis, they're both existences and concepts that were born from nothingness. These two existences were the unshakable origin and the beginning of everything. Even the world was created by the supreme god Omnis later. Therefore, these two supreme existences couldn't even give birth to a world. It would be better to say that without them, there wouldn't be a world. Therefore, whether it was the supreme god Omnis or the demon King Claudius, there would only be one, and there wouldn't be a second one. Although those fellows from the old demon clan faction have a good plan, they have only created a strange monster after spending 1,000 years. Even if they continue to develop like this, in the end, they will at most be able to create the seventh demon cultivator. It is impossible for them to create a second demon king. Xianxia revealed the contradiction in this matter. Even if the seventh demon is successfully born in the end, there are still many existences in this world that can fight against it. This situation can't be said to be not serious, but it's not serious enough to need to use the summoning of the heroes. Besides, in this era, if the summoning of the heroes is activated, the problem it will cause is no less than the problem of the seventh demon being born. You chose to summon the heroes in order to deal with this situation. Your reason is not tenable at all. Xianxia exposed Neon's words one by one. Also, how exactly did you activate the summoning of the heroes without using the three conventional methods? Summoning the heroes, you still haven't explained. Also, who are you? And why are you in a place like this? You don't even look like the paramount god Omnis. You didn't say anything either. You have other secrets. Xianxia said bluntly. I want to know the truth. This is something I have to know. For this reason, Xianxia was so concerned about Shuren's existence and the summoning of the heroes. She was so concerned that she didn't hesitate to hide in the dark and observe Shuren's surroundings. Fortunately, Xianxia was an expert in spatial magic, and she had the assistance of her unique skills. Even if she didn't get close to Shuren, she could still use spatial magic to connect the two spaces and observe Shuren's situation. Otherwise, even if Xianxia wasn't hostile and didn't trigger enemy sense, she wouldn't be able to hide so well in the face of Shuren's mana sense. Now, Xianxia finally seized the opportunity. Taking advantage of the fact that Neon had summoned Xianxia, she used her space magic as an axis to jump into the summoning this time, and arrived here in one fell swoop to face Neon. With such a rare opportunity, Xianxia naturally wouldn't let Neon go. She was determined to get to the bottom of everything. After all, this is also closely related to you, isn't it? Neon lifted her eyelids and looked at Xianxia. She couldn't help but mock. You snatched that from the Mitra Kingdom's palace, and it's an existence that was casually created and discarded like me. Now that the hero has appeared, of course you can't ignore it. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression changed. You're saying that you're the same as me. Xianxia seemed to have realized something and exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that you are? Xianxia couldn't finish her sentence. Because Neon stopped her. I don't care about your matters at all. Neon interrupted Xianxia and said coldly, what I pursue is only the hero. Other than that, I don't care about anything else. Now, Xianxia finally understood Neon's intentions. You summoned the hero just for that reason? Xianxia said in disbelief. Are you crazy? Crazy? Neon immediately laughed uncontrollably. Yes, I'm crazy. If I don't do something, I'll really go crazy. You said that reason? Just that reason? Neon couldn't help but shout, but that reason is the meaning of my existence. My everything. The reason I exist is to summon the hero. Now that the war is over and the goal has been achieved, you want to throw me into this place without permission? I won't allow it. The space around Neon began to distort and shake. Since no one wants to use me, then I'll play my own role. Hero. Only the hero is my sustenance. The meaning of my existence. After saying this, Neon stretched out her hand toward Xianxia, causing the space around Xianxia to distort and shake, and she was sucked away. Wait. Xianxia struggled to shout. Hero summoning. After saying this, Xianxia was sucked away by the distorted space and disappeared. Only Neon was left. She looked at the distant horizon and wept inwardly. Shuren, the goddess who summoned the hero, was calling the name of the existence that she had entrusted everything to. It was as if she was crying. The next morning, when Shuren got up from his bed, he was still in a daze. He walked out of his room in a daze and began to wash up in a daze. Shuren continued to be in a daze. After a while, he came out of a door and shook a sleepy little girl. "What are you doing so early in the morning?" Ai nodded her head while hugging a pillow. Her face was full of displeasure. Obviously, her sleep had been disturbed and she was in a bad mood. But there was no other way. Shuren urgently needed someone to share his feelings with. "I'm telling you, I'm in big trouble." Shuren was still in a daze. "What big trouble?" Ai was also in a bad mood. If her subordinates saw her expression at this moment, they would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. Shuren didn't even have the slightest self-awareness and said with a frown, "I was forcefully kissed by someone, and it was by a very, very beautiful person." Shuren said something that made people want to press him to death. "That's it?" Ai couldn't help but be silent for a moment. Then she asked doubtfully, "That's it?" Shuren nodded heavily. Ai suddenly had the urge to punch Shuren away. "You're so boring." After leaving such a comment, Ai went back to sleep. "Hey, don't sleep. Get up and talk to me." Shuren was unhappy. He carried Ai out of the bed and shook her, saying, "That was my first kiss. It was gone in less than 2 months after coming to this world. I didn't even have a chance to taste it. I just felt my head go blank. When I came back to my senses, it was already over." "And then?" Ai resisted the urge to slap Shuren to death and said in a low voice, "What's the point of telling me this?" "What's the point?" Shuren said truthfully, "I just feel complicated and want to talk to someone." "Are you a little girl who just came of age?" Ai was almost defeated. She gritted her teeth and said, "Anyway, it's already been kissed. What else do you want?" I don't want anything." Shuren said hesitantly, "I just feel a little disadvantaged." This time even Ai's mouth twitched, and she had the urge to spit out a mouthful of insults. "What disadvantaged?" Ai could only ask weakly. "That was my first kiss." Shuren said righteously, "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have been so passive. At least, I should have taken back the initiative." "Is this important?" Ai was almost going crazy. "Isn't this important?" Shuren asked in reply, "It's about a man's dignity. Moreover, the other party is an innocent goddess who can even make me blush. I actually let that inexperienced goddess take the initiative and forcefully kiss me. It's simply a disgrace." All the strength in Ai's body was finally completely drained, causing her to frown as she said, "Could it be that you are very experienced? Didn't you say that was your first kiss?" "Yes." Shuren nodded and said, "Although it was my first kiss, it doesn't mean that I don't have experience, right?" After all, who doesn't know how to fantasize? Shuren felt that he had been simulating this scene in his mind since he was a teenager. In terms of experience, he could be said to be knowledgeable. Don't forget, Shuren was a well-read person. Of course, this had nothing to do with Aie. "You're really bored." Aie said mercilessly, "It doesn't matter if you feel annoyed, regretful, or even want to find someone to show off. Go find someone else. Don't disturb my sleep. You have no conscience." Shuren was suddenly dissatisfied. "What's wrong with talking to me? Then, do you think it's appropriate for you to talk to me about this kind of thing?" Aie asked. Shuren looked at the little girl in his arms, and his expression became awkward. It seems, really, probably, not too appropriate, but since he had already done it, Shuren had to go all out. "Aren't you a big boss? You should have lived longer than you look, right? Is there a problem for me to discuss with an elder?" Shuren actually said such a thing. "Elder?" Aie paused for a moment. She seemed to have calmed down because of this rare word. She said, "It's commendable that you treat me as an elder. There's nothing wrong to discuss with an elder." It seemed that Aie, who didn't want to be treated as a child, quite liked to hear such words. Looking at Aie like this, Shuren couldn't help but ask for trouble. "That's true, but do you have any experience in this area?" Shuren's words made Aie's whole body stiffen. "Huh?" Shuren immediately seemed to have caught a little tail, and he said in a strange tone, "Look at you, I think you don't have any experience. You're an elder, but you don't even have the experience of kissing. What a failure. AI. Yi's brows twitched. Sharon didn't notice and continued to speak in a strange tone. Is it because your status is too high, and others can't reach it? Or is it because you're too strong, and others don't dare to pursue you? Ah, I know, it must be because you're too young, and others can't do it. Puff. Finally, the hero who was too proud of himself was punished. Yi's small fist buried into Sharon's abdomen, and he was sent flying. Instantly, Sharon flew through the air, through the spacious room, and directly flew out of the room, directly hitting the wall of the corridor. Bang! Immediately after, a loud sound of the door closing caused the room in front of Sharon to be tightly closed, and he couldn't see the inside anymore. Sharon slid down the wall, fell to the ground, and hugged his abdomen, rolling in pain. Ouch, ouch. Why is it so painful? Although there was a max-level resistance skill blocking it, at this time, Sharon couldn't suppress the pain in his abdomen no matter what. Is this the consequence of angering a big boss? Sharon wanted to cry, but no tears came out. What's wrong? What happened? At this time, it seemed that someone heard the movement here, and one by one, they rushed over. Sharon's head shrank, and he quickly ran away from the scene of the crime. As for Aie, she was almost awake at this time. She sat on the bed, her face full of anger. How dare you say that to me? Aie was so angry that even her cheeks puffed up, it was simply too cute. Unfortunately, no one saw this scene. Under such circumstances, Aie kept muttering to herself. Who said that I have no experience? My sisters have always wanted to kiss me. Although it's only a kiss every time, it's still a kiss. I even kissed that person before, this is also a kiss, right? So, I have experience, that's right. Aie comforted herself, but her mood became more and more unhappy. How dare you look down on me, let's wait and see. Aie buried herself in the quilt unhappily. Perhaps because of the fight just now, there seemed to be a little bit of Sharon's smell left in the quilt. Smelling the smell, Aie felt even angrier, but at the same time, she felt a little relieved. What a hateful guy. After a while, Aie fell asleep again. In her dream, Aie was with a hero with a hateful smile, and it seemed that they were increasing their experience. Naturally, Sharon did not know what was going on with Aie. Sharon only knew that after that little girl's merciless punch, he was no longer in a trance. However, Sharon felt that he would never forget Nian's kiss for the rest of his life. The taste of that kiss was really difficult for outsiders to describe. Of course, Sharon would not go around showing off like Aie said. Otherwise, his abdomen would definitely be punched a few more times. Hence, Sharon sorted out his emotions and walked into the dining hall. To Sharon's surprise, the dining hall was still empty today. Not only was Mai just not there, but Vivian and the rest were also not there. Sharon sensed that there was no magical power of Vivian and the rest in the mansion. They went out so early in the morning? Sharon was puzzled, and immediately asked the butler for the reason. The butler said so. The patriarch is still at the guild and did not return yesterday. Miss Vivian and the rest did the same. They did not return the whole night, and seemed to be carrying out a very important task. The butler's words made Sharon somewhat concerned. They did not return the whole night, this was really rare. At least, ever since they came to the royal capital, Vivian and the rest had not stayed overnight. Every time they did a commission that allowed them to return on the same day. This was the first time that they did not return the whole night. Of course, Sharon did not find it strange. In order to complete a commission, adventurers often had to spend the night outside. Sometimes, not to mention a night, they might not return for a month or even a whole year. Hence, Sharon was only curious about what commission Vivian and the rest were doing, and did not ask any further. After finishing the breakfast that the servants prepared for him, he left the Lazahad house and went in the direction of the palace. However, this time, Sharon did not go directly to the library. Instead, he went to Rosie's palace. You actually came? I thought you wouldn't come today. Rosie looked surprised, but more like she was happy. She looked like she had seen a prodigal son come back, full of gratification. I'm in a good mood today, don't force me to hit you. Sharon warned her, and then went into the main topic. Knowing the purpose of Sharon's visit, Rosie was even more surprised. You want to come with me to see Sir Jacinta? Rosie's face was full of surprise. Sharon had expected this reaction from Rosie. But he did want to meet Jacinta. About the monster yesterday, I went back and thought about it carefully. I still feel a little concerned, Xian said. So, I'll go with you to take a look. Rosie nodded and did not doubt much. That was because, like Xian, she had always been very concerned about that monster. However, Rosie and Xian's starting point was different. Rosie was worried that such a monster would bring about some terrible effects. She was also worried that someone might be playing tricks behind the scenes, trying to destroy the friendship between the demon race and the human race. According to Neon, the existence of that monster will be related to the birth of a new demon king. According to Neon, the existence of that monster will be related to the birth of a new demon king. Since that was the case, Sharon could not ignore this matter. The two of them chatted for a while and then left the palace. Not long after, a luxurious carriage galloped out of the palace gate and went in one direction. Royal City, Demon's Embassy. It was a luxurious building located in the Northeast Administrative District of the Royal City. The building looked like a mansion, but it was also an embassy. It was a place specially prepared by the Royal City for the important figures of the demons to rest. Usually, some liaison and messengers of the demons were stationed there to assist in various important matters of the human world and the demon world. It was a relatively important place in the Royal City. After Jacinta and his party came to the Royal City, they had been living here for a while. Therefore, the luxurious carriage galloped from the spacious avenue and finally stopped in front of the embassy, allowing Sharon and Rosie to appear. It's here. Sharon stood in front of the embassy and cast his gaze over. With the mana sense skill, Sharon could perceive a very powerful magic. In particular, one of them was so large that it far surpassed the others. Sharon was sure that in this royal city, besides himself, Rosie, and AIE, the strongest magic was this magic. As expected of the cadre of the demons. Xian did not know whether he was admiring or evaluating him. On the side, Rosie agreed with Sharon's statement. His Excellency Jacinta is ranked second among the 4 cadre under the demons. He is very powerful. It is said that he participated in the war 1,000 years ago and was extremely active on the battlefield. He even fought with the heroes several times. He is a strong demon that even teacher Alidia does not dare to underestimate. Rosie told Sharon. It is said that a long time ago, His Excellency Jacinta's level was over 90 and he also has a very powerful unique skill. In the past, he slaughtered countless Protoss and strong humans, so he is called the T-Rex by the world. If you underestimate him just because he looks a little frivolous, even you will suffer a great loss. Hearing this, Sharon frowned. T-Rex? He seemed to have heard of this title somewhere before. That's right, Vivian had mentioned it when he was in Lemidgen. Because Killian used to be the T-Rex's follower. In other words, so, Killian is Jacinta's subordinate? Sharon suddenly understood. No wonder the person who came this time was Jacinta and not the other cadre of the demons. There was a layer of relationship between them. You just found out? Rosie glanced at Sharon and said, His Excellency Jacinta came to the royal city mainly to see who defeated Killian. Why? Sharon said disapprovingly, does he still want to avenge Killian? You think too much. Rosie said in an annoyed tone, although His Excellency Jacinta seemed to favor Killian in the past, Killian later joined the old demons, which was equivalent to betraying his expectations. Because of this, His Excellency had threatened to capture Killian and execute him, so why would he avenge him? In fact, Sharon was just saying it casually. From Jacinta, Sharon didn't feel any malice or hostility, instead, he had good intentions and some curiosity and interest. And from Jacinta's words and actions, it could be seen that he had a good impression of Sharon. Otherwise, even if it was Sharon, the thought of having to fight against such a powerful demons would give him a headache. Others might not know, but Sharon, who had maxed out, knew Jacinta's level very well. The existence known as the T-Rex had reached level 97 a long time ago. In addition to his unique skills and a series of at least level 9 skills, Sharon was sure that Jacinta wasn't much weaker than Ali Dia. If it was possible, Shuren didn't want to be enemies with such an existence. But if there was no other way, then, I might have to risk my life for once. Shuren couldn't help but touch the holy sword on his waist. Then, Shuren and Rosie entered the embassy together. Embassy, meeting room. At this moment, Shuren and Rosie were sitting here together. After entering the embassy, the two of them were brought here to wait for Xianxia's meeting. About 10 minutes later, Xianxia appeared in the meeting room. I didn't expect the two of you to come here to find me. What a surprise. With that, Xianxia walked into the meeting room with a smile on his face. He wasn't alone. Beside him, there were two demons, one male and one female. They seemed to be Xianxia's subordinates or guards. Shuren's attention was slightly focused on the two demons. Because the two demons seemed to be twins. They looked exactly the same, except that the male demons had a buzz cut while the female demons had medium-long hair. Their expressions were equally cold and the aura they exuded was quite majestic. These two devils were both at level 88, which was higher than Beidou. Shuren couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder demons have always been regarded as the strongest race since the distant past. Even the Protoss and the humans could barely resist them. A subordinate of the demons and a cadre of the demons. Both of them had such high levels. No wonder the demons were regarded as the strongest race. While Shuren was thinking about that, Rosie had already stood up. Apologies for my sudden visit. If it caused inconvenience to your excellency, please forgive me. Rosie entered her princess mode and greeted Xianxia politely. Your Highness, you're too kind. I'm more than happy to be visited by the kingdom's most valuable treasure. Why would I feel inconvenience? Xianxia said with a smile. Then, he turned his gaze to Shuren and said, besides, even Lady Shuren came along. This is already a surprise for me. Hearing that, before Shuren could say anything, the twin demons behind Xianxia reacted. They stared at Shuren as if they were looking at an opponent. Their eyes were full of vigilance. Shuren was puzzled. Could it be that these two have a grudge against me, but I don't seem to know them? What the hell? On the contrary, Rosie seemed to have a clue. She smiled at Xianxia. It seems that your excellency really likes Lady Shuren. Rosie actually said such a thing. Of course, I have high hopes for him. Xianxia admitted straightforwardly, although Killian is a traitor that I wish to execute with my own hands, I have to admit that he does have some talent. In terms of potential, he is one of the best in the demon realm. If he didn't take the wrong path, I think he would sooner or later reach my level. Unfortunately, he chose a path that he shouldn't have chosen. Since that's the case, his potential will become a threat, and the sooner we eliminate him, the better. Speaking until here, Xianxia seemed to be a little sad. Perhaps Beidou took a fancy to his talent, so he spared no effort to rope him into the old demons faction? Because Beidou's faction was the old demons whose main action was assassination, the highest level in the past was only around level 70. Although they were extremely threatening and had a large number of people, there weren't many powerhouses that could be used. That was why Beidou wanted to rope in Killian and had high hopes for him. He hoped that Killian could grow and become a true powerhouse for his faction in the future. Perhaps it was because of this reason that Beidou led his faction of old demons to cross such a long distance to rescue Killian. But in the end, not only was Beidou stabbed in the back by Killian who had a mental breakdown, but he also killed Killian with his own hands in rage. It was a tragedy. Because of this, Xianxia's attitude towards Shuren was also very good. I'm very grateful to Mr. Shuren for helping me get rid of that traitor. At the same time, it's impossible not to be optimistic about Mr. Demons who could defeat Killian at such a young age, right? Xianxia looked at Shuren meaningfully. His eyes were indeed showing appreciation and interest. However, when Xianxia made such a gesture, the twin demons behind him looked at Shuren with hostility again. At this moment, Shuren hated his temper a little. It seemed like he couldn't control his violent temper. Alright, let's teach them a lesson. Shuren met the gaze of the twin demons and looked straight up. At the same time, Shuren used the skill, oppression, without hesitation, releasing an obscure yet powerful aura and suppressing it. The expressions of the twin demons suddenly changed. Their bodies tensed up, their fists clenched, and a huge amount of magical power emerged from their bodies, intending to resist Shuren's aura. However, Shuren's oppression skill was already at the maximum level. This time, it wasn't an AoE skill that was released to the whole area. Instead, it was only aimed at the twin demons. Therefore, the full aura was almost concentrated on the two of them. Not a single trace of it was missed, causing the other party's breathing to quicken. Cold sweat began to drip from their foreheads. They seemed to be wavering. Seeing this, not only did Shuren not relax, but he also exerted more aura and pressed forward as if he was determined to make the twin demons kneel. However, no matter what, the twin demons were experts who were close to level 90. Even if they couldn't defeat Shuren's suppression, they still gritted their teeth and resisted desperately. In the end, they actually succeeded in resisting. Interesting. Sensing that the twin demons weren't as simple as they seemed, Shuren raised his brows and immediately wanted to add more strength. At this moment, a voice finally intervened. Qing seems to be doing something fun with my subordinates. Why don't you let me join in? Following such a sentence, the aura released by Shuren suddenly shook and suddenly wavered. The twin demons only felt that their bodies became lighter, their shoulders relaxed and the pressure dropped sharply. On the other hand, Shuren felt an aura that was not inferior to his suddenly rushing up, trying to crush him. Shuren's eyes moved slightly and he immediately looked to the side. There, Xianxia was still smiling, but the aura released from his body was incomparably shocking, causing the entire meeting room to tremble slightly. Shuren and Xianxia stared at each other, both could see the desire to win and be strong in each other's eyes. Therefore, the two of them were ready to go all out to determine who was stronger. Until, both of you, just stop until the end. In the meeting room, a third incomparably powerful aura was released, dispersing the confrontation between Shuren and Xianxia. The owner of this imposing manner was none other than Rosie. Could it be that both of you want to fight here? That's not a wise move, okay? Rosie advised calmly, causing Shuren and Xianxia to look at each other. Immediately, they shrugged at the same time and restrained their aura. Only then did the twin demons relax, but they were already drenched in sweat. At this moment, the two of them looked at Shuren with not only hostility but also fear. An invisible confrontation ended when everyone had their own thoughts. After that, everyone sat down together. Shuren and Rosie sat on the same sofa. Xianxia was sitting opposite the two, and behind him stood the twin demons on the left and right. I wonder why the two of you have come here to look for me? Xianxia asked with great interest. It shouldn't be just a simple visit, right? Obviously, Xianxia had already guessed that Shuren and Rosie had a purpose for this trip. Even if Shuren didn't say anything, Rosie didn't intend to hide anything. It seems that you have stayed in the royal city for quite some time this time. Rosie said. Indeed, I have stayed a little longer this time. Xianxia nodded, but he looked at Rosie and said with a smile that didn't look like a smile, Your Highness isn't here to chase me away, right? No matter what, it shouldn't be like this. Rosie said faintly, It's just that we are all curious about the reason why Sir Xianxia chose to stay in the human world and the royal city. I see. You're not chasing me away, but you're here to condemn me. Xianxia said with a hint. No matter what, the royal city of Mitra Kingdom is like the center of the world. There are many people who come here and are attracted by the prosperity and liveliness. Can't I choose to play in the royal city for a while because of this reason? If you just want to play, the kingdom will welcome you. Rosie's expression did not change as she said, but, as far as we know, the people around Your Excellency have been acting strangely in the vicinity of King's City recently. Is that true? While saying so, Rosie glanced at the twin demons behind Xianxia. The twin demons were extremely calm, or perhaps they had become vigilant after the invisible confrontation just now. Even when Rosie stared at them, they didn't show the slightest sign of wavering. Xianxia's expression didn't even change. I think Your Highness must have misunderstood, right? Xianxia said calmly, During my stay in the royal city, I also let my subordinates enjoy themselves. Don't come to the human world for nothing. They are just playing around like me. How can there be any unusual actions? Is that so? Rosie looked straight at Xianxia and said, In other words, you don't understand what is happening around the royal city at all. I can understand it this way, right? Yes. Xianxia responded without hesitation, although I don't know what Your Highness is referring to around the royal city, this must be a misunderstanding. We definitely didn't do anything suspicious. Rosie suddenly fell silent. Jacinta had always been calm and unperturbed. There was no flaw at all. But no matter how Sean looked at it, he felt that there was something wrong with this guy. The reason was very simple. Do you dare to swear in the name of dragon? When Rosie said this, the smile on Jacinta's face disappeared. However, in the next second, he suddenly smiled. I naturally dare to swear in the name of Lord Dragon Demon. Jacinta said indifferently, at least, I don't want to bring harm to the human world and this kingdom. This is certain. This person was indeed doing something in the dark, or planning something. Sure enough, this person was doing something in the dark, or plotting something. Rosie stared at Jacinta and said in a deep voice, do you know something about what is happening around the royal city? Rosie stared at Jacinta and said in a low voice, do you know something about the situation around King City? However, Jacinta did not deny it, nor did he admit it. However, Jacinta neither denied nor admitted it. Jacinta looked around and said, as for other things, as outsiders, it is not good for us to intervene, and we do not intend to intervene. Jacinta looked around and said, as for other things, as outsiders, it is not good for us to intervene, and we do not intend to intervene. The implication was that they had their own things to do. They would not bring any threat to the people of the royal city, but they would also not provide any help to the people of the royal city. Then do you know of a monster that is half human and half centipede, has dragon wings, and can spit out dragon breath? Rosie did not beat around the bush and directly threw out this topic. Has dragon wings, can spit out dragon breath, Jacinta narrowed his eyes. Shuren was keenly aware that for a moment, Jacinta's eyes flashed a trace of disdain and contempt. It was not directed at Shuren and Rosie, but at the monster that Rosie mentioned. Then, Jacinta opened his mouth. I am personally very interested in topics related to dragons, but the dragon that your highness mentioned, I am sorry to say that I have never heard of it. Xianxia said with a straight face, perhaps it's some bastard from somewhere, or some rascal who randomly took some things related to dragons and thought that he could make something out of it. As for that kind of trash, I'm not interested in it at all. When he said this, the sneer and arrogance in Jacinta's tone was very obvious. It was obvious that Jacinta held the existence of the dragon in high esteem and was quite disdainful towards the so-called monster, as if he was looking down on something. After Jacinta said that, Shuren and Rosie more or less understood the situation. Without a doubt, Jacinta must know something. However, he was not directly related to this matter, instead, he seemed to be standing on the opposite side of the monster. Perhaps. The reason why Jacinta stayed in the royal city and the people around him was not to do anything suspicious, but to deal with the mastermind behind all this. Shuren and Rosie felt the intention and were more or less relieved. After all, at least it proved that Jacinta would not become an enemy. Of course, it was still too early to fully believe in what he said. Because of that, Shuren and Rosie didn't completely let down their guard, they continued to chat with Jacinta with a doubtful attitude. However, what they talked about after was basically some trivial matters, there was no mention of the monster at all. After that, Shuren and Rosie were ready to get up and leave. Before leaving, Jacinta gave them a piece of advice. Since the monster that your highness mentioned has been defeated, then the person who wants to use it for something will likely take action, right? Jacinta said meaningfully. As the person involved, you have to be careful of the people around you, okay? After leaving such words, Jacinta walked out of the meeting room with the twin demons. Shuren and Rosie hid this sentence in their hearts before leaving the embassy. In front of the embassy, the luxurious carriage had begun to leave. The sound of horse hooves and wheels echoed as it gradually faded away. Shuren and Rosie sat together in the carriage and discussed what happened just now. How is it? Rosie asked such an inexplicable question. What else can it be? Shuren said unenthusiastically, I can only say that he is indeed an old man who has lived for more than 1,000 years. Apart from the parts that he is willing to reveal, he basically didn't reveal anything else. He really hid it well. At first glance, it seemed that Rosie had been questioning Jacinta, but after thinking about it carefully, one would realize that the one who grasped the initiative of the topic and controlled the direction of the conversation was actually the Tyrannosaurus. I even suspect that the twin demons were deliberately provoking me under his instruction. Before we started to test him, he had already started to test us. Really, he is extremely cunning. Sure enough, those in power have dirty hearts. Sharon blurted out his inner thoughts, making Rosie a little dumbfounded. Your words are a little insinuating. Don't say it out loud, or you will offend a lot of people. But Sir Jacinta is indeed not easy to deal with. He has basically dealt with all my questions without any reluctance from beginning to end. He will expose the parts that he thinks can be exposed to us, and cover up and deny all the parts that he doesn't want to expose. He's very tight-lipped. Rosie scolded Sean while saying, but Sir Jacinta is indeed not easy to deal with. But it's not like we didn't gain anything at all. Sharon said thoughtfully, from the parts that he chose to reveal, we can know that he should not be on the same side as that monster. He is even a little hostile. That's right. Rosie nodded and agreed, although I don't know what Sir knows. The reason why he stayed in the royal city and his subordinates are active around the royal city is probably to find that monster, or to say, the person behind the monster. Both Sharon and Rosie were sure that there was a mastermind behind the monster. Sharon had long known that there was someone behind the monster who wanted to create a new demon king because of the hints and information given by Nyan. Rosie, on the other hand, based on yesterday's situation and the mysterious ritual that might be held in the mountain, she concluded that the monster was released there by someone. Who could it be? Rosie murmured. Sharon didn't speak, but he had some thoughts. There was no doubt that the birth of the monster was related to the old demons. However, the person who controlled the monster and the person who created the monster might not be the same person. At least, that was Sharon feeling. He didn't know why he felt this way, but he had this kind of thought in his mind. This feeling is probably based on the same principle as how Rosie was able to locate the monster. In other words, this feeling might have originated from Sean's blessing. With the blessing of the Supreme God and the protection of the world, Sean might be like Rosie, able to act according to his feelings. Rosie, who didn't know Sean's condition, asked him. Then won't our next clue be cut off? Rosie was troubled. That was probably the end of the clue that Jacinta could get. The clue on the other side of the mountain had already disappeared. Now, Rosie had a feeling that she couldn't investigate any further. Of course, Sharon didn't think so. Didn't you say that you were guided by fate and will be at the center of things sooner or later? Sharon said non-committally, then you can wait. It's fine. Can I only wait? Rosie wasn't willing to give up. Seeing that, Sharon gave Rosie an idea. You can send someone to keep an eye on the demons in the dark. Sharon said, anyway, that demon's cadre should still have his subordinates investigate around the capital. You can send someone to follow them in the dark. Firstly, you can monitor their behavior. Secondly, when they discover something, you can know it immediately. This? Rosie suddenly hesitated and said, isn't that a bad idea? What's not good about it? Sharon curled his lips and said, he can ignore your position and let his subordinates wander around the capital without revealing anything. He's just short of telling you that he doesn't want to cooperate with you and doesn't want to be in cahoots with you. If that's the case, why do you care about his position and not dare to follow his people? Sharon's words were crude but not crude. He directly pointed out the main point and made Rosie ponder. How about this? Sharon looked at Rosie's pondering expression and revealed a naughty smile. You can simply use the investigation of suspicious people as an excuse to send the knights to seal off the area around the capital. Even if the demons want to send people, they won't be able to go anywhere. In this way, if the demon's cadre wants to do something, he can only look for you personally and cooperate with you. By then, won't you have a reason to make him tell you everything he knows? Sharon's suggestion stunned Rosie. Isn't that too bad? Rosie was dumbfounded. How is it bad? Sean said righteously, there are indeed suspicious people around the capital. It is reasonable for you to send the knights to investigate. It is also reasonable for you to seal off the area. How can you say that it is bad? You're right. Rosie was speechless. It's just that, you just said that his heart is weak. Why do I feel that you're not any better? It couldn't be helped. This was something he had learned from reading novels. It was a dirty trick. Even if it was dirty, it was still a trick. Sharon, a person who had been bombarded by the culture of tricks, naturally had no lack of ideas in this aspect. Most importantly, this way, he could slightly counterattack the demon's cadre who thought that he had the initiative. It would feel very good. Just tell me if you're going to do it or not. Sharon was too lazy to explain and directly confirmed with Rosie. Do it. Rosie sighed and said helplessly, regardless of whether or not to cooperate with Sir Jacinta, based on the current situation, it's necessary to send the knights to seal off the area around the capital. Who knew if there were more monsters like that? Who knew if the mastermind behind the scenes was planning something else around the capital? Moreover, using the human wave tactic to dig up the area was also a good way to do it. So, in the end, Rosie agreed. What about you? What do you plan to do? Rosie asked Sharon. Me? Sharon touched his chin and then said, I'll go to the library to do my routine. When I go back tonight, I'll find a big boss of the demons and ask her if she knows anything. A big boss of the demons? Rosie didn't understand. Sharon didn't say anything more. He shrugged and looked out of the window. The carriage traveled all the way and finally returned to the palace. After that, Rosie sent the knights to seal off the area around the capital as she said. She also released a message to remind people to be careful and not to go near those places. Dusk soon arrived. It was not until the sun was about to set that Sharon came out of the palace, rubbing his eyes as he prepared to return to the Lazahad house. Today is another day of stuffing my head to the brim, Sharon sighed as he walked on the road to the noble district. What's left are 224 beginner-level spells, 78 intermediate-level spells, 25 advanced-level spells, and pay magic. That's not something that can be calculated with spells. There's also a total of 34 thick spell books. I have to memorize all of these. Sigh, when will these days come to an end? Sean felt that he, a studious student, could not keep up the pretense any longer. Back then, I wanted to learn all the magic spells, but that was just wishful thinking. If he really wanted to memorize all the magic spells in the world, Sharon felt that he might have to spend the rest of his life doing so. Is this what they mean by live and learn? Sharon shuddered at the thought of such a way of living. So, Sharon had made up his mind. In the future, celestial magic will be my major, and I will never learn magic of other systems. For this reason, Sharon even forgot the 4 elemental magic skills that he had learned before. Skill forgetting. This was a method that all beings that had learned skills could use. When someone was dissatisfied with a skill they had learned, or was severely lacking in skill points, they could recoup the skill points they had spent on these skills by forgetting the skills they had learned. Of course, this was not something that could be used casually. Once one chose to forget the skills, it would lead to 2 side effects. 1. Skills that had been forgotten could not be obtained again no matter what. 2. Only about half of the points that had been consumed in these skills could be recovered, or even less than 1/10. Therefore, if it was not for the lack of skill points or the fact that they had learned the wrong skills, people usually would not choose this method. Sharon did not want to do this at first, but he found that because of Providence, he did not seem to be affected by these side effects. After all, Providence has the lowest conditions to obtain all skills, and the conditions to upgrade all skills have also been lowered to the lowest. The conditions for obtaining all the skills were the lowest. It was impossible for others to obtain the skills that had been forgotten, but it was not the case for Sean. All skills had the lowest conditions to upgrade, which meant that Sharon only consumed 1 skill point at a time. As for the amount of points recovered when forgetting a skill, it wasn't calculated all at once. Instead, it was calculated level by level. For example, to upgrade a skill from level 1 to level 2, if others used up 10 skill points, then the skill points he would get back would be half or 1/10 of that amount. If upgrading a skill from level 2 to level 3 used up 20 skill points, then the skill points he would get back would be half or 1/10 of that amount. It wasn't like adding up all the skill points used up from level 1 to level 3 and then getting back half or 1/10 of that amount. This led to Sharon being able to completely recover all the skill points consumed. This was because every time he upgraded a skill, he only consumed 1 skill point. There was no concept of skill points being lower or lower. Therefore, when everyone forgot a skill, they could at least recover 1 skill point per level. For Sharon, who only consumed 1 skill point per level, this was completely proportional to the consumption and recovery. There was no loss at all. Knowing this, Shuren decisively forgot the 4 elemental magic skills. Although Shuren had a lot of skill points and did not have to worry about a lack of them, these 4 elemental magic skills were useless. If they were left there, Shuren would have to passively remember the 4 elemental magic spells. This made Shuren resolutely forget the magic skills. It was very easy to cast the effects of these 4 elemental spells if he mainly used pay magic. Since this was the case, Shuren felt that there was no need for him to keep remembering these 4 types of magic that he had only learned at the beginner level. However, back in the day, I even used these spells to trick people. Now, they were forced to die of old age. Am I too much of a scumbag? Shuren shook his heavy head. At the same time, as if he had nothing to do, he continued to walk forward. At this moment, Mr. Shuren. A voice stopped Shuren. Shuren felt that this voice was very familiar, causing him to stop in his tracks. He shook his heavy head slightly, pulled himself together, and immediately turned his head to look at the source of the voice. With this look, Shuren was stunned. What appeared in front of him was a figure that was unlikely to appear here. Xianxia? Shuren said in surprise. The person who came was Xianxia's personal maid, Xianxia. He saw that she was still wearing a maid's uniform, with waist-length black hair, and a pair of ruby-like eyes. She stood in front of the street, as if waiting for Shuren to come, facing the wind. That scene, for a moment, made Shuren lose his mind. But then, Shuren reacted. Why are you here? Shuren unconsciously stepped forward, still unable to hide his surprise, and asked. In response, Xianxia raised her eyes and looked at him. I've always been here. That was what Xianxia said. Always? Shuren was stunned again. Yes. Xiaxia's expression was calm as she said, after you left Lamijin, first mistress, and I followed you to the capital, but we didn't show ourselves, so you didn't notice. Hearing this, Shuren was speechless. So, this pair of sisters, who looked like twins, had been by his side all this time. You followed me? Shuren frowned, staring at Xianxia with an unfriendly gaze. Under Shuren's gaze, Xianxia did not deny it. She only raised her eyes slightly and said. First mistress has been missing since last night. This was what Xianxia said. You mean, Xianxia has gone missing? The unexpected news caused Shan to be unable to help but be stunned. Xianxia nodded. First mistress had instructed me to look for you if anything happened to her. Xiaxia's voice was emotionless. That's why I came here to wait for your return. These words made Shuren's frown deepen. So that's what she meant. Not only did Xianxia go missing, but she also knew that he was in a dangerous place. Because of this, she had prepared a backup plan and instructed Xianxia to be careful. What happened? Shuren muttered to himself. Xianxia was not in a hurry. She just stood there quietly, waiting for Shuren's reaction. Shuren looked at the beautiful maid and sighed. In any case, come back with me first. That was Shuren's decision. Yes. Xianxia replied expressionlessly. The arrival of Xianxia made the tiredness in Shuren's head disappear a lot, leaving only doubts and questions. However, Shuren was not in a hurry. He first took Xianxia back to the Lazahad house. Xianxia always had the same expressionless look, firmly following behind Shuren, maintaining a distance of 3 steps, looking like a loyal maid by Shuren's side. Just like that, the two returned to the Lazahad house. Coincidentally, Aie also seemed to have come out of the room. I'm back. Shuren subconsciously greeted the other party. But Aie's reaction was not quite right. Woo, the moment the little girl saw Shuren, for some reason, her whole body slightly stiffened and froze. Little Aie? Looking at Aie like this, Shuren called out strangely. But not only did Aie not respond, but she also maintained her frozen posture. Her pretty face was slightly red, and her expression was extremely stiff, as if she was recalling something unbearable. Her whole person seemed so uneasy. Shuren was a little concerned, and so he took a few steps closer. However, almost reflexively, Aie also took a few steps back. Shuren was silent. Aie also came to a realization and also fell silent. After a while, Shuren approached again. Seeing this, AIE retreated again without hesitation. Shirin continued to approach. AIE continued to retreat. What are you doing? The corner of Shirin's mouth twitched. But his question was only met with a sentence. Don't say anything, and don't ask anything. Just don't come close to me for the time being, got it? AIE stared at Shirin, her pretty face still a little red. She gave Shirin a strange look while warning him. Shirin could read that look. Because he could read it, Shirin's mentality was a little broken. Motherf *Ker, did I do anything? No, right? Then what's with the look in his eyes, as if he's looking at a beast? For all, with a somewhat broken mentality, Shirin wanted to question AIE on the spot. He completely did not notice that behind him, Xianxia saw AIE, and her gem-like eyes began to fluctuate. And AIE also noticed the existence of Xianxia. AIE looked at Xianxia, and was actually stunned. Greetings, Your Highness. At this time, Xianxia stepped forward and knelt in front of AIE. That was the posture of both knees kneeling on the ground. It was not the kind of posture that a subject would take when meeting a king, but the posture that a servant would take when meeting a noble person. Shirin was also stunned. Your Highness? That's what Xianxia called AIE. Clearly, Pengxia knew AIE's identity. As for AIE, she also seemed to know the identity of Xianxia. Is it the maid of the little girl named Xianxia? AIE was silent for a long time, and when she spoke again, the slight blush on her face had disappeared, and was replaced by a sense of coldness. Yes, Xianxia lowered her head and said softly, the person I serve, her name is Xianxia. I can tell at a glance. AIE did not know why, but she said sarcastically, after all, you look exactly the same. Hearing this, Xianxia was silent. At the side, Shirin looked at AIE with some surprise. Because he found that AIE's mood was not quite right. This was different from the kind of not quite right just now. Just now, although AIE's attitude towards him was not quite right, but Shirin could feel that there was some reason that could not be revealed to outsiders. But now, AIE's abnormality was purely in her emotions, mentality, and even spirit. Especially when she saw Xianxia kneeling in front of her, AIE almost took a step back for a moment. This was also different from the way she retreated when facing Shirin just now. When facing Shirin, AIE was only on guard and felt ashamed. When facing Xianxia, AIE felt a sense of fear, as if she could not accept the fact that Xianxia was kneeling in front of her, and immediately stopped herself. This told Shirin that there seemed to be something that he was not aware of. Unfortunately, AIE had no intention of explaining. Not following your master, and running around outside, aren't you afraid of being captured by the humans? AIE said to Xianxia sarcastically. Thinking about it carefully, these words were not unreasonable. One had to know that Xianxia had infiltrated the royal city with the old demons 10 years ago, and was currently wanted by the kingdom. Xianxia and Xiaxia's looks were almost carved from the same mold. Without Xianxia by her side, she actually dared to walk around the royal city alone, as if she did not have a death wish. If they were together with Xianxia, with that powerful mage around, it would be difficult for others to find them. However, now that Xianxia was not around, Xianxia was simply courting death by walking around outside alone. Previously, Xianxia had already said that she was different from Xianxia, that she did not have any powers, and was just an ordinary maid. At that time, Shirin was a little skeptical about this matter, but now that he had learned the skill, identify, to the maximum level, Shirin was sure that it was true. Xianxia was only at level 5, and did not even learn a single skill. Therefore, Xianxia was truly a person who did not have the strength to truss a chicken. Such a person, with the face of a wanted criminal, was wandering around a place like the royal city. Shirin began to doubt how he was able to meet Xianxia so smoothly. Xianxia, on the other hand, did not care about this at all. I was just following the Missy's orders, and came to look for Mr. Shirin after she lost contact. Xianxia said this without any emotion. Lost contact? AIE immediately frowned and looked at Shirin. Don't look at me like that, I don't know what's going on either. Shirin immediately said, I just met her and heard about this from her, I did not have the time to ask in detail. AIE understood the situation. Looks like you've met with some trouble. Ai glanced at Xianxia and said, "Then let me hear what happened." Xianxia did not respond to this. Instead, it was Shuren who raised his eyebrows. "Why? Are you interested?" Shuren asked, "Do you know Xianxia?" "We met once." Ai said indifferently, "After you got rid of the old demons faction led by Though, I met the one called Xianxia there. However, after we decided to come to the royal city, we separated." Well, it was another thing that he did not know about. Whether it was Ai or Xianxia, they had been following him since before he came to the royal city. These stalkers, of all the good ones, why did they choose to learn from Marika? It would be best if they could learn the skills that she gave them for free. When that time comes, if I do not serve you with a big stick, I will not be a hero. You're saying that you and Xianxia have been monitoring my surroundings all this time in order to find out the reason for my summoning? In Shuren's room, as Xianxia explained the reason for her appearance, Shuren was speechless and helpless. Yes. Xianxia was still expressionless. Missy believes that there must be a reason behind the summoning of the heroes, and as a hero, Mr. Shuren is undoubtedly at the center of this reason. In addition, you have also annihilated a branch of the old demons faction. If the Protoss, demons, or humans, they will all be paying attention to you during this period of time. The probability of something happening around you is very high, and it is very likely that something will happen. That's why she has been following behind Mr. Shuren and monitoring you closely. This matter was not only done by Xianxia, but also by Ai's side. However, Ai wasn't hiding in the dark like Xianxia. Instead, she had been hovering around Shuren. Besides, Ai didn't want to see what would appear around Shuren. She only wanted to see what the hero himself would do. Therefore, before coming to the royal capital, Ai and Xianxia separated from each other. One was in the light, while the other was in the dark. Yet, both of them were around Shuren at the same time. "You guys are really free," Shuren said unhappily. "You're obviously being hunted, yet you still have the leisure to pay attention to my matters." Shuren was quite disgusted with this matter. No one would be happy to be spied on in the dark without knowing anything. Especially a master of spatial magic like Xianxia. He had no idea to what extent she was monitoring him. "Could it be that I'm being watched even when I'm bathing and sleeping? Wouldn't that mean that the little thing between me and the cutie tear would be exposed? Also, could it be that every time I return to my room after bathing, I can't help but practice my ancestral skills?" Thinking of this, Shuren felt uncomfortable and even wanted to kill someone. If Xianxia appeared in front of Shuren now, Shuren would definitely cut off his head for her. Unfortunately, something happened to that girl. According to you, last night, the girl named Xianxia discovered something. She told you to look for Shuren if she didn't return, and then left in a hurry using spatial magic? On the side, Ai, who was also listening to Xiaxia's explanation of the whole thing, finally spoke up. "Yes. That's why I'm waiting here for Mr. Shan to come back," Xianxia said calmly as she lowered her eyelids. That was what happened. In other words, yesterday, something happened around you that caught the girl's attention and led her over, but the girl didn't come back. Ai turned and looked at Shuren. "Do you have any clue about this matter?" Ai's question made Shuren fall silent. He did have some clues. After all, Shuren had encountered quite a lot of things yesterday. Of course, to sum it up, there were only two things. Yesterday, I met a monster that was half human, half centipede, had dragon wings, and could spit dragon breath. Shuren pondered for a moment, glanced at Ai, and then chose to tell her about this matter. "After this matter, I was summoned again by the goddess who summoned me. This also happened yesterday." Shuren's words caused a reaction in the two people present. The goddess who summoned the brave. Xiao's eyes flickered. A monster that was half human, half centipede, had dragon wings, and could spit dragon breath? Ai suddenly frowned and said with extreme disgust, "You couldn't have met." Ai suddenly stopped halfway, but the disgust on her face did not disappear. Instead, it became more and more intense and even turned into cold hatred. "What?" Shuren noticed this and asked directly, "Do you know that monster?" "Yes." Ai smacked her lips and said, "That is the shame of the demons. It is an abominable product that tramples on our dignity. I didn't expect it to finally appear in the human world." At this point, Ai did not continue, as if she did not want to be questioned, and changed the topic. So, after you defeated that monster, you were summoned by the goddess who summoned you that night. This is what happened to you yesterday? AIE changed the topic stiffly. Shuren wanted to ask about it, but AIE obviously did not want to talk about it, and he could not do anything about it. So, Shuren could only nod. AIE also understood. Then the matter is more or less clear. AIE said, that girl called Xianxia hid around you to find out why you were summoned. She must have found out that you were summoned by the person behind this matter last night, so she immediately took action and left behind you. AIE's meaning was clear. That Missy of yours should have used spatial magic to intervene in the summoning of Shuren, and directly ran to the goddess who carried out the hero's summoning. AIE snorted and said, how reckless. She actually ran to the realm of gods, then it is not surprising that she did not come back. Xianxia suddenly became silent. That guy actually did such a thing, he was really courting death. Shuren did not expect things to turn out like this, and for a moment he did not know what to say. As demons, and the former demons, wanted criminals of the kingdom, Xianxia actually ran to the realm of gods. It was as if she was tired of living. Shuren could already vaguely imagine the various miserable outcomes of Xianxia, and he could only mourn for her. He just did not know whether that girl was dead or alive. She should not have been killed, right? If she was killed, then that girl would be too unlucky. While Shuren was thinking about this, Xianxia was not worried about this matter. I'm not worried about whether or not the first miss can survive. Xianxia said calmly, let's not talk about strength for now. If we only talk about survival, and survival, Missy will not lose to anyone. If Missy insists on running, even the 3 goddesses or the 6 demons will not be able to stop her. That is true. AIE also nodded and admitted that girl's unique skill is very powerful, combined with spatial magic. If she only wants to escape, I am afraid no one can catch her. Then what do we do now? Shuren blinked and asked, leave her alone? What do you want to do? AIE asked in return, go to the realm of gods to ask for her? If I had that ability, would I still need to hide my identity so bitterly? You are so funny. Seeing that Shuren was speechless, AIE said disapprovingly, let's not act rashly for now. Let's not act rashly for now. Let's wait for a while. Maybe the girl will come back on her own. With that, AIE stood up and glanced at Xianxia, saying coldly and with a complicated expression, as for you, stay here for now. As for you, you'll stay here for now. Compared to that girl named Xianxia, your safety is more important. With that, AIE turned and left. Shuren watched AIE leave, then looked at Xianxia. Shuren sighed and said, since it has come to this, you should stay here for now. Xianxia was silent for a while. Then, she nodded. Royal City, Northeast Administrative Region, Embassy. After nightfall, Xianxia also received news from Rosie. She sent a group of knights to seal off the area around the royal city. Xianxia was surprised by Rosie's actions. In front of Xianxia, the twin demons were complaining indignantly. This is definitely targeted at us, Master. She knows that our people are active around the royal city, yet she still made such a move. It's obviously deliberate. The twin demons kept complaining to Xianxia like this. But Xianxia didn't feel angry, instead, he laughed. Interesting. I thought that Her Royal Highness would choose to stand by and watch quietly after knowing that we aren't enemies. I didn't expect her to take such tough measures. It doesn't seem like the style of the kingdom's most precious treasure. Although Xianxia didn't have much contact with Rosie, it was impossible for him not to know about the various great deeds of Her Royal Highness. According to rumors, Her Royal Highness should be a rare talent with impeccable temperament and ability. Her way of doing things and all aspects were perfect. In front of outsiders, she had always maintained a detached attitude. He had never heard of her taking any tough measures. Her style had always been gentle. But this time, the other party took such measures. It was obvious that someone was giving her ideas. Moreover, it was someone who was very important to Her Royal Highness. Only someone who was highly valued by her could do this. As far as Xianxia knew, there was only one such person. Seems like it's that person's idea. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. Seeing Jacinta like this, the twin demons were speechless. Master really thinks highly of that human. He's just a fledgling brat. As the two of them spoke, there was a hint of jealousy in their words. Jacinta didn't know if he noticed this, but he just smiled. Don't you guys underestimate that human. Jacinta said with deep meaning, to be able to release that kind of aura and be valued by the kingdom's most precious treasure, this is enough to prove that that person isn't ordinary. The reason why Jacinta was so interested in Xianxia was because of this. And, that day, Xianxia's king spared no effort to rope in this person. The nobles of this kingdom also have a lot of ideas about him. He has already become the center of the kingdom during this period of time. The surrounding situation is changing around that person. Jacinta was keenly aware of this, which was why he was so full of praise and interest towards Xianxia. Although this demon's cadre was called T-Rex by the world, but in terms of the overall situation, there weren't many demons who could match him. Therefore, Jacinta had long sensed Xianxia's influence with his observation skills, and he believed that that person is likely to be the key to many things that will happen next. Given that, not only was Jacinta interested in Xianxia, but he also planned to take a good look at him. Let's see what changes that person can bring. Hi. Of King. As for the blockage around the royal capital, it was not a problem for Jacinta. I'll go talk to His Majesty myself. Jacinta planned to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao by attacking Xianxia. Compared to Rosie, Jacinta thought that His Majesty the King was easier to deal with. That king probably didn't understand the situation yet. As long as Jacinta set a few traps, he wouldn't be afraid that he wouldn't take the bait. Just when Jacinta was thinking about this, you're still the same. Always doing things in a roundabout way. When such a tender but pleasant voice sounded in Jacinta's room, the expressions of the demons changed abruptly. This voice. For the first time, the frivolous expression on Jacinta's face disappeared, and his eyes widened. Who? The twin demons realized that this place had been invaded. They flew into a rage and released horrifying magic power. However, almost at the same time, the magic power of the twin demons was forcefully suppressed. Moreover, it was suppressed by either someone else or Jacinta. Stop. Jacinta suddenly stood up. While scolding loudly, he released his magic power, suppressing the magic power of the twin demons and blowing them away. Master. The twin demons instantly rolled on the ground in embarrassment. Then, they looked at Jacinta in disbelief. Jacinta turned a blind eye to this pair of loyal subordinates. Facing the direction of the voice, he knelt down on one knee without hesitation. Master. Jacinta performed the etiquette of a subordinate with incomparable piety and respect, lowering his head deeply. Looking at Jacinta like this, the twin demons were taken aback at first. Then, they realized something. Because in the entire 3 realms, there was only one person who could make Jacinta, a cadre of the demons, kneel down like this and call someone master. Cold sweat began to drip down the faces of the twin demons. At this moment, a petite figure appeared silently. It was a young girl holding a pillow in her arms. Other than AIE, who else could it be? Your Highness. Seeing this figure, the twin demons' knees softened. They knelt down involuntarily. AIE didn't even look at the two of them as she slowly walked into the room. That posture was like the arrival of a king. The place to live is not bad. AIE said to Jacinta with some dissatisfaction. But it's a bit hard to find. That's really a sin. Jacinta said in a low voice. If I knew that master would come to the human realm, I would definitely find a better place. That kind of thing isn't important. AIE couldn't help but say. The important thing is, that thing seems to have appeared in the human realm, right? Yes. Jacinta didn't dare to hide anything. I also received this report. That's why I have been staying in the royal city to investigate. Then, what have you found out? AIE looked down at Jacinta. If it's you, you should have more or less grasped some information, right? For the time being, I have. Jacinta said truthfully. However, this matter doesn't seem to only be caused by the demon realm. The forces of the human realm also seem to be involved. I knew it. AIE said coldly. Can it be solved? Of course. Jacinta said without hesitation. I will definitely not let Master down. I hope so. AI acted like she was giving an ultimatum. Then, I will leave this matter to you. It's my honor. Jacinta agreed. He finally asked, however, why did Master appear in the human realm? Me? Only then did Ai's expression soften a little, causing her to casually say, nothing much, I just found an interesting existence. Jacinta was stunned. Regarding Ai's appearance, Jacinta was also very surprised. It could even be said that he was shocked. His master usually didn't like to meddle in other people's affairs. In addition, she loved to sleep. Sometimes, she would sleep for years or even decades. She had even slept for hundreds of years. Therefore, it wasn't easy to see her. The last time Jacinta saw Ai like this, it was already 10 years ago. At that time, it was because of the betrayal of Killian, and the large-scale assassination of the old demons led by Beto and Killian in the capital city. His master was alarmed. In order to account for such a big mistake, she woke up from her sleep. After that, Ai returned to the castle and continued to sleep. She slept for 10 years, and she hadn't woken up until now. Therefore, Jacinta had always thought that his master was still sleeping in the castle. Who would have thought that this little master would suddenly appear in the human world, in the capital city, and in front of him? Even Jacinta was shocked for a moment. If the people of the kingdom knew that master woke up and appeared here, there would definitely be a big problem, right? Jacinta smiled bitterly in his heart. As one of the 6 people at the top of the demon realm, Ai's power was like heaven and earth compared to the ordinary demons. The various deeds that she left in history were enough to make all the people of the human race tremble with fear, deeply afraid that she would be unhappy. If Ai really wanted to, she only needed to sneeze, and the entire capital city would probably be blown away. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the people of this country to not be worried about the arrival of Ai. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the demon realm probably hadn't discovered that their little master had woken up, and even came to the human world silently. If this matter was discovered, perhaps the demon realm would also be in complete turmoil, right? This was not an exaggeration at all. Not to mention those demons who belonged to Ai, even those demons who didn't belong to Ai would be in complete turmoil. This was because his little master's 5 sisters doted on her extremely. If they found out that the little master ran away from home, it was impossible not to overturn the demon realm to find her. At the thought of that consequence, even Jacinta wanted to sweat a little. What shocked Jacinta even more was that the reason why his master appeared in the capital city seemed to be because of someone. Who was that person, who had such great ability to attract the attention of his master, and even make his master interested in him? As one of Ai's cadres, Jacinta was very clear that it wasn't easy to do such a thing. At least, in the past, the number of people who could catch his master's attention and attract his attention could be counted with 10 fingers. And his master's attitude towards people who she was interested in and those who she was not was completely different. If it was someone she was interested in, then her master would be very easy to talk to. Even if her attitude wasn't warm, she would definitely be easy to get along with. But if it was someone she was not interested in, then as her master, she would become very cold and indifferent. She would not even be in the mood to talk to them, and it could be said that she would keep them at a distance of 1,000 miles. But if it was someone who she was not interested in, then his master would become very cold and indifferent. He wouldn't even have the mood to talk to them. As for the human race, since ancient times, it seemed that only the brave could do this. Could it be that person is Rosie Lusty Mitra? Jacinta thought so. If it was the most precious treasure of the kingdom, it wouldn't be strange for her to attract his master's attention. In this way, the reason why his master appeared in the capital city of this kingdom could be explained clearly. What a lucky person. Thinking of this, Jacinta couldn't help but be a little envious. After all, even he, who had followed Ai for so many years, couldn't attract her interest. Otherwise, Ai wouldn't speak to Jacinta in such a direct and unquestionable manner. However, compared to this matter, there was one more thing that Jacinta wanted to confirm. Does Master plan to continue to stay in the capital city? Jacinta asked cautiously. As a result, Ai's answer wasn't what he wanted to see. Yes. Ai nodded and didn't hide anything. Or rather, she felt that there was no need to hide anything. She said straightforwardly, I will continue to stay by that person's side and won't return to the demon realm for the time being. Hearing this, Jacinta was even more envious. To be able to keep his master by his side without the slightest hesitation, that person was really a lucky dog. One must know that even his master's sisters wouldn't have such treatment. If they knew about this, they would be envious and jealous to the point of going crazy. So, Jacinta was distressed. If Master doesn't return to the demon realm, if this matter is discovered, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Jacinta could only bite the bullet and advise. I know. Ai didn't deny it. Instead, she said, as long as it's not discovered, isn't it fine? Is it? That's not good. No matter how he thought about it, this wasn't a long-term solution, right? Although everyone in the demon realm knew that his master loved to sleep, so until now, no one had discovered that she was no longer in the castle, or even in the demon realm. This matter would be exposed sooner or later. At that time, Jacinta would never believe that the other 5 pinnacle of the demon realm wouldn't come to the human realm. At that moment, Jacinta still wanted to persuade her, but he was interrupted. Are you planning to chase me back? Ai frowned and looked at Jacinta. Jacinta suddenly felt a terrifying pressure, and finally, he broke out in a cold sweat. No. I don't dare. Jacinta could only quickly bow his head and apologize. Humph, Ai snorted and said, in short, those chores will be left to you to deal with. You can do as you see fit. Don't bother me if there's nothing important, and don't send people to find me. Do you hear me? Yes. Jacinta responded with a bitter face. Ai immediately disappeared without a trace, like a ghost, as if she had teleported. Only then did Jacinta stand up from the ground, but his face was still bitter. Master, the twin demons also stood up, trembling with fear, and surrounded Jacinta helplessly. All right, I don't care about your mistake just now. Jacinta waved his hand and said, however, you should restrain yourselves. If I didn't stop you just now, just based on your rudeness, Master would make you disappear from the world instantly. The twin demons' faces immediately turned ashen, and they were filled with lingering fear. Jacinta no longer paid attention to the two of them and sighed. This matter has become a bit troublesome. Compared to the matter of that thing appearing in the human realm, Ai appearing in the human realm was more troublesome. Moreover, Ai was still preparing to continue staying in the royal city, which made Jacinta unable to do as he pleased anymore. If there's any commotion and makes Master unhappy, then it'll be a big problem. It seemed that he had to carefully consider how to solve this matter. Just like that, another day passed. The next day, when Shuren was still asleep, a voice began to linger in his ears. It's time to get up, Mr. Shuren. Shuren heard this voice in a daze, and then gradually woke up. When Shuren woke up, he found that there was a graceful figure standing by his bed. Good morning, Mr. Shuren. The beautiful maid came into Shuren's sight the moment he opened his eyes. She greeted Shuren with a moving but flat voice. The drowsiness in Shuren's mind disappeared in an instant, and he looked at the maid standing by his bed dumbfoundedly. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. While Shuren stayed there and didn't speak, the beautiful maid didn't speak at all. She just waited quietly with an abnormally calm expression. Silence permeated the room in a rather subtle way. After an unknown period of time, Shuren closed his eyes and continued to lie on the bed as if nothing had happened. Looking at Shuren like this, Xianxia said faintly, please don't escape from reality. Please do not escape from reality. This is not a dream, nor is it an illusion. It is the real thing. Please get up. Hearing this, Shuren had to admit that he was indeed not dreaming. But since it wasn't a dream, the scene in front of him was a bit thought-provoking. Why are you here? Shuren tentatively asked such a question. That's a meaningless question, Xianxia said indifferently. It's a matter of course for a maid to wake someone up. Indeed, such plots often appeared in novels as a matter of course. The problem was, you're not my maid, right? Shuren pointed this out. Unfortunately, Xiao's expression didn't change. Since Miss asked me to follow Mr. Shuren, it's my job to take care of Mr. Shuren before Miss comes back. Xianxia said calmly, please rest assured, an ordinary person like me may not be useful in battle, but daily chores are my area of expertise. I won't let anyone down in this aspect. Is that so? Shuren was speechless for a while. After a while, he sighed and said, well, being woken up by a beautiful maid is a good thing that money can't buy. Let me enjoy it. It's best if you think so. Xianxia said without hesitation, since Mr. Shuren has understood, please get up. Okay. Shuren didn't delay and got up directly from the bed. However, when he got up, Shuren found something incredible. I say, Xianxia. Yes, what can I do for you? No, I just want to ask, did I go to sleep without changing last night? No, you did go to sleep in your pajamas last night. Then why have I changed my clothes now? Yes, Shuren found that he had changed his clothes. He clearly remembered that he had changed into his pajamas before going to sleep last night. Why did he change into casual clothes and dress so neatly now? This was even neater than when she was focused on dressing up, right? Shuren was confused about this. However, Xianxia said so. Of course I changed it. Thus, the maid revealed something incredible. Huh? Shuren said in a daze. I changed it. Xianxia immediately repeated it expressionlessly. No, when did you change it? Shuren opened his eyes wide. Before waking up Mr. Shuren. Xianxia answered truthfully. Why didn't I notice it at all? Shuren was stunned. This is a meaningless question. A maid naturally has to do all the chores before the master orders. A maid that needs the master to do it himself is not qualified. Xianxia said this as if it was a matter of course. But Shuren was trembling. That's true, but isn't this too scary? I didn't notice that I was changed at all. Shuren felt that he seemed to have encountered something very scary. Please don't mind. Xianxia was still the same, her expression didn't even change. But, Shuren wanted to say something. Please don't mind. Xianxia repeated her words again, as if telling Shuren that there was no need to ask meaningless questions. Shuren was silent. God, this maid seemed to be a bit scary. In particular, Shuren found that even his underwear seemed to have been changed. It became very clean, obviously the clothes had just been washed and dried. This situation made Shuren even more anxious. Could it be, you even changed my underwear without me knowing? Shuren asked Xianxia while trembling. Yes. Xianxia answered without changing her expression. The corner of Shuren's mouth twitched. On the other hand, Xia still had a matter-of-fact look on her face, as if she was telling Shan that this was all very normal. God, this maid was really a bit scary. Shuren had to ask a question that he was very concerned about. I say, Xianxia, yes, what can I do for you? When you helped me change my clothes, you didn't see anything that you shouldn't see, right? Nothing like that. Is that so? Yes, as a maid, it's my duty and mission to take care of my master. In order to complete my work, there's nothing that I shouldn't see. In other words, you still saw it? Please don't worry, I have professional knowledge and know the normal physical reactions of men in the morning, so I've already helped Mr. Shuren take care of it. Taken care of it? Yes, Mr. Shuren won't feel anything. Won't feel anything. If you don't trust me, you can confirm it yourself. But with all due respect, it's meaningless. God, this maid is not just a bit scary, she's so scary, I care so much. What did she do to me? How did she take care of it? Who can tell me For all, Shuren had a mental breakdown. Okay, Mr. Shuren, please don't squat down and put your hands on your head. Breakfast is ready, please move to the dining room. Xianxia calmly admonished Shan, who was squatting in front of her with his hands on his head, as if he had taken things too hard. Shan had no choice but to stand up and move out of the door with a somewhat crumbling mentality. Xianxia immediately followed. Just like yesterday, she followed Shuren at a distance of about 3 steps. On the way, the two of them had this conversation. By the way, I haven't washed up yet, please don't worry. Could it be? Yes. I've made up my mind. Next time, I'll see if there's a skill that can directly sense other people's aura or wake me up when someone moves me. Otherwise, I won't even know when this maid will sell me off to be a top hostess. When Shuren walked out of the room with Xianxia and went to the dining room, he found that this maid had not only done things that broke his own mentality, but had also done many things that broke the mentality of others. For example, Mr. Shuren. Your maidservant is too powerful. By the time we woke up, all the work had already been done. And she did it much better than us. How did she do it? We have no work to do now. When Sean entered the hall, the maids who were ready to work but found that their work had already been done hurriedly gathered around him and complained tearfully. For example, breakfast, it's all done by that maid. Oh, it's so delicious. The things I make are rubbish. I'll go and resign from the butler later. Please take us with you. When Shuren entered the dining room, the chefs who were kneeling at the door of the kitchen as if they had lost the meaning of life were muttering. And also, Mr. Shuren, the gardeners just came over to tell me that the flower beds and plants in the garden have been pruned, and the design of the garden after pruning is simply a work of art. They were so shocked that they are going to resign from this job and go back to learn new skills. This was what the butler came over with a complicated expression to tell Shuren secretly. In addition, there were many other things that seemed to have been done unknowingly while Shuren was sleeping. Shuren stood there for a long time, and even walked around the entire Lazahad house. In the end, he found that the cleanliness of the entire house had increased by more than one level. Every corner was spotless, and even the toilet and baths were cleaned. The garden outside was also maintained like a paradise with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. The entire mansion of the Lazahad family was like something out of a cartoon. It was so clean and beautiful that it almost sparkled. Well, the breakfast prepared by Xianxia was also so delicious that it made people feel that everything they had eaten before was indeed rubbish. In this way, it was no wonder that everyone was so shocked. Because this was no longer a question of whether they could compare, but looking at these masterpieces, it would only make people feel that what they did was like rice fields. More importantly, this was comparable to a miracle, and Xianxia had done it all unknowingly. She did not alarm anyone, and even the patrolling guards did not notice her. Under such circumstances, Xianxia had done all this quietly. This made Shuren silent for a long time, and then he finally understood. Xiaxia's floral pavilion is so beautiful because of this maid's extraordinary skills, isn't it? Wasn't Shangri-La originally there? Was it created by someone else? As long as Xianxia was around, would it be a paradise? This maid was amazing. Of course, he wasn't affected by this at all. Instead, he felt that this was a matter of course. Because, this is my job, Xianxia declared calmly. So, Shuren saw an extremely unscientific scene. Please allow me to learn from you. Sister. I don't want to be your student. I only want to be a servant by your side. No. Just train us like slaves. Please accept us. Sister. Sister Xianxia. Ah. All the maids in the mansion knelt in front of Xianxia, holding her skirt. Their eyes were not shining with stars, but with love. The most terrifying thing was that there were people who screamed at the end, as if they had found the meaning to live. In the end, even the chefs and gardeners actually knelt down and called Big Sister in front of Xianxia. At that time, there was only one sentence in Shuren's mind. It's over. These people were crazy. There was no saving them. Especially when he saw the 80-year-old butler surrounding Xianxia with flushed faces, Shuren had the urge to escape. I hope Mr. Megis won't be scared to death when he comes back. Shuren was already worried that Megis's heart would not be able to take it when he came back and saw the scene. Especially when there was an interlude at the end. I'm sorry, I don't need servants, and I don't need slaves. I only need a master that I can serve, Xianxia declared coldly to all the people who surrounded her. But that cold and ruthless look did not scare away the people in the mansion. Instead, more people's eyes flashed with love, as if they had awakened some addiction, and screams began to rise and fall. Shuren could not stand it anymore. No, I have to run. Otherwise, he felt that he might be involved in the future. Even Aie, who was woken up, hugged her pillow and rubbed her eyes. She looked at this scene with sleepy eyes and a blank face. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening here? Sharon seemed to be able to see these words hanging over the little girl's head. In the end, seeing that the commotion could not be quelled, Ai threw out a sentence, speechless. You'd better take her away. That was what happened. Although it felt dangerous to take Xianxia out, if Xianxia stayed, the people in this mansion would become very dangerous. Because of this, Sharon hurriedly finished his breakfast and immediately took Xiaoxia's hand and quickly fled the Lazahad house. Sister! Sister Xiaoxia! When leaving the mansion, Sharon could faintly hear a few sorrowful cries coming from behind, which made his hair stand on end. And the initiator of all this was just quietly being pulled by Sharon. Her face was as calm as an ancient well, as if the noise of the outside world had nothing to do with her. Her state of mind was very stable. To be honest, Sharon almost could not help but kneel in front of this big sister. What do you mean by a weak ordinary person? Without a doubt, this was the real boss who had hidden himself the deepest. After that, Sharon did not dare to take Xianxia out on the streets, but walked in an unknown alley. Sigh, as he walked, Sharon sighed and kept glancing behind him. There, Xianxia followed Sharon step by step, with the same calm expression and the same distance of 3 steps. Her precision was admirable. Sean finally opened his mouth to speak. Actually, you don't have to do that. Sharon said, your master is Xianxia after all, not me, and not anyone in the Lazahad family. You don't have to go to this extent. Sharon's original intention was to let Xianxia not use too much force, so as not to tire herself or force herself too much. Who knew, go to this extent? Xianxia frowned, looked at Sharon, and said, you must have misunderstood. Misunderstood? Sharon was startled and asked, what misunderstanding? Everything is a misunderstanding. Xianxia said lightly, at that level, it can all be done in an hour. It's not a waste of effort. Sharon tripped and almost fell on his face on the spot. What did people say? There was no way to compare people with each other. In the past, Sharon had spent 5 minutes in a state of extreme anger to turn over on the bed in order to get a bottle of water by the bedside. On the other hand, Miss Maid only spent an hour to tidy up the luxurious mansion of a great aristocrat into a paradise with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. This gap was simply unbearable to look at. Why don't we also call her Madam Sister? Sharon began to seriously consider such a question. Forget it, let's not talk about this topic. Otherwise, Sharon felt that he might be stimulated again. So, Sharon changed the topic. Speaking of which, why are you a servant girl serving Xianxia? Sharon asked a question that he had always been concerned about. Why? Xianxia was slightly startled and didn't seem to understand what Sharon meant. Seeing this, Sharon said so. You see, don't you look exactly the same as Xianxia? Sharon pointed out, I always thought you were twin sisters, but if you are twin sisters, there is no reason for one to be a lady and the other to be a servant girl, right? Xianxia then understood what Sharon meant and fell into silence. After a while, Xianxia suddenly spoke. Mr. Sharon, do you know about magical life? Xianxia actually asked such a question. I know. Although Sharon had some doubts, he still nodded. The so-called magical life refers to the low-level life forms created by magic, right? Like the Gorham that Sharon encountered in the past, it was just a rock mixed with special magic minerals, but because it existed near the source of magic, it was affected by the magic flowing through it and eventually became a monster. Some mages would use magic to complete this process and behavior artificially. They used magic to create monsters like Gorham, and drove them to fight or work. Such a life created by magic was a magical life. But magical life doesn't just refer to the monsters created by magic. Xianxia said faintly, just like monsters like Gorham, demons are actually a race born under the influence of the Demon King's magic. Their nature is similar to the monsters born under the influence of the source of magic. They are naturally born through the interference of magic. The demons have also used this principle to create monsters. In other words, monsters were originally a kind of existence similar to magical life. The reason why demons were not magical life was that they were not created by humans, but were born naturally, which was the same situation as the elves. So, there was a problem. Just like how monsters like Gorham can use magic to create humans, demons are similar in nature, so they can also use magic to create, can't they? Xia's words made Shirin understand what she wanted to say. Shirin looked at Xia in surprise. Yes. Xia said calmly, I am a magical life created by Miss Lesia with magic. So, although Xia and Lesia looked exactly the same, they were not sisters, but master and servant. Because Xia was a magical life created by Lesia. Miss Lesia created me after the assassination 10 years ago, using her own appearance as a prototype. Her original intention was to create a helper that could help her fight against the old demons in the process of her escape. But there is a characteristic of magical life, and that is, depending on the materials used to create it, the final born life may not necessarily have combat power. Taking Gorum as an example, some of them were just rocks mixed with special magical minerals. Under the influence of the source of magic, after they deteriorated into monsters, their level was generally not high. However, some Gorum were quite rare and precious magical minerals themselves. They were not mixed with any impurities, and the mineral that formed them was also very high grade. The level of the Gorum that was born from this would be quite high, and their power would be very terrifying. In the past, there was a huge level 80 Gorum. Its body was made of a precious metal second only to divine steel. It seemed that it was an underground mineral vein of this metal that was affected by a large source of magic, and after thousands of years, it became a monster. At that time, in order to suppress such a huge Gorum, a country sent thousands of knights to besiege it for a day and a night before they finally took it down. The same was true for the Gorum created by mages. Depending on the materials used to create the body, their level and power would be different after they were born. It was the same for other magical life forms. Xianxia was naturally included in the list. I don't know what kind of materials Miss Lesia used, but when I was created, not only was my level very low, my combat power was almost negligible, and I couldn't be of any use at all. Xia spoke in an indifferent tone. Fortunately, I'm better at handling daily chores, so Miss Lesia never thought of abandoning me. Even if a magical life like me that can only handle chores should only be a burden to Miss Lesia, making her escape more difficult and arduous, Miss Lesia never once mentioned abandoning me. She even claimed that she didn't even think about it. Hearing this, Shirin was a little speechless. He really didn't expect that the reason why Lesia and Xia looked so similar was actually because of this. In the beginning, he thought that Lesia and Xia might really be sisters, because Xia had no talent for fighting, and Lesia was a talent that could become a space mage, so Beethoven targeted Lesia and used Xia to threaten Lesia. That was why Lesia joined the old demons and became Beethoven's minion, driven by him. It wasn't until the assassination 10 years ago that Lesia found the opportunity to rescue Xia when the old demons attacked the capital, and then escaped. Now it seemed that the reason why Lesia joined the old demons and became a member of the old demons had nothing to do with Xia. After all, Xia was created after Lesia began to escape. In this case, when Lesia joined the old demons, Xia had not yet been born. But there was another problem. If that's the case, why did that guy join the old demons? Shirin was lost in thought. Looking at Lesia, she didn't want to be associated with the old demons, or even disdained to be associated with the old demons. But she chose to join the old demons and became the mastermind of the assassination 10 years ago with Beethoven and Kilian. In the end, she went against the actions of Beethoven and the other old demons, sneaked into the underground of the palace and stole something important and dangerous. What was the reason for this series of actions? Shirin suddenly felt that this woman was full of mysteries. Shirin wanted to ask Xia something about Lesia. However, before Shirin could ask, Xia spoke first. I know what Mr. Shirin wants to ask, but I have to remind you first that no matter what you ask, as long as it's related to Miss Lesia, even if I know, I can't reveal it. Xia looked at Shirin and said, this has nothing to do with my own will, but it's an instinct engraved in the body of magical beings. I think Mr. Shirin should be able to understand. Hearing Xia's words, Shirin swallowed the question that he was about to ask. That was because he remembered one of the most admirable characteristics of magical life forms. That was, they would not betray their master. This was a characteristic that they did not have at the beginning. At the beginning, when the demons created the monsters did not have this characteristic. As a result, the monsters with low intelligence would not listen to the instructions of the demons if they were not tamed. They might even become violent and turn on their master. Therefore, the demons had to give up on controlling the monsters and let them multiply in the human world, becoming the most numerous group on Earth. Learning from this lesson, the magical beings in the future were added with a characteristic, which was absolute obedience and loyalty. Just as Xianxia said, this had nothing to do with their own will, but was an instinct engraved in the body of magical beings. This was also an important indicator to distinguish magical beings from demons and monsters. To put it simply, a life that was created with magic and had the characteristic of never betraying its master was a magical being. As for the monsters that were created at the beginning, they had already broken away from the category of magical beings and became a pure life race. Anya, on the other hand, was a genuine magical being. Therefore, Xianxia would never betray her master, Xianxia, even if she wanted to. Thanks to this, once it was a secret that was closely related to the master, magical beings could not take the initiative to reveal it. Even if they were brainwashed and controlled by spiritual magic, it would still be the same. This led to many demons and mages to be extremely respectful of magical beings. Their trust in the magical beings that they created was incomparable to others. What's more, many mages and even demons would do their best to collect precious materials to create magical beings to serve themselves. Because magic life forms would never betray their masters, nor would they reveal any secret information about themselves through any means, the mages would naturally try their best to create a magic life form that they could absolutely trust and have it serve them by their side. Thinking of this matter, Xianxia suddenly realized something. Perhaps the twin demons around Xianxia are the magical beings that he created. Otherwise, how could it be possible for the twins to be so outstanding that they could reach level 88 at the same time? The twin demons also seemed to be loyal to Xianxia, and they were even jealous of Xianxia, who was extremely favored by Xianxia. This should also be because they were magical beings that would never betray their master and were infinitely loyal to their master, right? Even Xianxia thought of Neon. Could that goddess be a magical being created by the supreme god Omnis based on her own appearance? If that was the case, then Neon might know some secrets that other Protoss did not know, such as a way to summon a hero alone without causing too much commotion and repercussions. Perhaps the reason why she was unknown was that the supreme god Omnis had never revealed her existence. Perhaps the reason why she resented the supreme god Omnis was because her master entered a deep sleep without permission and left her alone. Xianxia thought of all these possibilities. No wonder I've seen so many people who look exactly the same recently, so, all of this wasn't a coincidence. Xianxia felt that he had grasped some of the truth. At the same time, Xianxia also understood why Xianxia would serve him. Because it was the order left by the master, Xianxia, before she left, so you can't disobey and serve me as your master? Xianxia looked at Xianxia. Yes. Xianxia said indifferently, before Miss Xianxia left, she asked me to follow Mr. Xianxia, so Mr. Xianxia will be my master during this time. I will serve you as I serve Miss Xianxia. This was Xiao's principle of action. Whether it was unknowingly helping Xianxia change his clothes, washing up, or taking care of the whole Lazahad house like a paradise, these were all things that Xiao did when she served Xianxia. She was now just restoring them. In this way, even if you say that you are not my master, and that I don't need to bother about it, I can't do it, because this is the order left to me by the master who created me. Whether I am willing or not, I can't disobey it. In a way, Rorschach said the truth, which was not very amusing. Xianxia did not know what to say for a while. After all, since this was the case, no matter how much Xianxia said, Xiao could not change her course of action. She was only following the order left by Xianxia to serve Xianxia. It was not that Xianxia had become her master. Therefore, even if Xianxia asked her not to do it, she could not do it. Well, I really don't know whether to be happy or disappointed. Being served by such a beautiful maid with all her heart should be something to be happy about. But such a maid was only doing these things because she could not disobey the orders of her real master, which made people feel very unhappy. Of course, Xianxia did not see Xiao's reluctance. No, this maid seemed to have no emotions at all. She was just a sister without any. Xianxia couldn't help but ask in the face of this maid who had no skills at all. Then, do my words mean anything to you? Xianxia at least wanted to confirm this. Xiao answered. Before Miss takes me back, as long as it may not affect Miss, and it is within my ability, I will follow Mr. Shuren's instructions. Xianxia said this without the slightest hesitation. Anything? Shuren was silent for a long time, and he could not help but confirm. Yes, anything. Xianxia calmly affirmed. What if it is too much? Shuren could no longer hide his little thoughts. But, Xianxia said so. As long as it is within my ability, it is not a problem to go too far. Xianxia was expressionless. Shan was caught in a struggle that was long enough for any man to understand. There was no other way. She said so what, then shouldn't we do something bold? Thousands of gigabytes of images flashed in Shuren's mind, and he almost had a nosebleed. Damn, exciting. In the end, Shuren was not able to do anything exciting. He was afraid that Xianxia would come back and take him down with her. Considering this problem, Shuren could only make a painful decision, to postpone this matter for the time being. Yes, just postpone it, not give up. Who knew if Xianxia would come back? Maybe she was already dead. At that time, wouldn't he still be able to do whatever he wanted? Therefore, Shuren temporarily suppressed the thousands of gigabytes of images in his head. There will be a time when you guys will come in handy, don't worry. Shuren made this promise to the unspeakable memories in his head. Then, Shuren went to the palace. Of course, due to her appearance, Shuren did not dare to bring Xianxia along. He could only let her wait for his return in a remote place. Xianxia agreed without the slightest complaint and immediately turned to leave. Not long after, she disappeared without a trace. She won't be discovered, right? Shuren was worried about this matter. However, when he thought about it, the maid of the bunker could do whatever she wanted with her body without him knowing it. She had managed the entire Lazahad household like a paradise without being discovered. Furthermore, she had also found him without any risk yesterday. There should be no need to worry about her getting into trouble, right? Thinking of this, Shuren was a little less worried and entered the palace. After entering the palace, Shuren wanted to see Rosie, but thinking that things were different now. She might still be busy dealing with the abnormal situation around the capital, Shuren decided not to disturb her. Most importantly, if he were to disturb her at this time, Shuren would have a feeling that he would be dragged by the princess to do hard labor again. Let's wait for some good news from her side. Anyway, Shuren had already instructed the princess to let him know immediately if there was any progress in this area. She had already agreed, so there was no need to be in a hurry to pay attention to this matter. So, Shuren went directly to the underground magic library, ready to start his studies again. However, because of Xianxia, Shuren had some interest in magical life, so he did a little research in this area in the library. With this search, Shuren really found some things to pay attention to in terms of magical life. For example, if he wanted to create magical life forms, he would first need to learn a skill called magic, living creation, and learn this living creation magic. This magic was specially used to create magical life, and it only had this one function. But according to the creation of magical life, the level of magic skills and magic spells required were also different. If one only wanted to create an ordinary Gorim, one only needed to upgrade the magic living creation skill to level 4, which would allow one to use intermediate living creation magic. If one wanted to create demons like Xianxia, even if they did not need combat power, they would first have to upgrade the magic living creation skill to level 6. In addition, the various factors that determined the type, appearance, and strength of magical life were not only the level of magic skills, but also the materials and mana used. Therefore, this kind of magic was not difficult, but it was rather complicated. It was not easy to create a satisfactory magical life. Under such circumstances, high-level and high-ability magical life were usually extremely rare, and there were even black markets that would sell magical life as a commodity. Even though various countries in the human world had clear rules that magical life was not to be bought and sold as an item, there were still shady merchants who specialized in this line of business active in various countries. It was considered a big problem for each country. Also, Shuren found that the appearance of the created magical life could not be decided at will. According to the records in the books, although the creator's imagination when creating magic is what determines the appearance of the magical life, human imagination will be blurred if there is no reference. The level of magic skills also determines the degree of completion of the magical life to a certain extent. Therefore, the magical life that is created will usually be different from what the creator imagined, and may even become something completely different from what the creator imagined. In serious cases, it may even become deformed. Of course, the higher the level of a living being's magic creation skill, the fewer mistakes and discrepancies there will be in the creation of a magical life. However, even a max-level magic skill could lead to subtle differences in the magical life that is created due to the blurriness of imagination. It's very difficult to create a magical life that is exactly the same as one's imagination. There is only one exception. That is, when there is magic power as a reference, there is a high probability that a magical life will be created that is identical to the owner of the magic power, and even has the same ability. In other words, when creating magical life, if one wanted to create a magical life that did not have too many differences in appearance, then one would need to add the magic power of an individual as a reference. For example, Xianxia probably added her own magic power, so she created a magical life that looked exactly the same as her, Xianxia. The twin demons beside Xianxia were probably using the same person's magic power as a reference. Otherwise, they wouldn't look so similar. There was no discrepancy at all. Because of this reason, in addition to the problems of materials and abilities, the creation of magical life also had to consider the appearance and other issues. That's true. If there were no such restrictions, I'm afraid that all the noble young masters would want to learn how to create magic with living bodies. By that time, would there still be a need for the unparalleled royal highness in the world? How good would it be to create an identical one? Moreover, there was no way to disobey the master's orders. She could do whatever he wanted her to do and pose whatever he wanted her to pose. Why did he have to cling on to the cold royal highness and not let go of the noble young master? Why did he have to be a bootlicker? Presumably, this restriction also made many people feel relieved, right? Otherwise, if one could really create a magical life that was exactly the same as others at will, it would definitely be a mess. That being said, I still feel more or less regretful. Xianxia felt that it was extremely regretful. If one could really create a shape at will, Xianxia felt that even if he had to go bankrupt, he would invest in the great cause of creating magical life. When the time comes, I will first create a perfect and elegant head maid, and then create its under a big sister who loves to flirt. It's also not bad to create a night king who holds the same holy sword. Wouldn't a sickly time elf be equally lovable? I really want to do it. In the end, Xianxia reluctantly put the magic book of creation of life magic back. Although he was quite interested in this magic, its limitations were destined to not be valued by Xianxia. Firstly, if he wanted to create a magical life, he would need to collect some materials that Xianxia had never even heard of. In addition, there were many variables, and it was very likely that the person he created would not be the person he wanted. This first dispelled a part of Xianxia's enthusiasm. Secondly, Xianxia now wanted to focus on learning celestial body magic and pay magic. He really did not have the energy to continue learning other types of magic. Hence, after struggling for a while, Xianxia still put the magic book of living creation magic back. If there's a chance in the future, I'll have a good understanding of it again. After making up his mind, Xianxia no longer paid attention to the matter of magical life, and continued to learn the two main types of magic. This time, Xianxia studied until the evening, and only ended when it was almost dark. It was worth mentioning that when Xianxia knew that Xianxia was studying hard in the magic library under the palace, she used some method to leave for about 3 minutes and brought back a homemade bento for Xianxia as his lunch. Previously, Xianxia stayed in the library for a whole day, and he did not eat lunch at all. This time, with the bento that Xianxia prepared for him, Xianxia ate it with relish. After all, the food made by the maid in this fortress was really delicious. Any chef was probably just a little brother in front of her. Of course, compared to this matter, Xianxia was more interested in how the maid was able to prepare a homemade bento in just 3 minutes. It was definitely not done in advance. Xianxia was sure of this. This was because Xianxia only knew that Xianxia had been staying in the library for a while when he was preparing to enter the palace. Therefore, Xianxia really made such a bento in just 3 minutes. As for how she did it, there was no need to ask. It was a skill that a maid naturally had. Well, Xianxia only felt that the image of a maid in his mind was collapsing. It's fine. An unreasonable, all-purpose maid isn't that rare, is it? Shuren did not know whether this sentence was used to convince others or to convince himself. After that, Shuren left the library and the palace. After finding Xianxia in a remote alley in the western noble district, they returned to the Lazahad house. Needless to say, as soon as they returned to the Lazahad house, Xianxia received a very warm welcome. "Big sister. You're back. Please look over here. Big sister. Big sister Ruxia." A group of maids and servants from the Lazahad family swarmed over like a group of star chasers, surrounding Lissa and squeezing Sean out. A group of Lazahad maids and servants were like a group of star chasers. They swarmed over and surrounded Xianxia, squeezing Shuren out. Sean, who was almost squeezed to the ground, was stunned for a long time. It took him a lot of effort to resist the urge to curse. On the contrary, Xianxia calmly walked out of the crowded crowd with a miraculous pace. "Then, Mr. Shuren, I'll help you prepare dinner and a bath. Please go back to your room and rest. You can go to the dining room in about 13 minutes and 44 seconds. I'll call you then." After leaving behind such precise instructions that were a little frightening, Xiao left, leaving behind Sean, who was still dumbfounded, and the Lazahad maids and servants who were equally dumbfounded. After a while, the maids and servants rushed out and chased after Xianxia, leaving Shuren alone in the wind. However, it was not that no one cared about Shuren. "You seem to be having a good time." Aie, who was still hugging a pillow, walked to Shuren's side and said calmly. "Which eye of yours saw me having a good time?" Shuren rolled his eyes and responded snappily. "I thought you were served well by her." Aie pouted in the direction of Xia's departure. Her tone was a little complicated. Shuren did not notice this. "In terms of service, it's indeed very good." Shuren muttered, "It's just that it's a little too good. It's a little scary." This was Aie's answer to Shuren's words. "Fortunately, there's no problem now. Otherwise, being served by her like this, it wouldn't just be scary, it would be terrifying." Aie said. "Huh?" Shuren did not understand. But Aie did not explain and suddenly changed the topic. "Speaking of which, didn't you notice?" Aie said indifferently, "Last night, the girls around you did not return." Hearing this, Shuren was startled at first, but immediately reacted. "You mean Vivian and the others?" After hearing Aie's words, Shuren finally realized this matter. That was, whether it was last night or this morning, he did not seem to meet Vivian's team. "They are not back yet?" Shuren faintly began to feel that something was wrong. Although the work of adventurers was very irregular, and sometimes they would not be able to return for a long period of time, if they really took on a job that required time to complete, Vivian would definitely not be like this and not send a message back. It was understandable that they did not return the day before yesterday, it was only one day. But for them to not return for 2 days in a row, this was somewhat strange. In addition, there were some problems around the royal capital recently, so Shuren was a little worried. He was worried that Vivian and the others might have encountered some problems that couldn't be solved. Thinking of this, Shuren felt that he could not sit still anymore. "Didn't I ask you to look after them?" Shuren reprimanded Aie. Aie was unexpectedly cold. "I only promised you to help solve some problems that the girl named Ter couldn't solve when she went out alone. I didn't promise you to take care of them when they went out on adventures." Aie said without changing her expression. "Besides, I have already said that I am only interested in you. I don't care about the others." This young demon's had an unexpectedly cold side to people that she did not care about. Therefore, since Aie had promised to do something for Shuren, she would do it. But as for things that Shuren did not instruct her, she had no interest in caring about it. "For the time being, I have placed a trace of magic on the girl named Ter." Aie glanced at Shuren and said. "She is fine now, but she doesn't seem to be in this royal capital. If you want to find them, I can bring you there. Aie came here to talk about this matter." "And so, all right, bring me there." Shuren nodded without any hesitation. "Then let's go." Aie turned around and immediately wanted to lead the way. But at this moment, Shuren stretched out his hand and messed up the little girl's hair. "Let's see if you dare to do it again." Leaving the stunned AIE behind, Shuren walked out. Adel Canyon. It was a very large canyon in the west of the royal capital. The interior of the canyon was a world of magical beasts, and there were many types of magical beasts residing here. Moreover, their levels were generally very high. The deeper one went into the canyon, the higher the level of the magical beasts. It caused this place to become a treasure trove for numerous high-level adventurers, and it had also caused the deaths of many famous adventurers. Thus, this place was also called the Canyon of Death. It was said that there was a large source of mana in the deepest part of the canyon. The mana source was occupied by a frightening level 90 monster that had occupied it for a full 400 years. It was an existence equivalent to the lord of this canyon. Due to the terrain here, even the kingdom had a hard time gnawing away at this hard bone. As a result, the frightening monster had been entrenched here all this time and had never left. However, people were afraid of that terrifying monster, and it did not dare to leave the canyon. It had always been rather obedient, so the kingdom turned a blind eye to its existence, allowing it to continue occupying the large source of mana in the depths of the canyon. For 400 years, countless adventurers had entered the canyon to hunt monsters or search for various treasures. Even now, the canyon was still a popular treasure land in the adventure world. Many adventurers would come here to adventure every day. As long as they did not enter the deepest part of the canyon, and chose to wander around the periphery or the inner area of the canyon according to their own strength, they would not alarm the terrifying monster. Because of this, the Adel Canyon was considered a relatively lively place around the royal capital, and there were often all kinds of people visiting it. It was only recently that the monsters around the royal capital began to show unnatural movements, and the monsters in the canyon began to become irritable and dangerous, causing many adventurers to encounter danger and even lose their lives. It was only then that it became the true Canyon of Death, and ordinary adventurers no longer dared to enter it without permission. At this moment, layers of fences were set up at the entrance of the Adel Canyon, sealing the entrance. In front of the fences were fully armed knights. They were the knights of the kingdom, and had been ordered by Rosie to seal off the area since yesterday. No one was allowed to enter or approach the canyon. Beside the fences, there was even a camp set up by the knights. There were many tents inside, which told outsiders that this had become a temporary encampment of the knights. Quite a few adventurer teams had arrived and were quarreling with the knights. "Why don't you let us in? Isn't this too unreasonable? We've accepted the investigation mission issued by the guild, and we have permission to enter. Let your leader come out. We want to confront him face to face." Many adventurers grumbled indignantly at the Knights of Dusk. Unfortunately, the knights were still blocking in front of the fences with indifferent expressions. "This is an order from Her Highness Rosie. No one is allowed to enter the canyon. Leave now. Leave now." The knights didn't care about their feelings at all and started to chase them away without saying a word. This made the group of adventurers even angrier, and they began to push and shove the knights. The scene was somewhat chaotic and was even filled with the smell of gunpowder. Under such circumstances, Sean and AIE appeared here. "Are you sure Vivian and the others are in this canyon?" Looking at the chaotic scene, Shuren was stunned for a long time before asking AIE faintly. "Anyway, the reaction of my magical power is in there. Believe it or not." AIE, on the other hand, looked extremely unhappy, as if she was still holding a grudge against Sean for messing up her hair. "Alright." Sean ignored AIE. He looked at the noisy canyon camp and murmured, "Looks like it's a little messy here." "Then what do you plan to do?" AIE said angrily. "Do you want to go back?" Shuren didn't answer and walked straight to the entrance of the canyon. Of course, the knights wouldn't let him in. The kingdom has sealed off the area ahead. "Go back, adventurer." Two knights appeared in front of Sean, one on the left and one on the right. They even raised their swords and blocked Sean's way. Shuren didn't mind. After all, he was the one who suggested sealing off the area around the royal capital. Therefore, now that he was stopped, Shuren wasn't angry. However, Shuren certainly wouldn't stop there. "I was sent by Her Highness Rosie to investigate the canyon." Sean took off the pendant that was a royal token from his neck and showed it to the knights. The faces of the knights, who were initially cold and merciless, immediately changed when they saw the holy sword pendant in Xian's hand. The situation here had smoothly attracted the attention of the people in the surrounding area. That's the token of the royal family. In other words, that person was really sent by Her Highness Rosie? So young, I feel like I've seen him somewhere. The knights looked at each other in dismay. On the other hand, the adventurers surrounded them as if they had seen reinforcements. Lord Emissary. Lord Emissary. Please judge for us. Yes. Lord Emissary. These people are going too far. The group of adventurers complained loudly one after another, leaving Xian dumbfounded. The knights, on the other hand, were somewhat anxious and reprimanded the adventurers. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. How did we go too far? Back off. Back off. The knights tried to disperse the adventurers. However, the adventurers did not give in, and once again began to push and shove with the many knights. The entire scene instantly became even more chaotic and noisy, just like a busy market. What's going on? Xian reacted, frowned, and looked at a knight. The knight immediately panicked and hurriedly spoke. Lord Emissary, don't listen to their nonsense. They just wanted to break into the sealed Adel Canyon without permission and were stopped by us. We were stationed here under the orders of Her Highness Rosie. We are completely following the rules. As soon as the knight said this, he was immediately scolded by the adventurers. According to the rules? You have the nerve to say that it's according to the rules? Although Her Highness sent the knights to seal off this place, she has also stated to the Adventurers Guild that she hopes to get help from the guild to investigate the abnormal places around the royal capital. The guild has already issued a commission to investigate the Adel Canyon, saying that as long as we accept the commission, we will be allowed to enter. But you keep stopping us. What's the meaning of this? That's right. The adventurers retorted one after another, causing the knights' expressions to turn ugly. Seeing this, Xian understood. It seemed that something had happened here. Just when the crowd was in an uproar, a loud shout sounded. The commander of the Royal Knight Legion, Farbidin Galuoli, is here. Hearing these words, the entire hall suddenly went silent. Including Xian, everyone turned their heads and looked in one direction. There, several figures walked through the crowd from the campsite. What's with all the noise? A middle-aged knight who seemed to be the leader of the group said in an impatient voice. Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the commander of the Royal Knight Legion. Royal Knight Legion. As the name suggested, it was a legion of knights directly under the royal family. Although the Royal Knight Legion was directly under the royal family and was known as the strongest stronghold, only true elite knights could join the legion. Each royal knight was above level 70, and there were only 77 people in the entire legion. Naturally, the Royal Knight Legion couldn't rely on these 77 people to protect the kingdom. Therefore, the Royal Knight Legion was as famous as the Royal Knight Legion, but it didn't recruit high-level powerhouses. Instead, it was for ordinary knights. There were only two requirements to join the Royal Knight Legion. 1. An innocent person with no problems with his identity or background. 2. Level 30 or above. Therefore, the Royal Knight Legion was the basic force that protected the kingdom. There were 8 brigades, and each brigade was made up of 10 squadrons. Each squadron was made up of 10 squads, and each squad had 100 people. In other words, the Royal Knight Legion had a total of 80,000 people. Although the level of the knights was far lower than the knights of the Royal Knight Legion, the number of knights was far greater. Now, the middle-aged man who was walking toward them was the commander of the Royal Knight Legion, Farbidin Galuoli. The current leader of the Royal Knights, Farbidin, appeared here, accompanied by all 4 deputy leaders. Xian could tell at a glance that among the 4 deputy commanders, one was an old knight who was level 68, one was a middle-aged woman who was level 64, one was an arrogant man who was level 63, and the last was a beautiful woman who was level 61. Seeing these people, the expressions of the surrounding adventurers changed. That old knight is the cold swordsman Jaforgus. Is that woman demon slayer Kately? And the 2 most outstanding geniuses of the Galuoli family, Riseg and Lana, doesn't this mean that they're going all out? The group of adventurers began to clamor. they're all here? Shuren also felt that something was amiss. These people weren't ordinary people. As far as Shan knew, there were many nobles in the kingdom who were knights. They were the so-called knight families. But among these noble families, there were three that were the most outstanding. Among them, the most indisputable was the Elbian family. They were the most loyal knight family that had protected the royal family for generations. The ancestors of the family were the strongest companions of the hero, and they were also the descendants of the hero. The heads of the family were all legendary ranked knights, and for thousands of years, they had always held the position of captain of the knight squad. They were undoubtedly the peak of the knight family, and they were also nobles who were conferred the title of marquis. The Velati family had a history of 800 years. Their ancestor was a famous knight family that protected the royal family for generations. Their ancestor was the strongest companion of the hero and was also the descendant of the hero. After 800 years of development, they were now the top noble family in the kingdom. The current head of the Velati family was the current vice commander of the Royal Knight Legion, a level 89 great knight. The vice commander had a genius daughter who reached level 70 at the age of 26 and was recommended into the Royal Knight Legion to become a royal knight. Now, at the age of 28, she had caught the eye of the kingdom's first princess, Leah, and became her personal knight. The current head of the Velati's family was the current vice commander of the Knight's Squad, a level 89 great knight. The vice commander also had a genius daughter who reached level 70 at the age of 26 and was recommended into the Knight's Squad to become a Knight Guard. Now, at the age of 28, she had already caught the eye of the kingdom's first princess, Leadella, and became her personal Knight Guard. That's right, it was the female knight named Shanai who was by Li's side. Her full name was Shana Veladina, and she was a level 73 Royal Guard Knight. Therefore, the Velati family was known as a noble family in the kingdom, second only to the Velati family. As for the last one, it was the Galuoli family. This family of knights had never produced a very powerful knight. At the very least, there were no powerhouses above level 80 in this family. It was the same for Farpian Galuoli. He should be close to 50 years old, but he was only level 71, which was barely enough for him to join the Royal Knight Legion. However, the Galuoli family had always been the family that controlled the Royal Knight Legion. To what extent did they control it? First of all, the commander of the Royal Knight Legion had always been a member of the Galuoli family. Secondly, almost every generation of the 4 vice commanders under the commander was a knight from the Galuoli family. There were only a few exceptions over the centuries. Moreover, more than half of the 8 senior captains, 80 medium captains, and 800 squad captains were either from the Galuoli family or were roped in by the Galuoli family. They were also closely related to the Galuoli family. It could be said that half of the kingdom's Royal Knight Legion and all its power was in the hands of the Galuoli family. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a family Knight Legion. The reason was simple. It was said that in the early days of the Royal Knight Legion's establishment, all the knights in the Legion were personally selected and recruited by the Galuoli family one by one. Because of that, the Galuoli family had always firmly grasped all the rights of the Royal Knight Legion. This family was also a count family. Putting aside their status, in terms of influence and financial resources, they were far superior to the Elbeck family and the Verratti family. Now, the 4 names mentioned by the group of adventurers were the 4 vice team leaders who followed Farbaden around. They were also the pillars of the Galuoli family and the pinnacle of the Royal Knight Legion. Other than Farpian, who was the family head, they were the 4 people with the highest positions in the Galuoli family. The other party appeared in a dignified manner, passed through the crowd, and arrived in front of everyone. Why is it so noisy? Farpian, who was the leader, questioned the people around him impatiently. The adventurers around him instantly fell silent. They no longer had the courage to confront the commander of the Royal Knight Legion. Commander, a knight who seemed to be the leader of the group came to Farpian's side as though a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He quickly whispered something into Farpian's ear. His Highness Envoy? Farpian frowned and looked at Shuren after understanding the situation. The other 4 vice commanders also looked at Shuren. With this, the 4 of them were all stunned, and they had different reactions. Isn't that, the old knight, Jeff Gus, seemed to have recognized Shuren and showed a surprised expression. is that him? The middle-aged woman, Kately, was also a little surprised. He is the adventurer who has been especially close to His Highness recently? The arrogant man, Rizeger, showed a displeased expression as he glared at Shuren with hostility. So it's him. The beautiful Lana seemed to have come to a sudden realization. Shortly after, her expression became a little strange. Shuren took in all the reactions of the five of them and smiled playfully. It seems like I don't need to introduce myself to everyone. Shuren spoke frankly. That's right, it's me. This sentence caused the atmosphere to become a little subtle. At this moment, Shuren saw the same emotion in the eyes of the Galuoli family members. That was surprise, astonishment, and vigilance. Yes, vigilance. Coupled with the strange feeling, Shuren's smile became a little playful. On the other hand, Ai yawned and followed Shuren out of boredom. Perhaps she used some kind of magic, but no one around her noticed her presence. Otherwise, with this little girl's cuteness, it was impossible for the people around her not to notice her. Under such circumstances, Farbadong's expression sank. After a moment of silence, he approached Shuren. I didn't expect you to be here. Please forgive me for not noticing you. Farbadong bowed to Shuren. He didn't dare to underestimate Shuren. The last time they met, Farbadong was present and personally experienced Shuren's domineering aura. He knew that Shuren was young, powerful, and highly valued by the royal family. Therefore, Farbadong secretly raised his guard and didn't dare to be careless. On the other hand, it was Rizeg who spoke in a sarcastic tone. What is the popular man around Her Highness doing in such a remote place? Don't tell me he's here to pick the DD flower? The DD flower mentioned by the seemingly unruly deputy leader was a very beautiful magical flower that emitted an enchanting fragrance. That kind of flower could be used to make magic potions for healing wounds and several other unorthodox magic potions. The value of the flower itself was not bad, but its beauty and fragrance were very popular with women. Many noble ladies liked it very much. Thus, it became a kind of expensive gift, often given to women to win their favor. Riziger said that Sean was here to pick the DD flower, which meant that he was implying that Sean was a man who wanted to gain the favor of the princess to get to the top. Shuren twitched his brows and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. I don't expect to pick the DD flower, but if I come across one, I will definitely bring one for this Sir Knight. Hearing this, Rizeg's expression stiffened. The so-called DD flower referred to another kind of magical flower that was the complete opposite of the DD flower. Not only was it ugly, but it also emitted a stench that was poisonous and could cause people who smelled it to hallucinate and see themselves being tortured. Thanks to this flower was often used to plot against people they didn't like, and in the hands of some nobles, it was considered to be of value. Since Shuren said that he would give one to Rizeg, of course, he was referring to him as an eyesore. You. Rizeg was obviously an impulsive young master. After being pricked by Sean, he was immediately enraged and wanted to step forward. Don't be impulsive. Jefka stopped Riziger at once. What are you trying to do? Kateri was glaring at Rizeg. Lana was the only one who seemed to be thinking about something as she watched this unfold. May I know why you are here? May I know why you have come here? Of Dfad, Farbid, Commander Farbidin, you should have heard my report just now, right? Shuren smiled and said casually, I was entrusted by Her Highness to investigate this canyon. I wonder if Commander can let me go. This? Farbabong's face was a little awkward, and it could even be said to be a little ugly. Not to mention Farbidin, even the faces of the four vice-captains darkened, and they revealed a strange expression. The outspoken Riziger even made a sound. What's there to investigate? Rizeg stared at Shuren as if he was looking at an enemy and said loudly, this place has been locked down. No one will enter, and no one will be in danger. What's the need to investigate? Hearing this, Shuren couldn't help but laugh. That's interesting. Sean said leisurely, putting aside the fact that the kingdom has to investigate such an anomaly, this canyon is a treasure land for adventure. Many merchants in the capital rely on the magical creatures and natural materials produced here to produce their goods. If this place is always sealed off, and the anomaly is not resolved at all, are we going to let the various goods in the capital have problems because of the lack of raw materials? When that time comes, I'm afraid the business chain and trade chain that the kingdom is so proud of will be greatly affected, right? You actually said that there's no need to investigate such a situation. Young master, do you really have a brain? Shuren's blunt words made Ryzeg's face twitch slightly, and anger appeared on his face again. If it weren't for Jeff Gus and Kateri who kept stopping him, he would have already rushed up, right? This guy is actually the deputy commander of the kingdom's knights. Is the kingdom really fine? Shuren faintly despised him in his heart. On the other hand, Farbaden frowned and pondered for a while before saying so. Since it's His Highness's request, as the kingdom's knights, we naturally have to cooperate. Farbaden said in a deep voice, it's just that the monsters in the Adro Canyon have become very violent and dangerous. It's not appropriate for you to go in alone to investigate. This person actually stopped him. Oh? Shuren said with a rather strange tone, is the commander going to ignore His Highness's intentions? This is a misunderstanding. Farbaden said indifferently, I'm just worried about your safety. Yes. Jeff Gus also rolled his eyes and interrupted from the side, those monsters have really become too dangerous now. I think it's better for you not to go in. I think so too. Kately nodded in agreement at the side. In response, Shuren only had one sentence. Are the monsters dangerous, or the old demons dangerous? A simple rhetorical question instantly made Farbaden and the others speechless. But this sentence was completely simple and crude. No matter how dangerous the monsters in the Adro Canyon were, they couldn't be more dangerous than the old demons, right? They had only become irascible, not terrifying. Monsters have always been the enemies of the human race. They attack anyone they see. So, what's the difference if they're violent or dangerous? Shuren's calm words made Farbaden and the others speechless. Seeing this, Ryzeg couldn't hold it in anymore. I say, you, before Ryzeg could finish his sentence, this time, Shuren directly threw a sentence at him. Shut up. Shuren said to Ryzeg, the adults are talking. Can a brainless monkey go to the side and play with bananas? His unrestrained vulgarity made everyone's eyes widen, and Ryzeg was also stunned. Then, Ryzeg finally exploded in anger. Clang, in the sound of metal clanging, Ryzeg pulled out the sword at his waist. But at the same time, a foot kicked over and landed heavily on Ryzeg's body. Bam, a muffled sound rang out. Ah! Ryzeg immediately screamed and was sent flying. Shuren kicked this idiot away. Ryzeg! Ryzeg! Seeing that Ryzeg was sent flying by Shuren's kick, everyone, led by Farbavong, cried out in shock. He attacked. Oh my god! The adventurers around also cried out in shock, and the situation was completely chaotic. What are you doing? How dare you attack? Jeff Gus and Kately were furious, and they both put their hands on the swords at their waists and pulled them out. Even Lana didn't expect Shuren to suddenly attack, and her expression changed slightly. Just when the surrounding knights also reacted, and they were all angry, ready to pull out their weapons and surround Shuren, Farbavong shouted. All of you, stop. Farbavong stopped everyone, and all the knights froze there, not daring to move. Farbavong stared at Shuren with a gloomy expression, and he spoke as if he was suppressing his anger. What do you mean, Ching? Farbavong asked in a deep voice. I should be the one saying that. Shuren's expression didn't change, and he sneered, the one who pulled out his sword first was your vice-captain. Now you're blaming me first? Then I can only report this matter to His Highness and let His Highness make a decision. Farbavong's expression changed, and he hurriedly said. No, that's not necessary. Farbavong was a little angry, but he had to suppress his anger, and said, this time it's our fault, unfortunately, Farbavong couldn't say the rest of his words. This was because the person involved had exploded first. Damn it! Bastard! Ryzeg climbed up from the ground, and his face was completely filled with anger, causing him to roar angrily. How dare you kick me? You're just an adventurer. How dare you? Such angry words not only didn't make Shuren angry, but it also made him look at Ryzeg with contempt. After all, this brainless guy had completely forgotten that he wasn't the only adventurer here. As expected, the expressions of the surrounding adventurers became a little ugly. Ryzeg! You shut up! Seeing this scene, Jeff Gus and Kately were shocked, and they hurriedly rebuked. Ryzeg also realized that his words were inappropriate. Feeling the angry gazes of the surrounding adventurers, the corner of his eyes kept twitching, and the anger on his face grew. Seeing that the atmosphere began to change, and it seemed that he and the others had become the public enemies of the adventurers, Farbavan had no choice but to speak. "Okay, it's all a misunderstanding," Farbavan hurriedly said. "Since Mr. Sean insists on entering the canyon, we naturally dare not stop him. I hope Mr. Sean can successfully achieve his goal." After saying that, Farbadan seemed to not want to stay here any longer. He turned to Ryzeg and scolded in a low voice. "Follow me back." With that, Farbavan walked back to the camp with his emotionless steps. "Go. Go." Jaifergus and Kateri also warned each other in a low voice before they left. Jeff Gus and Kately also warned him in a low voice and stared at Shuren as if he wanted to kill him with his gaze. Rizager was aggrieved. He panted violently and stared at Sean as if he wanted to kill him with his gaze. Ryzeg felt aggrieved. He panted heavily and stared at Shuren as if he wanted to kill him with his gaze. Shuren looked at Ryzeg, and a big smile appeared on his face. Rizager really wanted to rush up and hack Sean to death. Ryzeg really wanted to rush up and hack Shuren to death. But he also knew that it would be very bad if he made a move at this time. At that moment, Ryzeg roared angrily, turned around, and left angrily. Lana was the only one left. She took a deep look at Sean before turning around and leaving. Only Lana was left, and she looked at Shuren deeply before turning around and leaving. This caused the knights to look at Sean with unfriendly and fearful gazes. In the end, they could only retreat dejectedly and did not dare to do anything more. On the other hand, the adventurers felt delighted because of this. Those arrogant knights of the kingdom have finally suffered. That's awesome. Let's not talk about the past. The kingdom's knights in recent years are really bad. Even someone like Ryzeg Galuoli can become the deputy commander. It can't be helped. He's a genius after all. He's strong and he's Galuoli's man. Even if he's brainless, he can still be promoted. That's why I don't want to join the kingdom's knights. The group of adventurers started to discuss among themselves. On the other hand, Sean looked at the people from the Galuoli family and mumbled to himself. If there's nothing wrong with their performance, I'll do a handstand and eat sh*t to be able to make people feel that something was wrong so easily. These guys are a little unfit to be villains. AIE, on the other hand, witnessed the whole process and seemed to be a little interested. "You're really different, hero." AIE glanced at Shuren and said, "This is the first time I've seen such a violent hero like you. You actually kicked people without saying anything. What else can I do? Are you going to let that guy, who is obviously a supporting character, continue to mock and ridicule us?" Shuren curled his lips and said, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who can remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses in front of me? Do you think I won't have a temper when I'm disgusted by others? I'm sorry, but I'm just that simple and violent, and I'll act recklessly." Moreover, ever since the incident with Margrave, Shuren realized that when dealing with these so-called unruly and arrogant young masters of nobility, it felt the best to send them flying with a kick. Since he had the token of the royal family, he could ride on Her Highness's coattails and use her name. How could he not do whatever he wanted? If he still took the token of the royal family, wouldn't he only be left with trouble? Shuren wasn't that foolish. Therefore, since he had a backer, he should be more direct and not act tough. "That's why I said you're different." Aie rolled her eyes at Shuren, but she didn't feel any disgust. She even praised, "However, your style is very much to my liking. You're not like those heroes in the past who kept saying that they want to save the world and achieve peace, but spared no effort in dealing with the demons. They only know how to win people over with virtue. How hypocritical." As a demon who advocated power, Aie was very displeased with the so-called etiquette and all kinds of hypocrisy of the human race. "Something? Can't we just fight it out? Is there a problem? Can't we just fight it out? Whoever wins will have the right to speak. Isn't this the truth of the world? So many fancy things, but in the end, one or two of them can't even block one of my punches. What's the point of playing?" With this thought in mind, Aie didn't feel the slightest disgust towards Shuren's actions. Instead, she looked at him in a new light. Shuren said to Aie in a bad mood, Alright, let's hurry into the canyon and take a look. Compared to these people, Shuren wanted to see Vivian and the others safe as soon as possible. So, Shuren took AIE and entered the canyon. The group of adventurers saw this scene and hurriedly wanted to follow, but they were once again stopped by the knights. A new round of quarrels was about to begin. However, this had nothing to do with Shuren. Canyon Camp, main tent. This tent was located in the center of the camp, and it was also the largest tent in the entire camp. Naturally, it belonged to Farbidin, the leader of the knights. At this moment, the 5 members of the Galuoli family, led by Farbidin, returned together. All of them had rather ugly expressions on their faces. Rizager, in particular, was so enraged that the veins on his face were about to pop. "Uncle." Riseg could not help but whisper angrily, "Are we really going to let this go?" The uncle that Riseg was referring to was naturally Farbidin. Farbidin was Riseg's uncle, and Riseg's mother was Farbidin's biological sister. That was why Riseg dared to speak to Farbidin like that. Farbidin glanced at Riseg coldly. "If we don't let this go, what else do you want?" Farbidin's face was cold, but his voice was full of grievance. He said, "The other party is a favorite of His Highness, and he even has a royal token. Do you really think he's an ordinary adventurer?" But. Riseg was still furious. This made Jevigus and Kateri reprimand him. "But what? Isn't it because of you, a useless guy, spoiling things there? I told you to control your temper long ago, but you just wouldn't listen. Now, you're humiliated for no reason, and you even put us in a passive position. I'm so angry." The 2 of them reprimanded Riseg. They also had the right to reprimand him. Because these 2 people were Riseg's parents. Kateri was Farbidin's younger sister, and her status and authority in the Galuoli family was second only to Farbidin. Except for Farbidin and the retired patriarch, no one could order her around. Thus, she was quite willful and domineering when she was young. It was not until she got married and had children, and became the deputy commander of the Royal Knights that she restrained herself. However, she often could not control her violent temper, and she liked to abuse monsters. That was how she got the title of Demon Slayer. Jevigus, on the other hand, was a knight of commoner origin, but he had been cruel and merciless since he was young. Once he attacked, he would not show any mercy. He was known as the Cold Swordsman. Because he had made quite a name for himself, he was already famous among the royal knights at the age of 33. He was like the sun at high noon, and he caught the attention of the former patriarch of the Galuoli family. That was why he married Caitley, who was only 16 at that time, and married into the Galuoli family. Riseg was the son of these 2 people. He had some talent since he was young, and he had reached level 63 at the age of 26. Only then was he promoted to the deputy commander of the Royal Knights, and he was on equal footing with his parents. This caused him to be arrogant, and he caused many troubles. However, because Riseg's talent was too outstanding in the Galuoli family, where there were very few high-level masters, no one dared to offend him. The family had always protected him, which was why he could be so arrogant and indulgent, causing him to suffer such a big loss today. Of course, Riseg would not reflect on himself. Didn't that guy only dare to be so arrogant because Her Highness Rosie thinks highly of him? Riseg gritted his teeth. As a playboy, Riseg was naturally not immune. Like other noble children, he was deeply attracted to Rosie, who was the most beautiful woman in the 3 realms. Because of this, Riseg had asked his family to propose marriage to the royal family many times, but he had always returned in failure. He could only dream every day, hoping that one day he could rely on his talent to be chosen by Her Highness. Unfortunately, Riseg's talent was considered very good in the eyes of the world, but it was not very outstanding in the Royal Knights, which gathered the monstrous geniuses from all over the kingdom. Compared to Rosie, he was like a stone on the street, not worth mentioning. Under such circumstances, knowing that Shuren was close to Rosie, Riseg was naturally extremely jealous. Coupled with his domineering personality, he naturally spoke rudely in the end. However, he did not expect that Shuren would be so unscrupulous as to kick him away in public, causing him such a big embarrassment. However, what do you mean by that? Farpiwan snorted coldly and said, "You didn't see the scene of all the nobles being overwhelmed by him in the last meeting. Even Duke Bali was provoked by that adventurer and suffered a loss in silence. Even His Majesty was helpless, but he was still so carefree. That was why Farpiwan did not dare to make a move on Shuren in public. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to fight against Shuren. But, we can't just watch him be carefree, father. This sentence was spoken by the only person present who had been silent since just now, Lana. Yes, Lana was Farpiwan's daughter. Her talent was even better than Riseg's. This year, she was 24 years old and had already reached level 61. Her family had high hopes for her, which was why she was promoted to the kingdom's Knight Group's deputy commander together with Riseg. That person is very difficult to deal with, I can see that, Lana said softly. But now that he has entered the canyon, if we don't think of a way to stop him, some of the tricks we have done inside might be discovered. When that time comes, we will be finished. These words caused everyone's heart to tighten. Riseg could no longer care about the anger in his heart and hurriedly said, yes, we must stop him. Compared to this matter, what Shuren did just now was not important. Being kicked away by Shuren like that would at most cause him to suffer a little and embarrass himself a little. He could completely endure it and get over it. However, once the incident in the Adel Canyon was exposed, not to mention the people present, even the entire Galuoli family might be annihilated. What are you afraid of? Jeff Gus sneered. Our Galuoli family isn't the only one here. The guys in the canyon are still guarding. That's right. Kately also said viciously, coupled with those enraged monsters, if that guy dares to barge into the canyon alone, I'm afraid even his bones will be eaten. That being said, the crowd was not completely unworried. After all, Shuren was a ruthless person who could suppress one of the old demons. If he had some ability, it was completely possible for him to barge into the depths of the canyon, see something that he shouldn't see, and then bring it out. If that happened, it would be really over. Inform the guys inside, Farpiwan said in a deep voice. Let them get rid of this Shuren immediately. Will it work? Father? Lana said. Some of them only care about collecting offerings, and some have been chasing after the woman in that squad. Ask them to give up on the little sinner of the Elba family. With their hatred for that little sinner, it's very likely that they will ignore it. Then send the Black Knights that we secretly trained over there. Farpiwan immediately said fiercely, this is an opportunity for our Galuoli family. Once we succeed, we can overthrow the Elba family and the Verratti family. At that time, no one will think that we can't. Compare to the Elba family and the Verratti family who can control the Black Knights. Hearing this, everyone revealed fierce expressions and nodded their heads one by one. To be on the safe side, Jeff Gus, Kately, you two go as well. Farpiwan said to the couple. Got it. Don't worry, Lord Brother. Jeevgus and Kateri immediately agreed. And so, in the night, a group of black shadows barged into the Adel Canyon one after another. A storm was coming. Roar. Roar. In the empty canyon, violent roars suddenly rang out, reverberating in the air. Monsters with sharp teeth, crimson eyes, and incomparably sharp claws charged in one direction. They looked like werewolves with sharp teeth. Poochie! With such a slashing sound, a sword light flashed quickly, slashing a werewolf that was running at the front and pouncing forward in half, splashing a scarlet rain of blood. Poochie! 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 Shuren held the holy sword and stood in place, waving the sharp sword at the werewolves that were charging at him. He killed them one by one, turning them into broken limbs and bones that fell in the surroundings, gradually dyeing the ground red. However, when they saw their companions being slaughtered by Shuren so easily, not only did the werewolves not feel fear, but they became even more ferocious. Their eyes also became redder, causing them to pounce on Shuren one after another, drowning his body. But in the next second, pay and explode. A huge wave of mana rose from the werewolves and blended into the air, causing the temperature of the air to rise rapidly. In the end, it was as if the air itself had expanded and exploded, shaking in all directions. Bang! An incomparably spectacular air explosion appeared among the werewolves, causing countless werewolves to be blown away, injured, and even killed, causing blood to splatter. For a moment, the werewolves' corpses were like garbage, continuously falling from the sky. Not long after, all the werewolves were lying in a pool of blood, none of them able to stand up again. Xian still held the holy sword and stood in place, not a single wound on his body. However, he frowned and looked at the corpses of the monsters on the ground, his eyes filled with confusion. Did you notice? Only then did Ai slowly walk up from behind. Upon closer inspection, there was not a single monster in the direction that Ai came from. However, there was a large pool of dazzling blood there, telling others what had happened to the monsters that surrounded the cute little girl. They ended up much worse than the monsters on Xian's side. Not even their bones were left, and they were vaporized on the spot, leaving only traces of blood. Xian saw that from the beginning to the end, Ai only blew at those werewolves, and those werewolves were evaporated one by her scorching breath. Xian recognized that scorching breath. What else could it be other than dragon breath? Damn, it's really a little demonic dragon. Xian was speechless. Although Ai's dragon breath was not as powerful as the half-human, half-centipede monsters, it was extremely condensed, as if the temperature of thousands or tens of thousands of degrees had been compressed into that small breath. Perhaps even divine steel would melt if it came into contact with it, right? On the other hand, Ai was clearly just exhaling casually. She wasn't like that half-human, half-centipede monster who had used all the mana in her body to activate her dragon breath. The scene of her casually exhaling as if she could evaporate countless werewolves was truly chilling. However, compared to this matter, Xian was more concerned about something else. Ai was obviously the same, which was why she came to ask Xian if he had noticed anything. Naturally, Xian would not have missed it. These monsters are way too abnormal. Xian said doubtfully. They actually kept charging over in that berserk state, and even ignored their companions being easily slaughtered. It's really too strange. It seemed that the rumors were true. The monsters in the Adro Canyon had really become very violent and dangerous. They completely disregarded their own safety and only cared about attacking with all their might, pouncing over wave after wave. That scene was definitely a nightmare for ordinary adventurers. Ai said indifferently. They're afraid of something, afraid of something. They're almost forced into a desperate situation. That's why they're like this. Ai saw the reason for the abnormality of the monsters. Afraid. Afraid. Forced into a desperate situation. Xian murmured. Indeed, the scene of them pouncing over wave after wave was not so much a berserk state as a form of self-abandonment, only seeking a more pleasant death. A demonic creature had actually been forced into such a state. Just what had happened? Is it related to that half-human, half-centipede monster? Xian asked himself in a low voice. However, Ai answered this question. Most likely. Ai said sarcastically, as always, you only know how to use this method. I'm tired of seeing it. It was obvious that this girl already knew something. Can't you say it so that I can understand a little? That's what Xian protested. Forget it. Ai snorted softly and said, I've said before, this is the shame of the demons, it should not be spread out, it's better for you not to know. This girl still didn't want to explain. You know what? What I hate the most is people like you who keep me guessing at the most crucial moment. Xian said discontentedly, in order for the plot to proceed smoothly, can you please give some spoilers? At this time, it should be time to throw out a new setting, right? In the end, she kept people in suspense. If this was written into a novel, it would definitely be a bad article. You're the one who keeps saying things that others don't understand, right? Ai wrinkled her little nose and said, don't talk nonsense there, let's hurry up. After saying that, Ai walked forward. Oh? Xian was startled at first, then immediately followed and said strangely, weren't you still lacking interest before? Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic? Do you think I want to? Ai said in a bad mood, originally, I had already thrown this matter to others, but now that I've encountered it myself, if I don't solve it, then I'm not worthy of being a demon's. So serious? Xian blinked and said, fine, it's good that you can be a little more active. Don't expect me to do my best for those little girls. Ai said calmly, I just want to solve the core of the anomaly, you have to do the rest yourself. Fine, you're still lacking in interest. Shuren smacked his lips and said, "Forget it, I don't expect much from you. Anyway, you're just a willful little brat who likes to cause trouble, you can't be as reasonable as adults." Ai suddenly stopped walking. Shuren also stopped. The two of them stared at each other angrily. "I can't pretend that I didn't hear you." "What? You dare to call me a child, do you know what will happen to you?" "What? Don't challenge my patience, when I get angry, even my sisters will be afraid." "So, what can you do?" After a moment of silence, Shuren and Ai began to pull away from each other. They were preparing for a showdown. Just as the two of them were about to decide the winner, suddenly, an extremely subtle movement appeared. Shuren and Ai's hearts moved at the same time and stopped fooling around. Boom! In the next moment, magic power surged out of him. At this moment, a strange magical power suddenly surged in the Adel Canyon. Like invisible air currents, it gushed out from the air, the earth, and all the natural environment in all directions, then surged into the depths of the canyon and gathered there. Woo, ow. At the same time, the cries of various monsters rang out one after another, echoing continuously. However, these cries were filled with fear, sorrow, and pain. It was as if they had encountered something extremely terrifying. Shuren and Ai clearly sensed this strange phenomenon, causing their expressions to change. Shuren's expression froze. Because this phenomenon was exactly the same as when Shuren and Rosie entered the mountain where the half-human, half-centipede monster lived. Tisk. Ai was speechless and said, "It seems that the ritual has begun." Ai's words attracted Shuren's attention. "Ritual?" Shuren asked, "What ritual?" Before Ai could answer this question, Shuren spoke in an unquestionable tone. "I don't care about the shame or dignity of the demons. The current situation is obviously not right. Even if you don't explain the whole story clearly, at least explain to me what this ritual is. Otherwise, if I accidentally encounter it later, don't blame me for being impulsive and reckless, okay?" Sean's words successfully blocked the words that Ai was about to say. Ai was speechless for a while, and after a while, she sighed. "I will only say it once," Ai said. Sean's spirit was immediately lifted, and he began to concentrate. In such a situation, Ai slowly spoke. "First, I have to tell you something." Ai said coldly, "The half-human, half-centipede monster you mentioned is not a demon's, nor a monster, but a demon dweller." Demon dweller. When this word came out of Ai's mouth, even Shuren's heart skipped a beat. That was because this term could not be casually applied to other existences. Perhaps you don't know what the meaning of a demon dweller is, so I will explain it to you in simple terms. Ai spoke in a calm tone. Because the first demons were born under the influence of the Demon King's magic, you can regard demons as the lower species of the Demon King, the servants of the Demon King. Just like the branches and leaves that grow out of the tree, they are loyal to the Demon King and rely on the Demon King. And demons are the first existences born beside the Demon King. They are the closest to the Demon King in nature. If you compare the Demon King to a towering tree, and the demons to branches and leaves, then demons are probably saplings. Once they grow up, they can theoretically grow to the level of the Demon King. Of course, that is only in theory. The Demon King is the origin of life born from nothingness together with the Almighty Goddess. The original concept and individual is even above the world. Therefore, even demons cannot grow into a Demon King in this world. You can understand it as the quality of the soil is not good enough, and the nutrition is not enough, so the growth of the saplings is naturally not ideal. But even if they can't become the Demon King, demons are still existences above the demons. They are between the Demon King and the demons, and there is a huge gap between them and ordinary demons. Even the strongest demons at level 100 may not last more than 3 minutes in front of demons. It is precisely because of this that demons are very powerful. Even among the 3 goddesses of the Protoss, only one is stronger than demons, while the other 2 goddesses are weaker than demons. This is also the power gap between the Protoss and demons at the beginning, leading to the fact that demons have always suppressed the Protoss. Ai looked at Shuren. Because of this reason, 1,000 years ago, when the Demon King was attacked by the heroes of the Mitra Kingdom and the possibility of resurrection was cut off by the High God, some demons decided to find a way to cultivate a new demon king when there was no hope of resurrecting the demon king. And because demons are the concept closest to the demon king, even if it is only in theory, demons who can grow into a demon king naturally become the target of those demons. But the 6 demons did not want to go along with this plan and began to work on the peace between the demons and the other 2 races. Without the assistance of demons, those demons were unwilling to give up, and as a result, they had an idea. That is to create the 7th demon, and then cultivate this demon to become the demon king. This was a plan that lasted for 1,000 years. In order to realize the birth of the 2nd demon king, the plan to create the 7th demon king was derived. I won't go into details on how this demon king plan should be implemented, and what methods should be used to realize it. I'll just tell you the result. AIE said, in the end, after 1,000 years, their demon king plan seems to have entered the final stage, and the 7th demon king seems to be about to be successfully born. At this point, there was no other emotion on AIE's face, but extreme disgust and anger. Obviously, the existence of this so-called 7th demon king touched AIE's bottom line, and also touched the bottom line of the demons. What you destroyed before is probably the larva of the 7th demon king, a tentacle that split from the real 7th demon king to collect the materials to complete the main body. AIE said coldly. When those larvae of demon king appear, they only have one purpose, and that is to collect the materials needed to complete the main body. For this, the place where the larvae of demon king appear will immediately start a magic ritual. The ritual will imprison, attract, charm, and control all the demons and demons within a certain range, causing them to fall into a violent turmoil and kill each other, causing all the magic and bodies of demons and demons to mix together. In the violent turmoil, whether it is demons or demons, once they kill other demons or demons, they will absorb their opponent's magic and fuse with their body, becoming a stronger and more violent monster. In the end, when there is only one demon or demon left in the ritual, the monster that has the most types of magic and body will be eaten by the demon king. At that time, the demon king will completely absorb the offerings born in the ritual, becoming a part of the demon king's main body, gradually completing the 7th demon king. This is the completion ritual of the demon king, demon refinement. Hearing this, another term appeared in Sharon's mind, demon refinement. It was a witchcraft that placed many poisonous creatures in a sealed container or environment, allowing them to eat each other and absorb the toxins of other creatures into their own bodies, gradually becoming stronger and more poisonous. When there is only one poisonous creature left in the container or environment, allowing this poisonous creature to accumulate the toxins of all the other poisonous creatures and become the strongest and most poisonous, this poisonous creature will become the so-called goo. The demon refinement ritual that AIE mentioned was essentially the same as goo refinement. The difference was that in this ritual, all the demons and demons were only offerings, and when they become one, they will be absorbed by the tentacles of the demon king's larva, allowing the demon king to become a part of the true demon king, allowing the demon king to be born gradually. This was the creation plan of the 7th demon king. Previously, when Sharon and Rosie joined forces to fight against the young demon, the ritual that appeared on the mountain disappeared. Now, Sharon finally knew the reason. It was because it was a ritual that could only be carried out when the young demon appeared. At that time, the monsters that had gathered in the mountain had probably become sacrifices under the effect of the ritual, and in the end, they had been absorbed by the young demon, which was why the young demon had become so strong. It's just a tentacle, but it's already so strong. It seems that the power of the main body cannot be underestimated. As Sean thought so, he began to have doubts in his heart. According to AIE, it was not the demon king that was secretly being born, but a demon. Although the demon was the closest individual to the demon king and was far superior to ordinary demons, and it was even possible for it to grow into a demon king, that was only a theoretical possibility. The reality was that in this world, it was impossible to give birth to another existence known as the demon king. As for those who intended to create a second demon king, it took 1,000 years for the creation of the demon to come to an end. Since it had only come to an end now, it meant that the demon was not fully formed, right? After spending 1,000 years, they had not even succeeded in creating a demon. Could the masterminds really go against the laws of the world and cultivate this demon into a demon king? Even if they could, how much time and energy would they have to spend to create a demon king if it was so difficult to create a demon person? No matter how he looked at it, Xian felt that there was little hope. Under such circumstances, Nian actually used the hero summoning ritual, which was full of problems in this era, for the sake of a demon king that had an extremely slim chance of being born. Wasn't this a little rash, or did Nian summon him to this world to deal with the seventh demon? But it was just a demon, and no matter how strong it was, there were many existences of the same level in this world. For example, the Protoss, one of the three goddesses, was stronger than the demon. Even if the other two goddesses were not as strong as the demon, they should not be as powerless as the others, right? Another example was the demons. Would any of the 6 demons lose to a demon that was just about to be born? Even the human race had a kingdom's most precious treasure growing. Perhaps by the time the demon was born, the unparalleled princess would have already grown up. At that time, as an existence with talent and potential that was not inferior to Hero Mitra, even if the princess had not reached the level of her ancestors and could even defeat the demon king, she would not lose to a demon, right? No matter how he looked at it, this did not seem like the world was about to encounter a crisis and needed the rescue of heroes from another world. Was there a secret that even AI did not know about in this matter, or was Nian hiding something from him? Xian pondered, and he could not help but think of the passionate kiss in the temple. From that kiss, Xian could not help but think of the passionate kiss in the temple. I only hope that you can understand that you are the existence that I have waited for 1,000 years, and that you are my only hope. At the thought of the words of that beautiful goddess, Xian's mood began to become complicated. Should I believe in that goddess? Xian was conflicted. Of course, Xian also knew that now was not the time to think about this matter. Right now, it was better to solve the problem that appeared here. Since this so-called demon refining ritual appeared here, does that mean that the mastermind behind the creation of the demon and the creation of the demon king is also here? Xian asked AIE. Those people are from the old demons, right? Apart from those guys, who else would be so crazy and persistent? AIE said disdainfully. The mastermind behind this plan is the original old demons. They are also the oldest, most powerful, and most mysterious force among the old demons. We call them primordial demons. Hearing this, Xian repeated the name several times in his mind and memorized it. Because Xian had a hunch that they would be the enemies that he needed to get rid of the most. By the way, the old demon clan of Beto's bloodline that you are fighting against is called the Slaughterer clan. AIE added. They are the old demons whose main activity is assassination and covert operations. Although there are no particularly high-level existences, all of them specialize in assassination or concealment skills. In the past, there were many people in this old demons faction, but they gradually declined after losing a large number of people in the large-scale assassination plan in the capital 10 years ago. But who asked them to have delusions of plotting something that does not belong to them? They only have themselves to blame. After that, AIE said to Xian. The ones who appeared here this time are likely not the old demons of the primordial demons. They won't easily expose themselves. Instead, they will give the young demons to the old demons or even human forces who are trying to do something. In this way, they can use those forces to hold rituals and collect offerings. Those forces can also use the power of the young demon to achieve their own goals, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Judging from the current situation, the one who hosted this ceremony and planned this operation is very likely to be a human force, isn't it? Xian naturally understood what AIE meant. After all, the Galuoli family was just short of engraving the word problematic on their foreheads. In other words, did those guys join forces with the old demons? Xian curled his lips. If that was the case, then the Galuoli family would be the sinners who betrayed the human race and attempted to destroy the peace. What are you going to do? AIE looked at Xian and asked. Xian didn't hesitate at all. What they want to do has nothing to do with me. But, they involve the people around me. So, whether they are humans or not, don't blame me for making a mess. Xian glanced at the canyon that had turned into a ritual venue, and the words that came out of his mouth were full of power and boldness. AIE revealed a happy expression. I've confirmed once again that you are different from the heroes of the past. AIE was extremely happy, And as if she already knew the answer, she confirmed, "Then what are you going to do?" Was there a need to ask? Kill them all. It was as if Xian was not talking about human lives, but the lives of livestock and animals. That's right. Ai agreed with this sentence. So, the two of them went deeper into the canyon. The magic power around them was no less than the magic power surging in the entire canyon. That night, under the effects of the alchemy ritual, the entire Adel Canyon was in chaos. Countless monsters began to become violent, and twisted under the influence of the ritual's mana. Some even completely lost control and entered a state of killing each other. They were abnormally bloodthirsty. Every time they saw a monster, they would immediately pounce on it without hesitation. They didn't recognize their kin, and even if they were of the same race, they would directly devour each other. It was as if they had lost all control. Even if they were riddled with wounds, they wouldn't fall. Even if they were exhausted, they would forget themselves and fight crazily, completely disregarding their own safety. What was more frightening was that every time they successfully killed their target, they would devour the target. Not only would they absorb the target's mana and become stronger, but their bodies would also change. It was as if they had fused with the target they killed. They would either grow the target's arms and legs, or grow the target's eyeballs or even head, becoming extremely horrifying. Not long after, the monsters in the Adel Canyon gradually turned into monsters that didn't look like anything. It was as if the bodies of various monsters had been pieced together, looking sinister and frightening. However, there was no doubt that under the effects of the alchemy ritual, the more sinister and frightening these monsters became, the more powerful they would become. Shuren witnessed a level 40 monster devouring a level 30 monster. After absorbing its mana and growing a torso, its level instantly soared to 45. And after such a level 45 monster was eaten by a level 60 monster, that monster's level also soared to 66. Just like that, the monsters went berserk and devoured each other. While their numbers kept decreasing, more and more powerful monsters kept appearing. Finally, when these monsters saw Shuren and Aie, they would also pounce on them with all their might. However, compared to Shuren, they seemed to be targeting Aie more. Humph. Aie's beautiful little face sank. She snorted coldly, and a terrifying mana suddenly swept up from her body. The mana first sent the attacking monsters flying like a shockwave, and then like an invisible meat grinder, it crushed them on the spot while they were still in the air, leaving only flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Does it have to be so bloody? Shuren was speechless. He couldn't help but ask Aie, "By the way, why are they only coming for you?" "Because I'm demons." Aie also coldly snorted, "Refining devils, as the name implies, only the devil race and devil creatures can be refined. Only the devil race and devil creatures can be used as food for the devils to complete their creation. Naturally, they will pounce on the devil race and devil creatures." "I see." Shuren understood, but he couldn't help asking, "Are you alright? Won't you be affected by the ritual?" According to Aie, this ritual should be specially targeted at the demon race and magical beasts. Then, as a demon race, wouldn't Aie be very likely to be affected by the ritual and become a berserk monster that only eats her own kind and magical beasts? Demons. Aie saw through Shuren's thoughts and said faintly, "This is used to complete the ritual of the demons. It won't have any effect on me, who is in my complete form." With that, Aie continued to walk forward. Shuren was relieved. But, used to complete the ritual of the demons, it won't have any effect on this little girl, who is in her complete form. Yep, I feel like this big boss has invisibly revealed a very scary setting. Although at this point, Shuren had almost guessed Aie's identity, looking at this little girl who only knew how to sleep and pretend to be mature and steady, he really didn't want to admit that her background was so powerful and terrifying. Most importantly, this little girl's background was so terrifying, but he didn't know how many times he had died in front of her. Could this be the legendary rhythm of brushing past the gates of hell several times without realizing it? Does it have to be so scary? But, even if I can go back in time, I still want to take care of this little girl. It can't be helped. Who asked her to be so cute and spicy? Shuren thought so. Aie, who was walking in front, felt her heart tighten and a chill run down her spine, as if something extremely unpleasant had happened. Is it an illusion? AI wrinkled her cute little nose. What are you waiting for? Let's continue walking. Shuren didn't know all this. Looking at AI who had stopped walking, he said suspiciously. Let's go. AI didn't think about it anymore. Let's deal with the things here first. Just as Shuren and AI continued to go deeper into the canyon, on the other side, in the deepest part of the canyon, there was a large group of people gathered. Some of them wore luxurious equipment, and some were dressed like knights. Obviously, there were high and low statuses, and a large number of them looked like nobles. At this moment, they were gathered at the edge of a vast lake. The leader was a fierce-looking old man in his 50s. One look and anyone could tell that he was not to be trifled with. The old man was looking coldly at the lake in front of him. Over there, an extremely horrifying battle was taking place. Roar. Accompanied by a terrifying roar that shook the heavens and earth, a huge monster that blotted out the sky fell into a frenzy and killed the monsters that were attacking it. The monsters that besieged this terrifying monster were all deformed monsters. Impressively, they were monsters that had taken form under the demon refinement ritual. The refined demons fearlessly pounced towards the terrifying demon creature, but they were madly slaughtered by the terrifying demon creature. They turned into waves of magic power and blood that entered the terrifying demon creature's body. Under such circumstances, the monster became even more berserk, but it also became more and more painful. Its roars were filled with anguish, as if it was resisting and rejecting something at the same time. This caused the expressions of the nobles around the old man to change. That's terrifying. It can actually use its consciousness to reject the mana and flesh that entered its body? As expected of the terrifying monster that has occupied this place for 400 years. The nobles were in an uproar. Only the old man looked at everything coldly and said, "But it won't last much longer. It's only a matter of time before it becomes a refining monster." When the most powerful alchemy demon took shape and devoured all the monsters in the Adel Canyon, the ritual would be considered a success. At that time, the most perfect offering would be born and devoured by the young devil. Continue to lure more monsters or alchemists over. The old man gave the order to the knights around him. The knights received the order and left, leaving the old man to look at the nobles around him. How are things on your side? Have you not gotten rid of the sinner of the Elbeck family? The old man's voice was filled with coldness and a trace of bitter hatred. A noble immediately spoke with a bitter expression. That bitch has the kingdom's guardian god by her side. It won't be easy to kill her. Hearing this, the old man's fierce expression became even more intense. Although the mastermind of the Adro Canyon demon refinement plan was the Galuoli family, it wasn't the only family that was involved. In order to get as many helpers as possible, the Galuoli family had secretly visited many nobles and joined forces with them. Of course, the Galuoli family made many promises for this. For example, they would issue a commission to the Adventurers Guild and lure a small team to accept it, luring them into the Adel Canyon. This was because there was a woman in this team that was hated by many nobles in the capital. She was the daughter of the Urbine family, the descendant of that infamous sinner. The Galuoli family had always viewed the Urbine family as their political enemy. The reason they were persuaded by the original devil to carry out the demon refinement plan was to turn the tables and oust the Urbine family and Verratti family, who were ahead of them. In this way, the Galuoli family was more than willing to sacrifice a genius from the Urbine family in exchange for this cooperation. Hence, the nobles who viewed the descendant of the Urbine family as a thorn in their side decided to help the Galuoli family. The old man's Kritz Todi family was one of them. In other words, the old man had participated in this plan to kill a woman. Therefore, compared to the completion of the demon refinement ritual, he was more concerned about whether the woman was dead or not. However, after a few days, they still couldn't kill the woman. This was because there was a guardian in the team that the woman was in. Although she wasn't very strong, she was invincible in terms of defense. Is it that Vivian again? The old man was furious. In the past, he had relied on his family's power to cause trouble for Terre more than once, but he was stopped every single time. Among the people who stopped him were Lily from the Lazahad family, and the other was said to be a member of the royal family, who had been helping Terre from behind the scenes. Apart from these two, the one who helped Terre the most was Vivian. Although Vivian wasn't a noble and didn't have a terrifying background, she was very special, so special that she was called the guardian of the kingdom. That was why she could protect a little girl with her abilities alone. This time, it was the guardian of the kingdom who protected the sinner, causing them to be unable to take her life. This naturally made the old man furious and resentful. Due to this, when he heard that the royal family's emissary had entered the canyon, he no longer hesitated and started the ritual to start the demon refinement ritual. This was so that no one in the canyon could leave and become the sacrifice of the demon refinement ritual. Now, the entire canyon was filled with berserk monsters and alchemy devils. Coupled with the pursuit from the other side, the old man didn't believe that they couldn't take down the other party. Dorito. The old man called for a noble beside him. Sir Wasco. The nobleman named Jeremiah replied immediately. Bring some men with you and try to kill that bitch as quickly as possible. Bring her corpse back to me. The old man, Vasco, ordered in a ruthless voice. Dorito Wasco, many of our peers have volunteered to chase after them, Lord Vasco. Jeremiah nodded. Hearing this, Dorito didn't say anything and just stared coldly at Dorito. Dorito shuddered and quickly said, I've said too much. I'll bring some men over now. Go. Wasco said coldly, bring more men and kill those women as soon as possible. I don't want to wait any longer. Also, remember Gaglioli's reminder. If you encounter the royal family's emissary, don't hold back. Kill him immediately. Don't let any more variables appear, understand? Vasco's voice told Theodore that he only wanted to hear good news from now on. Otherwise, he would probably end up in a miserable state. I understand, Sir Wasco. Dorito gulped, and then scrambled away with a large group of people. Only then did Vasco lead the remaining nobles to look at the terrifying monster that was still struggling on its deathbed. The look in his eyes seemed to be reminiscing about something. Recalling the nightmare of the past and the things he lost in that nightmare, Vasco's face contorted. Don't worry, my beloved wife and child. Although the culprit has been killed by that emotionless tool, the child with her blood is here now. I'll kill her with my own hands. I'll avenge you at all costs. I will. Vasco's words caused the nobles around him to show a sorrowful expression. It didn't take long for the sorrow to turn into twisted hatred. After all, just like Vasco, they had all lost their loved ones in that nightmare. But the culprit was no longer here. Therefore, all their hatred was unreasonably placed on Terre. In order to punish that person's child and avenge their loved ones, they participated in this rebellious plan. Even if it meant that they would lose everything. On the other side, Shuren and Aie had crossed the outer area of the Adel Canyon and entered the inner area. The magic power here seems to be even more astonishing. Shuren felt the huge amount of magic power flowing into the depths of the canyon and muttered. This proves that we're getting closer to the center of the ritual. Aie said so. What about Vivian and the others? Shuren asked Aie. Are we getting closer to them too? Of course. Aie nodded and asked, do you think I'll ignore the situation over there in order to solve the demon refinement ritual? Shuren didn't answer the question. But Shuren was staring at Aie. That gaze seemed to be saying a sentence. You won't? That's it. Aie was instantly enraged. Of course I won't. Aie said indignantly. Since I promised you to come and find them, I'll definitely do it even if I'm not interested in those human women. That's right. Shouldn't I feel honored? Shuren looked at Aie with disdain, making Aie want to bite him. Resisting this impulse, Aie said angrily. If you want to save those little girls, you'd better hurry. Their position is constantly moving, and they're quite close to the center of the canyon. From this situation, they're either in a hurry or running away. Hearing this, Shuren wanted to slap this girl. Why didn't you say so earlier? Shuren immediately prepared to speed up. However, before that, waves of extremely obvious hostility and magic power approached from afar, entering the range of Shuren's enemy sense and magic sense. Shuren was startled at first, but then he understood. Aie also narrowed her eyes. Reckless ant. When this extremely contemptuous words came out of Aie's mouth, Shuren shrugged and raised a magic wand. That was the magic wand that Jacinta gave to Shuren. Not long after, boom. Waves of magic power exploded in the distance. In the next second, countless magic spells came from that direction, shrouding the direction where Shuren and Aie were. Rumble. The atmosphere was trembling. That was because multiple magical powers were flowing chaotically, setting off bursts of sound. Countless magic spells seemed to fall from the sky, suddenly attacking from afar, shrouding in the direction of Shuren and Aie. The scene was as if a magic feast was unfolding in this world, and it looked so spectacular. However, this spectacular magic feast was undoubtedly aimed at Shuren's life. Shuren watched the countless magic spells falling from the sky and raised the magic wand in his hand. Disperse. Shuren chanted the incantation to activate the magic wand. Suddenly, the gem at the front of the magic wand bloomed with dazzling light. Clang! A circle of magical fluctuations spread out like ripples, enveloping Shuren and Aie like a protective shield, protecting the two of them. Chi. The magic spells that broke into the rippled protective shield seemed to evaporate, disappearing without a trace in a burst of movement. Countless magic spells broke into the rippled boundary one after another and were eliminated at an extremely fast speed. This was one of the magic effects of the magic wand, which could disperse the power of magic. The other party didn't seem to expect that the magic spells here would be immediately neutralized, and they were greatly shocked. However, it seemed that they were not mentally unprepared in this regard, so they immediately prepared for the next attack. Rumble. In the next moment, another magic feast was blooming. Countless magic spells attacked again, shaking the atmosphere and disturbing the magical powers. It was like thousands of arrows shooting at the same time, cutting through the sky and pouring down. But this time, the other party's target was not Shuren, but the canyon walls and the ground around Shuren. Bang 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 bang. Accompanied by the bombardment of countless magic spells, the canyon walls were blasted open, and the ground was blasted into pieces, causing countless rock plates and rubble to fall, and the ground to sink. Shuren and Aie raised their eyebrows at the same time, and immediately retreated in a flash, while the others stood quietly in the same place, watching everything indifferently, as if they didn't care about anything. Thus, like an avalanche, the rock plates and rubble buried the petite figure, and the ground also engulfed her, completely burying her in this disaster-like scene. That girl, Shuren, who had retreated at the speed of a gust of wind and avoided the disaster-like attack, watched helplessly as Aie was buried. Not only was he not worried, but he also felt helpless. Then, Shuren raised his eyes and looked around. Because someone had come to attack. Swish. 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 They were all knights. However, these knights were all clad in pitch-black full-body armor and had helmets on their heads. They were armed to the teeth. Black knights? The unexpected scene caused Shuren to be slightly surprised for a moment. Just like that, the other party seized the opportunity and instantly moved. They actually began to charge in unison, holding up the weapons in their hands, and launched an attack in Shuren's direction without hesitation. Pay and explode. Shuren immediately released magic, adding the explosion property to the air around him. This caused the air around Shuren to explode, and finally, it exploded, turning into a shocking shock wave that spread in all directions. Previously, with this move, countless werewolves were suppressed by Shuren. But this time, Shuren's magic actually didn't work. Buzz. All of a sudden, a magical barrier appeared in front of the Black Knights, blocking the incoming explosion and pushing the explosive airflow to the sides. Obviously, the mages who cast the magic feast were still hiding in the dark. Seeing that the direct attack of magic was ineffective, they immediately turned to the rear to support the Black Knights in the front and launched defensive magic. Are they well trained? Shuren was a little interested. However, Shuren's movements were not slow at all. When the Black Knights attacked, he quickly switched the magic wand in his hand to the holy sword. The next confrontation was especially exciting. Of course, the most exciting thing was Shuren's performance. Facing the Black Knights who were closing in on him and swinging their weapons mercilessly in an attempt to cut his body, Shuren's body suddenly trembled, and his feet moved continuously. He actually dodged all the attacks in a few steps. With the two skills, evasion and close-distance evasion, Shuren's dodging ability was already outstanding. Even if he was surrounded and attacked, Shuren could still see through all the enemy's attacks, and then rely on the war god's combat instincts and grasp of the battle situation. He dodged all the attacks in the most efficient and shortest way. Not only that. While dodging, Shuren also skillfully rotated his body and changed his position. He moved one hand and grabbed the weapons of the Black Knights one by one, and the other hand held the sword. Facing these merciless Black Knights, he also launched merciless slashes without mercy. Puchi! The slash that flickered with red magical radiance easily cut through the Dark Knight's defensive magic barrier and severed his body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Puchi! 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 Just like that, Shuren moved and dodged easily while continuously slashing with the demon sword, killing the Black Knights on the spot, causing them to fall one after another, dyeing the ground red. In the blink of an eye, there were already dozens of Black Knights lying in pools of blood, dead. What? How? On a cliff some distance away from this battlefield, a pair of Black Knights in black witnessed this scene, and they looked shocked. My Galuoli family has spent countless efforts to nurture these Black Knights. There are only 101 of them. How could they be so easily? This is impossible. The two of them were unwilling to believe the scene before them. After all, each of those Black Knights was at least level 50, and it took countless resources to nurture one of them. Now, they were killed one by one, which was truly unbelievable. Unfortunately, the two of them didn't know that Shuren hadn't even used ultimate change yet. To Shuren, their attack was nothing more than a farce. Hurry! Release the magic! Burn him to death! Seeing the precious Black Knights fall one after another, the two of them felt their hearts bleed. They hurriedly ordered the mages in black robes around them to release the magic. However, for some reason, those mages didn't even move. Didn't you hear me? Hurry up and release the magic! Looking at this scene, the two of them couldn't help but roar. What they got in return was a childish voice. Stop shouting. With their levels, their hearts will shatter when I release my aura at close range to suppress them. That's why I can't hear your voices anymore. These words caused the bodies of the two of them to stiffen. In the next moment, the two of them saw a petite figure appear silently in front of them. This is a rare opportunity. I'll let you experience how they feel before they die. This was a merciless announcement. This was a sentence of death. When the voice fell, the two of them, who couldn't move, felt a terrifying aura fall on them. Crack, without any suspense, the sound of their hearts shattering echoed in their ears. The two of them fell into eternal darkness. From then on, they would never wake up again. About a minute later, the battle was over. Shuren shook off the blood on the holy sword and looked around. Around him, the Black Knights had all fallen. Not a single one of them was spared. At the same time, Aie returned. Bang, bang, with two muffled sounds, two corpses were thrown in front of Shuren. Here, they should be the masterminds. Aie pouted at the two corpses. Shuren immediately rolled his eyes. Since you know they're the masterminds, why didn't you leave them alive and interrogate them properly? Shuren rebuked. Didn't you say to kill them all? Aie was stunned. You're clearly as domineering as you said, and now you're blaming me for not leaving them alive? However, Shuren said this without blushing or panting. You can kill them after interrogating them. This sentence made Aie speechless. She could only stare at Shuren for a while. Shuren's lips curled slightly. I seem to be able to see in your eyes that you're doubting my race, young lady. I'm a human, not a demon's. Shuren hurriedly explained. Unfortunately, it would have been better if he did not explain. His explanation made Aie roll her eyes at Shuren. She could say that she was not actually doubting whether Shuren was a human, but whether Shuren was a hero. This style, let alone the demon race, even if it was the demon king, Aie would want to acknowledge it. Shuren did not know what Aie was thinking. He just came to the two corpses and took off the masks on their faces. In the next moment, two familiar faces appeared in front of Shuren. They were Kiefergus and Kateri. There's really something wrong with this Galuoli family. Shuren sneered. From the looks of it, the human faction that's connected to the primordial demon and conducting the fiend refinement ritual here is this so-called Galuoli family. It was extremely cold. She did not even look at the corpses of Kiefergus and Kateri. I wonder what they're up to. Shuren threw away the mask in his hand and even crushed it with his foot. Obviously, he was extremely dissatisfied with the Galuoli family. Although it was common in novels for forces like nobles to secretly cause trouble for the protagonist and resort to despicable means, Shuren still felt extremely unhappy when he found out that someone had specifically sent people to kill him. Only now did he understand why the protagonist wanted to destroy this kind of person who provoked him, and even the other party's power and family were not spared. What did it mean to take revenge on whoever caused trouble for him, and not to implicate his family? The others were just following orders, and they were all innocent and should not be killed? That was all fake. In an avalanche, no snowflake was innocent. Since the other party relied on their family to deal with him, this so-called family force was just trying to bury him in the avalanche. None of them were innocent at all. Of course, some people felt that if the roots were not removed, the weeds would grow again. Hence, they wanted to uproot the forces and families of their enemies. However, Shuren did not have such delusional thoughts. Shuren was simply unhappy, unhappy, and unhappy. Since he was unhappy, unhappy, and unhappy, then he couldn't let others be happy, happy, and happy. Wasn't that right? Hence, wait for me. After Shuren said that to AIE, magic power surged from his body. Give and float. Shuren cast magic on himself to increase the float characteristic. Under such circumstances, Shuren's body flew directly into the sky as if it was weightless. Give and farsightedness. Shuren cast magic on his eyes again and looked in a direction, allowing his vision to cross the distance and see the entrance of the canyon. There, the knights were still arguing with the adventurers, and the camp of the royal knights was also in chaos. Obviously, the abnormality of the Adro Canyon had not been discovered by the outside world. However, the Galuoli family seemed to know that the ceremony had begun, which was why there was some commotion in the camp. In that case, let me give you a big gift first. Do you think that you will be satisfied just by sitting here and watching the show from the outside? How could it be that easy? With vast magic power, attract the aurora beyond the heavens, Shuren suddenly chanted a magic incantation. Tear of heaven, rain of stars, the bright sky can now shine on the land. Along with Shuren's chant, waves of amazing magic surged out of his body. Accept the call, accept the dispatch, with the sword of light, punish the world. At this moment, the atmosphere was shaken. At this moment, the sky was tumbling. At this moment, Shuren was like a god who controlled this part of the world. He floated in the air and constantly injected magic power into the night sky in the form of streams of light. Then, in the sky, stars began to light up. Descend, stars. Shuren looked at the camp outside the distant canyon and released the most powerful celestial magic he had mastered so far. Auroras meteoric. The stars in the sky suddenly bloomed with the most dazzling light. Then, they fell one by one. The first to notice the anomaly was an ordinary knight. What? What is that? The knight pointed in the direction of the sky, and exclaimed in astonishment and astonishment. The surrounding knights heard his words, and one by one, they raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sky. Then, they saw it one by one. Meteors. Yes. Meteors. Very dazzling and beautiful meteors appeared in the sky. They streaked across the night sky one after another. They fell to the ground one after another. The scene was very beautiful. However, such a beautiful scene made the knights feel uneasy. Then, are those meteors coming this way? I think so too. No way? Oh my God, thus the knights arose, uneasy, fearful, and bewildered. However, as the meteors grew bigger and brighter, the knights were finally afraid. Because they could already see the true bodies of those meteors. Those meteors were all meteorites that were rubbing against the atmosphere and became as red as magma. Huge meteorites fell one after another, approaching the camp outside the Adal Canyon at a speed visible to the naked eye. The knights could only stare blankly at this unrealistic scene as they began to tremble one by one. Soon after, quick. Run. No one knew who made such a sorrowful cry. Then, the fear of the entire camp instantly exploded. People screamed. People fled in panic. But now, it was already too late for him to react. The meteorites turned into a meteor shower and fell on the camp one after another. Boom. A rumbling sound suddenly resounded in the air. Boom. 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 When the meteors landed in the canyon camp one after another, earth-shattering noises spread out one after another. Due to the intense friction in the atmosphere, the meteors that were scorched red blasted the campsite one after another. Not only did they shatter the ground, but they also set off terrifying impacts that swept everything. Tens of thousands of meteors rained down from the night sky, streaking past and tearing through the sky with deafening rumbles. Relying on their overwhelming mass, they smashed into the ground, digging holes one after another and ravaging everything on the ground. As a result, the huge waves of sand and dust that crawled on the ground were stirred and spread in all directions. It was a natural disaster. An undeniable natural disaster. In the face of such a natural disaster, the strength of humans seemed so fragile and insignificant. No. Ah. Help. One by one, the knights wailed and wailed in the campsite. One by one, the figures on the ground fled like ants. But with their feet, it was impossible for them to escape this disaster. They were either crushed by the huge meteors like bugs or engulfed and buried by the terrifying impacts and dust. They were trampled by the natural disaster and lost their precious lives for no reason. No. 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 Farbaden had come out of his tent and was desperately trying to escape from the scene of destruction while watching the knights being buried under the meteors. He cried out in sorrow and despair. He had no idea what was happening. He didn't know why things turned out this way either. All he knew was that the knights who were ravaged by the natural disaster were talents that the Gallioli family had painstakingly cultivated and recruited. One needed to know that due to the alchemy ritual, Farbaden didn't want the news to leak out and was discovered by the kingdom. Therefore, the knights that Farbaden brought with him were either from the Gallioli family or were roped into the Gallioli family's camp. Farbaden didn't dare to bring the ordinary knights recruited from the commoners or those with other backgrounds to prevent problems from arising. In other words, the knights who were constantly losing their lives were the Gallioli family's combat strength and reliance. But now, they were being mercilessly harvested by the meteors that fell from the sky. This drove Farbaden mad and silly, and he began to weep bitterly. Of course, what made him even more devastated was yet to come. Father. Lana, whom Farpavong and the Gallioli family had high hopes for, was screaming in despair and fear. In the end, she was struck by a meteor right before Farpavong's eyes and vanished into the shattered land. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Save me. Father. Mother. Save me. Rizeg cried hysterically with tears and snot all over his face. He mixed with the crowd and ran desperately. Eventually, he was crushed by a rock that fell from the sky, leaving behind a pool of blood and minced meat. Aha! Farbaden had completely collapsed. His cry sounded like he was repenting, but it also sounded like the roar of a devil. At this moment, all the ambition and greed in Farbaden's mind were forced to disappear. Those were the unwillingness of the past. That was also the past. He didn't know when all of this started. Did it start when he heard people say that Gallioli family was just mediocre and could only control some low-level knights and didn't have a single true powerhouse? Or was it when someone commented that Elbane and Verati are the true pillars of the kingdom? Even without Gallioli and the Royal Knight Division, the kingdom would still be safe with the Royal Knight Division led by these two families ruling Royal Knight Divisions. In short, it was because of these that Falbavong felt unreconciled and became stubborn. Why couldn't the Gallioli family be better than Elbane and Velati? Why could we only control some mediocre knights and command the royal knights, but we were excluded from the royal knights that represented the glory of the kingdom? Could it be that our family's history was shorter than those two families? Could it be that our family's achievements were worse than those two families? Why couldn't our family give birth to true powerhouses? Could it be God's will? God didn't let our Gallioli family rise to the throne. Then I don't believe in God. With this thought in mind, Farpiwan established a relationship with the old demon sect, and in the end, obtained a young demon dweller, and embarked on this road of no return. The deal between him and the primordial demon was actually very simple. He would help the primordial demon conduct an alchemy ritual, cultivate sacrifices, and complete the young demon. In return, the primordial demon would lend the young demon to him so that he could defeat Ali Dia and Velati, the deputy leader of the royal knights. As long as these two fell, the Elbeck and Veradina families would lose their pillars of support. Next, as long as he eliminated the remaining threats from these two families, the royal knights would fall into Gaglioli's hands. At that time, with the Royal Knights Regiment and the Royal Knights Regiment in his hands, the kingdom's military power would fall into Gaglioli's hands. Then, all Gaglioli had to do was to find a way to marry the royal family, and this kingdom would no longer have a match for him. It would be best if he could marry Her Royal Highness Rosie. If he could marry Her Royal Highness, the kingdom would be completely under Gaglioli's control. That was why Farbiden valued Ryseg so that he could marry Her Royal Highness Rosie Rusty. Because of this, Farbiden had been proposing to the royal family on behalf of Ryseg. But now, all his ambitions and obsessions had turned into bubbles under this beautiful meteor shower. After this meteor shower, Gaglioli would be half crippled. In addition, Lana and Ryseg, whom he had high hopes for, had died under the meteor. Gaglioli's next generation was basically finished. In this case, how could Gaglioli fight for what he wanted? Perhaps, with their vitality greatly damaged, whether or not they could survive in the hands of their political enemies in the capital was already a problem, wasn't it? Since Gaglioli was staring at Albane and Velati, the people below were naturally staring at Gaglioli as well. Therefore, Gaglioli's life might even be over, let alone advancing to the next level. Just when Farbiden was in despair, a sarcastic voice sounded in his heart. "Goodbye, Commander. I wish you and your family will be neat and tidy even in hell." The voice made Farbiden's eyes widen. He recognized this voice. Therefore, he finally understood why this natural disaster had appeared. It was because they had touched someone they shouldn't have. Shurin. This cry became Farbiden's last cry. Boom, a huge meteor landed on the spot where Farbiden was and became his tombstone. Oh, that's so satisfying. After witnessing Farpavong's death under the meteor shower, Shurin, who was floating in the air above the Adel Canyon, felt that his thoughts were clear, and his face was filled with satisfaction. How could you do such a thing? Ai had appeared beside Shurin, and like Shurin, she could see the situation outside the canyon from a great distance. She looked at Shurin with eyes full of surprise. Shurin turned his head, and immediately saw Ai floating beside him as if nothing had happened. He saw that the little girl had a pair of dragon wings on her back, allowing her to follow Shurin as if she was walking on flat ground. You saw it all? Shurin grinned at Ai. At least, it's impossible for me not to see that meteor shower, not to mention the huge mana caused by the meteor shower. Ai was still a little surprised. Was that celestial magic? Yes, and it's known as the strongest high-level magic among celestial magic. Shurin did not hide it, and nodded calmly. How is it? Not bad, right? It's not just not bad. If you hadn't deliberately reduced the range, I'm afraid that even the canyon here would have been destroyed, right? Ai praised sincerely. I really didn't expect you to use such an ancient magic. I remember that when this magic was created, because of the extreme difficulty of learning it, countless demons flinched and did not dare to touch it. If it was practiced to the beginner or intermediate level, there were still people who learned this magic a long time ago. But as far as Ai knew, there were probably less than 3 people who could practice this magic to the advanced level since ancient times. Because of that, this kind of magic was gradually abandoned and eventually lost. I didn't expect to see the day when this magic reappeared in the world. Ai sighed. Also, the power of your celestial magic seems to be much stronger than I know. It was rare to be praised to this extent by Ai. Even Shurin was a little surprised. After all, Sean knew very well that this hidden big boss was different from her extremely adorable appearance. She was a truly arrogant person. If he wanted to get her sincere praise, it was definitely not easy, apart from praising her for being mature and steady and not acting like a child at all. In other words, he had to suck up to her. Now, this little girl was full of praise for Shurin's celestial magic, which showed that she was indeed very surprised. Of course, Shuren could also accept it. Because there were very few mages who could practice celestial magic to an advanced level even in history. In modern times, not to mention advanced, no one could even use celestial magic at the beginner level. Yet, Shuren was able to reproduce it, and its power was so great that he deserved AIE praise. But, are you okay? AIE said with a smile that was not a smile, those guys are knights of the kingdom, and also nobles with a lot of influence, right? Such an influential existence in the kingdom was actually killed by Shuren's celestial magic. It was definitely not okay. Putting everything else aside, after this battle, the kingdom's celestial magic would at least end up with a huge loss. Coupled with the death of almost all the pillars of the Galuoli family, the kingdom's combat power could be said to have suffered a heavy loss. If this had happened during wartime, the neighboring countries would probably have been tempted to take the opportunity to attack the Mitra kingdom. Under such circumstances, as the culprit, it was impossible for Xian not to be investigated no matter how he thought about it. If things went wrong, Shuren might completely stand on the opposite side of the kingdom this time. Naturally, Shuren was aware of this. But he still did it. The reason was simple. Firstly, the Galuoli family has already joined forces with the old demons here to do something. As long as there's evidence, I'll destroy them. Not only will I not be in the wrong, but I'll also be rewarded. Secondly, even if there's no evidence to prove all of this, with the power I've displayed now, coupled with the fact that there are probably people in the royal family who will stand on my side, I don't think they'll touch me easily. Thirdly, humans are much more complicated than you think. The royal knights are an important force that protects the kingdom, but they have been monopolized by an ambitious noble. I don't believe that the royal family will remain indifferent about this, nor do I believe that the other nobles will want to see this situation continue. Therefore, after this incident, they will definitely find ways to justify it and push the blame to the Galuoli family. Only then will they be able to oust the Galuoli family and take a huge bite out of the cake. With a nonchalant attitude, Shuren casually gave 3 examples in which he would be safe and sound. I see. AIE nodded in understanding and said, is this the reason why you deliberately let those knights and adventurers at the entrance go? That's right. Shuren limited the area of effect of the Aurora meteor shower to the campsite and only destroyed everything inside the campsite. However, he let the group of knights and adventurers guarding the entrance of the canyon go. They should have been blown away by the sand and dust stirred up by the meteor shower, or they should have fallen to the ground in a daze, but they would be fine. This way, when they returned to the royal capital and reported everything here, he believed that the people in the royal capital would definitely notice some suspicious points. For example, why did the Galuoli family disregard the princess's orders and forcibly seal off the canyon? At that time, Shuren would expose the fact that the Galuoli family had joined forces with the old demons sect. Then, even if there was no evidence, the other party would still be skeptical. This was the effect that Shuren wanted. Skeptical, fearful of my power, and the help of the people on my side. No matter how you look at it, I'll be fine, right? That was what Shuren thought. Besides, don't I still have you? Shuren grinned at AIE. AIE was stunned at first, but then she understood. Was this man planning to make use of her power? If you want to protect me, the humans won't risk angering you and do anything to me, right? Shuren's smile was very bright, but it also made AIE want to hit him. Are you so sure that I will protect you? AIE retorted angrily. On the other hand, Xian did not hesitate at all. Of course. Shuren said resolutely, if you don't protect me, then I will escape to the demon realm and cast a high-level celestial magic on the territory of the demon realm every few days. Let's see if you feel sorry for me. You. AIE was stunned. Obviously, even she did not expect Shuren to be so shameless. Looking at AIE's stunned expression, Shuren laughed and could not help but pinch her cute little face. Let's go and quickly clean up all the eyesores. Xianxia might have already prepared dinner. After saying that, Shuren landed on the ground. Only then did AIE react, and she was furious. You dare to threaten me? You dare to pinch my face? Stop right there. AIE immediately flapped her dragon wings and chased after him. Thus, the two figures began to play hide-and-seek in midair of the canyon. Outside the canyon, the meteor shower gradually stopped, leaving behind only ruins. The ground was covered with huge craters that looked like the surface of the moon. It looked extremely shocking. Rumble, in a daze, Ter seemed to have felt a slight tremor. It seemed to be an earthquake that came from a faraway place, and some of it had spread to this place. Ter was awakened by the faint tremor and opened her eyes. "Are you awake?" As soon as she opened her eyes, Ter heard a familiar and gentle voice. So, Ter turned her head and looked to the side. There, leaning her shield against the rock wall, Vivian was looking at her with a smile on her face. Taking a closer look, Ter saw that Vivian's body was stained with blood and dust. She did not seem to be injured, but she looked very tired and disheveled. Beside her, Lumia and Marika leaned against each other. Like Vivian, their bodies were stained with blood and dust, and they seemed to be completely exhausted after a battle. Of course, Ter was the same. At this moment, Ter was leaning against the rock wall like Vivian. Her body was stained with the most blood and dust, and she looked the most exhausted and disheveled among the group. This scene instantly reminded Ter of everything. Yes. They fell into a trap. They fell into the trap of the nobles who wanted to kill her. That was why they appeared in the depths of the Adel Canyon with Vivian's team and ended up like this. Ter vaguely remembered that those nobles were filled with hatred. They ordered their guards and knights to charge at Ter and his team. Ter and his team fought desperately for 3 days before they finally got rid of those nobles and found this secluded cave. Ter and his team were so exhausted that they fainted in the cave. Thinking of this, Ter could not help but fall silent for a long time. "I'm the one who dragged you into this." After a long time, Ter said these words. "Don't say that," Vivian said gently. "We're companions." Obviously, Vivian didn't want Ter to take all the blame for it. But Ter did not accept it. "I'm saying that I dragged you, my companions, into this." Ter looked at the ceiling of the cave and muttered. "Of course not," Vivian said stubbornly. Vivian, however, was also very stubborn. "Since we're companions, there's no such thing as a burden. Otherwise, Lucia and Marika will feel guilty." Ter could hear the meaning behind Vivian's words. This was because, in the past, as the strongest member of the team, Ter had taken care of Lumia and Marika a lot. Lumia and Marika had felt ashamed of themselves more than once. In the end, because they believed that companions should help each other, they had accepted Ter's care. In this situation, if Ter insisted that she was dragging her companions into this, perhaps Lumia and Marika would really feel guilty. "Then I'll put it another way." Ter was silent for a while, then sighed and said, "Thank you, Vivian." Ter had to express her gratitude to him. After all, the reason why they were able to persist in this canyon for 3 whole days was all because of Vivian's protection. Because Vivian had been standing in front of Ter and the others, attracting all the attacks and taking all the damage, Ter and the others were able to hold on until now unscathed. Although, persisting until now seemed to be the limit. At least, Ter noticed that Vivian's mana was on the verge of exhaustion. If she ran out of mana, even Vivian wouldn't be able to continue to display her frightening defensive power to shield her teammates. If her mana was depleted, even Vivian wouldn't be able to display her terrifying defense to shield her teammates. "You're welcome," Vivian said as though she was comforting Ter. "Don't worry, we will escape." The gentle and kind leader had been taking care of Ter's fragile heart. I'm sure Vivian knows about it, right? She knew that Ter was feeling uneasy. Ter wasn't afraid of death. Or rather, Ter had always been mentally prepared to die. This was because she was very clear about the predicament she was facing. She was even more clear about how strong the person she wanted to challenge in her life was. Facing such a predicament, facing such a powerful enemy, it wouldn't be strange if she were to die at any time. Therefore, Ter was prepared for this. However, if the people around her were implicated and died because of her, Ter wouldn't be able to escape the blame. That was the uneasiness in Ter's heart. What if they were ambushed again? What if someone in the team got killed because they teamed up with him? Her own death wasn't to be regretted, but the people around her shouldn't be implicated. That was what Ter thought, which was why she felt uneasy. Vivian must have noticed her uneasiness, which was why she comforted Ter. This person is still as gentle and sharp as ever, Tear could only smile bitterly in her heart and speak. If it's necessary, you can abandon me and run. That way, those who hated her wouldn't make things difficult for Vivian and the others, right? Unfortunately, do you think I will accept it? The gentleness on Vivian's face vanished for the first time. She stared at Tear with a burning gaze. Tear didn't dare to look at Vivian. Tear was afraid that Vivian would be disappointed in her. In this world, there weren't many people that Tear cared about, and Vivian was one of them. Vivian had protected Tear from many malicious intents for many years. She was the one that Tear trusted and relied on the most. Because of that, Tear couldn't lift her head high in front of Vivian. But, I really don't want to see you guys die because of me. Tear couldn't help but voice out her true thoughts. Vivian only had one sentence to say to Tear. I don't want to see you die in front of me either. Vivian looked at Tear and smiled. That's why I'll definitely protect you and everyone else. I'll lead everyone out of here safely and return to the royal city. It was a vow and also a determination. Trust me, Vivian said to Tear. Inconceivably, Tear subconsciously felt at ease after hearing Vivian's words. It couldn't be helped. Since the guardian of the kingdom had made such a promise, she would be able to keep it. Besides, I have a feeling that as long as we hold on, that person will come to us one day. Vivian's soft words caused Tear's eyes to flicker. She knew who Vivian was referring to. That person was the hero that Tear placed high hopes on, and at the same time, the person that she placed her hopes and wishes on. Will he come? Tear muttered unconsciously. He will. A sweet smile appeared on Vivian's face as she nodded, and her voice rang out in a powerful and forceful manner. He will come. Perhaps, this was just a completely baseless thought. However, Vivian was strangely convinced of this. That strong and powerful voice gave Tear hope. If it was that person, he would definitely be able to bring her and the others out of this predicament. As for herself, it didn't matter what happened. But Vivian and the others couldn't die here. Therefore, Tear made up her mind. Before he comes, we have to hold on no matter what. Even if she had to use that move, she wouldn't hesitate. Unbeknownst to Vivian's team, the person they were waiting for had already arrived. However, there was a blind thing that kept blocking his way, causing his speed to drop drastically. Ga. Roar. Roar. Along with uncontrollable roars, the monsters that had completely turned into alchemy demons pounced at Shuren one after another. Shuren had already killed quite a few of them, and the corpses of the alchemy demons were lying around him. However, the remaining alchemy demons were still pouncing at him without a care. Some even pounced on the corpses of the alchemy demons he had killed and devoured them. You guys are so *King disgusting. Seeing that the alchemy demons were not only pouncing at him, but also the corpses, devouring the corpses and causing their bodies to swell up, causing the hands and feet of the alchemy demons to burst out of their bodies, Shuren could not accept this physiologically. He could not help but curse in disgust. Humph. Ai's expression was also frosty. She puffed out her small mouth, and several threads of dragon breath were spat out, touching the bodies of the alchemy demons. Bang! 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 In an instant, the alchemy demons that came into contact with Ai's dragon breath exploded one after another, turning into a pool of blood. Give and burn. Shuren also used magic, turning the air into raging flames that instantly engulfed the alchemy demons and burned them to ashes. Give and melt. Shuren also gave the ground under his feet a new characteristic, causing it to melt and gradually turn into a swamp. The alchemy demons that were still pouncing at him fell into the swamp one after another. They struggled with all their might, but before long, they disappeared into the mud and became completely motionless. However, Shuren and Ai were already getting a little impatient. The closer we get to the depths of the canyon, the more alchemy demons there are. Shuren frowned. So troublesome, Ai said impatiently as well. Let's just completely destroy the canyon. This was not the first time that Ai had made this suggestion. In fact, Shuren wanted to do that too. This was the most worry-free and effortless way. Not only could they destroy the ritual, but they could also capture the culprits who were holding the ritual and send them to hell for free. The problem was, Vivian and the others are still in the canyon. Sharon was vexed. If not for this reason, Sharon might have acted earlier than Aie and raised the entire canyon to the ground. Aie was very dissatisfied with this concern. Anyway, isn't there a very sturdy little girl? With her protection, there should be no problem, right? Aie actually said such a thing. Elder, Aie Sharon said. Sean had no choice but to put on a fake smile. Although Vivian's defense was indeed impressive, it was still another matter whether she could withstand a power that could destroy the entire Adel Canyon. One had to know that not only was this canyon not small, but it was also very large. It was likely that even the royal capital wasn't as large as this canyon. To completely destroy a canyon like this, the amount of power needed is definitely not low. Sharon estimated that even if he did not release the holy sword, he would have to use all his strength to cast the Aurora meteor shower again. As for Aie, she could definitely do it, but the power would not be weaker than the Aurora meteor shower, released by Sharon at full strength. In this way, Sharon really found it hard to believe that Vivian, who was at level 50, could block such an amazing power. Even if she could she protect him and the others at the same time? Not to mention, safety was not what Sharon wanted. What if he survived, but lost an arm or a leg? Therefore, the idea of completely destroying this place would not work. Sigh. Aie naturally understood this. She sighed and said, if I had known this would happen, I would have kept that girl named Xianxia by my side. Are you trying to train Xianxia into a professional teleportation driver? That's great, Miss Xianxia. If you weren't missing, the treatment here would definitely make you feel good. Sigh. In the end, Sharon could not help but sigh. Just as Sharon was about to speak, Aie's eyes suddenly lit up. Someone is coming. Aie's tone was light like a child's, full of happiness that was not there before. Someone? Sharon was slightly startled, and then he felt the mana. Sean couldn't help but be invigorated by this. He had seen too many disgusting things, and now that a group of people suddenly came, no matter who it was, he would feel happy. This was a problem of his mood. That was why Aie became so happy. Of course, because of her mood, Aie did not realize that it was her acquaintance. As for Sharon, he had already realized who the owner of this mana was. He's actually here? Sharon was somewhat surprised. However, since he met him, he had to meet him. Come, let's go, and have a look. Sharon immediately took Aie's hand and approached the direction of the other party. Little did they know that fate was too wonderful for words. Just as Sharon approached, 3 figures appeared here. Jess, Liz, haven't you found them yet? A frivolous voice sounded. Among the 3 of them, there was a demon with a frivolous and lazy expression walking at the back, and he was protected by a pair of brother and sister who looked exactly the same. This person was Xianxia. Xianxia actually appeared here. The brother and sister in front of him, the Jess and Liz mentioned by Xianxia, were the twin demons that Sharon guessed to be magical beings who were loyal to Xianxia. Jess was the male demons. Liz was the female demons. The twin demons protected Xianxia while speaking respectfully. We're almost there, Master. According to the residue of the mana, it should be nearby. Jess and Liz immediately reported. Very good. Xianxia immediately smiled, but there was not much emotion in his eyes. I originally wanted to talk to the royal family and ask them to allow us to intervene in the investigation of the abnormal situation around the capital. It's fine even if we reveal something because of this. I didn't expect them to jump out first. Xianxia received a report from his subordinates and knew that the demon refining ritual was being carried out in the Adel Canyon. That was why he rushed over with Jess and Liz. For this, Xianxia did not hesitate to use a precious one-time magic item and jumped into the depths of the canyon in an almost instantaneous manner. The price was worth it. Because, thanks to this, Xianxia immediately caught the source of this ritual. Now, it hasn't begun to devour the offerings and hasn't grown yet. While it's weak, directly get rid of it. Xianxia ordered. Yes, Master. We won't let it escape. Jess and Liz immediately responded, their faces full of indifference. This time, we must do it beautifully. Xianxia was still instructing, since Master left this matter to me, then, if I don't solve this matter, I won't have the face to see her. Jess and Liz immediately nodded. Under such circumstances, Xianxia, Jess, and Liz arrived at a corner. Then, what? You are? Jess and Liz were shocked. Yo, good evening. Xian just walked over from the corner with a smile on his face. Xianxia and the little girl who was being held by Xian looked at each other. Fate was too wonderful for words. There was no doubt that Xianxia was stunned. Moreover, it was the stupefied kind. Not to mention Xianxia, even Jess and Liz were petrified because of the scene in front of them. Their faces were full of shock and confusion. Moss, Xianxia pointed at AIE. He trembled in disbelief and kept saying Moss, but he couldn't say anything after a long time. Moss? Xian blinked his eyes with a puzzled look. As for AIE, she glanced at Xianxia, then at her hand that was held by Xian. After a long silence, she cast her gaze back to Xianxia. Her eyes were full of indifference and warning. Xianxia suddenly quivered and seemed to understand something. He didn't dare to speak anymore. On the contrary, Xian looked at Xianxia staring at AIE and asked curiously. What? Do you know each other? Nonsense, Xianxia really wanted to reply with such a sentence. Even if all the demons in the world were dead, it was impossible for him not to know the one in front of him. It was precisely because of this that he felt stupefied and shocked. Why is Master here? Why is Her Royal Highness Rusty's favorite person here? Why is this person holding Master's hand? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Xianxia's mind was like this, gradually falling into chaos. Even Xianxia was like this, not to mention Jess and Liz. The twin demons, who originally didn't like Xian, at this moment, looked at AIE who was obediently held by Xian and were completely confused. The two of them also wanted to say something with a hoarse voice, but they couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. This situation really made Xian want to say something. Is there something wrong with the demons' vocal cords that they can't even say a complete sentence? This was simply unparalleled. Of course, from the performance of these three, Xian saw one thing. That was, they definitely knew AIE. And they were the ones who knew AIE's true identity. Sure enough, this little girl is. Xian glanced at AIE who was expressionlessly holding his hand. His heart was in a dilemma. She was one of the most powerful big shots, and also one of the powerful people that he couldn't afford to provoke. This made Xian feel pressured. It wasn't a good thing to know too much. At the very least, if he wanted to hit on this Lolita again in the future, knowing that she was so awesome, he would probably hesitate to do it. This was undoubtedly a very melancholic thing. So, Xian let go of AIE's hand. Then, in the next second, he carried the little girl in his arms. Then, he picked her up. Xianxia widened his eyes. Finally, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. He seemed to have choked in shock. Jess and Liz's legs turned to jelly, and they almost fell to the ground. Shock was written all over their faces. This time, it was AIE's turn to be stunned. AIE. AIE turned her head and looked at Xian in astonishment. Xian held this soft little girl with a calm face. Nothing. I just saw that you guys seem to have a lot of mental activities. It seems like you guys can't talk properly for a while. I have to choose a comfortable position and watch you guys continue to perform. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. Xianxia, and Liz's mouth twitched. They were silent for a while. AIE's eyes twitched. She really had the urge to slap Xian to death. The four demons looked at the only human on the scene. Their eyes changed. Especially Xianxia and the other two. They looked at Xian as if they were looking at a brave man. Their expressions and the look in their eyes completely explained one sentence. You've done something awesome. Do you know that? In fact, Xian really did it. The loli in his arms had such a scary background. How could Xian not know how awesome his current actions were? But if it wasn't awesome, Xian didn't want to do it anymore. What's more, he had already done it. What else could he do? Xian, who was still feeling melancholy about the loli and was afraid that he would hesitate, was now thinking about it while smiling at Xianxia. Your Excellency Xianxia, why are you here? Xian looked very curious. Xianxia was silent. His eyes kept glancing at Aie, as if he wanted to peek at Aie's attitude. But Aie didn't say anything. She was helplessly held by Shirin, as if nothing had anything to do with her. Her happiness just now was completely gone. Jacinta didn't know Aie's happiness just now. Seeing that she was obediently held by Shirin without any resistance, the way he looked at Shirin finally changed. At this moment, Jacinta was sure. Previously, his young master said that the person she was interested in was this popular person beside Her Royal Highness. No, from the attitude of his little master, it was obvious that she wasn't just interested in this person. At least, Jacinta had never seen his young master being held in someone's arms without any resistance. He was as obedient as a real child. This Shirin, Jacinta's mind was full of thoughts, but in the end, he hid them deep in his heart. I didn't expect to see Qing here. This really surprised me. Jacinta took a deep breath, as if he wanted to smile. But perhaps because the shock in his heart hadn't completely dissipated, his smile looked a little forced. Shirin didn't care. Shirin only cared about one thing. Judging from your appearance just now, you seem to be looking for something, right? Shirin smiled curiously and brightly. That expression made Jacinta's face twitch again. Because he knew that Shirin definitely wanted to get some information from him. One should know that it was because of this guy's suggestion that Her Royal Highness sealed off the surrounding area of the royal city, hindering their operation. Therefore, Jacinta knew that this person wasn't as honest as he looked. He was not easy to deal with. Of course, if it was before, not only would Jacinta not care about Shirin being difficult to deal with, he would even find it interesting. But now, why are you looking at me? Seeing that Jacinta shifted his gaze to her again, Aie, who was in Shirin's arms, spoke impatiently. I'm asking you a question. Speak. This tone almost made Jacinta kneel down and answer Shirin's question honestly. Jacinta couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time, his side was also confirmed. Was his master that awesome? Of course, he was awesome. Just like what Shirin thought, his master was definitely one of the most awesome people. To make his awesome master so obedient, wasn't Shirin the more awesome one? Therefore, I can't afford to offend him. Jacinta confirmed this point. You're saying that you're chasing after the young demon? In the corner of the canyon, Shirin, who was carrying Aie, heard the news that Jacinta revealed, and he couldn't help but frown. I see. Have you found it? Aie also narrowed her eyes, and her expression was rather cold. Jacinta stood in front of the two of them, and his eyes still glanced at Aie, who was in Shirin's arms from time to time. Looking at the cold look of his little master, the bitter smile on his face became even thicker. Jess and Liz, who were standing behind Jacinta, were completely at odds with each other like the last time they met. There was only reverence, and they didn't even dare to breathe heavily. They looked so weak, helpless, and pitiful. But it was these three people who just grasped the lifeline of this matter. According to them, after coming to this canyon, they ignored the alchemists, and had no interest in the human forces that intervened in this ritual. From the beginning, they took action against the young demon that was the center of the ritual. The alchemy ritual is a magic ritual that uses the young demon as the source. As long as it appears on the ground, the ritual can be carried out at any time. There is no need for any extra preparation and steps. It can be said that the young demon is the core of the alchemy ritual, and is also the key to the ritual. Therefore, in order to stop this ritual, the only way is to kill the young demon as the core source. Otherwise, unless the Almighty Supreme God Omnis takes action, even the 3 goddesses and the 6 demon dwellers can't stop this ritual. That was what Jacinta said. Therefore, his goal from the beginning was very clear, which was to find the young demon and kill it. After dealing with the young demon, the alchemy ritual would naturally stop, and then they could slowly deal with the subsequent matters. Based on this action plan, Jacinta and the other 2 did not continue to fight in the canyon, nor did they want to solve anything else. They just focused on tracking the young demon and tried to find it. This was not an easy task. Both the mother and the young demon have a skill, which is to be able to switch between reality and illusion. They don't have a physical body, but they are not incorporeal either. Instead, they are half physical and half incorporeal between reality and illusion. Jacinta said. Before the last alchemy demon as a sacrifice is born, the young demon that has not devoured it will be very weak, but it will always be in a semi-solid state, hiding in the land covered by the ritual, lurking and moving freely. Only when the last alchemy demon as a sacrifice is born will it appear, devour the sacrifice, and grow into a part of its body. Xianxia's words reminded Shuren of the young demon that he encountered before. Indeed, the other party had only appeared and attacked him and Rosie when the aura of the demonic creatures in the mountain had disappeared. It was indeed half-corporeal, hovering between reality and illusion. Even the demon sword could not kill it. Even if it was injured, it could instantly recover. It was like a mirage, illusory and erratic. If it wasn't for the fact that the unsealed holy sword was an artifact that could even kill the demon king and restrain demons and monsters, then even if it could suppress it, it wouldn't be able to kill it, right? Fortunately, it was Shuren and Roland who encountered the young demon. Otherwise, if they encountered a young demon that couldn't be killed and could spit dragon's breath, and its level was as high as 90, no matter who it was, they would be exhausted to death. Under such circumstances, even if the young demon hadn't devoured the last alchemist, devoured the sacrifice, and grew up, its characteristics meant that it couldn't be easily dealt with. It was also difficult to find it. Because it was between reality and illusion, it was difficult for people to detect its aura and magic power. Once it was hidden, ordinary people couldn't find it at all. Shuren still remembered that it was the same for him and Roland. It wasn't until the young demon rushed out of the ground and was about to attack them that they noticed its existence and avoided it by a hair's breadth. Putting Roland aside, Shuren had 2 max-level perception-type skills, and he also had the detection and warning effect of the wand. However, he only noticed the attack in such a thrilling situation, which was enough to explain the problem. In view of this, Xianxia and the other 2 had been tracking the young demon. Based on some clues that ordinary people couldn't detect, they finally caught the young demon's whereabouts. Then, we searched all the way here and met, the 2 of you here, Xianxia said and cautiously glanced at AIE. AIE didn't even look over there. She still had that expressionless look on her face. This made Xianxia feel a little helpless. Because he really couldn't figure out what this little master of his was thinking. Although Xianxia had some understanding of AIE and knew that she rarely intervened in some troublesome things, it didn't mean that she didn't have her own opinions. If it was some trivial matter, then this little master couldn't be bothered to care. Even if she encountered it, she would just listen by the side without any expression and wouldn't say a word. But this time it wasn't a trivial matter. The young demon and the demon refining ritual, that was a secret of the demons. It was also a tumor and taboo that all demons wanted to eliminate. In the face of this matter, even if it was his little master, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent. If she didn't intervene in this matter at all and let him do everything, then it would be reasonable for her to be indifferent like this. But she appeared here and still didn't say a word. That could only mean one thing. The problem was that she gave the right to decide and the right to speak to the man who was holding her as if nothing had happened. In other words, this little master of his was simply led by the human in front of him. If this were to be spread back to the demon realm, it would definitely turn the sky upside down. Not to mention the demons, even the 5 sisters of his little master would be alarmed, right? Thinking of this, Xianxia became more solemn toward Shuren. Before this, Xianxia had faintly sensed Sean's extraordinariness. But at that time, he didn't regard Shuren as a threat, so he was just interested in him. Now, Xianxia didn't dare to face Shuren with this mentality anymore. This was an existence that could make his little master obedient. Although he didn't know how he did it, but with this alone, the other party's status was enough to go straight up, to the point that even a character at Xianxia's level had to be afraid. And, not only the kingdom's treasure, but even the master is so concerned and interested in him, Xianxia didn't think that there was no reason for this. Therefore, this human is definitely more complicated than what I, or even everyone else, had imagined. Xianxia completely valued Shuren for this. This made Xianxia couldn't help but say. Originally, the demon refining ritual and the 7th demon are the shame that we demons don't want other races to know. We have always blocked the news in this aspect, not letting the Protoss and the human race get it. Fortunately, the demon refining ritual has only appeared in the demon realm so far, never in the human realm, so we can successfully block the news. But this time, since Qing already knows the secret of us demons, I want to know Qing's attitude. Jacinta looked straight at Shuren, asking word by word. Can you tell me, what do you want to do here? His solemn words caused the atmosphere to change somewhat. Shuren raised his brows again. Immediately, are you worried about something, sir? Shuren said with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Don't worry, at least, on this matter, I am on your side, or should I say, on this little girl's side. With that said, Shuren patted Ai's little head in his arms. That action, which was like patting a ball, made Jacinta's face twitch. Damn, can you be gentler? In this matter, there was indeed no conflict between Shuren and the demons. Even if there were some doubts that had not been solved, this seventh demon was definitely the new demon king that Nyan mentioned. Since that was the case, as a summoned hero, Shan had a reason to become enemies with the other party. The demons also seemed to regard the other party as an enemy, so what reason did Shuren have to have a conflict with the other party? Therefore, Shuren said that in this matter, he was on their side, which was the truth. It was just that whether Jacinta was willing to believe it or not was another matter. As Her Royal Highness Rosie's subordinate, I don't think you'll be involved in the old demon faction's affairs. Jacinta said so, but at the same time, he said with a deeper meaning, I hope so. The meaning didn't need to be explained too much. Shuren was too lazy to explain more. In short, I don't intend to hinder your actions. If possible, I want to help you. Shuren said helplessly, but unfortunately, I have more important things to do. I don't have much time to waste here. In other words, Shuren was saying that he would not act with Jacinta and the others. Although Jacinta was a little surprised, he didn't say anything about it. He also didn't expect to get Shuren's help. It was better to say that Shuren wouldn't stay here. Jacinta was a little relieved that he didn't have to worry about whether Shuren would do anything to hinder him or not. The problem was, then, what are your plans? Your Royal Highness Aie? Jacinta asked Aie in a probing manner. Me? Aie frowned. If possible, of course, she wanted to find the young demon. Compared to this matter, Aie didn't care much about the problem of Vivian and the others. But, if you don't come, I won't be able to find Vivian and the others at all. You do as you see fit. Shuren rolled his eyes at Aie. His words were also impolite, which made Jacinta and the others' expression changed slightly. But what surprised Jacinta and the others was that Aie didn't have any anger about this. She just showed dissatisfaction and helplessness. That's it. I will act with him. At that moment, Aie faintly said so to Jacinta. This undoubtedly made Jacinta value Shuren more. Really? What did this human do to Master? Why Master, who had always been indifferent to anything, would be so obedient to this human, and since Master was so obedient to this human, would it have any impact on the demons and the demon realm? What Jacinta was worried about was whether Shan would use his master to do something unfavorable to the demons and the demon realm. Should I tell this to Madame Sella? Jacinta hesitated. At this time, Shuren spoke again. That's it. We will probably leave here immediately and can't help you find the young demonic dwellers. Shuren said, let's split into two. That's right, split into two. I will leave the matter of the young demonic dwellers to you. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Shuren glanced at the twin demons standing behind Jacinta, who were trembling with fear, and then said, Aie and I will first deal with our own private affairs, and at the same time, get rid of the culprits who caused this incident. Without a doubt, the culprit of this incident was the Gaglioli family. But Shuren didn't think that all of them had been buried under his, or wore a meteor shower. Since Farbaden chose to use the kingdom's knights to seal off this canyon, it proved that the ritual in the canyon was arranged by someone else. In addition, Vivian and the others were still in this canyon and even seemed to be fleeing. Shuren had reason to believe that there was someone related to the Gaglioli family presiding over all of this. Vivian's team might have been targeted by the other party. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rashly ran into the center of the canyon, and they wouldn't have been trapped here until now. Is that so? Jacinta pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, in that case, I will leave the matter of the human forces to you. Okay. Shuren agreed readily, but he also looked at Jacinta, then looked at Aie, and said with a strange expression, do you want me to leave first and let the two of you talk privately? Hearing that, before Jacinta could speak, Aie shook her head. No need. We have already decided on the course of action, so there's no need to change it. While Aie responded, she also looked at Jacinta and said indifferently, since you are here, I will leave the matter of the young demonic dwellers to you. Yes. Jacinta immediately replied respectfully, I will not let Moss. Your Highness down. Okay. Aie nodded indifferently. So, Shuren left with Aie. Jacinta watched the two leave, and his gaze didn't retract for a long time. Jess and Liz finally dared to breathe. They looked at each other and could see the palpitation in each other's eyes. Just now, they really didn't dare to say a word. Knowing Aie's identity, seeing her face to face like this would still bring a lot of pressure to Jess and Liz. But, Master, that human, Jess and Liz were a little uneasy. I know. Jacinta naturally knew the thoughts of the twin demons. He believed that no matter who it was, seeing Aie being so unguarded against a previously unknown human, they would feel inconceivable and uneasy. Because this meant that they had to re-examine this human and could no longer have a casual attitude towards this human. Otherwise, if Aie really looked at Shuren differently and wanted to help him investigate some things, there wouldn't be too many people in this world who could resist. The top of the demons being so close to a human would indeed cause all kinds of worrying problems. But Jacinta couldn't say anything about this. After all, the other party was Jacinta's master, the person he swore his absolute loyalty to. So, Jacinta had no position to make irresponsible remarks about this matter. Of course, just because Jacinta didn't mean that others didn't. It seems that it is indeed necessary to inform Madame Scylla. At this moment, Shuren still didn't know that because of this matter, he would soon see the true top of the demons. At this time, Shuren was still messing around with Aie. Have you hugged enough? What do you think? She's already gone, and you still want to hug her? It's because there's no one else, that's why I should make a move, isn't it? Are you serious? Sorry, I'm joking. Don't show your murderous intent to me. As expected, if he really wanted to make a move on this slowly, he still needed to slowly conquer her. Otherwise, Shuren felt that he was likely to immediately reincarnate for the second time. Just as Shuren, Aie, and Jacinta decided on their course of action and split up, they didn't know that something was happening by the vast lake in the deepest part of the canyon. Roar, the terrifying monster finally couldn't take it any longer and stopped pestering the alchemy demons that were throwing themselves at it. Instead, it let out a pained roar and flapped its wings abruptly, stirring up strong gales that blew away countless alchemy demons. At the same time, it got rid of the fearless alchemy demons and flew into the sky. Looking at this scene, Vasco, who had been watching from afar, grimaced. The nobles around him reacted the same way. *T. It's escaping. It can't be? It actually has the consciousness to resist and escape. The crowd of nobles cried out in surprise. They didn't expect this situation at all. Logically speaking, no matter how powerful a monster was, it should have been affected by the demon refinement ritual and lost its mind, not to mention that it had killed so many demon refiners and absorbed so much of their magic power and flesh. Under such circumstances, it should have fallen into complete madness and become the most powerful alchemy demon in the Adel Canyon. Then, after it devoured all the alchemy demons in the canyon, the best offering would be born. By then, the young demon that consumed the offering would definitely become unprecedentedly powerful, which was what Vasco and the others wanted to see. But now, not only was this terrifying monster resisting the influence of the ritual, but it was also resisting the fusion of the alchemy demons and even escaping. This was truly out of everyone's expectations. Hurry! Stop it! Vasco's expression changed abruptly as he ordered loudly. The surrounding nobles and knights reacted immediately. After hesitating for a moment, they began to release magic spells at the massive monster that was about to fly into the air. A series of spells bombarded the demonic creature's body, but it didn't have much of an effect on it. After all, their magic levels weren't high, and none of them had mastered high-level magic spells. Naturally, they couldn't affect the terrifying monster that was at least level 90. If it weren't for the surrounding alchemy demons, the monster would have taken it as a provocation and slaughtered Vasco and the others. It was a pity that the monster was trying its best to maintain its rationality and didn't have the strength to do anything else. At that moment, the monster flew into the air, withstanding the fierce attacks of the alchemy demons and the bombardment of magic spells from Vasco and the others. It flapped its wings and flew away without a care for anything else. Caw. Roar. Roar. With their biggest target gone, the alchemy demons immediately slaughtered one another, ignoring the monster that had chosen to escape. Bastard! Vasco was furious. Sir Vasco! The monster flew away. What should we do? The group of nobles immediately began to ask in fear. Vasco spoke without hesitation. Vasco of the battle. Vasco coldly said, with the alchemy ritual here, that monster won't be able to leave the canyon. As long as we find it and continue to attack it, it won't be able to hold on for long. Hearing this, the group of nobles hesitated again. In terms of strength, the strongest among them wasn't even level 60. They couldn't help but hesitate when facing a super powerful monster that was level 90. The reason why they dared to find trouble with the monster was that they didn't have to face it head-on. All they had to do was carry out the ritual and lure the alchemy demons over for it to slaughter. But now, they had to take the initiative to chase after such a terrifying existence. They couldn't help but hesitate. What? Are you afraid? Vasco said sarcastically. If you're afraid, go back now and beg for mercy from the kingdom. You might even be stripped of your title and spend the rest of your life in prison. Vasco's words made the nobles realize something. Yes, they couldn't turn back. Choosing to participate in this plan and helping the old demons carry out the battle of the demon refinement ritual in the kingdom was a heinous crime. Now, they could only continue down this path, and that was to nurture the young demon dwellers. After they had their revenge, they could use the powerful young demon dwellers to restrain and even control the kingdom. Apart from this, they had no other choice. Realizing this, the nobles gritted their teeth, nodded, and agreed to Vasco's suggestion. Only then did Vasco let out a cold laugh and lead everyone in the direction the monster had left in. On the other side, Vivian and the others had already recovered their stamina and mana after some rest. Lumia and Marika had already woken up and were surrounding Vivian and Ter. Although they looked uneasy, they weren't afraid. Obviously, like Vivian, they didn't think that Ter was the one who implicated them. In fact, since Ter was in such a situation, they had to stand up for her no matter how dangerous it was. Ter used to take care of us, this time, it's our turn to help Ter. The two young girls said firmly. This moved Ter, and at the same time, she made up her mind to protect her companions at all costs. Vivian, on the other hand, had already adjusted her state of mind. She clapped her hands and said to the ladies. Everyone, our top priority now is to find a way to leave the Adel Canyon. Vivian said solemnly. Only by leaving the canyon can we be temporarily safe until we return to the royal capital. Lumia and Marika nodded solemnly. Only Ter didn't look too good. It won't be easy, Ter said in a low voice. I can feel that the air in the canyon seems to be different. Both Vivian and Lumia were taken aback by his words. Obviously, the two of them didn't notice anything wrong. Only Marika immediately raised her hand. That's right, I've been feeling this way since I woke up. Just like Ter, Melika didn't look too good. She said fearfully, there's a strange flow of magic power in the canyon. It's making me very uncomfortable. As an elf born from nature, Marika felt uncomfortable with the air and mana in the canyon. It seems that something terrible is happening. Marika crossed her arms and said while shivering, everyone, let's leave this canyon as soon as possible. This statement made the expressions of all the women become dignified. Unfortunately, in the next second, Ter's expression changed. She suddenly stood up and stood in front of everyone. Vivian did the same. She raised her shield without hesitation and stood in front of everyone. Then, you still want to leave? Don't even think about it. Accompanied by such a smug and evil laughter, a noble appeared with a large number of people. It was Dorito. This time, let's see how you can escape. Dorito sneered. All the nobles and knights around him also released a cold murderous aura. This scene caused the faces of Vivian's team to darken. Ter felt it even more clearly. Perhaps, this would be the place where she would die. At the same time, two figures entered the depths of the canyon at an astonishing speed. Faster. Ai flapped her dragon wings and flew in front. Her expression suddenly changed as she said, "Those girls don't seem to be in good condition." Shuren immediately raised his head. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Boom. In a cave in the depths of the canyon, a violent explosion suddenly occurred without any warning, causing raging flames to surge out from within, burning everything in its surroundings. Charge. Vivian stood in front of everyone with her shield. As she helped everyone block the onslaught of the flames, she shouted at the people behind her and led everyone out of the cavern. However, just as they rushed out of the cave, another wave of flames came at them. Boom. The sound of the explosion caused the path in front of Vivian and the others to burn fiercely, blocking their way. Don't let them escape again. Gerudo roared angrily at the nobles and knights around him. Charge. Anyone who can kill Ter Albion will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. Gerudo's order made the knights charge forward without hesitation with ferocious gazes. As for the nobles, they all raised their staffs or wands and chanted magic spells at the back. Sister Vivian. Captain. Seeing this scene, Lumia and Marika panicked a little. Don't be nervous. Vivian immediately said in a low voice, Marika, prepare your magic spells. Ter and Lumia, guard at the side. Leave the rest to me. Vivian's instructions made the ladies quickly regain their composure. Without hesitation, Marika began to chant magic spells, while Lumia raised her boxing gloves and stood by the side, looking nervous. As for Ter, she was the calmest of them all. She raised the sharp blades in her hands and stared coldly at the enemies that were charging at her. However, it was obvious that they would not be able to reach Ter. This was because the shield of the kingdom was right in front of them. Decoy. Resist. Vivian then used the two skills that she was good at and let her magic power seep out of her body. Under the influence of the mana, all of the charging knights couldn't help but gather in Vivian's direction. It was as if they had been angered by Vivian, and they only had eyes for her. They raised their weapons and charged over. Clang, 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 amidst the sounds of metal clashing, countless weapons struck Vivian's shield one after another, creating a series of sparks. Magicians. Get ready to release your magic spells. Jolido, who saw this scene from the back, was not surprised at all. Instead, he shouted at the people around him who were preparing their magic spells. Vivian's expression immediately changed. Provoke was a very good skill that could lure enemies within a certain range to one's position and attract all the attacks to oneself. It was a necessary skill for a defensive vanguard in an adventurer's team. However, this skill was not without weaknesses. First of all, its range was limited. Secondly, it was ineffective against existences of a higher level than the skill. For example, if Provoke was raised to level 5, then this skill would be effective against existences around level 50, and the range would not be small. However, against existences above level 60, this skill would not be effective. Vivian placed a lot of importance on this skill, so she had already upgraded it to level 6. It was now effective against existences around level 60, and it had a range of 60 meters. The nobles and knights who ambushed Vivian's party were all below level 70, so they weren't beyond the range of Vivian's skill. However, they seemed to have figured out the range of Vivian's skill and kept a considerable distance. In other words, Vivian would not be able to attract the next wave of attacks. Jeremiah ordered mercilessly. Fire. Under his fierce voice, the magicians all released their spells, causing a barrage of magic to bombard them from dozens of meters away. Freezing whirlpools. At this moment, Marika's shout sounded from behind Vivian. Along with a surge of mana, a gust of cold wind blew and turned into a vortex that froze the atmosphere in front of Vivian. Bang, 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 the magic rain fell on the cold vortex that froze the atmosphere, but it couldn't penetrate it. It only stirred up snowflakes and ice crystals. Huff. Huff, Melika slumped to the ground as if she had lost all her strength. Marika. Vivian immediately reacted and couldn't help but call out. On the other hand, the attackers were astonished. She actually single-handedly blocked the offensive spells cast by so many of us? Could it be that she used a high-level ice defense spell? Impossible. That's clearly an intermediate spell. How can her defense be so high? Even if she's an elf, she can't do that. The noble magicians were in an uproar. They had also cast intermediate spells, but they were all blocked by Marika's defensive spells of the same level. It was no wonder that they were in disbelief. What they didn't know was that Marika's mana had been rising during this period of time, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Now, the spells that she had released were already vaguely approaching the might of superior spells. This was the power that was supported by magic power. However, casting such a powerful spell naturally consumed a lot of Marika's magic power. Jolido noticed this and hurriedly said, "Attack that elven magician first." The knights accepted this order. They all rushed in Marika's direction. Vivian wanted to stop them, but she also had little magic power left. She staggered and fell on one knee. In the end, it was still Lumia who made a move. Don't hurt Marika." Lumia yelled, raised her fists, and rushed forward. 2 level 40 knights immediately charged at Lumia and engaged her in a fierce battle. The other knights wanted to go around and attack Marika directly. Unfortunately, as the air trembled, a pair of sharp blades glowed with red magic power. Get lost. Tear rushed forward like a gust of wind. She suddenly spun the blades that were enchanted with Demon Sword, and performed a huge spinning slash. Clang, the weapons that came into contact with the Demon Sword were cut in half. Poochie, a knight who was unlucky enough to fall into the attack range, was cut in the chest, and blood splattered everywhere. For a moment, the group of knights held in pain. They either fell to the ground with serious injuries, or their weapons were broken and sent flying by Tear's kick. Until, "I've finally found an opportunity." An overjoyed voice entered Dier's ears, causing her pupils to shrink. The next moment, an arrow pierced through the air and shot toward her. Poochie, the arrow pierced through Tear's abdomen before she could react, and blood splattered everywhere. Tear. Vivian, who was kneeling on one knee, Marika, who was paralyzed on the ground, and Lumia, who was entangled, all cried out when they saw this scene. Cough, cough. Tear coughed up blood, and her eyes trembled as she looked in the direction where the arrow came from. There, Jolido, who had his bow drawn, was laughing sinisterly. Ugh. Intense pain struck Tear's mind, and she finally lost all her strength and fell to the ground. She wanted to pull the arrow out of her abdomen, but she found that she was losing her strength faster than she had imagined. Moreover, the pain quickly spread throughout her body, making Tear feel as if her life was rapidly slipping away. Tear knew very well what this feeling was. Ha ha ha. I did it. Jeremiah's ecstatic voice rang out. I didn't spend so much gold coins on this toxic arrow in vain. You're dead meat now. That's right, this was not an ordinary arrow, but a magic arrow with a strong curse and poison attached. The reason why Tear did not dodge it was not because she was slow, but because its shooting speed was also far faster than ordinary arrows. Even if the user was a layman, it could automatically lock on and accelerate. In essence, it was a magic arrow that could not be dodged. Of course, being unable to dodge it did not mean that she could not block it. If it was Vivian, with her defensive power, she could easily block the arrow. However, Tear was the type who specialized in attack and speed, and this kind of magic tool was just right to counter her. It was precisely because of this that Jolido chose to use such a magic tool. Under the corrosion of the venom and curse, Tear had fallen to the ground. She couldn't get up or speak at all. All she could do was suffer from the excruciating pain. Tear. Tear. The cries and cries of her companions still echoed in Tear's ears, but she could no longer hear them clearly. In a blur, Tear could see that Marika was desperately trying to rush over. Lucia was slashed by a knight because she was wavering, and she let out a cry of pain. Vivian was also trying to stand up, but she did not realize that not only was she surrounded, but the noble magicians around Jolido were also preparing a new round of magic. Seeing all this, Tear knew what kind of cruel thing was going to happen next. They no longer had the ability to resist, and they would all die in the next second. But this was something that Tear could not accept. She could do whatever she wanted, but she could not let anything happen to the others. So, wake up. Thump, thump, her heart began to beat violently. I'm leaving everything to you. Caw, 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 the sound of muscles and bones rubbing against each other echoed in her ears. Now, do whatever you want. Splash, her blood seemed to flow like a surging river. But I only have one condition. The magic power was like a wave of air, rising up violently. Help me protect those important to me. At that moment, Tear's consciousness disappeared. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Jarito was still laughing hysterically. Seeing Tear fall, Vivian surrounded, and Lucia and Marika crying helplessly, he did not feel the slightest bit of pity. Instead, he was overjoyed. Unlike Vasco and the others, he didn't have any grudges against Tear. However, his family was a vassal of Vasco's family, an insignificant one among the many minor nobles who depended on Vasco's family. Unlike Vasco and the others, he did not have any grudges against Tear. However, his family was a vassal of the Vasco family, a very insignificant one among the many small nobles who depended on the Vasco family. The Vasco family, on the other hand, was a count, ranked just below the dukes and marquises. It was undoubtedly a great noble family. Under such circumstances, countless small nobles who depended on the Vasco family hoped to be valued and one day be recognized by their master. They hoped to make a great contribution and be promoted. Jeremiah was one of these minor nobles. His family was a baron, and above him was a viscount. But even if he was a viscount, he was still just a small noble. To become a great noble, one had to at least be promoted from viscount to count. That was why Jarito had been competing with the other minor nobles, hoping to get Vasco's recommendation and become a viscount, then an earl. That way, he would be able to become a major noble. Because of this, when Vasco summoned his vassals to the Adel Canyon for the ceremony, Jarito followed without hesitation. He knew that this was not a small matter. If he did not succeed in the end, he would be doomed forever. But he had had enough of the days of climbing up the lowest rung of the nobles. That was why he took the risk this time, hoping to use this opportunity to rise to the next level. Now that he had killed Tear with his own hands, he would definitely be rewarded and valued by Vasco. This way, he would be one step closer to his goal. Die, hurry up and die. Become a stepping stone for me to climb up. That was what Jarito was looking forward to. As for Vivian, Lumia, and Marika, he had no intention of killing them. If Vivian were to die by his hands, he would definitely suffer the wrath of the Lazahad family. This was a consequence he could not afford to bear. The Lazahad family was a marquis family that was even higher than Vasco's count family. Their status was special, and they were not inferior to Elbeens. Even the duke's family did not dare to slight them. Even Vasco would not dare to offend such a great noble family, let alone Jarito. If Vivian was killed, Jarito would be sacrificed by Vasco and handed over to the Lazahad family to deal with. Therefore, not only would Jarito not kill Vivian, but he would also protect her well. As for Marika and Lumia, the lives and deaths of these two girls did not matter much. However, it would be a pity to kill them just like that. Jarito stared at Lucia, who had fallen to the ground, and Marika, who was hugging Tear and crying. His eyes were burning with passion. He was going to personally take care of these two girls and enjoy them to his heart's content. Go. Get them. The anticipation for the future and the passion in his heart made Jarito high-spirited as he gave orders to everyone around him. Take down those women. This was the first step on his path to success. That was what Jarito thought. He had no idea that what awaited him next was an endless hell. Boom. All of a sudden, the atmosphere rumbled. It was caused by the surging of incomparably violent mana. The heavy, oppressive, and terrifying mana was like an invisible storm that engulfed the entire area, causing all the nobles and knights who were about to rush out to freeze in place, their faces filled with fear. Among them was Jarito. This is, Vivian, Lumia, and Marika were also startled by this. Immediately after, Marika was the first to recognize the owner of this mana, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. In the next second, a figure suddenly descended from midair and appeared in front of everyone. The berserk magical power was gushing out from his body. Shurin. Vivian's eyes widened, and she finally stood up in surprise. The person who had come was Shurin. When the storm-like mana surged in the entire world, unlike Vivian's team who were ecstatic, everyone on Dorito's side felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They felt as if their bodies were frozen, and they couldn't stop trembling. Xian expressionlessly swept his gaze across the surroundings. He looked at Vivian, who was kneeling on one knee, and then at Lucia, who was heavily injured. When his gaze shifted to Dier, who was being carried by Marika, whose face was covered in tears, his eyes trembled for a moment. Immediately after, the invisible mana storm became even more terrifying, and everyone in Vivian's team gradually found it difficult to breathe. Aie, who had spread her dragon wings in midair, could not help but murmur when she saw this scene. What astonishing mana! This was the first time that Aie had seen Xian release his mana without holding back. Even when he used the Aurora Meteor Shower, Xian did not release mana of such a scale. Presumably, this was Xian's full power, right? And such a scale of mana was already not inferior to the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons, and was even vaguely superior to Aie's. Even Hero Mitra probably didn't have such a scale of mana, right? As the strongest hero in history, Mitra's magic power was quite astonishing. However, Xian had already surpassed him. Moreover, Linley already had such a level of mana when his level was rather low, and he hadn't reached his limit yet. It seems that not only is this hero's personality different from those in the past, but even his aptitude and abilities have reached a whole new level. Aie stared at Xian with a deep gaze. As for Dorito and the others, they were already suppressed by such terrifying mana. All of their faces were pale, and their minds were blank as they stood there, not daring to move anymore. At this moment, Xian was like the eye of a typhoon. He stood there quietly, but he gave everyone a terrifying pressure. In the end, even the atmosphere seemed to be shaken by him, and chaos and distortion appeared around him. The ground also trembled slightly, causing the gravel to jump gently. It looked exceptionally terrifying. Xian just stood there expressionlessly, and after a while, he suddenly opened his mouth. Celestial breath. Xian released the spell. Clang, instantly, it was as if a river of stars flowed through the air, causing countless stars to flicker. The starlight sprinkled down like moonlight, and like silver phosphorescence, bit by bit, fell on Vivian's team and entered their bodies. Vivian looked at her body, her face full of shock. Eh? Lucia, who had been lying on the ground, also opened her eyes. She was surprised to feel the pain in her body rapidly subsiding. She was shocked. Even Marika murmured with a surprised expression. Yes. Yes. As the starlight entered their bodies, everyone in Vivian's team recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, be it from the injuries they had suffered or the exhaustion they felt. As the starlight entered their bodies, everyone in Vivian's team recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, regardless of whether they were injured or exhausted. In the end, apart from the lack of mana, all the injuries and exhaustion suffered by Vivian's team were recovered, and they were as good as new. This was the only healing spell in celestial magic. It could attract the power of the stars into one's body to heal injuries, expel negative statuses, and purify evil. Apart from being unable to recover one's mana, it could be said to be an omnipotent healing method. Therefore, it was undoubtedly a high-level spell, and its effect was comparable to the most powerful recovery spell, Miracle Veil, which was praised as a miracle. Therefore, it was undoubtedly an advanced spell, and its effect was comparable to the most powerful recovery spell, Miracle Light Veil, which was praised as a miracle. The prerequisite for learning, Aurora Meteor Shower, was level 7, Magic Celestial Body, while the prerequisite for learning, Star Blow, was level 9 and level 7. The requirements for learning, Star Blow, were also extremely harsh. Even the most talented genius would not be able to satisfy the requirements if he or she was not level 90. Under such conditions, this spell could only be used by the person who created it. It was not until today that Xian reappeared in the world. This guy, Aie, who was hovering in the air, was shocked by this scene. How could this be? Dorito cried out involuntarily. It wasn't easy for them to force Vivian's team into a desperate situation, and Terre was on the brink of death. But now, she was completely saved by Xian's magic. It was no wonder that Dorito was speechless. However, as he watched Xian release this miraculous and powerful spell in an instant, Dorito finally realized how horrifying Shirin was, and his teeth began to chatter. With their levels, they couldn't attend the audience or enter the palace as they pleased. Therefore, including Dorito, none of the low-level nobles present recognized Shirin. However, this didn't prevent them from realizing how horrifying Shirin was. Seeing Shirin turn his head and look at them, everyone's mind went blank. Run! After an unknown period of time, one of the nobles finally couldn't take it anymore. In a state of panic, he screamed at the top of his lungs. However, as soon as he screamed, the punishment came. Boom! Without any warning, the noble who called out suddenly exploded, turning into flesh and blood that filled the sky. He died on the spot. Shirin just concentrated all his magic power on that person, and he exploded. Obtain skill, magic detonation. Learn? The long-awaited skill notification appeared in Shirin's mind, allowing Shirin to instantly grasp the situation. This skill seemed to be a skill that focused magic power on the opponent and activated the opponent's magic power by vibrating it, causing the opponent's magic power to go berserk. The nobleman's body had exploded because the mana in his body had been detonated and boiled in an instant. Therefore, Shirin learned this skill without any hesitation and leveled it to the maximum level. Ah! The nobles and knights who didn't know about all this finally broke down and ran for their lives after witnessing the scene of their companion exploding. However, as they ran, waves of amazing magic power gathered on them and detonated the magic power in their bodies. Boom! A knight instantly exploded and died. Bang! 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 After that, every second, a person would explode into pieces of flesh and blood. Their deaths were extremely miserable. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Dorito was already scared out of his wits. He collapsed on the ground, moving backward while crying at Shirin in horror. It was unknown whether Shirin did it on purpose or if he was really moved, but when everyone on Dorito's side exploded and died, he was the only survivor sitting in a pile of flesh and blood on the ground. Blarg! The glaring red color and the pungent smell of blood instantly stimulated Dorito's physiological reaction, causing him to vomit. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Even so, Dorito was still desperately begging for mercy, tears streaming down his face. He looked extremely battered and exhausted. Shirin just looked at him coldly. The killing intent in his eyes did not diminish at all. Squeak! Dorito let out a strange cry filled with fear. That was because Sean had finally lifted his pace and walked in his direction. Don't come near me! Don't come near me! Dorito's heart was filled with fear. Looking at the countless pieces of flesh and blood around him, he recalled the scene of the people around him exploding one after another. He fell into a frenzy, writhing on the ground as he wailed with snot and tears running down his face. However, Shirin turned a deaf ear to him. He went straight to Dorito and looked down at the noble who was covered in blood, snot, and tears. Suddenly, he raised his foot and stomped down hard. Crack! With a cracking sound, one of Dorito's feet was mercilessly broken by Shirin. Aha! Dorito immediately howled in pain. His howl made the hearts of everyone in Vivian's team tremble. However, Shirin did not care. He continued to raise his foot and stomped down hard on Dorito's other foot. Crack! The sound of breaking rang out again. Both of Dorito's legs were broken and twisted in a strange way. Naturally, the pain caused Dorito to scream in pain and beg for mercy. However, Shirin still turned a deaf ear to him. He did not feel softened at all. With every step, he broke both of Dorito's hands, causing his howl to become louder and louder. That scene was definitely enough to scare a child, and it was enough to make all the girls have nightmares. Lumia and Marika looked like they could not bear to see it. Vivian's expression also changed slightly, but she did not say anything. Although they were kind, they were not naive. Even if they felt sorry for him, they would not stop Shirin. After all, he had almost killed Ter and chased them for 3 whole days. As long as they were not out of their minds, they would not easily forgive him. Therefore, although everyone in Vivian's team felt that Shirin was a little scary, they did not sympathize with Dorito, and they did not think that Shirin was too cruel. Some girls might not be able to do it, but it did not mean that they did not want to see it. Therefore, even if Vivian's team did not feel happy that Dorito got the punishment he deserved, they would at least feel relieved. As for Aie, she could not help but blink when she saw this scene with her own eyes. So ruthless. Aie smiled and said, "But, I like it." Obviously, Shuren's ruthlessness did not leave a bad impression on Aie. Instead, it made her look at him in a whole new light. Under such circumstances, not only did Shuren crush Dorito's limbs, but he also crushed his ribs. Not long after, Dorito collapsed to the ground like a boneless worm, wriggling in agony. He was on the verge of death. Dorito was still begging for mercy. At this time, Dorito was still begging for mercy. A guy who has never thought of letting others go, what right does he have to beg others to let him go? Dorito, Shuren said. I'm not going to lecture you. I don't think a parasite like you would understand. So, I'll tell you in a simple way. Unfortunately, you did the wrong thing and messed with the wrong person. Go repent to God. Shuren raised his foot for the last time and landed it heavily on Dorito's chest. Crack, with the loudest cracking sound so far, Dorito's sternum was directly crushed by Shuren, and his entire chest caved in. Dorito's eyes bulged, and his eyes were filled with longing for life and endless regret. Then, Dorito's aura completely disappeared. The people who came to kill Vivian's team were all killed. Only then did Shuren return to his original appearance and rushed to the girl's side. Are you guys okay? Shuren helped Vivian up, looked at Lumia and Marika, and asked softly. We're fine. Vivian shook her head, looked at Shuren, and said with a smile, Fortunately, you're here. Hearing this, Shuren could not help but smile bitterly. But at this time, Marika's voice sounded again. Mr. Shuren. With such a whimper, the figure of a young girl jumped into Shuren's arms. Shuren was slightly surprised, and then realized that the person hugging him was Marika. You're here, that's great. Marika did not seem to notice anything unusual as she hugged Shuren and cried tears of joy. Shuren suddenly felt a little awkward. Vivian, who was next to him, immediately cast a teasing look at him. Shuren only felt more and more awkward, and hurriedly patted Marika's back to comfort her. Sorry, I'm late. It's good that you're okay. Shuren's comfort was met with Marika's constant shaking of her head. As for Marika's hand, she naturally did not let go from the beginning to the end. This made Shuren not know what to do. Until, Tear. What's wrong with you? Lumia's sobbing voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's heart tightened, and they hurriedly looked over. Only then did everyone realize that Tear was still unconscious. She was still in Lumia's arms, and even when Lumia was shaking her body, she didn't wake up. What's wrong with her? Seeing this, Shuren's expression changed. After letting go of Marika, he hurried to Lumia's side and carried Tear. This hug almost made Shuren push Tear away. So hot. That's right. Tear's body was so hot that Shuren felt as if he was hugging magma. Moreover, Tear's aura became somewhat chaotic, and magic power gradually surged out. Shuren's expression changed again and again. Because in his perception, the magic power surging out of Tear's body gave him an evil, dark, and strange feeling. This feeling made Shuren feel as if something terrible was waking up, and it gave him a bad premonition. It can't be. At the side, the worried Vivian seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned pale with fright. Seeing this, Shuren wanted to ask immediately, but he was interrupted by a voice. Danger! Get out of the way! This voice came from the air. Aie, who was hovering in the air, was about to descend, but she seemed to notice Tear's abnormality. Frowning, she fixed her gaze in that direction. At this moment, her expression changed slightly, and she suddenly warned. Shuren did not react in time. A hand was already gripping his shoulder. Tear. Shuren's pupils contracted. In his arms, Tear's hood fell off, revealing her half-masked face to Shuren. Of course, this was not the point. The point was that Shuren clearly saw it. At some point in time, a pitch-black horn had grown out of Tear's forehead. Tear raised her head and opened her eyes. Her eyes were extremely red. Poochie! In the next moment, there was a tearing sound. A streak of blood splashed into the air, and it touched everyone's heart. End of chapter 269. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.